The biggest reason for reading is to get rid of the mediocrity. One day earlier, one more wonderful life. One day later, one more mediocrity. The ideal book is the key to wisdom. Let us use this key of wisdom to open the door of wealth and luck. Share classic books and explore life philosophy. Take you to the ocean of knowledge and climb the peak of life. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 47. Warm dinner with this. The Kendo Alliance won't bother my family, right? Chu Feng wasn't worried about himself, he was just worried about Chu Yu and the others. This is not necessarily true, because the Kendo Alliance is not like the Lu Alliance, which simply relies on the background of the Garbage Alliance. They really have a certain strength. However, if they dare to trouble you, I will tell them who is the leader of the Intersex Alliance. After saying this, Sume jumped away, showing that this girl was in a really good mood. Yimeng, what kind of strength does it have? Chu Feng looked at the medal in his hand and couldn't help but feel a ripple in his heart. He could hear from Sume's previous words that the Yimeng did not take the Kendo Alliance in their eyes, which shows that the Yimeng was really not simple. Afterwards, Chu Feng put on the medal of the Yimeng, and he deliberately walked around the inner door for a long time. As for the purpose, he wanted to let people know that he was already a member of the Yimeng and told the Kendo Alliance not to attack his family. Look, isn't that Chu Feng? He is Chu Feng, the young man who flattened Lu Meng and abolished Lu Meng's second child. It's him. It's absolutely true. I was there at the time, and I will never admit my mistake. But, hasn't he been taken away by the punishment? How can he appear here unharmed? Also, look at his chest, isn't that medal a symbol of the Wing League? He has already joined the Wing League. I once rejected the invitation of the Yimeng in public, and now I can join the Yimeng and escape the punishment. How much is this Chu Feng's background? No wonder he dared to do such a thing to Lu Meng. It seems that this Chu Feng is definitely not as simple as the surface, and everyone must not offend this person in the future. Chu Feng was walking on the road, and people who knew Chu Feng exclaimed in amazement. In addition to admiring Chu Feng's strength, they also had to think deeply about the forces behind Chu Feng. Chu Feng swaggered around for a long time. Among them, he also met a lot of people from the Kendo Alliance, but no one shot him. It can be seen that the identity of the Wing Alliance has indeed played a lot. When Chu Feng returned to his mansion, the lights were still on in the mansion, and there were a few figures flickering in front of the door. He could tell from the breath that it was Chu Wei and the others. Brother Chu Wei, why are you here? Seeing that Chu Wei and the others, who were covered in gauze and had a bruised nose and a swollen face, were not cultivating in their own mansion, but instead wandered here, Chu Feng was very puzzled. Brother Chu Feng, you're finally back. It's great that you're fine. Brother Chu Feng, come in quickly, everyone is waiting for you. Seeing Chu Feng, Chu Wei and the others breathed a sigh of relief and said nothing, and dragged Chu Feng into the mansion with a smile on their faces. After opening the gate of the mansion, Chu Feng found that Chu Yu, Chu Shui and other Chu family members were there, as well as other members of the Chu Alliance. And in the center of the hall, there was a large table covered with delicious food, most of which were his favorites. Only later did Chu Feng know that after he was taken away, Chu Yu and the others went to the elders, trying to intercede for Chu Feng, but they were almost arrested. Fortunately, Su Ro arrived to help them get out of trouble, and told them to let them prepare delicious food and return to Chu Feng's mansion to wait for Chu Feng. Chu Feng will definitely return safely. This dinner was not the first time Chu Feng had eaten with the Chu family, but it was the first time he felt the family's warm dinner. Everyone's feelings towards him are from the heart and the most sincere. Although they are more grateful to Chu Feng likes this kind of sincere treatment. In the early morning of the next day, Chu Feng got up early, and he took out all the mission cards he had received yesterday. Now that he has to go on a mission with Su Mei and others, these mission cards are not very useful to him, so he is ready to send them back. But not long after he walked out, Chu Feng saw a figure. It was Duan Yuxuan, who was fighting with him for the quest card that day. At this moment, Chu Feng couldn't help feeling overjoyed. He pointed at Duan Yuxuan and shouted, "Hey, stop." Hearing this shout, Duan Yuxuan's body couldn't help trembling, and he turned his head to watch, his face turned pale with fright. The matter about Chu Feng has been spread all over the inner sect, and this paragraph of Yuxuan is naturally aware of it, so he can be said to be very afraid of Chu Feng. Especially when he thought about what happened yesterday, he had been disrespectful to Chu Feng, and he was even more worried that Chu Feng would cause him trouble, so this made him sleepless last night, and he was very afraid. But now that he saw Chu Feng, his legs were so weak that he even dared to crush Lu Meng's eggs. He really didn't know what Chu Feng would do to him. Just when Chu Feng walked in front of Duan Yuxuan, he actually knelt on the ground with a pop and pleaded with bitterness. "Big brother Chu Feng, my younger brother has eyes, but doesn't know Mount Tai, and only bumped into you yesterday. Please don't remember the villain's deeds. Please forgive my younger brother once." Damn it, where is this going? Chu Feng was speechless for a while, then handed his package to Duan Yuxuan and said with a smile, "Brother Duan, if you don't mind, can you help me return these to the quest collection?" "Well? That's why you called me?" Duan Yuxuan took the package embarrassedly, feeling a little dazed. "Actually, I mainly want to tell you that there is a task you like here. It's troublesome." Chu Feng patted Duan Yuxuan on the shoulder, and then walked towards the end of the joint. And looking at Chu Feng, who disappeared in the blink of an eye, and then looking at the crowd of onlookers who were staring at him with astonished eyes, Duan Yuxuan cursed inwardly, "Nima, I'm embarrassed this time." According to the agreement with Su Mei, after Chu Feng left the Azure Dragon sect, he changed into a casual attire and came to an abandoned temple before noon. Before entering the temple, Chu Feng sensed 7 people through his spiritual power. After entering the temple, I saw 7 boys and girls. Among the 7 people, 3 were familiar faces, 1 was Su Mei, and the other 2 were Dragon Brothers and Tiger Brothers. However, the other 4 people, Chu Feng, did not know each other, but although their strengths could not be determined, it could be seen from their appearance that these 4 people were not ordinary. A pair of young boys and girls are showing their love like no one else is around. I am afraid that others will not know that they are a couple. It's just worth mentioning that the young man was wearing a pink robe with peach blossoms on it, just like a pervert. On the contrary, it was that girl who was dressed quite masculine, but her face was very feminine. Although she was not in a hurry to be as dazzling as Su Mei, she was considered excellent. In addition to this couple, there was a young man in white clothes, with a handsome face and thick eyebrows and big eyes. After seeing Chu Feng, he smiled and nodded, very kind. As for the other man in blue, it was just the opposite. After he saw Chu Feng, he first glanced at Chu Feng with contempt, then snorted and curled his lips, as if he had some deep hatred with Chu Feng. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 48, Tomb Raiders. Come on, let me introduce you. This is the new member of our Wing League, Chu Feng. Don't look at his young age, but he is not simple. Su Mei introduced with a smile. Su Mei, are you as young as you are? The man in white came over and bowed his hands to Chu Feng politely. I've heard the name of Brother Chu for a long time, and seeing it today is really extraordinary. You're welcome. Chu Feng also bowed his hands in return. For those who treat each other with courtesy, Chu Feng has always treated them with courtesy. The boy in the peach blossom robe came over with his arms around the girl in the masculine dress, and the man said very solemnly, My name is Yi Taozi. This is my wife who has never been there, Zhang Tingzi. Chu Feng also smiled and bowed his hands to the 2 of them, but he secretly said in his heart, I'll go, Yi Taozi, Zhang Tingzi. These 2 are really a natural match, and the name alone is a perfect match. Brother Chu Feng, you are welcome to join the big family of the Yimeng. I hope you don't take that day's affairs to heart. In fact, both of us were. Brother Long and Hoop came over and peeked at the words. Su Mei glanced. Cough cough. Seeing this, Su Mei hurriedly coughed twice, and looked at the 2 of them viciously, and immediately frightened the 2 of them and took back the words behind them. However, Chu Feng, who was extremely observant, had already seen the clue, and secretly guessed that it must be the girl Su Mei that forced Brother Long and Tiger to do something. Chu Feng, you are such a big arrogant. My Yimeng invite you kindly, but you actually refuse. How can you be? At this moment, the blue-clothed boy with a cold face spoke up. Jia Yunfeng, shut up for me. Seeing this, Sumei demanded. Hey, Sumei told him to finish. However, Chufeng dragged Sumei behind him, stared at Jia Yunfeng with a smile, and said, What do you want to say? Just say it. I want to say that you are not worthy of joining the Yimeng. Jia Yunfeng shouted. Chufeng's complexion changed, and he suddenly shot. An illusory palm was displayed, and it patted Jia Yunfeng's chest. At this moment, everyone was shocked, because no one could have imagined that Chufeng, who had a kind face, would do it without any warning. Illusory palm? But that Jia Yunfeng was not a generalist either. He recognized Chufeng's martial skill at a glance. The spirit of the 7th level of Lingwu moved. He punched out with a backhand, and a majestic power exploded. What this guy displayed, it's actually a rank 4 martial skill. Seeing this, Chufeng was a little surprised, but he was not afraid at all. When his move changed, Lei Ting responded in a single way. In the blink of an eye, he came to Jia Yunfeng's back, and then another illusory palm slapped him on the back. Passed. Boom. This palm hit without any accident, and Jia Yunfeng was caught off guard, fell a dog and gnawed shit, fell to the ground in a daze, and ran out several meters before stopping. This guy, what a powerful method. Seeing this scene, all the people present except Sumei were shocked, their eyes lit up, especially the dragon and tiger brothers, who opened their mouths in surprise. The Chufeng, they remembered, was an extremely weak person, at least extremely weak, in front of their 2 brothers. But now they realized that they were wrong. If even Jia Yunfeng was far from being Chufeng's opponent, then their brothers were even more invincible. This is obviously because Chufeng has been hiding his strength before, and the original fight was obviously for the 2 of them. At this moment, the 2 of them finally understood why Elder Su Rou and Ouyang strongly recommended Chufeng to join the Yimeng, because Chufeng did have this qualification. Now that I know, am I worthy? Chufeng looked at Jia Yunfeng, who got up from the ground, and sneered. You bastard. Just as Jia Yunfeng stood up, he even roared and was about to pounce on Chufeng again. But at this moment, Bai Tong's figure flashed and appeared in front of Jia Yunfeng in an instant, blocking him, and said solemnly. Before, Brother Chufeng, he has already left his feelings, so don't blame yourself. That Jia Yunfeng was obviously a little afraid of Bai Tong, and when he thought of Chufeng's previous offensive, he snorted and didn't say any more. 8th level of Lingwu? On the other hand, Chufeng was secretly amazed, because he could sense from Bai Tong's previous aura that this guy, like Sumei, was also at the 8th level of Lingwu. Okay, it's called acquaintance without fight, time is tight, let's get out soon. At this moment, Yi Taozi said. At his appeal, several people started to walk outside the ruined temple, but Sumei came to Chufeng and said with a smile, You guy, you're really domineering. People didn't say anything, just hit people directly. He asked for it himself. Chufeng pouted. Okay, actually, I like your temperament. Sumei smiled sweetly, and actually took out a book from her pocket and handed it to Chufeng. What is this? Chufeng took the opportunity to take it, and only then did he realize that this book was really simple and the old pages were about to shatter. However, when Chufeng saw the large characters in the writing, his eyes lit up. It actually read, Elementary Profound Technique, Breathing Technique. It turned out to be Shangong, this. Keep your voice down for me. Seeing this, Sumei hurriedly covered Chufeng's mouth with her hand, and looked nervously outside the temple, for fear of being overheard by those few people. Sumei, you are. It's nothing. I promised you yesterday that as long as you join the Yimeng, I will give you Shangong training, but it's just to fulfill the promise. Sumei said indifferently. And when she said this, it made Chufeng very uncomfortable. Yesterday, the sisters helped him like that, and Chufeng owed a great deal of gratitude to him, and there was no need to pay for this profound art. But Sumei didn't care about this, which made him feel very sorry, and said in a low voice, "Girl, thank you. Thank you, hurry up and put it away, don't let them see it. Also, don't train for the second person, or I'll poke your skin." Susie viciously waved her small fist at Chu Feng, and then ran out. Seeing this cute and beautiful girl with a bit of innocence, Chu Feng's affection for Susie suddenly increased. Chu Feng and his party headed west all the way, riding fast horses for 2 days and 2 nights, long since they were far away from the territory of the Azure Dragon sect. Obviously, this was not the mission of the section. "Susie, what are we going to do? It's a waste of time to go so far, right?" Chu Feng asked in a low voice. He felt that doing a task and rushing for such a long time was a waste of time. "Tell you quietly, we are going to rob a tomb," Susie said with a smile. "Tomb robbing? No, it's so immoral." Chu Feng looked contemptuous. "What do you know? That's the cemetery of a powerful person in the Xuanwu realm. Not only is there a large amount of elixir, but also yuan medicine, and even mysterious medicine. Apart from these, there are also a lot of Shengong and martial arts skills. It's a huge treasure trove. If you think this kind of behavior is immoral, you don't have to go." Susie snorted coldly. "It's actually the cemetery of a powerful person in the Xuanwu realm? Yuan medicine? Xian medicine? Shangong martial arts?" Chu Feng was taken aback, and the known realms of martial arts are Lingwu, Yuanwu, Xuanwu, and Tianwu. If it is said that the Yuanwu realm can be reached as long as the aptitude is acceptable, then the Xuanwu realm must be reached by geniuses with excellent aptitude. As far as he knows, the current suzerain of the Qinglong sect is only in the Xuanwu realm, which is definitely a realm that can only be achieved by the top powerhouses in Qingzhou. As for the martial realm of that day, it is a realm where you can travel in the sky and travel thousands of miles a day. The powerhouse of the heavenly martial realm has not yet appeared in Qingzhou, at least, but Chu Feng heard that the current overlord of the Kyushu continent, the Jiang dynasty, does indeed have a character of the heavenly martial realm. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 49 World Spiritist. The Jiang dynasty is located in the Kyushu University. Although it does not interfere with the development of various forces, it is the recognized overlord of the Kyushu University. Therefore, the various forces of the Kyushu continent must worship it regularly every year, otherwise there will be disasters. Moreover, the Jiang dynasty called itself a royal family and was pretentious, and not everyone had the opportunity to come into contact with them. Taking Qingzhou as an example, only the first sect of Qingzhou, Lingyun sect, is qualified to worship the Jiang dynasty. As for the tribute, all the sects will give the tribute to Lingyanzong, and then Lingyanzong will pay tribute to the Jiang dynasty. So to Chu Feng, the Jiang dynasty was like a myth, and he couldn't touch it at all. In fact, he had never seen even a powerhouse in the Xuanwu realm. And the so-called yuan medicine and mysterious medicine are similar to spirit medicine. Just like the spiritual medicine is used for cultivation in the spiritual realm, the yuan medicine is needed for cultivation in the Yuanwu realm, and the profound medicine is used in the Xuanwu realm. Compared with spirit medicine, yuan medicine and profound medicine are rarer and more precious, especially if you get one of the mysterious medicine, you can become rich. Now that such a good thing is delivered to the door, Chu Feng is naturally very excited, but he also has some doubts. How could it be their turn to steal such a place? Susie, the cemetery of the powerful Xuanwu realm, cannot be opened with our strength, right? Chu Feng was a little worried. What are you thinking? Do you really think that such news is only known to us? The birth of a cemetery of a powerhouse in the Xuanwu realm will definitely attract the attention of all forces, and many powerhouses will come to open it. As for us, we just join in the fun and share some leftovers, mysterious medicine, yuan medicine, etc. Don't think about it. If we can get some spirit orbs, we have already made a lot of money. Susie explained. So that's the case, then where is the cemetery? Chu Feng asked. I heard that it is in the wild desert. As for the specific location, no one knows, but according to the news, the cemetery will be announced in the ancient city of the wilderness in the near future. Of course, this so-called announcement is not for everyone. The person who announces the news will sell the map of the cemetery, each with 80 immortal grasses. And these 80 plants of fairy grass, we each have 10 plants, which is just right. Susie said. It's so expensive? I don't have it. Didn't you leave me a lot last time? I've used it all up. You're a pig, it's so wasteful, can you absorb it? This. Chu Feng was a little speechless. He couldn't tell Susie that although I had never practiced profound arts, I still had divine thunder in my body. No matter how many elixir, it could be refined, and it would never be wasted. It could be absorbed 100%. Forget it, I'll help you out with your share, but you'll have to pay me back in the future. Susie looked at the crying poor Chu Feng and curled her lips helplessly. Then thank you very much. Chu Feng smiled and said, the cemetery of the powerful Xuanwu realm? He is really looking forward to it. A few people walked all the way, and finally walked into the wilderness desert before noon, and soon came to the wilderness ancient city. This ancient city in the wilderness is extremely ancient. According to legend, it has a history of thousands of years. Every brick and tile is very dilapidated, as if it will shatter and collapse if it is touched with force. This is the ancient city of the wilderness. It is too dilapidated. If there is a strong wind one day, I am afraid it will collapse. How many people live in such a dilapidated place? Looking at the dilapidated but huge ancient city and the smoke rising from the cooking, Chu Feng knew that there must be a lot of people living in the ancient city. It's just that he couldn't figure out how so many people lived in such a dilapidated ancient city. Such an ancient building could collapse at any time, so it should be very dangerous. What do you know? Every brick and every tile of this wilderness ancient city has been enchanted by a world spiritist. Not to mention the strong wind, even if the masters of the Yuanwu realm attack with all their strength, they may not be able to damage every brick and tile of this ancient city? So powerful? Chu Feng was shocked at first, and then he asked, what is a world spiritist? What is a spirit formation? And as soon as he said this, not to mention Susie's look at him was full of surprise, and even a few others cast a contemptuous look at him. What a bum. That Jia Yunfeng snorted coldly. Heh, brother Chu Feng, this world spiritist is a special and noble profession, and we cannot touch it. It was that Bai Tong who explained with a smile. The world spiritist holds a power called a barrier. The barrier is indestructible and is a very powerful means of defense. And the world spiritist's martial arts talent is extremely high. Each of them can be described as martial arts wizards, and their strength is very strong. Coupled with their strong insight and unique enchantment power, they are almost invincible in the same realm. In addition, it is precisely because of the uniqueness of world spiritists that every world spiritist is the object of invitation from various forces. Because it has the power of a world spiritist, the defense of its sect will get a qualitative leap, and my Qinglong sect enshrines a world spiritist at a high price. Oh, it's so powerful. Why did Brother Bai say that this world spiritist is beyond our reach? Chu Feng asked curiously. Haha, that's because anyone can cultivate martial arts, but if you want to become a world spiritist, you must have spiritual power. And this spiritual power is unique, and ordinary people naturally cannot touch it. This is why the world spiritist is so noble. Bai Tong continued to explain. Do you have mental power? Hearing those words, Chu Feng couldn't help but turn his attention to Susie. He seemed to already know why this girl wanted to win him over. What do you think I am doing? Even if you have spiritual power, if you don't have a world spiritist who is willing to teach you how to cultivate, you will not be able to become a world spiritist in your entire life. Susie pouted as if she knew what Chu Feng was thinking. Brother Bai didn't say that my Azure Dragon School enshrines a world spiritist? Chu Feng laughed. You mean that Elder Zhuge? Don't even think about it, that old guy is very weird and never accepts disciples. A core disciple of the Qinglong sect with spiritual power, he has always wanted to worship him and practice the spirit of enchantment, but he has been used as a slave for a year and has not learned anything so far. Susie continued to attack. Indeed, as Susie said, the reason why this world spiritist is so noble is precisely because of his rarity. Unless someone you like very much, a world spiritist will not easily teach skills, because this is equivalent to teaching a person to steal his job. After Bai Tong explained it, he said to Chu Feng in a joking tone, "I see that brother Chu Feng is very interested in this world spiritist. Could it be that you have spiritual power?" Regarding Bai Tong's questioning, Chu Feng was not polite, raised his chest and raised his face, and said triumphantly, "I do have spiritual power." What? As soon as Chu Feng said those words, everyone except Susie was shocked, and even the always calm Bai Tong couldn't calm down. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 50, Mastering Mysterious Arts. Brother Chu Feng, you said you have mental power? You can't joke about this kind of thing. Bai Tong's face became tense, and his tone was full of suspicion. He's right, he is indeed the 1 in 10,000. At this moment, Susie spoke. Susie, is this true? Hearing Susie's words, almost everyone opened their mouths in shock. This is the reason why my elder sister strongly invited him to join the Wing League. Susie sighed helplessly. She knew that when Chu Feng's special ability was exposed, it would definitely make people look at him with admiration. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but take a deep breath. When they looked at Chu Feng again, their eyes were filled with awe. Even Jia Yunfeng, who had always been disgusted with Chu Feng before, had a complicated expression at this moment, obviously regretting his disrespect to Chu Feng before. A person with spiritual power is not only 1 in 10,000, but not even 1 in 100,000 people. So far, in the entire Azure Dragon sect, there are only 2 people with spiritual power, and there are only 3 Chu Feng today. Such a person is born with a strong talent for martial arts, his comprehension is extremely fast, and his insight is even more terrifying, so even if he cannot become a world spiritist, he will still achieve great achievements in martial arts. Such characters are often not to be offended, because they were destined to be extraordinary from the moment they were born, and that Jia Yunfeng had treated Chu Feng like that before, he was naturally terrified. Brother Chu Feng, I have offended a lot before, so I hope you don't take offense. As an apology, I will buy the fairy grass for the tomb map this time on behalf of Brother Chu Feng. Thinking of this, Jia Yunfeng actually recognized Chu Feng as a mistake. Although people were surprised by his sudden move, they could understand it, because even if it was them, they would do the same. Then thank you, Brother Jia. Chu Feng was not polite and accepted it. 10 plants of fairy grass, this is not a small amount. Someone is willing to pay for himself, and Chu Feng is naturally willing to accept it. After some small talk, several people finally entered this wild ancient city. At this moment, Chu Feng could vaguely feel that there was a lot of tyrannical atmosphere in this ancient city. It can be seen that there are many masters of martial arts hidden in this wilderness ancient city, and even Chu Feng has seen many sect disciples dressed in sect costumes. And Chu Feng could recognize from their clothes that they were disciples of the Qianfeng sect, and Chusun of the Chu family cultivated in this Qianfeng sect. It seems that the news of this cemetery really attracted a lot of people. Chu Feng sighed. Of course, the news of the cemetery has already been leaked, and all the forces around are coming. Sooner or later, there will be conflicts. Susie secretly explained. What do you mean, my Azure Dragon sect will also send someone? Chu Feng asked, because the Azure Dragon sect was a relatively close sect from this wild desert. Of course, the 2 sects closest to this wilderness are my Qinglong sect and Qianfeng sect. Since Qianfeng sect has received the news, then Qinglong sect will definitely come. Furthermore, with the means of my Azure Dragon sect, the core disciples and core elders must be dispatched, and even the elder Zhuge will be dispatched. Susie said. Then isn't this going to become a battle between the Qinglong sect and the Qianfeng sect? Chu Feng asked. That's why we have to put on casual clothes and pretend to be passersby, so as to avoid unnecessary conflicts, because at this time, fishing in troubled waters is the best way. Routing them to open, thou let them fight, as long as we can pick up some junk, that's enough. Sume's sweet cheeks were full of smirks. It turned out that this girl had already made plans. Looking at this 14-year-old girl, Chu Feng shook his head helplessly. He could completely imagine that when Sume grew up in the future, her scheming would never be worse than her sister, Su Ro. Because the exact location of the ancient tomb has not been announced, Chu Feng and the others could only temporarily stay in this ancient city and wait for news. Inside the inn, after Chu Feng closed the door, he couldn't wait to take out the profound art breathing method. Shan Gong is divided into primary, intermediate, and advanced. Although the breathing technique is only a primary Shan Gong, it is already invaluable and possesses miraculous effects. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Sume to be so powerful at such an age that even Chu Feng was afraid of her. After some reading, Chu Feng also has some understanding of this breathing method, mainly through the natural breathing through the nasal cavity, and when breathing, the spiritual energy is circulated, and it travels around with specific meridians. The power of ordinary people. Although this is easier said than done, it is only for ordinary people. For Chu Feng, all of this is not difficult. After reading it almost once, he understood the profound meaning. And this kind of comprehension is not something that Chu Feng was born with. Although Chu Feng's comprehension was extremely high before, it was obvious that after mastering his spiritual power, his mind became more sensitive. Standing up, after taking a few deep breaths, Chu Feng tried to run this breathing technique once. As soon as it started running, Chu Feng could feel that the spiritual energy in his body was like a galloping air dragon, and it began to roar in his body. When this tyrannical spiritual energy roamed away according to a specific vein, Chu Feng's strength suddenly increased several times. This power is so strong. Chu Feng was overjoyed when he clenched his fists and felt the much stronger spiritual energy. The reason why Chu Feng's previous strength was stronger than ordinary people was because he possessed divine thunder in his body, and the quality of his spiritual energy was stronger than others. And the power of this mysterious art is to use unique skills to make the spiritual energy change in the body, so that it becomes stronger than ordinary people. Now that Chu Feng has both, his strength will be far greater than that of ordinary people. According to Chu Feng's estimation, if he fights against Sume at this moment, he will not necessarily lose. But you must know that Sume is at the 8th level of Lingguo, and has also practiced profound arts, while Chu Feng is only at the 6th level of Lingguo. With such strength, being able to achieve this step is simply against the sky. In this way, can't I also participate in this year's core disciple assessment? After estimating his current strength, Chu Feng became more excited. The core disciple assessment of the Azure Dragon sect is held every year, and if you count the time, this year's assessment is approaching. Compared with the inner door assessment, this core assessment has an age limit, that is, you must be under the age of 18, otherwise, no matter how strong your strength or talent is, you will not be allowed to participate. As far as Chu Feng knows, as long as the strength can reach the 8th level of Lingguo, they can already participate in the core disciple assessment, and there is a great chance of passing. The core disciples are the key training targets of the Azure Dragon sect, and even the families where the core disciples belong will receive the protection of the Azure Dragon sect. As long as Chu Feng can become a core disciple, it will not only help him in his cultivation, but also greatly help the development of the Chu family. Thinking of how happy Chu Yuan was waiting for the Chu family after he became a core disciple, Chu Feng couldn't wait and wanted to become a core disciple. Dong dong dong, but at this moment, Chu Feng's door was suddenly knocked. After opening the door, Chu Feng found that the sweet and lovely Sume was standing in front of the door with her hands behind her back, smiling at herself. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 51 World Spirit Compass. At this moment, Sume had put on a long pink dress, the jet black length was scattered over her shoulders, and a large bow was pinned on top of her head. This kind of dress, coupled with her sweet face, was really refreshing and delicious. "What's the matter, baby?" It's only been a while since we separated, and you miss me? Seeing Sume in a fresh dress, Chu Feng couldn't help but tease. Call me baby again, believe it or not I tore your mouth? Sume gritted her teeth, her sweet face suddenly turned fierce. But in Chu Feng's view, such Sume looked even more adorable, and said with a smile, why don't you even let the baby cry, I'm your sweetheart. You bastard. Sume's snow-white jade hand grabbed Chu Feng's arm with one hand, and the two fingers suddenly intertwined like pliers. Chu Feng's face was twisted into a ball at that time, his mouth was wide open, and a burst of ghost crying and wolf howling resounded in the inn. After a while, the two appeared on the streets of the ancient city in the wilderness. It turned out that many powerful people gathered here, and some people saw business opportunities. While waiting for the news of the cemetery, they took out rare treasures and sold them here. And after Sume found out, she was curious and eager to play, so she dragged Chu Feng and ran out. At this moment, the two of them were walking on the ancient road, and a silly boy like Chu Feng was accompanied by a little beauty like Sume, which really attracted a lot of envious and jealous eyes. However, Chu Feng was obviously in the midst of happiness and did not know his happiness. Looking at the piece of iron on his arm, Chu Feng said aggrievedly, damn girl, you are so cruel, you are so bruised. Humph, let's see if you dare to take advantage of me again. Sume curled her lips proudly, then looked around with joy, grabbed Chu Feng's hand and ran to a stall. In this stall, all the accessories used by girls are displayed. The materials are very unique, and there are all kinds of colors. Sume was deeply attracted, and squatted in front of the stall and carefully selected. This made the old lady who set up the stall overjoyed, and began to introduce it to Sume diligently. Looking at the old lady's face with a sinister smile, Chu Feng gave him a comment, profiteer. While bored, Chu Feng swept his gaze to the other side, only to find an old man lying not far away. This old man really doesn't look like an ordinary one. He doesn't know how many days he hasn't washed his head, and it's all stuck together. His face was stained with mud, his clothes were covered with patches, and the patches were piled on top of each other. One trouser leg is long and the other trouser leg is short. Wearing a pair of ragged shoes, the toes are exposed in the front and the heels are exposed in the back. He didn't set up a stall like everyone else, soliciting business from everywhere. Instead, he lay there with Erling's legs cocked up, making himself like the uncle, and he didn't even look at the coming and going customers. Don't look at the old man doing business in a serious way, but the pile of books in front of him attracted Chu Feng. Actually, the book looks nothing special on the surface, it's tattered with a layer of ash hanging on it, and the title of the book can't be read clearly. But Chu Feng, who is spiritual power, has piled up books, and there is one book, which contains strange fluctuations. Master, how do you sell this book? Chu Feng walked over and asked. And the old man didn't even raise his head, he just stretched out a finger to Chu Feng and made the word one. A copper coin? Chu Feng asked tentatively. Bah, you're begging Hanako for a copper coin? However, after hearing Chu Feng's words, the old man suddenly sat up and became angry. Master, are you talking about 1 or 2 grains of silver? Although Chu Feng was polite on the surface, he cursed in his heart, you look like you, saying you are a beggar, that's an insult to beggars. 1 spirit orb, you can take all of them. The old man said word by word. Damn it, why don't you go and rob it, just your broken books, asking for so much money? At this moment, Chu Feng was also angry. However, the old man was calm, lying on the ground again, and said a sentence, I love it or not. Immediately after that, he said to himself, these books of mine are handed down from the ancestors, and there must be treasures in them, but ordinary people can't see the changes. If it wasn't for the hard days, I wouldn't take them out. Sell. Old ancestor? You old man can really talk, who is your ancestor? At this moment, the girl Sume came over. My old ancestor's background is very big, he is a world spiritist. The old man said proudly. World spiritist? Just blow it. Sume obviously didn't believe it. Believe it or not, there will always be someone who knows what to buy. The old man closed his eyes as he spoke. Hearing the old man's words, Chu Feng felt his heart tighten. If what the old man said was true, then what Chu Feng sensed at this moment might really be the relics of a world spiritist. "Su Mei, do you have a spirit bead? Lend me one." Chu Feng gritted his teeth and said to Su Mei, "What are you doing? Do you really want to be fooled by this old man?" Seeing this, Su Mei was a little reluctant. "If you have one, please lend me." Chu Feng extended his hand to Su Mei. "You idiot, I have never seen you so stupid." Although she said Chu Feng, Su Mei still took out a spirit orb from her pocket and handed it to Chu Feng. "Thank you." Chu Feng took the lingju and handed it directly to the old man. "Master, I bought these books of yours." "Wow, it really is a lingju, little girl, you are very rich." The old man grabbed the lingju and began to check it carefully. After playing with it for a while, he couldn't put it down and put it into his arms. Middle. "I think this is the first time you see lingju?" Seeing the excited look of the old man, Su Mei was very dissatisfied. On the other hand, Chu Feng didn't speak. With a pocket of cloth, he directly put the dozens of books on his shoulders. "Hee, little brother, you are very discerning. As an appreciation for you, I'll give you a gift." But just as Chu Feng was about to leave, the old man took out something from the worn-out cloth pocket. It was a purple disc. This disc was made of special wood, with east, west, north, and south written on the four sides, and life and death inscriptions on the left and right. In the center of the wooden disc, there was a strange talisman, which was also engraved on it. "What is this?" Su Mei grabbed it and looked at it curiously. "Hey, little girl, this thing is very big, and it is a must-have for world spiritists. Life and death can be predicted, good or bad can be judged. It is called the World Spirit Compass," the old man said with a nose and eyes. "Oh, it's so evil. How can I use this thing?" Su Mei asked. This is something that world spiritists use. How do I know? Hee, you can study it yourself. We will have a future. The old man stroked his dry beard and rolled his eyes, as if he was afraid that Chu Feng would go back on it. He turned around and ran away. "Look, I'll just call him a liar." Su Mei stomped her feet angrily, looking at the old man striding back. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 52, Essence of Mysterious Skills. Carrying a broken book in a cloth pocket, Chu Feng returned to the inn full of joy. At this moment, Su Mei is no longer angry, but has a sweet smile on her face. She is also very happy. "Hey, you guy, did you find your treasure in this pile of bad books?" After entering the room, Su Mei said with a smile. "You girl, you just pretended." Looking at the quirky Su Mei, Chu Feng realized that this girl had deliberately pretended to be that way before. Obviously, she had already realized Chu Feng's intention. That old man is a ghost. If you give him a spirit bead without saying a word, he will definitely raise the price. If I hadn't scolded you, you wouldn't have gotten it so easily. By the way, what treasure did you find? Find it out and show it to me. Su Mei couldn't wait and helped the cloth bag to be pulled from Chu Feng's shoulder. And after Chu Feng rummaged through the pile of books, he finally picked out a book. This book was also covered with dust, but it was very different from other books. Although this book was worn out, it was intact, and just looking at it gave people a simple feeling, and when he held it in his hand, Chu Feng could even feel that the material of this book was special. Chu Feng wiped the writing with his hand, and after the dust was removed, a few large characters appeared. Fine mysterious technique. Essential mystery skill. Su Mei grabbed it and pondered it for a while before she said in surprise, "If this essence mysterious skill is real, then you can make a lot of money." Although only people with spiritual power can practice the essence of mystical skills, the market value is definitely not less than 1,000 spiritual beads. It's strange that the old man will put this good thing in the book. Jacket, I know. I guess the old man must be illiterate. So expensive? Hearing Su Mei's words, Chu Feng was shocked at first, But then he was overjoyed, because in this way, he really found a big bargain this time. Of course, let's take the core disciple with spiritual power of our Azure Dragon sect as an example. Although he has spiritual power, he has no cultivation method. If you sell him this essence and mysterious skill, he will even give him a higher price. The price, because this thing is a precious treasure. Susie said proudly. Haha, after I finish cultivating, I will sell this thing, and won't it make a lot of money? Chu Feng was overjoyed. With 1,000 spirit beads, he might be able to directly break through to the primordial martial realm. Looking at how unpromising you are, this secret manual is just a control technique for spiritual power, not a cultivation method for a world spiritist. If you can master the power of enchantment and become a world spiritist, there will be many sects that will invite you to join. At that time, the offerings from the sects alone will be enough to make you a real rich man. Do you know how many offerings the world spiritist from our Azure Dragon School can get each month? How many? 1 profound bead per month. 1 profound bead is equivalent to 1,000 yuan beads, and 1 yuan bead is equivalent to 1,000 spirit beads. That is to say, he can get it in the Azure Dragon sect every month, millions of spirit beads. Susie said. My God, 1 million spirit orbs every month. It's unbelievable. Chu Feng was shocked. Now, to him, 1 spirit orb is extremely precious, and 1 million can't imagine it. Even if it was such a condition, the world spiritist just reluctantly accepted it. If he hadn't seen the treasures of my Azure Dragon sect, he would never have agreed to be the elder Kaching of the Azure Dragon sect. Susie continued. Treasure? What treasure? Chu Feng was full of curiosity. You should know that there is a 10,000 bones tomb in my Qinglongzong's Lingyao Mountain, right? People speculate that the 10,000 bones tomb is a treasure, and the world spiritist is here for this treasure. Susie explained. It's actually there. Chu Feng was shocked again. He never imagined that such a terrifying place might actually be a treasure. But thinking about it carefully, he can understand. After all, the spiritual power he has now is not born with it, but obtained from the 10,000 bones tomb, so he thinks that the 10,000 bones tomb may be a treasure. What's wrong with you? Why are you looking like that? It's okay, it's okay. Chu Feng hurriedly shook his head. He couldn't tell Susie that he had fallen into the 10,000 bones tomb, where he saw a naked old man, and he also gained mental power, right? These facts are too unbelievable, so Chu Feng will not tell anyone easily. Okay, I see that you can't wait to try practicing this mysterious technique, so I won't bother you. Susie returned the refined and mysterious skills to Chu Feng, and took out something from her pocket and handed it to Chu Feng. Well, consider this as a reward for you to go shopping with me. Looking at it, Chu Feng noticed that in the palm of Susie's palm, there was something similar to a kit, but it was obviously not an ordinary kit, because its material was very special, and the surface was engraved with spells. After seeing this thing, Chu Feng immediately took a deep breath and exclaimed, Qiankuan bag? The Qiankuan bag, but the size of the kit, has the Qiankuan inside, has a huge space, can store various items, and has no sense of weight. It is a storage artifact. It's just that this Qiankuan bag is complicated to make and expensive, so it's not something that ordinary people can use. Chu Yuanba once wanted to buy a Qiankuan bag, but in the end he gave up because the price was too expensive, so to Chu Feng, it was an extremely luxurious thing, but at this moment Susie wanted to give it to him. What's the matter? Practice hard. Susie stuffed the Qiankuan bag into Chu Feng's hands and was about to leave. Susie, why are you being so nice to me? Holding the Qiankuan bag in his hand, Chu Feng looked at Susie with gratitude in his eyes. No reason, it's just that all the members of the Yiming Alliance all have Qiankuan bags, but you don't have one. This is too shabby. After the cemetery opens in a few days, you can't carry 2 big bags on your back like when you were hunting for spirit medicine, right? It will be strange not to be robbed by then. Susie smiled and didn't give Chu Feng an answer, but just after walking out of the room, she turned around and said, if you really don't understand why, it can be regarded as me simply trying to win over you. After saying those words, Sume left, and looking at the slowly closing door, Chu Feng felt a burst of warmth in his heart, no matter the reason, but Sume was sincere to him. Sitting cross-legged on the head of the bed, Chu Feng couldn't wait to open the Essence Mysterious skill. Only then did he realize that this Essence Mysterious skill was indeed a technique for manipulating spiritual power. You can let your mental power wander and observe something carefully. As long as your mental power is strong enough, even if someone hides his breath, he can see through his strength. Even if you master it well, you can let the invisible spiritual power interfere with the opponent's consciousness, and it can also play an unexpected role in the battle. All in all, this Essence Mystery skill is definitely a good thing, and it will be of great use to Chu Feng. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 53, The Spell Map. According to the cultivation method of fine and mysterious skills, Chu Feng began to work hard to cultivate his spiritual control. In addition to eating and sleeping, he was studying all the time. During the period of Chu Feng's hard training, more and more people entered the ancient city of the wilderness. After arriving, the ancient city of the wilderness was overcrowded, and many people had to stay outside the ancient city of the wilderness. And as Sume had expected, the people from the Azure Dragon sect did indeed arrive. Although there were not as many people sent by the Azure Dragon sect as the Qianfeng sect, they were all core elders and core disciples, and they were elites. With the arrival of more and more forces, this ancient city of wilderness has really become a place where people and dragons are mixed. Conflicts occur almost every day. Looking at such a situation, Chu Feng knows that after the cemetery is opened, there will definitely be a battle. Bloody battle. At this moment, Chu Feng was standing at the window, looking at an elder of the Qianfeng sect on the street. Suddenly, his eyes closed, and a small smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. 9th level Linggu, the elders of the Qianfeng sect are very ordinary. After several days of cultivation, Chu Feng has mastered the control method of mental power. As long as the opponent's strength is not too different from his own, Chu Feng can see through their cultivation. This thing should be activated by instilling spiritual power. After closing the window, Chu Feng took out the World Spirit Compass. These days, in addition to familiarizing himself with the mysterious technique, Chu Feng also looked through other books he had picked up from the old man, and found that some of them were actually written by a world spiritist, which recorded this world the role of the compass. And Chu Feng also knows that this world spirit compass is indeed a treasure. It can find a trace of vitality in the formation, but it can find a way in the maze. To put it simply, this is a tool for treasure hunting. Chu Feng's thoughts moved, and a wisp of invisible spiritual power overflowed from his brain, like an invisible little snake, wandering in the air, and finally merged into the world spirit compass. At the moment when the spiritual power was integrated, the font on the world spirit compass actually glowed faintly, and it floated away from the world spirit compass and began to spin around the world spirit compass. It really is a treasure. Seeing this, Chu Feng was overjoyed. He knew that this world spirit compass was genuine, and as long as he took it into the ancient tomb, it would definitely have an unexpected effect. After all, you don't even have to think about the cemetery of the powerful practitioners in the Xuanwu realm. There are bound to be many crises in the cemetery. This is why all the forces have sent top experts. And Chu Feng has this world spirit compass. Even if his strength is not good, he will still have some advantages. At least he can protect himself in that ancient tomb. Chu Feng shoved the compass against the Qianquan bag, and the spell on the Qianquan bag spun for a while, and actually directly sucked the world spirit compass several times larger than it, and this is the mystery of the Qianquan bag. Chu Feng patted the Qianquan bag on his waist with satisfaction, and lay on the head of the bed, but suddenly his eyes lit up again, and he suddenly remembered the strange spell from the 10,000 bones grave above his chest. I don't know this thing. Can I use my mental power to detect one or two? Thinking of this, Chu Feng didn't take it lightly, and a ray of spiritual power was poured into the spell on his chest. It didn't matter if he invested, the strange spell actually had a slight fluctuation. Seeing this, Chu Feng hurriedly stood up and began to control the mental power in his brain, which was continuously poured into his chest. At this moment, the strange spell attached to his chest actually penetrated his clothes and floated out. And in front of Chu Feng, a huge blueprint was formed, and with the continuous infusion of Chu Feng's spiritual power, the blueprint composed of spells began to rotate slowly. Although it was very complicated, Chu Feng could vaguely see it. Which should be a map? Could it be that the 10,000 Bones tomb is really a treasure? And this is the map to open the 10,000 Bones tomb. Chu Feng was very excited, because this mostly means that this strange spell is not only harmless to him, but it is likely to be a fortune. But just when the map was about to take shape, Chu Feng's head stabbed for a while, and his mental power was actually exhausted. It seems that to decipher this map requires a lot of mental power. Chu Feng rubbed his aching head and smiled instead of sadness. Because today's harvest is really great, as long as he thinks that there is a map hidden in his body that can unlock the treasure, everyone will be excited. After recovering his mental power, Chu Feng tried to put his mental power into his dantian again, because what was hidden there was what he was most curious about. However, his dantian seemed to have a layer of barrier, and his mental power could not enter at all. This result made Chu Feng very depressed at first, but soon Chu Feng was ecstatic again. If it is said that his spiritual power cannot penetrate his dantian, it also means that other people with spiritual power cannot check his dantian. In this way, the secret of divine thunder in his dantian will not be discovered by others. No. In a good mood, Chu Feng walked out of the inn to get some air, but just after walking far, he was attracted by a curse. Damn, let you steal, see if you still steal, beggar, kill you. In a certain hutong, 2 big men, 5 big and 3 thick, were beating up a man named Fanuazi with a messy head and tattered clothes. In the face of this kind of thing, Chu Feng didn't want to worry about it, but Chu Feng was shocked to find that such a beggar, under the beating of the big man, was actually unmoved, and instead was still eating the buns in his hands. Out of curiosity, Chu Feng spread out his spiritual power, but after penetrating the beggar, he came to a result, that is, ordinary people who have never practiced martial arts. But how can ordinary people have such a good system? Stop. Feeling wrong, Chu Feng opened his mouth to block. Seeing someone yelling at them, the 2 big men also hurriedly stopped, especially after seeing Chu Feng's appearance. They felt that he was a martial artist, so his attitude was also very polite. What's going on? Chu Feng asked. This beggar stole our buns. One replied. The buns he stole will be counted on my account, and another 10 buns will be taken. Chu Feng handed the big man a few copper coins. Yes. The big man didn't take it lightly. He quickly picked up 10 buns and left consciously. At this moment, only Chu Feng and the beggar were left in this alley. Chu Feng carefully looked at the beggar. Now that the other party is not very old, but he looks middle-aged, and his eyes are sluggish, as if he is unconscious, Chu Feng will eat the buns if he gives him, and he will not grab it if he doesn't give him. He just stared blankly at the buns in Chu Feng's hands. Kept swallowing. This is... At this moment, Chu Feng's pupils suddenly dilated, and he was shocked to discover that there was a strange scar on the forehead of this big man. It was not appropriate to say that it was a scar, because it seemed like it was born and grew out of the flesh. The reason why he is said to be strange is because its shape is very strange, like a flame, and it gives a lifelike feeling, as if it is burning. Out of curiosity, Chu Feng stretched out his fingers and wanted to touch the flaming scar. What are you doing? But just as Chu Feng touched the scar, the big man roared abruptly, as if he had changed his personality. His hand was like an iron pincer, firmly grasping Chu Feng's wrist. At this moment, Chu Feng's face changed greatly, and he secretly screamed badly. He could clearly feel that layers of terrifying pressure that was enough to suffocate him were rushing out from the big man's palm and pouring into his body, and within a short while, he would definitely explode and die. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 54, Mad Beggars. The tyrannical coercion, like a stormy sea, continued to pour into Chu Feng's body one after another. That terrifying power would smash and tear Chu Feng's internal organs, and the bone-piercing pain made Chu Feng want to scream. But the strangest thing was that he couldn't make a sound, as if he had been deprived of his voice. In the face of this power, he lost all ability to resist. "It's you." But at this moment, the beggar screamed, as if she was frightened. Not only did she let go of the palm that was holding Chu Feng, but she also took a few steps backwards until she leaned against the wall before she bent down, huddled in the corner. However, he would sneak a few glances at Chu Feng from time to time, but the more he glanced, the more scared he became. In the end, he started to hold his head with both hands, trembling. This kind of change made Chu Feng at a loss. After looking around, there was no half-person figure. This meant that the beggar was talking to him, but this made Chu Feng feel that something was wrong. Said, "You know me? Don't come here, I beg you. I beg you to let me go. I have done everything you asked me to do. Please let me go. I don't want to die yet." But before Chu Feng approached, the beggar roared loudly, and suddenly he waved his sleeves, and a strong wind swept away, and when the wind dissipated, Chu Feng was shocked to discover that the beggar had already disappeared without a trace, not even a trace of breath left behind. At this moment, Chu Feng's face was extremely complicated, and his heart was greatly surprised, because in the previous scene, people could see that the crazy beggar was a martial arts powerhouse, a real powerhouse, strong to the depths, unpredictable, unable to determine the cultivation base. But what was most surprising to Chu Feng was that the beggar seemed to know him and was very afraid of him. Although he didn't know the specific reason, Chu Feng vaguely felt that the beggar probably knew his background. His adoptive father, Chu Yuan, never mentioned his life experience, and Chu Feng never asked, because he felt that since his parents abandoned him, he had no reason to go to them. Such parents would not, it's worth his search. But when he met this beggar, his thoughts changed completely. Why did the beggar who cultivated to get it go crazy, and what does it have to do with him? Who are his parents? Or was it something that happened many years ago? All kinds of questions flooded into Chu Feng's brain like a tide, making him more and more curious about his life experience. He always felt that everything might not be as simple as he thought, and his life experience did not seem to be as ordinary as he expected. "Hey, I've been looking for you for a long time. Why did you come here?" But at this moment, a sweet voice sounded, and she looked at Sume standing at the entrance of the alley, and started walking towards him quickly. "Come on, there seems to be something urgent. What's wrong?" Seeing this, Chu Feng hurriedly sorted out his emotions and asked, with a smile. "The location of the cemetery has been announced. Now that the various forces have rushed there, we must go there as soon as possible, otherwise we are afraid that we will not be able to eat the leftovers." Sume's face was full of urgency, and she grabbed Chu Feng and left. As Sume said, the map of the cemetery has finally been released, but no one knows who the person who released the map is. However, people can be sure that the person has obtained huge benefits from the sold map alone. The forces of all parties have gathered together, and people are moving towards the cemetery at the fastest speed. At this time, the smell of gunpowder from all parties is getting stronger and stronger, especially the Qinglong sect and Shanfeng sect. During this time, frictions continue to arise. This made Chu Feng glad to hear Sume's words, not wearing the clothes of the Blue Dragon sect. Otherwise, with the strength of the few of them, if they were targeted by the Qianfeng sect, they would most likely die. "Look, that's the core disciple of my Azure Dragon sect. Is there a fight again? The ancient tomb has not been opened yet. If the treasure is really found, wouldn't it be a river of blood?" In the desert, Chu Feng and his party saw another disciple of the Qinglong sect, and they had a conflict with more than a dozen disciples of the Qianfeng sect. The one from the Azure Dragon sect, dressed in blue robes, was obviously a core disciple, while the Thousand Wind sect, although there were a lot of people, were all inner disciples. The core disciple has the 8th level of Lingwu, and has practiced Shin-Gong and mastered the 4th stage of martial arts, so facing a group of rabble, he has the absolute upper hand, and soon overthrow all the disciples of Qianfeng sect, attracting the amazement of countless onlookers. TSK, it seems that my Azure Dragon sect's choice is still right. It is better to send elites than to send shrimp soldiers and crabs to be bullied. As a member of the Azure Dragon sect, Seeing the victory of their own sex people always makes people feel happy. Don't mind your own business, we are just passers-by now. However, Sume, who always liked to watch lively events, behaved extremely abnormally at this moment. Not only did she not stop to watch, but she accelerated her pace. Junior sister Sume. When a call sounded, people realized that the core disciple of the Azure Dragon sect actually knew Sume. Hearing this call, Sume didn't mean to stop, but instead accelerated her pace, but that one quickly caught up and stopped Sume in front of her. Junior sister Sume, is really you, why didn't your brother ask you to look back? The core disciple said with a smile. It turns out that senior brother Joe didn't expect such a coincidence to meet you here. Sume pretended to say. Hey, don't be so outlandish, just call me Big Brother Jiyuan. The core disciple had a wicked smile on his face. While talking, a pair of thief eyes swept over Sume's body restlessly. At this moment, Yimeng and others secretly shouted bad. Everyone could see that the core disciple wanted to plot against Sume. If it were someone else, the members of the Yimeng would have stepped forward to block them and even taught them a lesson, but now they are not only facing the disciples of the same sect, but also a core disciple. For such people, even members of the Yimeng will somewhat apprehensive. After all, those who can become core disciples are very strong, and they can be called dragons among people, and the sect has a very high status. It stands to reason that inner disciples like them must come forward when they encounter core disciples. How could you dare to offend him? Junior sister Sume, she should also be here for the cemetery of the powerful Xuanwu realm. Judging from your outfit, you must be afraid of any unnecessary trouble, but you don't have to be afraid. Follow me to ensure that no one dares to bully you. Between the words, this core disciple smiled shamelessly, and actually stretched out his black hand, wanting to hug Sume, and this guy was very fast, hardly giving Sume a chance to react, intentionally trying to take advantage of Sume. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 55, the young master's name is Chu Feng. However, just when he was about to succeed, Chu Feng suddenly appeared beside Sume and took Sume into his arms, allowing Sume to escape the black hands of the core disciple. And such a scene can make the core disciple's face change greatly, and two cold beams suddenly shot out from his eyes. Those kind of eyes can't wait to kill Chu Feng on the spot. However, Chu Feng ignored him at all, and looked at Sume in his arms with a smile. Baby, do you know him? Seeing this, Sume smiled sweetly and said, I'm not familiar with it. Ayo, don't chat with unfamiliar people in the future. Girls should be careful. While speaking, Chu Feng stroked Sume's silk, ignoring the feelings of the core disciple. Got it. And Sume also responded like a bird, as if the two were really a couple in love. Boy, who are you? The core disciple turned blue, resisted his anger, and pointed at Chu Feng and asked. He finally met this little beauty, Sume. He thought he could take advantage of this opportunity, but he couldn't think of killing this kid halfway, which made him extremely unhappy. Who are you? Chu Feng did not answer, but instead asked arrogantly. Who am I? I am the core disciple of the Qinglong school, Zhou Jiyuan. Oh, are you Zhou Jiyuan? It's me. Have not heard. You. This time, not to mention the core disciple Zhou Jiyuan, even the members of the Yimeng who were watching were shocked. This Chu Feng was too daring to dare to be so stubborn as a core disciple, and he was still stubborn, and everyone realized that Chu Feng was about to face a great disaster. You wanna die? As expected, Zhou Ji made a domineering move that time. He swung his arms, and the gusts of wind entrained in his rigid palms, and slapped Chu Feng's cheeks. At this moment, Sumelio's brows were slightly wrinkled, and she was about to take action when she activated her spiritual energy, but she felt that a gentle force pushed her away. It was Chu Feng. Whoosh! After pushing Sume away, Chu Feng turned his head to the side and avoided Zhou Jiyuan's slap in the face. At the same time, he took a step forward and slammed it towards Zhou Jiyuan's chest. This boy, seeing that Chu Feng not only dodged his attack, but also attacked him with such a fierce attack, Zhou Jiyuan was taken aback. He hurriedly activated his profound art, and slammed a fist with Chu Feng's oncoming fist. Bang, the two fists faced each other, and the powerful force made both of them retreat a few steps. Although Chu Feng's face was calm, Zhou Jiyuan's expression changed drastically. The 6th level of Lingwu, a boy of the 6th level of Lingwu, fought with him recklessly, and the fight was indistinguishable, and the feeling of numbness in his hand at the moment let him know that the boy's body in front of him seemed to be very strong. Yes, it's just steel and iron. 2 times, boy, how dare you report your name? After realizing that Chu Feng was not easy, Zhou Jiyuan did not make another move, but instead questioned Chu Feng. Young master, you can't change your name or your surname, the inner disciple of the Azure Dragon sect, so is Chu Feng. Chu Feng held his chest high and declared his name loudly. Chu Feng, very good, I remember you. A mediocre disciple who sees the core senior brother not only refuses to perform the worship service, but also dares to be disrespectful to me. You'd better not let me see you again, or you will be left with nothing to eat. After saying these words coldly, Zhou Jiyuan glared at Chu Feng again, and then walked away quickly. Brother Chu Feng, you are too powerful. That Zhou Jiyuan is a core disciple who has practiced Shanggong, and has the strength of the 8th level of Lingwu, but you can forcefully punch him without losing any money. I really admire Bai Tong. Brother Chu Feng, even if your strength is in my Yimeng, you can definitely rank in the top 10. I, Yi Taosi, also admire it. Mental power is really powerful. Brother Chu Feng, when you arrive in the future, don't forget our brothers. After Zhou Jiyuan left, Bai Tong, Yi Taosi, Brother Long and Brother Hu had been watching from a distance before, who did not dare to approach, all gathered over, with expressions of admiration on their faces. The 6th level of Lingwu and the 8th level of Lingwu can deal with it calmly and easily. This kind of strength is something they have never seen or heard of. However, they were astonished. They didn't doubt Chu Feng's system too much. They simply thought that Chu Feng was able to become so strong by relying on his spiritual power. Let's hurry as soon as possible. I believe that the masters of Yuanwujing have arrived at the cemetery. If we don't hurry up, we won't even be able to catch the residual soup. Sumei glanced at the map and called for continuing. But when people started the journey again, Sumei quietly walked to Chu Feng's side and whispered, "You are so scary." "What's wrong?" Chu Feng was a little puzzled. "You just used the breath method, otherwise it would be impossible to resist Zhou Jiyuan's punch." "That's right, I used the breath method. What's so scary about it?" "You bastard, do you know how long it took me to practice the breathing technique?" "How long?" "It took me a whole year to master this breathing method, but it only took me a few days. Do you want to praise me for being too smart, or do you want to say that you are too stupid?" "You bastard, ah!" A scream rang out, and there was another piece of blue on Chu Feng's arm. Bai Tong and the others were not used to seeing the situation of the two of them. In fact, anyone with a discerning eye could see that the relationship between Sumei and Chu Feng was unusual, so even if they were on their way, they would deliberately keep a distance so as not to disturb the two of them. Looking at Chu Feng, who was grinning and rubbing his arms constantly, Sumei pursed her lips and said softly, "Thank you." "Thank you for what?" Chu Feng was a little confused and didn't know what the girl was selling. "You are a smart person. I think you must know what you will face when you offend that Zhou Jiyuan in the future, but you still choose to help me. What are you talking about? Don't think about it, remember, don't mention a mere core disciple. Even if the strongest person dares to bully you, I will stand in front of you without hesitation and teach him a lesson for you. Why? Because you are the person that I, Chu Feng, want to protect." After saying this, Chu Feng smiled brightly and continued on his way. However, Sumei stopped where she was, her beautiful eyes flickering uncertainly, and the emotions on her face were very complicated. For the first time, she felt that this young man who had just met for a while was so reliable. Suddenly, Sumei smiled sweetly, jumping with her little hands behind her back, and chasing after Chu Feng. She smiled very sweetly, really sweet, because this kind of sweetness comes from the heart. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 56, Those Who Dare to Approach, Kill. Chu Feng and the others followed the map all the way, and finally came to the so-called cemetery before it got dark. At this moment, the cemetery has been opened. Although there are still a large number of people pouring in, there are no strong people in the Yuanwu realm. This shows that the top strong people have already stepped into it. Sure enough, I can only get some leftovers. Looking at such a scene, it makes people feel a little disheartened. If you don't hurry in, I'm afraid you won't even be able to see the rice grains. Chu Feng smiled indifferently and rushed in first. This cemetery was built under the desert, and its scale is beyond people's imagination. The sides of the wide passage are covered with luminous stones, and the road paved with these mysterious stones is as bright as day. And less than 50 meters before the passage, a circular hall appeared. This hall was brightly lit, resplendent, and very beautiful. It was the first time that Chu Feng had seen such a luxurious interior. However, this circular hall is not the end. On the contrary, there are dozens of passages here, and each passage is so deep that there is no end in sight. Chu Feng, which way should we go? Looking at the labyrinth-like passage, Su Mei and the others turned their attention to Chu Feng. At this moment, Chu Feng, who possessed spiritual power, seemed to have become their group. Backbone. These passages are too deep to be probed to the end. You can only gamble on luck. Chu Feng shook his head helplessly, but without hesitation, he decided to choose a random passage and rushed in, followed by Su Mei and others. Not long after entering the passage, I noticed that there were many doors on both sides of the passage, and some doors had been opened, and I could vaguely see that there were a lot of elixir inside, and many people were in the room, fighting to snatch the elixir. Come on, open this way. Chu Feng spread out his spiritual power and discovered the most sturdy black iron gate. He came to the gate without saying a word, and then performed the second form of the Thunder 3 forms. The black iron door lock was broken by Chu Feng. Bang! When he opened the black iron gate, a burst of spiritual energy came towards him. There were earth spirit medicines, heavenly spirit medicines, and fairy spirit medicines. There were thousands of them. Where is this cemetery? It's a treasure trove. Seeing this, everyone was overjoyed, because they knew that this time they were going to make a fortune, because there were at least dozens of rooms like this in this passage. Bai Long, Bai Hu, Yi Taozi, Zheng Tingzi, the 4 of you are guarding the gate, Bai Tong, Su Mei, the 3 of us collect the elixir. After saying that, Chu Feng and Su Mei Beitong rushed in, picked up the Qiankuan bag, and began to collect these elixir. No matter whether it was low grade or high grade, all elixir were not spared. Get out of the way. I'll kill you if you don't. We opened this room, and the elixir here belongs to us. Fart, everything here is unowned. You say it's yours and it's yours? But at this moment, there was a loud shout from the door. Looking back, I saw Brother Long and Tiger, who were already fighting with a group of big men. I don't know which faction these big men belong to, but they are not weak. 5 of them have reached the 7th level of Lingwu, and they have already suppressed the Dragon Brothers and Tiger Brothers and others. Bastard, they want to take advantage of the fishermen. Seeing this, Su Mei and Bai Tong were extremely angry. Because as early as when they opened the black iron gate, they saw this group of people. These people did not open any door, but stood in the passage and watched the changes. Sure enough, after Chu Feng and others opened it, they rushed, come over. You guys continue to collect them, and I'll stop them. Chu Feng threw his Qiankuan bag to Su Mei, and rushed towards the group of people with great strides. At this moment, the big man was fighting fiercely with the dragon and the tiger, but Chu Feng came in like a ghost, and saw the thunder surging, blood was flying, and in the blink of an eye, 5 screams came out. The 3 men of the 6th level of Lingwu and the 2 men of the 7th level of Lingwu had fallen into a pool of blood and lost their breath. This scene scared the group of big men. They hurriedly put away the weapons in their hands, stepped back, pointed at Chu Feng and said, "Boy, you dare to kill, do you know who we are?" Shu, however, as soon as the man's voice fell, Chu Feng appeared in front of him like a ghost. His palm was like a blade, and the cold light flashed, and the man's head flew up, and he was in a different place. After beheading the man cleanly and neatly, Chu Feng's body was already covered with blood. He stood in front of the black iron gate with 2 cold lights in his eyes, and only said 5 words: "Whoever dares to approach, kill." The powerful murderous aura, like an invisible hurricane, scared the group of big men back and forth, looking at the 6 dead members on the ground. Although this group of people was angry, no one dared to step forward. They were all frightened by Chu Feng's might. Even though Chu Feng was still immature, everyone could see that this young man was very ruthless and could be said to be a real murderer without blinking an eye. "Go!" Gritting his teeth, a big man who seemed to be the leader roared. The group of guys gave Chu Feng a meaningful look and then rushed towards the other room. At this moment, Brother Long and Tiger, Yi Taozi, Zhang Tingzi and other 4 looked at Chu Feng with extremely complicated eyes, because after all, they were still teenagers. Although they had experienced a lot, they had not yet touched human life. However, Chu Feng is different. The murderous aura emanating from his body is like a fake. He really can kill people, and he has already done so, and he is merciless when he does it. Therefore, only people like Chu Feng, so the murderous aura that exudes will be cold and biting, and it will make people fear from the bottom of their hearts. At this moment, the 3 of them secretly rejoiced that Chu Feng was their teammate and not their enemy. Otherwise, they couldn't imagine what kind of dangerous situation they would be in facing such an enemy. "Don't stay, you all go in to collect the elixir, I can just guard here by myself," Chu Feng said to the 4 of them. And the 4 of them rushed in without hesitation. At this moment, Chu Feng's status in their hearts had already changed. Where is the newcomer who just joined the Wing Alliance, and he has become the leader of their operation? After that, Chu Feng and others continued to open several black iron gates. The elixir in each room was much richer than those opened by others. During this period, there were also many people who did not have long eyes, who wanted to snatch the fruits of Chu Feng and others' labor, but the only result they got was death. By the end, Chu Feng's murderous aura was getting stronger and stronger. Almost people just glanced at him and hurriedly avoided him. They were deeply afraid of provoking this evil star, because that kind of piercing murderous aura was no joke. After staying in the rooms on both sides of the passage, there were only a few rooms left that had not yet been opened. Chu Feng resolutely decided not to scramble with these people, but to continue to go deeper. As for the purpose, that is to take the lead. Although they have obtained nearly 10,000 elixir plants so far, most of them are low-grade elixir, and the best one is the high-grade elixir Xianlinko. As for the top-quality elixir Lingzhu, it has not yet been found, so they all agreed that there must be better treasures in the depths of this cemetery. It's just that when they penetrated to a certain level, a strong bloody smell spread, and when they entered a spacious hall, almost everyone was stunned by the scene in front of them. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 57 Old Man in the Sky. The spacious hall is full of corpses, and it can be seen from the clothes that these people are the ones who broke in after the cemetery was opened. And around the corpse, there were still many humanoid monsters lying on their backs. The reason why they were called humanoid monsters was because they were extremely ugly, and their bloody appearance was like a person whose skin had been removed, which was very terrifying. Moreover, their bodies actually exude the aura of martial arts practitioners. The weakest is the 6th level of Lingguo, but some of them are actually at the 9th level of Lingguo. At this moment, these strange monsters are eating the flesh and blood on the corpse in large mouths, and they are even more ferocious and terrifying than the beasts. The most important thing is that there are hundreds of these monsters, occupying almost all parts of the hall, so if you want to reach the other side of the hall, unless there is a strong person in the Yuanwu realm, even if you are a master of the 9th level of Lingguo, more bad luck. It's a blood corpse. There are so many blood corpses. This is too cruel. At this moment, Sumeyu covered her mouth with her hands, her beautiful eyes staring round, filled with incomparable shock. Sume, do you know these things? Chu Feng was also thrilled. Through mental observation, he could see that these monsters were almost the same as human beings, except that they lost their skins. This mostly means that these monsters were evolved by humans. There is a kind of poison in the world called blood poison. The blood poison is made by refining thousands of strange poisons. As long as someone swallows this poison without the antidote, they will be deprived of their intelligence within half an hour, and will become immortal and become a killing tool like a walking corpse. Only the bloody muscle remains, which is why it is called a blood corpse. In order to prevent their cemetery from being stolen, some people will use this poison to make blood corpses and put them in their own cemetery. Unexpectedly. I can't believe that there are so many blood corpses here. The owner of this cemetery is too much cruel. After Sume spoke, everyone took a deep breath and turned a living person into such a monster. This method is indeed ruthless. So, Sume, do you know what characteristics these guys have? Chu Feng and others stood outside the hall. The blood corpse could clearly see them, but they did not attack them. But the people in the hall were obviously killed by the blood corpse, so Chu Feng felt that the blood corpse was neither a complete human being, must have some kind of weakness. Blood corpses have no eyes, no intelligence, only slaughtering bodies. They rely on smell to distinguish food from their own kind. Except for the same kind, all creatures that come close to their sense of smell will be ruthlessly hunted and killed by them. Sume said. You mean that they use their sense of smell to distinguish friend from friend? Chu Feng's eyes lit up. Yes. Sume nodded in response. If that's the case, I have a way to get there, Chu Feng said with a smile. What's the way? Hearing him say this, everyone was very excited. The road ahead was already dead, but if Chu Feng really had a way to get there, then what awaited them would be a huge treasure. It's just an idea. As for whether it works or not, I still need to verify it. You guys are waiting for me here. After speaking, Chu Feng stepped into the main hall. He took a tight breath and used his profound art to fly straight towards a blood corpse of the 6th level of Lingguo. Whoa. And just when Chu Feng approached the bloody corpse within 10 meters, the bloody corpse let out a low growl like a beast, bared its teeth and grinned suddenly, like a hungry tiger rushing towards Chu Feng. SHHHH, but Chu Feng's arm was waving, and the cold light shot in all directions. That whole bloody corpse was actually torn apart by him, scattered everywhere, and the bloody corpse was very strange. Don't look at the bloody body, but after being chopped up, not a drop of blood was spilled. This kid is so terrifying. Looking at the neat incision of the bloody corpse, and then looking at Chu Feng's palm, Bai Tong and the others took a deep breath. Although they have cultivated to their level, their bodies will indeed be as strong as steel, and ordinary weapons can hardly hurt them in the slightest. However, such as Chu Feng's palm as a blade, and such a sharp edge, it is really rare, at least at their level, the basic no. But when Chu Feng made the next move, they were completely shocked. They saw that Chu Feng continued beheading several blood corpses, and then used the clothes of the deceased as a rope to tie the broken limbs of the blood corpses. Get up and tie it around your waist and legs. What is this guy doing, Chu Feng? To actually take a blood corpse, it's disgusting. Zhang Tingzi, a girl, covered her mouth with her hands, feeling unbearable. Continue reading, he must have his own ideas. However, Sume stared at Chu Feng tightly, looking forward to his next move. And at this moment, an astonishing scene happened. Chu Feng actually strode forward and ran wildly, and his target was the center of the hall where the bloody corpses were crowded. This terrified Sume and the others. The blood corpses in the center of the hall were very powerful, and some of them had reached the 9th level of Lingguo. If they attacked in a group, even Chu Feng would be killed instantly. Court death. But the next moment, they were shocked again, because they were shocked to find that Chu Feng shuttled through the blood corpse group, and the blood corpse ignored Chu Feng, as if he couldn't smell it. I see. It used the smell of the blood corpse to cover up its aura, thus avoiding the detection of the blood corpse. Finally, Sume said in surprise. Is that so? This method, thanks to him being able to come up with it. At the same time, several other people suddenly realized, and their faces also showed admiration. Afterwards, everyone used Chu Feng's method to successfully avoid the bloody corpse, and finally safely arrived at the other end of the hall, where they could finally go further. After walking along the passage for another kilometer, a stone gate appeared in front of him. After pushing the gate open, Chu Feng and the others were overjoyed. At this moment, what appeared in front of them was a huge cave. The cave was very wide and up to 100 meters high. It was like a rock world, and the rocks here were very special. Pretty. However, they could only look at the beauty of the cave and couldn't touch the rock, because at the moment they were on a cliff. On the top of the cliff, there is a 10-meter-high stone tablet erected. On the stone tablet, there are dragons and phoenixes engraved with a few lines of characters. The old man cultivated martial arts at the age of 10, entered the Yuanwu realm at the age of 16, entered the Xuanwu realm at the age of 25, and was already at the 9th level of Xuanwu at the age of 40. However, at the age of 100, he still could not comprehend the mystery of the martial arts of that day, and finally failed to set foot in the Tianwu realm, unable to feel it. That feeling of flying in the sky. It's a pity that I haven't touched it. The old man has worked hard for decades, and finally created his own martial arts technique aircraft. Although he has not yet entered the heavenly martial arts, he can also walk in the air and feel the mystery of walking in the sky. Aircraft is the hard work of this old man. There were people from all walks of life who wanted to learn it, but they were all rejected by the old man. Now Yukongju is in the old man's tomb, waiting for you to come and get it, but my hard work can be learned by very people. If you want to obtain the royal wind technique, you have to look at your strength. It turned out to be him. After reading the writing on the tombstone, Sume was shocked. Sume, do you know him? Chu Feng asked, curiously. But before Sume could speak, Bai Tong took the lead and said, if you guessed correctly, this senior is the #1 expert in Qingzhou, who was in Qingzhou 100 years ago, Old Man Yukong. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 58, Enemy Road is Narrow. Old Yukong, it's actually him? Brother Long and Tiger were shocked. Obviously they had heard this name before. Yukongshu is the unique skill of the old man in the sky. It's just that few people know the name of that martial art, so looking at it now, it must be the cemetery of the old man in the sky. Sume explained. I didn't expect this senior to be buried here. No wonder no one knows his whereabouts. Yi Taozi also sighed. Look, there's something under the steel. At this moment, Zhang Tingzi suddenly exclaimed, and ran to the steel as she spoke. At this time, people also noticed that there was a wooden box under the steel. When they opened it, everyone was overjoyed. The golden light in the box was flickering, and it was actually filled with spirit beads. Although the box was not big, the size of the spirit beads was also very small, so there were at least hundreds of spirit beads, hundreds of spirit beads. It can be divided into 10 pieces, and this time it is really a big profit. But just when Brother Dragon and Brother Hu and the others were ecstatically sharing the spirit orb, Chu Feng walked to the end of the cliff, looked down, and couldn't help frowning slightly. The cliff is very deep, but on the edge of the cliff, there are several vines hanging down, until they fall into the misty mist and disappear. The fog covered everything, and the world below could not be seen at all, but Chu Feng could faintly feel the murderous intent pervading the fog below. Aircraft is a peculiar martial skill. At the beginning, the old man of Yukong could walk in the sky and travel thousands of miles a day. Although he has not yet entered the heavenly martial realm, he already has the majesty of the heavenly martial realm, which is truly enviable. But unfortunately, the old man Yukong has a weird nature. Not only has he never joined any forces, he has no friends. No matter how many young heroes want to join his sect, there is only one result, which is rejection. So Yukongshu has been lost for 100 years. Some people estimate that Yukongshu can at least be listed as a 7th level martial arts, but you must know that in my Qingzhou territory, the best martial arts are only 6th level martial arts, and my Azure Dragon sect, and he doesn't even have rank 6 martial arts. This time, if someone can successfully obtain the Imperial Air Technique, it will be a huge profit. I have to say that we had a great luck this time, and we accidentally entered the cemetery of the old man in the sky by mistake. It's just a pity that our strength is not good and we have passed this great luck. Looking down, Su Mimi's eyes flickered, and she pursed her lips, very regretful. Is this Yukong old man really so powerful? Chu Feng had really never heard of that old man Yukong. He suddenly felt that he was like a poor boy who grew up in a remote mountain village and didn't understand anything. As for Su Mei and the others, they are the young lady and the rich young master who grew up in the city. Even if they are about the same age, they are influenced by the people around them and have far more experience than him. In fact, it is true. The #1 master in Qingzhou back then, did you think it was a joke? If the news of the existence of the Yukong Old Man's cemetery is spread out, it will be enough to shake the entire Qingzhou, and all forces will be crazy about it, and will send the top experts at the first time. At that time, let's not say that it's not our turn to enter this cemetery to fish in troubled waters. Even the Qinglong sect and the Qianfeng sect are not eligible. At that time, it will be the world of the first-class sects, so I said that we have gone big. Good luck, Su Mei said. After hearing Su Mei's words, Chu Feng's eyes became brighter and brighter. He stared at the sea of fog below, and suddenly had a crazy idea. It is very likely that the 100-year lost air defense technique is in the clouds and mist below. He has no reason to miss it. Dang! But at this moment, a loud noise came from behind the cliff. When he turned around and looked at Su Mei and the others, their faces changed drastically, and even Chu Feng frowned slightly. 6 tall men, each with beautiful eyes and extraordinary aura, all wore blue robes and exuded the breath of the 8th level of Lingguo. It was Zhou Jiyuan who had entangled with Chu Feng before. Yo, I didn't expect that someone would get there first. It looks like it's just an immature doll. How could it be possible to come here? It seems that we underestimated the people here. Sure enough, other than us, there are people who know how to pass the Blood Corpse group. Those core disciples were very surprised when they saw Chu Feng and others, but it could be seen from their words that they did not take Chu Feng and others into their eyes at all. It's really an enemy, Luzhai, Sister Su Mei, we meet again. At this moment, that Zhou Jiyuan opened his mouth with a wicked smile. Su Mei? Could it be that this is Su Ro's younger sister? They were just a few of them before, and they were disrespectful to you? Seeing this, someone asked. That's right, it's them, especially that kid, who are really bold. Zhou Jiyuan pointed his finger at Chu Feng on the top of the cliff, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Jiyuan, what do you want to do with that kid? We'll help you. The eyes of the other people became gloomy. As core disciples, they were offended by inner disciples, which was intolerable to them. We are instructed by Senior Brother Ling to collect the spiritual beads from the cliffs of each passage, and anyone who obstructs us will be killed, Zhou Jiyuan said. Zhou Jiyuan, as a classmate, you dare to kill us? Su Mei angrily scolded. Same sect? Why don't the same sect wear the clothes of the Qinglong sect? As long as they don't wear the sect's clothes, they don't take the Qinglong sect in their eyes, and they don't regard themselves as the disciples of the Qinglong section. For such people, we should have eliminated them. But Sister Su Mei, don't be afraid. How could I, Zhou Jiyuan, have the heart to kill you? I will only enjoy you, hee hee. Having said this, Zhou Jiyuan's mouth showed a shameless smile. You... Hearing this, Su Mei's little face turned pale. She was really angry. She never imagined that Zhou Jiyuan would be so shameless this week. Ji Yuan, this is not a good idea. How can you say that she is also Su Ro's sister? Another core disciple spoke up. Even though he said so, his eyes had long been restless with Su Mei's jade body. Everyone, I think you must know that Su Ro is the #1 beauty in my Azure Dragon sect, but that Su Ro is arrogant, we can't get close at all, and we are destined to miss her. And her younger sister, Su Mei, is no worse than her in appearance and figure. She will definitely be a fairy when she grows up in the future. Now there is a great opportunity, don't you want to taste this petite beauty? Zhou Jiyuan, it is also direct, and he directly stated his intentions. Brother Jiyuan, since the words have already been said, why hesitate? A moment is worth $1,000. Finally, one of them couldn't wait to force Chu Feng and the others. In this scene, not to mention Bai Tong and the others, even Sume frowned and became extremely nervous. The 6 core disciples were definitely not something they could deal with. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 59th Fierce Battle. Several senior brothers, you just want the spirit beads. All the spirit beads here are handed over to you, can't you? No, not only Lingzhu, but everything here is for you. Facing Zhou Jiyuan and the others who were approaching from the front, the dragon and tiger brothers showed fear, and their bodies began to tremble. Why, you don't want to die, right? You can kneel down and beg for mercy, kowtow to us 100 times, and we'll consider spare the 2 of you a dog's life. Zhou Jiyuan and the other 6 approached Chu Feng and the others, while approaching Chu Feng and the others, looking at the 2 of them teasingly. At this moment, the dragon and tiger brothers were really moved. Faced with the choice of life and death, even though they knew that even if they knelt down and begged for mercy, the other party might not forgive them, but they still wanted to try and do the last thing for survival. Struggle. White Dragon and White Tiger, don't lose my members of the Yimeng. Seeing that the 2 of them really wanted to kneel, Sume roared angrily. But even so, they couldn't stop the 2 of them from slowly bending their knees and lowering their waists forward. They seemed to have made a decision. As a man, I have some dignity. But at this moment, Chu Feng came over. After he glanced at the dragon and tiger brothers, he walked in front of a few people and swept his fearless gaze towards the 6 core disciples, saying, "Do you know that you have committed a capital crime?" "Boy, what do you mean?" Hearing this, Zhou Jiyuan and the others, who were proud of themselves, couldn't help but be stunned. On the other hand, Chu Feng smiled strangely and said with narrowed eyes, "I mean, if you dare to have evil thoughts against Sume, you are committing a capital crime." Whoosh. As soon as the words fell, Chu Feng's body was already like the wind, and he flew up. He actually took the lead in attacking the 6 core disciples. And he was so fast that he swept in front of the 6 core disciples in the blink of an eye. Even Zhou Jiyuan and the others, who were still imposing before, were surprised by such a change. Illusory palm. Chu Feng used his profound art to shoot several palms in a row, and the shadows of the palms shot out of the sky, making it hard to know which was real and which was fake and which was real. To actually cultivate the illusory palm to such a level, it really does have some means. However, boy, you may underestimate me too much. I'll let you know today the gap between inner disciples and core disciples. Surprised, the core disciple was someone who had seen the world after all, and quickly adjusted his mentality, used his profound arts, and also displayed 3 stages of martial arts to fight Chu Feng. But it doesn't matter this fight, the 6 people are surprised again, a mere sect disciple, a mere 6th level Linggu, just with a momentum, they can pick them up without defeat, this can really let them some are hard to accept. In particular, their attack was obviously attacked from behind, but Chu Feng seemed to have eyes behind him. He could easily dodge without even looking, which made them feel very strange. This kid has practiced profound arts, don't be careless, use all your strength to kill him, otherwise there will be endless troubles. Zhou Jiyuan, who had played against Chu Feng, knew that Chu Feng's situation was not easy, and he didn't want to waste more time with Chu Feng, so he took the lead. Demonstrated 4 stages of martial arts. He opened his arms, and a gust of wind was generated. An extremely powerful force spread out from his body. With a sudden punch, it slammed towards Chu Feng. This punch was extremely fast, almost as fast as lightning. Even Chu Feng couldn't dodge it. Moreover, this punch was extremely powerful. If it hit, Chu Feng would definitely be more fortunate. 4th Dan martial arts, don't think that you are the only one who can do it. But even so, Chu Feng was not afraid at all, and when he grasped his fist alone, he saw the lightning flashes, and it slammed into the same place with Zhou Jiyuan's iron fist. Boom, the 2 fists faced each other, not only producing a harsh roar, but also a ripple, which shook the 2 back, and even the other 5 stepped back a few steps. 3 thunder forms, this kid has mastered the 4th stage of my Azure Dragon Sex martial arts. Let's do it together. This son will be eliminated today. At this moment, the other people finally realized how powerful Chu Feng was, and did not dare to be careless. Zilala, the so-called two fists, are invincible against four hands. Only Chu Feng of the 6th level of Lingwu, facing the full attack of the 6th level of Lingwu, is also a little bit overwhelmed. Faced with this situation, he had no choice but to use the first of the 3 thunder forms to avoid the attacks of Zhou Jiyuan and the others with absolute speed, but anyone with a discerning eye could see that Chu Feng was already at a disadvantage. Chu Feng, I'll help you. At this moment, Susie jumped in resolutely. And at this moment, her body is glowing like jade, and every move and every strike will cause the air to oscillate, and this girl actually has a 4th stage martial skill. I'm coming too. After that, Bai Tong also jumped into the battle circle. Although he had never practiced Xiangong, he also mastered the 4th stage of martial arts, and he was very skilled at it. Although the other party was a core disciple, they were all at the 8th level of Lingwu, so after Su Mei and Bai Tong joined, Chu Feng's pressure was indeed relieved. Under such circumstances, Chu Feng counterattacked again and launched a set of violent attacks on that Zhou Jiyuan. Under Chu Feng's coercion, the dignified core disciple Zhou Jiyuan actually retreated and was completely suppressed by Chu Feng. Bang! Finally, a flash of lightning flashed, and Chu Feng punched Zhou Jiyuan's chest, shattering the core disciple's chest and blasting it out more than 50 feet away. Feeling the severe pain coming from his chest, Zhou Jiyuan bared his teeth in pain. He wanted to stand up, but now he has lost this ability, and he was severely injured by Chu Feng's punch. And what frightened him the most was that Chu Feng was walking towards him, slowly. Every time his footsteps fell, his heart would vibrate violently, as if it were not Chu Feng's footsteps, but the footsteps of the god of death. This kid, how can he be so powerful? Is he still human? Zhou Jiyuan was extremely unwilling. Although he knew that Chu Feng was very strong, he did not expect that Chu Feng would be so strong. He was almost no match for fighting alone. Especially now, Chu Feng is only at the 6th level of Lingwu. If Chu Feng is the same as him, he is also at the 8th level of Lingwu. He can't imagine how strong Chu Feng will be. Isn't it Yuan Wu? The powerhouse of the realm, he can also fight? Wow, but at this moment, a sudden scream came. Looking back, Chu Feng's face couldn't help but change slightly, only to see that Bai Tong had been severely injured by a core disciple. Placket. Bai Tong. Seeing that Bai Tong was severely injured, Su Mei was also suddenly shocked, and at this moment, the other 5 people shot together, and in a siege situation, the 5 black hands stretched out to Su Mei together, and the position they attacked was unexpectedly all our Su Mei's jade body restricted area. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 60 Thunder 3rd Form. Court Death. Seeing such a scene, Chu Feng's complexion suddenly changed greatly, and it was extremely cold. He raised his head to the sky and howled, with a roar, and his body even shot out thunder and lightning. Thunder snakes surged around Chu Feng's body like a substance, and turned into 5 thunder dragons as they turned with his mind, and roared away at the 5 core disciples. Everything happened too fast. It was only between the light and the flint, and even Su Mei didn't know what was going on. She only felt that she was instantly enveloped by the dazzling thunder, and the powerful energy ripples shook her several meters and fell on the land. When she looked up and watched, the thunder light had subsided, but the scene in front of her made her overwhelmed. She was stunned to find that the 5 core disciples who had besieged her before were already lying on the ground. And their blue robes have been burned out, their bodies have been burnt to pitch black, they have long since lost their breath, and their bodies are still smelling burnt, and the appearance of death is very terrifying. At this moment, that Zhou Jiyuan, his face was as pale as white paper, his lips were trembling, his eyes were wide, and he exclaimed in an unbelievable voice, "Could it be, this is the 3rd one of the 3 thunders in the legend? What? The 3rd form of the thunder triad? Isn't that a move that only the founder of the Qinglong school, the Qinglong Taoist, can use? Could it be that Chu Feng just..." After hearing Zhou Jiyuan's words, Sumei couldn't help covering her lips, her beautiful eyes couldn't stop flickering, and the 2 rows of long eyelashes also trembled slightly, showing incomparable shock. As for Bai Tong, Brother Long and Brother Tiger, Yi Taozi, Zheng Tingzi, and the others, they opened their mouths in astonishment. Chu Feng practiced a move that no one else had accomplished except the founder of the section. This kind of thing was very shocking. At this moment, they suddenly felt that they were wrong, even though they had been shocked time and time again by Chu Feng's strength, and admired Chu Feng's talent time and time again, and their views on Chu Feng had changed again and again. But this time they really realized that they still underestimated Chu Feng. This young man, who was younger than them, seemed to have an unimaginable talent. He was unbelievably strong. They were amazed. He killed the 5 core disciples with 1 blow, but Chu Feng did not fluctuate too much, because he sooner or later realized the 3 types of thunderbolts. Today, he just got an opportunity through anger. As for the power, he expected it because the 3rd type, but a move equivalent to a rank 5 martial skill. Tread, step, Chu Feng resolved Sumei's crisis, turned around again, and walked towards Zhou Jiyuan step by step. You dared to kill the core disciple, you are dead. Looking at the murderous Chu Feng, Zhou Jiyuan knew that he was doomed, so he did not beg for mercy. Zilala, suddenly, Chu Feng struck out with a single palm, and a thick lightning bolt shot out of his palm and slashed on Zhou Jiyuan's left leg. The hot and tearing burning sensation made Zhou Jiyuan cry and howl, and then looked at his left leg, which was scorched and completely useless. You bastard, he wanted to curse, but when another lightning bolt shot into his right leg, what he let out was another scream. Immediately after that, Chu Feng performed the thunder and lightning 3 forms twice in a row, abruptly abolishing all of Zhou Jiyuan's limbs. The severe pain made his face twist into a ball, tears and snot flowing out. Chu Feng, kill me if you have the guts, and I won't let you go if I'm a ghost. Looking at Chu Feng, who finally walked in front of him, Zhou Jiyuan's eyes were full of anger. Hee, if you ask me to kill you, I will kill you? Chu Feng laughed suddenly, loudly, no one knew what he was laughing, but this kind of laughter made Zhou Jiyuan extremely uneasy. Remember, the weak don't even have the right to decide to die. Zilala, suddenly, Chu Feng shot a lightning bolt with his finger, and it shot into Zhou Jiyuan's mouth, burning Zhou Jiyuan's tongue and scorching his lips. He could no longer hear his words, and eventually passed out. Few seeing such a scene, Bai Tong and the others couldn't help but swallow their saliva, their throats rolled, and a lot of cold sweat permeated their foreheads. Chu Feng's methods were somewhat cruel enough to make their hearts chill, and they swore in their hearts that they would never be enemies with Chu Feng in the future, because such an opponent would be too terrifying. And just when everyone was sweating because of Chu Feng's actions, they suddenly turned their heads and said with a bright and sunny smile on their faces, I measured. The spirit beads on them are still there. It seems that they have collected a lot, about 1,200. Let's divide it up. As soon as Chu Feng said these words, Sumei and the others were once again shocked. Without even looking, they could know how many spirit orbs these people had on their bodies. This was too powerful. And according to what Chu Feng said, they went to search for the carbonized corpse. Sure enough, the spirit beads were still there, but the Chenkuan bag they put in the spirit beads had already been refined, and the number of spirit beads was really 1,000. More than 200. Chu Feng, we have harvested a total of 1,380 spirit orbs this time, and we were able to get so many spirit orbs. Thanks to you, we each shared 100 pieces, the remaining 680 pieces. Lingzhu, it's all yours. Yi Taozi brought a large handful of Lingzhu to Chu Feng. And Chu Feng was not polite. The Chenkuan bag talisman on his waist ran, and he put away 600 spirit beads. As for the remaining 80 beads, he handed them over to Sumei. What are you doing? Sumei was puzzled. What I owe you, whether it's the spiritual bead you lent me before or the Chenkuan bag you gave me, I can't take it for nothing. How can you tell me so clearly? Sumei was a little displeased. It's not clear, it's called a gift of gratitude. If you don't accept it, I'll be uncomfortable. Chu Feng forcibly shoved the large amount of spirit beads into Sumei's hands. Looking at Chu Feng like this, Sumei first rolled her eyes at Chu Feng, and then curled her lips, but she still put the 80 spirit beads into the Qianquan bag. This trip has been very rewarding, beyond their imagination. However, people also know that it is entirely thanks to Chu Feng that they can get so many spirit orbs. If it wasn't for Chu Feng, they would not even have a chance to survive. However, just as the group was happily preparing to return, Chu Feng, who was walking at the end, suddenly closed the stone gate, and he was still standing on the other side of the cliff. Chu Feng, what are you doing? Are you crazy? Seeing this, Sumei was shocked. She realized something in an instant, and hurriedly ran back, but it was too late. Wait for me in the ancient city of the wilderness, and I will go back to find you. Chu Feng smiled slightly, and then only heard a bang. The stone door was already closed. No matter how much Sumei knocked on, he couldn't shake it, and he couldn't open it again. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 61, Royal Air Technique. After closing the stone gate, Chu Feng could still sense the aura in the passage. It was not until he was sure that Sumei and the others had left that he came to the top of the cliff with confidence. Following the vines, Chu Feng began to climb towards the sea of fog below. When approaching the sea of fog, Chu Feng spread out his spiritual power, but found that there was a strange gas in the sea of fog, which could interfere with his spiritual power. Cannot penetrate at all. Especially after entering the sea of fog, the white misty area blocked the line of sight. Even with Chu Feng's strength, the visible distance was only 10 meters. Fortunately, after diving for dozens of meters in the fog, he finally reached the bottom. Although the fog was still there, the feeling of stepping on the rock made Chu Feng's dangling heart finally calm down. Swish! Chu Feng took out the world spirit compass, and the light suddenly radiated, and the visual distance was instantly increased several times. I have to say that the light of this thing is very strange, as if it can penetrate the fog. It is really a rare treasure. It seems that this place is really in danger. Looking at the signs on the world spirit compass, Chu Feng quickly knew the direction he was going to travel, but at the same time he also knew that there were countless murderous intentions hidden in the surroundings, and he would die if he was not careful. Fortunately, he has this world spirit compass in hand, otherwise, entering this kind of place with his strength would be a lot of misfortune, and I am afraid that 9 lives are not enough to lose. Holding the world spirit compass in his hand, he was walking on the ground full of white fog. Chu Feng could vaguely hear the roars of fierce beasts in the distance, and there were also extremely strange cries, and there were even people's painful wailing and calls for help. Voice. And this kind of sound, the deeper it goes, the thicker it gets, the closer it gets. After reaching it, Chu Feng can even see some corpses that have just been eaten. Feeling the powerful aura of oppression, he could hear some fierce beasts walking and roaring not far from him, but they were more powerful than the 9th level masters of Linggu, 9th order ferocious beasts. It is said that the 9th order vicious beast is already the strongest level of the vicious beast, and the stronger than the vicious beast is the spiritual beast. Although monsters won't kill casually, their ability to cultivate is far higher than that of beasts, and they have wisdom that is not weaker than humans, or even stronger than humans. The most important thing is that monsters are very strong. They are inherently strong. The most noble bloodline of the class, it is said that even a newly born monster has an innate strength in the primordial martial realm. Powerful monsters can speak human words, and even turn into human figures. Some monsters don't like deep mountains and wild forests, so they will turn into human figures, enter human society, and live the same life as human beings. They really live up to the word demon. This place is full of dangers, and thinking about the strength of the old man Yukong before his life, Chu Feng has no doubt that he will catch a few monsters and throw them here and bind them somewhere. Fortunately, after walking carefully for an hour, the thick fog in front of him finally faded away, and finally he cleared the clouds and saw the sun and walked out of the fog. It's finally out. At this moment, even Chu Feng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, because the previous foggy land was like hell, and being in it would make people extremely depressed. I'll go. How big is this old Yukong cemetery? And looking up and watching, Chu Feng couldn't help but feel a little helpless. The treasure that appeared in front of him was not the treasure he expected, but a deep passage. It's just that this passage is very wide, very bright, and has a majestic momentum. Continuing along the passage, Chu Feng once again smelled a bloody smell coming from his nostrils. This smell is very strong, so strong that Chu Feng's mental power can't detect it, but the smell has already floated. Chu Feng is holding the world spirit compass, and seeing that there is no danger ahead, he can move forward with confidence. And the further he went, the stronger the smell of blood became, and at the end he even felt nauseated. When Chu Feng entered a great hall, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. This hall has several passages, and the number of these passages is the same as the passages seen at the entrance, which means that no matter which passage you took before, as long as you can pass through the sea of fog, you will eventually arrive here. But in addition to these passages, in the center of the hall, there is a ladder that goes straight to the top, with no end in sight, as if it is the way to continue. But the point is that the main hall at the moment is densely packed with corpses, and there are people from all forces, and it can be seen that they are all strong, even masters of the Yuanwu realm, and the most of them are Kain Fengsing. People, it can be seen that they really used a lot of money for this cemetery this time. But the most strange thing is that among so many corpses, only the people from the Azure Dragon sect were not seen, and the death of these people was very tragic, not like a simple fight to die. Although the scene in front of him was very strange, Chu Feng was reluctant to speculate too much. Anyway, he had a world spirit compass in his hand. As long as the compass showed that this place was safe, there was probably no danger. So Chu Feng stepped on the sea of corpses and began to climb that high ladder. However, before reaching the top, Chu Feng heard two voices, and could vaguely hear that they were two old men, and the content of the conversation between the two made Chu Feng overjoyed. At the end of the high ladder, there is a strange room. The reason why he is called strange is because the structure of this room is very special, and there is a faint gas that can be seen by the naked eye. In this room, there were two people standing, an old man Yitong Yen, who was exuding extremely terrifying coercion. This one turned out to be a strong practitioner in the Xuanwu realm. The other one, wearing a white robe, was engraved with dense spells and covered his face, so he could only see a pair of eagle-like eyes. This one turned out to be the world spiritist of the Azure Dragon School, Elder Zhuge. But at the moment, the two of them were standing still, with their hands raised high, with a look of difficulty on their faces, because above them, the roof of the room was actually falling. This roof is a kind of metal, but it radiates cold air and is very heavy. If the two don't support it hard, they will definitely be crushed into flesh. As expected of the sect master of Qianfeng sect, if it wasn't for you, this old man would have been unable to resist a piece of cold iron. Elder Zhuge said with a smile. You bastard, who are you? It's too vicious to use the lives of the elders of the Qianfeng sect to break the Great Formation. It doesn't matter who I am, the important thing is that you and I must work together at this moment to find a way to break this cold iron, otherwise you and I will both be buried here. Elder Zhuge said with a smile. You want me to cooperate with you? There is no door. Qianfeng sect master snorted coldly. He didn't believe this despicable and mysterious person in front of him. I think you're here for money. There's no need to lose each other's lives because of the unhappiness before. Now that the sky-killing technique is right in front of you, don't you want to get it? As Elder Zhuge spoke, he turned his gaze to the corner of the room, where there was an exquisite jade platform, and on the jade platform was a crystal-like object floating in the air. Although this thing is translucent, it emits a faint light, especially the few words engraved on the jade body, which already explain what this is. It is the unique skill of the old man Yukongju. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 62, The Fisherman Prophets. You think I'm a fool? You first spread the news of the cemetery, lured me to wait here, and then used me to break the killing formation here. You can use such a vicious method. How would you be so kind to give me that air fighting technique? The sect master of Qianfeng sect obviously did not believe the words of Elder Zhuge. Two seniors don't have to fight. Why don't you let the junior enjoy this wind fighting technique for you? At this moment, a voice suddenly came from below the room. After the voice sounded, both of them were shocked, because they could not imagine that other than them, there were people who could come here alive. Under the shocked gazes of the two of them, Chu Feng slowly climbed up from the entrance and looked at the two with a smile, but when Chu Feng saw Elder Zhuge, his eyes lit up. Seeing the white robe full of spells, Chu Feng's first instinct was that this person might be a world spiritist. However, compared to Chu Feng, the Thousand Wind sect master and Elder Zhuge were extremely shocked. They could never have imagined that such a young boy would be able to break into this place. Suddenly, Chu Feng frowned slightly, and he could feel a strong mental force attacking him, testing his body. The opponent's mental power is very strong, and he doesn't know how to resist it. He is worried that if the opponent's mental power is integrated into his chest, the spell map on his body will be exposed. But fortunately, that mental force passed through his chest without causing any reaction. This made Chu Feng feel at ease, and at the same time he thought of a possibility. That is the spell map on his chest. It is likely that it will only be activated by his spiritual power. If this is true, then he will not have to worry about it in the future. Other people with spiritual power can detect his secrets. 6th level of Lingwu, only with such a cultivation base, to be able to come here, it must be relying on the world spirit compass in your hand. Elder Zhuge spoke first. 6th level of Lingwu? Hearing this, the Thousand Wind sect master was even more surprised. For him in the Xuanwu realm, the Yuanwu realm is all scum to him, and the Lingwu realm is simply scum among the scum, but at this moment, such a scum came here, which naturally surprised him. This senior really has good eyesight. Chu Feng smiled at Elder Zhuge, and without talking nonsense, he strode towards the direction of Yu Fengshu. Looking for death. Seeing this, the Qianfeng sect master was furious, and as soon as his thoughts moved, the majestic coercion swept out, and pressed away against Chu Feng. At the moment of damn, Chu Feng could feel that the invisible sense of oppression swept through his body, and was about to penetrate his skin and pierce his bone marrow, which was very terrifying. However, this coercion was very different from the coercion that the crazy beggar brought him back then. It can be said that the coercion of the beggar made Chu Feng almost burst to death, but the coercion of the Qianfeng sect master, Chu Feng can still bear it, and does not need to be fatal. Tread, step, step. Enduring the pressure that oppressed his body, Chu Feng took the first step, the second step, and the third step with difficulty. Although it was very difficult, he did continue to move forward. What a powerful body. Seeing such a scene, Elder Zhuge couldn't help but sigh. You old guy, you haven't made a move yet. Do you want this stubborn boy to gain the benefits of a fisherman? Seeing Elder Zhuge, who just watched and didn't intervene, the sect master of Qianfeng sect was even more furious. Hey, I can't say that. The fact that this little friend can come here with this kind of cultivation is enough to show that he is extraordinary. Maybe he is the old man Yakong, and maybe the most favored heir. Elder Zhuge chuckled lightly. There is a kind of adult beauty of generosity. You bastard, I'm going to tear you to pieces later. The sect master of Qianfeng sect was gnashing his teeth by Elder Zhuge, but looking at Chu Feng, who was constantly approaching Yu Fengshu, he stopped talking nonsense, and instead continued to press on Chu Feng with waves of coercion. Swept away, trying to stop Chu Feng's behavior. But no matter what, Chu Feng's is too tyrannical. This pressure that even the strong in the Yuanwu realm is afraid of. Not only can Chu Feng withstand it, but he can also walk forward. Although it is very difficult, it is already very against the sky. Give it up, this little friend has mental power, your coercion can't shake his will, as long as his can bear, you can't just rely on coercion to make him submit. Elder Zhuge reminded again, a pair of the old eyes narrowed slightly, staring at Chu Feng's every move. After a difficult journey, Chu Feng finally arrived in front of the jade platform where the wind control technique was placed. At this moment, even though his face was pale and his whole body was soaked with sweat, he was still extremely excited. Grabbing the crystal-like jade-like air defense technique that was condensed from mental energy, Chu Feng slapped him on the forehead. At this moment, his face also changed greatly, a sharp pain, like a needle pierced, began to spread in his brain. This kind of pain was so intense that Chu Feng was unbearable. With his head in his hands, he began to roll all over the ground and roared loudly. Seeing such a scene, Elder Zhuge laughed and said, "This little friend forgot to tell you, this martial skill formed by the condensed spiritual power is not so easy to cultivate. If you want to cultivate such a martial skill, you must first have a strong willpower. It is necessary to have mental power, but even so, if you don't have a certain level of cultivation, you can't bear this power. If you can't bear this power, then it will devour your spiritual power, take away your life, drain everything from you, and then emerge from your body, waiting for a suitable owner. It's very unfortunate that your strength is just not within the scope of this power's requirements. It seems that you are going to be fierce today." Hearing Elder Zhuge's words, the puzzled Qianfeng sect master was also overjoyed. "I knew you, an old man, would not easily hand over this air fighting technique to others. I know that you are vicious, but I didn't expect you to be so vicious. Without some means, this old man is not worthy of being a world spiritist." Elder Zhuge disagreed, but was extremely proud. Chu Feng didn't have the heart to listen to what Elder Zhuge said. He only felt that his spiritual power was rapidly draining, and it had already dried up. The stinging pain in his brain became more and more clear, making him unbearable, as if he was about to lose his life. Finally, Chu Feng let out his last howl, and collapsed to the ground weakly, without the slightest sound. "How is it? Are you dead? Why hasn't Yu Kongju emerged yet?" The Qianfeng sect master asked eagerly. As a matter of fact, Elder Zhuge had already overflowed his mental power to observe Chu Feng at the moment, but when his mental power was withdrawn, he frowned slightly and said, "This kid is not dead yet." Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 63, The Strange Hall. Well. Dimly, Chu Feng opened his eyes, and the first moment he regained consciousness, Chu Feng was overjoyed. Because he found a lot of information in his mind, and that information was the cultivation method of airborne art. However, the joy in Chu Feng's heart, before he could laugh out, was stunned by the scene in front of him. What place is this? At this moment, in front of Chu Feng's eyes is no longer that strange room, but a strange hall, a truly strange hall. It is tall, with no top, as if it can go to another world. The surrounding walls are not wood, stone or iron, as bright as a diamond, and as smooth as a mirror, very beautiful. However, what Chu Feng was most astonished at this moment was that, opposite him, on the wall that went straight to the sky, there was actually a gate. This gate is very large, several times larger than the gate of the ancient city in the wilderness, and its shape is also very strange, like a demon's mouth, extending from the wall. And above the gate, there are also thick chains, each 1 meter thick, densely covering the entire gate, as if there are extremely terrifying monsters imprisoned there. And when he detected his spiritual power, Chu Feng's face turned pale. Even though there was a closed door, Chu Feng could still feel a very terrifying aura on the other side of the door. That breath was very cold, very icy, and very dark, as if it was not something in this world at all, and it was so terrifying that it made Chu Feng's hair stand upright, and there was a burst of wind on his back. "My God, I won't die, right? This place won't be the legendary hell, will it?" Chu Feng had such an idea, because he felt that everything in front of him was so unreal, so dreamy, so terrifying. "Hey! It's really you, you're finally here. Great, great." But at this moment, a joyful voice suddenly came from behind Chu Feng. However, this sudden voice shocked Chu Feng. "What?" Chu Feng was frightened, he stood up abruptly, and only then did he realize that there was an egg behind him. That's right, it's an egg, and it's a black egg. The egg is so big, it's definitely not an egg, because it's even taller than Chu Feng. There shouldn't be such a big egg in the world. What the hell are you? Damned Chu Feng, damn it, you are such an idiot, it took so long to come to play with me, I don't know if I'm going to die of boredom. Suddenly, there was another voice from the giant egg, and the voice was very sweet and pleasant, like a whisper of inging, and like a golden, silver and copper bell. It could be said that it was the best voice Chu Feng had ever heard. Mother's egg? This is actually a mother's egg. Chu Feng was stunned. Since it was a girl's voice, it must be a mother's egg. You are the mother's egg, you are the egg, the bastard, the bastard. A sharp curse sounded inside the giant egg, and even the giant egg began to shake, as if something was about to burst out. But at this moment, Chu Feng's eyes were blurred, and the surrounding scene began to spin rapidly. When everything returned to normal, Chu Feng was shocked to find that he was lying on the ground and returned to the cemetery. Inside the room. Could it be that I just had a dream? Chu Feng was very surprised, and he was relieved until he realized that the cultivation method of the sky art was still in his mind. This kid really didn't die. How is it possible? Could it be that he has been recognized by Yu Kongju? Almost at the same time as Chu Feng opened his eyes, the roar of the Qianfeng sect master also sounded. Impossible, absolutely impossible. With his cultivation, how can he smelt such special martial arts? And Elder Zhuge, although he couldn't see his expression, but he could hear his voice. What a surprise. Seeing this, Chu Feng smiled slightly, stood up involuntarily, patted his clothes lightly, and said to the two, I'm sorry, two seniors, I let you down, I didn't die, and I lived well. As for what you want. What is the royal air technique, TSK? Here. Chu Feng nodded his head. You bastard, this old man has abolished you. Seeing this, the Thousand Winds sect master shouted and let go of the cold iron on his head. Boom! However, as soon as he let go, the cold iron suddenly fell, and the whole room trembled violently. Faced with this situation, bastard, the Qianfeng sect master had no choice but to push back the palms he had just released, otherwise they would all be crushed into flesh. Seeing this, Chu Feng didn't dare to delay either. He performed the first form of the thunderous three forms, and hurriedly ran to the entrance, because in front of the too powerful Xuanwu realm, his situation was too great. Dangerous. If the cold iron hadn't completely contained their strength, I'm afraid that as long as someone moved their little finger, it would be enough to crush him to death. This kid is actually a member of my Azure Dragon sect. Seeing the moves that Chu Feng performed, Elder Zhuge's eyes suddenly lit up. Martial arts. After Chu Feng escaped from the room, he rushed back according to the original route. He did not know when the two strong men would get out of trouble, but he knew that they must have a way to escape. At least the world spiritist knew the way. Under such circumstances, the only thing he could do was to run as fast as he could, and along the way, Chu Feng saw too many corpses. The cemetery of this old man in the sky had indeed caused a bloody battle. Many of those who were not strong enough paid the price with their lives for their covetousness, and even many masters of martial arts were put together, but the biggest winner of this tomb robbery trip was obviously Chu Feng. However, when Chu Feng thought he was safe, he never imagined that the real danger had just arrived. Boy, I finally found you. After a roar came, the Thousand Winds sect master actually chased after him. It's just that at this moment, he is quite embarrassed. Not only is he in a mess, but he also has a little blood on his body, and his head is disheveled, like a lunatic. It can be seen that he paid a considerable price for fleeing the cemetery. Damn, I really shouldn't go back to the ancient city directly, so I should choose to take a detour. However, at this moment, Chu Feng, how could he still be in the mood to observe these things? He used his profound art to unleash the first thunderbolt. But even so, how could he quickly pass the Xuanwu realm powerhouse? The powerful oppressive feeling behind him flew almost like lightning, and soon overwhelmed Chu Feng to the ground, and fell into the sand ruthlessly. Middle. At this moment, there was only one thought in Chu Feng's mind, and that was to die. This guy could damage many elders and disciples because of his skyfighting technique. Now that he was caught, he might be kicked out to see if he could find out that airborne technique. But suddenly, Chu Feng felt wrong again. That powerful sense of oppression disappeared out of thin air, and when he looked back, he was even more surprised. There was nothing behind him, not even a shadow. Is it an illusion? No, it's definitely not an illusion, but what exactly is going on? However, just when Chu Feng was puzzled as to why the Qianfeng sect master suddenly disappeared, on the cemetery dozens of miles away from Chu Feng, the Qianfeng sect master was also sitting here with a sluggish expression, and his face was full of shock. At this moment, he has long lost the demeanor of a sect master, his lips are trembling, and even his body is trembling desperately, his eyes are looking straight at the man opposite. There was a beggar sitting there, with messy silk, but eyes like blades, and on his forehead, there was a scar, like a flame. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 64, Burning Flames. You, who are you? Qianfeng sect master, tremblingly said this sentence. Looking at the middle-aged man who looked like a beggar in front of him, he was so frightened that he couldn't take care of himself. Although this man didn't exude a breath, he looked like an ordinary person, but just looking at those eyes made him feel terrified in his heart. And the chill penetrated into his bones. Especially before, although he didn't see how he got here, he could vaguely feel that he came here from the sky. What does this mean? It means that the person in front of him is at least a Tianwu. The powerhouse of the realm. Heavenly Martial Realm, that is a realm that no one in the entire Qingzhou has reached. Only the overlord of the Kyushu continent, the Jiang dynasty, has such a powerful person. But as far as he knows, even in the Jiang dynasty, the people who can reach the Heavenly Martial Realm are all old men of his age, but this one is clearly middle-aged. Make it difficult for him to accept. You shouldn't have shot at him. The man who looked like a beggar opened his mouth, and his voice was very calm, exuding the arrogance of a king who ruled the world. Who shouldn't be shot at, is it? Is that kid? Yes. I'm sorry, but I don't know Mount Tai. I don't know that little friend has something to do with you. I hope you have a lot of it, so please spare my life. After all, he is the head of a sect, and he quickly thought of the various differences in Chu Feng. If Chu Feng is related to this person, and he wanted to kill Chu Feng before, then at this moment, his life is really at stake. Please, spare me, spare me. Thinking of this, the Qianfeng sect master actually knelt down and kept kowtowing to the person in front of him, completely disregarding his high status and status. When his life was threatened, he chose to give up everything, including his dignity. Rumble at this moment, there was a thunderous trampling sound in the distance, and after a while, the sound swelled in all directions, and when I looked around, I saw dense figures rushing towards the cemetery, and their clothes were actually thousands. Feng Zong's army. The Qianfeng sect is different from the Qinglong sect. Although they are very close to this wild desert, this time the cemetery is now in the world, but it is the plan of the elder Zhuge of the Qinglong sect. So the Blue Dragon sect had a clear purpose from the very beginning, and the core disciples would collect the treasures from all over the cemetery, but no one entered the cloud and mist, and they retreated as soon as they collected the treasures. The Qianfeng sect, who did not know the truth, continued to send to the strong after the cemetery was opened, and sent a lot of people, vowing to swallow the treasure here, but never thought of Elder Zhuge's plan, and suffered heavy losses. And this group of Qianfeng's army is also the people who don't know the truth. They are the support troops that have just arrived, but after seeing this scene, they are a little speechless. Bold, who are you, who dare to be detrimental to my sect master? The core elders of Qianfeng sect recognized their suzerain at a glance, but when they saw their suzerain, after kneeling and begging for mercy, they were angry, and they led the army and killed them without thinking. Come over. For such a scene, the sect master of Qianfeng sect did not care about it, but continued to buckle down at the beggar, hoping to be forgiven, because he knew that facing this character, it is not possible to win by numbers. Even if I don't kill you, he won't let you go. It's better for me to give you a ride than him. Beggar Z slowly closed her eyes, and suddenly the flame scar between her eyebrows radiated fiery red light. Between the threads flying, she heard a loud bang, and within 10 miles, it turned into a sea of fire. This sea of fire rose into the sky, reaching several meters high, and the raging flames were sometimes like giant dragons, sometimes like tigers, roaring and roaring in this desert. The army of Qianfengxing was devoured almost instantly, and Qianfengxing and others, who were still aggressive before, were now like ants on a hot pot, losing all abilities, and began to roll over in the flames, screaming non-stop. In an instant, all kinds of screams resounded, and even the thousand-wind sect master could not resist this terrifying high temperature. But that mad beggar was unaffected by the flames, and even his clothes were not ignited, so he walked slowly and calmly in the flames. Even though his clothes were rude and his silk was messy, his aura was unparalleled, like a king, with the power of reigning over the world. My burning heaven and flames can refine all living beings. My burning heaven sacred religion, those who want to rule the world, my burning heaven holy sun, are invincible. Wow. Suddenly, the eyes of this extraordinary powerhouse flickered, and he began to roar in agony. He grabbed his long body with both hands, and began to roll and roll in the flames, slamming into the desert with his own body. The powerful force is constantly shaking even with Fang Desert. I don't know how long it took before he gradually calmed down, and the flame began to slowly subside. The flame scar between the eyebrows also recovered, and even his previous kingly bearing disappeared. His eyes were no longer so sharp, instead they were full of sluggishness, and his expression was very nervous, as if he was afraid of something. He swayed and ran while shouting, damn it, I shouldn't break into your territory, spare me, I don't want to die. I promise you, I will protect him, I will definitely protect him, as long as you are willing to let me go, I will do anything for you. After this day, this desert has become a restricted area. Although the raging flames are no longer there, no one can step into the high temperature here, and this sudden fire has also become a shocking news. Soon it was spread to the ancient city of the wilderness. You let me go, I'm going to find him. Sume, calm down, that cemetery has become a restricted area, and even the powerhouses of the Yuan martial realm can't approach, you can't go in at all. Let go of me, it's been 3 days, Chu Feng hasn't come back, don't you worry? It's a shame that he sacrificed his life to save you. At the gate of the ancient city of the wilderness, Su Meizheng and Bai Tong were waiting. The man pulled, his face full of anxiety and anger. Yo, what's this for? It's so lively. But at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Everyone looked up and couldn't help but be overjoyed. I saw Chu Feng, standing not far away, squinting his eyes and smiling at them, but at the moment, Chu Feng's appearance was a little messed up, like a beggar. Chu Feng. But what is unexpected is that even though Chu Feng's appearance is so unbearable at the moment, Sume threw himself into Chu Feng's arms without any hesitation, and hugged him tightly, and even the corners of his eyes appeared. A tear of joy. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 65, Sky High Price Breakthrough. Where did you go? Why did it take so long to come back? Sume raised her head, pursed her lips, and complained a little. Hey, I've encountered a little trouble. Seeing Sume, whose eyes were moist, Chu Feng felt a burst of warmth in his heart. He couldn't help but open his arms, wrapped his arms around Sume's soft waist, and hugged the little beauty tightly. In the arms. Bastard. Feeling Chu Feng's restless hands, and then looking at Bai Tong and the others behind him, Sume realized that her and Chu Feng's actions were somewhat indecent, and hurriedly broke free from Chu Feng, her face flushed red. Like red apples. Hey. Looking at the blushing Sume, Chu Feng even licked his lips after taste. This girl's hand feels really good. Afterwards, Sume and the others didn't ask Chu Feng anything, and Chu Feng naturally wouldn't take it easy, so he went to tell them that he had obtained the royal air technique, and that he was hunted down by the Qianfeng sect master. When I caught it, I spared a long journey, and it took 3 full days to walk back to the ancient city of the wilderness. However, when Chu Feng learned that the cemetery was ablaze with raging flames, and the Thousand Wind sect suffered heavy losses, and even the whereabouts of its sect master was unknown, Chu Feng was also surprised. Because of this matter, it is really too strange. There is a sea of fire in the desert with a radius of 10 kilometers, which happens to be the location of the cemetery, and after the sea of fire dissipates, there is still an extremely high temperature. Being a forbidden place is really scary. Regarding this matter, some people said that it was a trap set by the old man Yukong, so that everyone who dared to step into a cemetery and disturb his peace must be buried with him. But more people think that even the old man Yukong didn't have such means before his life. How could he make such a trap after death? There must be other reasons, and some people think that this is a disaster that fell from heaven. No matter how others guess, Chu Feng knows that if the Qianfeng sect master really disappears and is buried in the Sea of Fire, with the loss of Kain Fengsing this time, it is very likely that it will be reduced to a third-class section. Can't compete with King Longzong either. On the same day, Chu Feng and the others rushed back to the Azure Dragon sect, because in a few days, they would arrive at the assessment of the core disciples. Originally, Bai Tong and Su Mei were definitely going to participate, but this time they knew that I was afraid that he would be able to participate. There is one more person in the alliance, and that is Chu Feng. 600 spirit beads. I don't know how far I can break through. After returning to the Azure Dragon sect, Chu Feng couldn't wait to open the Qiankuan bag and took out the 600 spirit beads. Looking at the golden spirit beads, he couldn't say how beautiful he was. With 600 spirit beads, Chu Feng at this moment can definitely be regarded as a real rich man. As for how rich he is, it is probably equivalent to the entire family property of the Chu family, and this so-called total family property naturally includes all the Chu family's property. Industry. AMU. Chu Feng grabbed a large amount of spirit orbs and threw it directly into his mouth. With the divine thunder in his body, he was not worried at all that he would not be able to consume these spirit orbs. He was only worried that these spirit orbs would not be enough. And as Chu Feng expected, when a large amount of spiritual beads were put into the body, they were almost instantly refined by the suction power scattered by the divine thunder, and the majestic spiritual energy rushed into the dantian, and even made it feel a burst of swelling, but this feeling it only appeared for a moment. As for why it disappeared, it was naturally because all the spiritual energy had been eaten by the gods and thunder. There are 50 spirit orbs in one hand. According to his estimation, it is more than enough to break through to the 7th level of Lingwu. After all, from the 5th level of Lingwu to the 6th level of Lingwu, 4 spirit orbs are not used in the end, but Chu Feng obviously still underestimated Xinlei's gluttony. After these 50 spiritual beads entered the body, although the spiritual energy in Chu Feng's dantian was more than several times more abundant, there was no sense of breakthrough. I don't believe it, I can't feed you enough. Chu Feng grabbed another handful of spirit beads, and it was exactly 50 again. After entering the stomach this time, Chu Feng's dantian finally ushered in that long-lost one. Variety. The 9 thunder beasts let out a harsh roar. Although the outside world could not hear a single ripple, they kept lingering in Chu Feng's ears. This feeling became stronger and stronger, just like the 9 thunder beasts, getting closer and closer to him. The closer they are, the more they merge into one. Breakthrough, finally break through, the 7th level of Lingwu, that kind of aura that changes from the essence of spiritual energy, must be true to the 7th level of Lingwu, but the price in exchange for it is 100 spirit beads. To be someone else is simply unimaginable. What is the Lingzhu? This is a top-quality elixir, and even many people are willing to use it only when they are at the peak of the 9th level of Lingwu, to use its powerful aura to break through to the Yuanwu realm in one fell swoop. However, Chu Feng, just from the 6th level of Lingwu to the 7th level of Lingwu, actually used 100 spirit beads. If this kind of thing spreads out, it can even scare some people to death. 100 spirit beads can only break through this level. Realm, this is really a loser. Of course, Chu Feng's 7th level of Lingwu is not comparable to ordinary people, especially after he has practiced profound arts. Even now he is not afraid of facing the masters of 9th level of Lingwu, and he doesn't even care about it at all. Unless the opponent is like him, possessing the ability to defy the sky, then there is probably no one in the Lingwu realm who can compete with Chu Feng, and his opponent only exists in the Yuanwu realm, and this kind of power is definitely more terrifying. Hey, if it goes on like this, who will raise you? Chu Feng looked helpless and looked at the 500 spirit orbs in front of him. He did not continue refining it, but put it in the Qianquan bag. Because he knew that the demand for the divine thunder was getting more and more terrifying. I'm afraid that if it swallowed the 500 spirit beads, it would only be half full at most, and it would not be able to break through at all. In this case, there is no need for him to refine it. It is better to keep these spirit beads for future needs. After all, he does not want to find a place to use money and borrow money from others. As a man, this is not a problem. What a good thing. Dong dong dong, Chu Feng brother. Are you here? At this moment, Chu Yu's voice suddenly came from outside the mansion. Seeing this, Chu Feng hurriedly ran out. After opening the gate of the mansion, he saw that Chu Yu was standing in front of the door, and Chu Shui was also following him. Brother Chu Feng, you're finally back. Tell me honestly, where have you been these days? Seeing Chu Feng, Chu Yu was surprised at first, and then overjoyed. I didn't go anywhere, I just did a few sect missions. Chu Feng smiled and perfunctory. The sect mission is just to do the sect mission? I heard that you went out with the first beauty of the inner sect, Miss Sume. A wicked smile appeared on the corner of Chu Yu's mouth. After Chu Yu said this, Chu Feng was actually speechless, and he didn't know how to explain it for a while. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. In fact, we just passed by you this time. Since you're back, let's go with us to see the fun. Hot, what's so lively? Brother Chu Feng, have you heard of the cultivation formation? Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 66, Cultivation Array. Cultivation formation, but where core disciples practice martial arts. Naturally, Chu Feng had heard of the cultivation formation. It was a cultivation treatment that only core disciples of the Azure Dragon School could enjoy. Entering it would increase the pressure, but whether it was cultivating martial skills or stamina, it would get better results. That's right, but now, this cultivation formation is not something only core disciples can enjoy. Now it can also be enjoyed in the inner section. Today, the cultivation formation is officially opened, so we want to go to the martial arts pavilion to see the excitement and experience it. Chu Yu laughed. There is such a thing. Chu Feng secretly rejoiced. Now that he has obtained the royal air technique, he is worried about where to practice it, but he did not expect that at this time, the inner door would open to the practice array, which was simply prepared for him. The three of them walked all the way and started to walk towards the martial arts pavilion. On the way, Chu Feng turned his mental power and realized that Chu Yu was still at the 4th level of Lingguo, and so far he has not been able to break through to the 5th level of Lingguo. Sister Chu Yu, haven't you broken through yet? Chu Feng asked. Yeah, I don't know why, but I still can't break through. Maybe my understanding is too poor. Chu Yu's face was a little ugly when she mentioned this. Sister Chu Yu, if you refine this, you will definitely be able to break through. Chu Feng stretched his hand into the Qianquan bag and took out 2 spirit beads. This is... Looking at the spirit orb in Chu Feng's hand, Chu Yu and Chu Shui both opened their mouths wide, and their beautiful eyes showed a look of horror. Although this was the first time they had seen it, the oncoming spiritual energy made them guess that it was probably a top-quality elixir, a spirit bead. This is a spirit bead. After swallowing it, it can be transformed into spiritual energy, and it will be absorbed to the maximum. Chu Feng took Chu Yu's small hand and put the spirit bead in his hand. Brother Chu Feng, this is too precious, I can't ask for it. You're only at the 6th level of Lingguo now, which is of great use to you, so you should keep it for yourself. However, Chu Yu's first reaction was to shirk. She knew the price of the Lingju. She was naturally embarrassed to accept such a precious item, and it was only 2. If you want to hold it, you can take it. I still have this thing. If you don't take it, you will look down on my brother. Chu Feng domineeringly stuffed the 2 spirit beads into Chu Yu's pocket. Brother Chu Feng, this. Chu Yu didn't know what to do, but deep down in her heart, she still wanted to accept it. Lingju would definitely help her break through to the 5th level of Lingwu, and there would still be a lot of spiritual energy left in her body. Her cultivation is really helpful, not to mention too. If it wasn't for Chu Feng to give it to her, she really didn't know that it would take the year of the monkey to enjoy such a thing. At least his father had never enjoyed this spirit orb in his life. The big deal will come back to me later. Chu Feng was afraid that Chu Yu would have a burden in his heart, so he made a joke. Yes. Chu Yu, who has always been lively, nodded her head very solemnly at this moment. For Chu Yu like this, Chu Feng is also quite helpless, but he can understand that if it is someone else who gave him something too precious, he will also have a burden in his heart. But at this moment, Chu Feng noticed that Chu Shui, who was beside Chu Yu, was not looking right. This little girl pursed her lips, her big eyes flickering uncertainly. That expression, 2 words called envy, 3 words called envy. Very envious, the 4 words are very envious. In short, she can be said to be envious of Chu Yu. Chu Shueme, for so many years, the elder brother has never given you anything. This spirit orb is the first gift that your elder brother gave you. Chu Feng took out another spirit orb and handed it to Chu Snow. This. Don't do this or that, just take it if you want, or you will look down on my brother and me. Brother Chu Feng, thank you. Chu Shui ecstatically took the Lingju, and her fair face was full of joy. He held it in his hands for a long time, and then took out a handkerchief and wrapped it, and then carefully placed it in his pocket. Brother Chu Feng, this kit of yours is so special, shouldn't it be? At this moment, Chu Yu suddenly realized that there was something special on Chu Feng's waist. Huh, this is the Chengkuan bag, Sume gave it to me. Chu Feng smiled and walked forward. However, Chu Yu and Chu Shui stayed where they were. Their faces were full of shock. Looking at the young man in front of them, they had the same feeling. That is, the distance between them and Chu Feng is getting farther and farther. Although Chu Feng is getting better and better for them, their identity and status are no longer at the same level, as if they are people from 2 worlds. The 3 of them chatted and laughed along the way, and soon came to the martial arts pavilion. It was only now that outside the martial arts pavilion today, it was already full of people, and there were many people on the 3rd floor and the 3rd floor. Chu Feng opened the way and took Chu Yu and Chu Shui to squeeze into the crowd, which caused a lot of complaints, but when they turned around and saw the medal of the Yiming on Chu Feng's chest, no one dared to dare. He complained for a while, and also took the initiative to make way for Chu Feng. And after crossing the human wall, Chu Feng finally knew what people were watching. At the gate of the martial arts pavilion, there was a stone-high platform. An elder stood on the high platform, and behind the elder, there was a strange house. This house is very strange, the whole body is green, like jade, but the most strange thing is that he was able to block Chu Feng's mental power, presumably that is the so-called cultivation formation. And after hearing the discussion from the surrounding crowd, Chu Feng also got a piece of news. There is only one cultivation array, and only one person can cultivate at a time. If you want to cultivate in this cultivation array, you must take out a fairy grass. It is precisely because of such an expensive price that there are many onlookers, but no one is willing to go on stage. After all, a piece of fairy grass is a big price for many people, and there are not many people who are willing to exchange it for a cultivation opportunity, but for Chu Feng, this is the best. Get out of the way, get out of the way. But just as Chu Feng walked under the high platform, there was a shout from the crowd behind him. Looking back, I saw that a group of men and horses came in. This was a member of the Kendo Alliance, and Jian Chen, who had a holiday with Chu Feng, was also among them, but at this moment, the one who most attracted Chu Feng's attention was the tall man next to Jian Chen. Juvenile. This young man looks quite similar to Jian Chen, but the aura on his body is very impressive. He has reached the 9th level of Lingwu, such a strength, but many core disciples have not reached it. And looking at how respectful and fearful people looked towards him, Chu Feng didn't have to think about it, he already knew who he was. He must be Jian Chen's brother, the leader of the Kendo Alliance, Jian Fengyi. It's you. At this moment, Jian Chen recognized Chu Feng at a glance. "Brother, do you know him?" Jian Feng asked from the side. "Big brother, he is the one who beat me that day." Jian Chen roared angrily. "Oh." Hearing those words, Jian Fengyi turned his attention to Chu Feng again, but at this moment, his eyes were full of murderous intent. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 67 Backer. Whoosh! Suddenly, Jian Feng's body swayed slightly and disappeared like a ghost. And when he reappeared, he was already in front of Chu Feng, his powerful fist continuously enlarged in front of Chu Feng's eyes. This guy actually shot directly regardless of the occasion. However, he underestimated Chu Feng. He thought that his punch could directly defeat Chu Feng, but he didn't know that in Chu Feng's eyes, his punch was simply too weak. The corner of Chu Feng's mouth was slightly upturned, his footsteps stepped forward, his shoulders swayed slightly, his right arm suddenly protruded, and the shot was a punch. The two fists burst out of the air, with extremely fast speed and tyrannical strength, and even the air was rubbed with rustling sounds, as if it was about to burn. Stop! But just as the fists of the two were about to collide, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the two, and two powerful palms had already grasped the wrists of Chu Feng and Jian Fengyi. The man's attack was abruptly blocked. Original martial realm? The sense of strength from his wrist made Chu Feng's eyes light up. He looked up and saw that it was the pavilion elder on the high platform who had shot. However, at this moment, the pavilion elder was also looking at Chu Feng, and his eyes were filled with consternation. Because he could feel from the strength of the two fists, Chu Feng's fist strength was obviously higher than that of the sword Fengyi, but Chu Feng was obviously only the spirit of the 7th level of Lingguo, and the sword Fengyi was already the 9th level of Lingguo. What's the matter? Why do I feel aura fluctuate? At this moment, an old voice came from the direction of the martial arts pavilion, and a black old man walked out from it. It was obvious that he was an elder who guarded the pavilion, and his status seemed to be higher than that of the middle-aged elder. Be higher. Reporting to Elder Wang, these two disciples fought here before. Seeing this, the middle-aged elder stepped forward and replied, "Oh." That Elder Wang first glanced at Jian Fengyi, and then sternly rebuked Chu Feng. "Why are you shooting here? Don't you know where this is? Do you still have sect rules in your eyes? This elder, didn't you see that he shot me first? I was just defending. Is this still wrong?" Chu Feng was indignant. Hearing this, Elder Wang also frowned slightly. He didn't expect that there would be a disciple who would dare to collide with him like this, but despite this, he still looked at Jian Fengyi and asked in a rather soft tone, "Fengyi, did you shoot him first?" At this moment, Jian Fengyi was a little speechless, because he really didn't care. After all, countless pairs of eyes had seen the previous scene. "Okay, next time you pay attention, as a representative of inner disciples, you must pay attention to influence. Do you understand?" The disciple knows. "Well, you kid never came to the martial arts pavilion. Why are you here today?" Reporting to Elder Wang, the disciples came here today to experience the mystery of this cultivation formation. "You brat, you will become a core disciple in a few days, and you still come here to feel it, but it's okay, since you're here, go up." Elder Wang smiled and waved his hand. "Thank you, Elder." Jian Fengyi didn't take it lightly. He took out a fairy grass from the Qianquan bag, handed it to the middle-aged elder respectfully, and then walked to the high platform. But when he walked to Chu Feng's side, he said in a voice that only Chu Feng could hear, "Boy, can't you see that I have a backer in this inner door? Also, don't think that if you join the Yimeng, you can be safe and sound. If you dare to take action against my brother, the Heavenly King can't protect you. Climb to the high platform." At this moment, Chu Feng's face was also a little ugly, and he said to the Elder Wang indignantly, "I came first, why should I let him go first? The so-called capable person resides, and Jian Fengyi is one of the best disciples of my inner sect, and naturally has the right to enjoy the inner sect's cultivation resources first." The Elder Wang spoke casually, but there was a trace of anger in his eyes, and he was obviously dissatisfied by Chu Feng's repeated confrontation. "Then how do you know that I'm not as good as him?" Chu Feng insisted. Haha, you are excellent? Even a mere disciple of the 7th level of Lingwu dares to claim that he is excellent. He is really arrogant. How could a disciple like you appear in my Azure Dragon sect? Elder Wang's voice became colder. It's not up to you to judge whether I'm good or not. After all, you're just an inner sect elder, and you don't have the right to judge a person's qualifications. Chu Feng had already seen that this Elder Wang had an affair with Jian Fingyi, so attitude has also simply become arrogant. What an arrogant boy, how dare you speak to me like this? Elder Wang gritted his teeth. As an elder, it's unfair to do things. What qualifications do I have to respect? Chu Feng curled his lips in disdain. Presumptuous, if I don't teach you some lessons today, you will really be lawless. Finally, this Elder Wang couldn't stand Chu Feng's repeated confrontations. He waved his sleeves, and that powerful palm slapped Chu Feng down. The 3rd level of Yuanwu? Chu Feng couldn't help being shocked at this moment. He did not expect that this old man would be the 3rd level of Yuanwu. If he was the 1st level of Yuanwu, then Chu Feng could still handle it, but since he was the 3rd level of Yuanwu, if so, Chu Feng will be more fortunate than lucky. Boom wow, but just when Chu Feng thought that he was about to have a big disaster, the Elder Wang exclaimed in surprise, and then took a few steps back, as if he was hit by a huge shock. Extraordinarily pale. Elder Wang, it doesn't seem right to do this to the younger generation, doesn't it? At this moment, people noticed that there was an old white man beside Chu Feng, and this Chu Feng also knew that it was the elder of the pavilion who registered for him that day, the Elder Ouyang. It's just that what he didn't expect was that the elder's strength would be so powerful. Not to mention that he came to him silently. Even if it was the previous blow, he didn't have a premonition, but it was undeniable. Yes, this old man's breath is very strong, at least far above that Elder Wang. My subordinates see the Lord in charge. Seeing Elder Ouyang, Elder Wang, and the middle-aged elder, their faces changed greatly, and they hurriedly gave them great gifts. Master in charge? Could this be the person in charge of the martial arts pavilion? Chu Feng suddenly realized and looked at the old man beside him with some surprise. How could this kid know Elder Ouyang? At this moment, Jian Fingyi, who had already climbed the high platform, also frowned. He had previously relied on his family and had some relationship with the Elder Wang, so he was able to climb this high platform, but he never imagined that Chu Feng would actually know the person in charge of this martial arts pavilion. And looking at this appearance, the relationship between the two is still very good, otherwise how could Elder Ouyang take action against his subordinates because of Chu Feng? At this moment, Jian Fingyi realized that something was wrong. What happened just now? I won't pursue it, but in my martial arts pavilion, there is only a first-come first-served rule. Chu Feng, you can go up, and the immortal spirit grass will be spared. Elder Ouyang didn't talk nonsense. He waved his hand and motioned for Chu Feng to go up. Many thanks, Elder. And Chu Feng was not polite. First, he gave a grateful salute to Elder Ouyang, and then walked towards the high platform in front of everyone's eyes. However, when he came to Jian Fingyi's side, Chu Feng couldn't help but stop for a while and said with a smile, "It seems that your backer in this inner door is not very good. Besides, not only do I dare to shoot at your brother, but I also dare to shoot at you. It's best not to let me touch you again, otherwise I'll let you run away." Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 68, Fear After a While. What? Nothing to say? This is the best. You'd better be quiet for me, otherwise I'm afraid that the next time I meet you, I will accidentally kill you, haha. Seeing Jian Fingyi, whose face was ashen, staring at him viciously, but didn't even dare to let go of his fart, Chu Feng laughed, walked up the high platform slyly, and entered the greenhouse. At this moment, Jian Fingyi, his fists clenched tightly and creaked. The flame in his heart seemed to explode at any time, not to mention the fire. As the leader of the Kendo Alliance, and one of the most eye-catching disciples in the entire inner sect, when was someone so provocative, even the leader of the Wing Alliance never treated him like this. But right now, no matter how angry he is, he can only endure it. In this martial arts pavilion, he does not dare to do anything, and in front of Elder Ouyang, he does not dare to do anything. After all, even if the core disciple encounters that Elder Ouyang, respectful to him, let alone him? Who is that kid who dares to talk to Jianfengyi like that? Don't you want to live? Seeing such a scene, some people were worried about Chu Feng. I know him. He is Chu Feng. A few days ago, he was the one who destroyed Lu Meng and Lu Meng by himself. I tell you, don't mess with him. Compared with Jianfengyi, this Chu Feng is more dangerous and terrifying. This guy is not afraid of the sky, and he is extremely ruthless. He is just a little devil in the world. However, there were also some people who recognized Chu Feng, especially those who saw Chu Feng destroy Lu Meng. Even now, when they recalled the scene of that day, they still felt shivering. In the depths of their hearts, Chu Feng had already left a terrifying shadow. But compared to others, the people with the most complicated expressions at the moment were Chu Yu and Chu Shui, both of the Chu family. They had a deep understanding of Chu Feng's past. But they all know that the boy who was once bullied in the Chu family has now become the object that all the juniors of the Chu family look up to, reaching the height they can only look up to, and will go further and further. Just as the inner disciples were constantly discussing because of Chu Feng had already stepped into the so-called cultivation formation. What a mysterious formation! This should be the handwriting of that world spiritist, right? At this moment, what Chu Feng is in is not a simple room, but another world. His feet are muddy swamps, his head is dark clouds and lightning, all around him are violent storms, and his ears are roaring thunder. Although he has mental power, he knows that all this is fake and it is just an illusion, but at least to the naked eye, everything is so real. The most important thing is that being here has indeed made Chu Feng feel a huge pressure. Even if he doesn't do anything, just standing still will increase the pressure. Even weak people can't stay here even if they don't move for a moment, let alone cultivate any martial arts. However, this kind of environment is exactly what Chu Feng needs. He likes this kind of stressful environment very much, because only in this way can he be stronger and more convenient for him to practice. Chu Feng slowly closed his eyes and began to sort out the information in his mind, the information about the royal air technique. The 7-stage body technique and martial arts, air fighting, are divided into 4 stages. In the primary stage, the wind is generated under the feet, and the steps are like flying. In the intermediate stage, electricity is generated under the feet, and the speed is like running thunder. There is nothing to grow under your feet, but you can step on the void, walk in the sky, and travel the sky. Although the introduction is simple, the mark of rank 7 alone has already told Chu Feng how difficult it will be to cultivate this martial skill. After all, in today's Azure Dragon School, the best martial skill is only rank 5. It was such a difficult martial skill, but the more Chu Feng wanted to practice it. Elder Wang, I didn't blame the old man for taking action against you, right? Elder Ouyang was talking with Elder Wang in the martial arts pavilion. Your Excellency in charge is overthinking things. It's because your subordinates are not doing things well, so how can I blame you? Although Elder Wang said so, he didn't think so in his heart at all. In the public, he was smashed back by Elder Ouyang. Although he was not injured, as a pavilion guardian, he still felt disgraced. I stopped you from making things difficult for that Chu Feng because of your consideration. No matter what, we are also brothers of the same period. I don't want to see you offend someone who can become a talent in the future. Elder Ouyang said with a smile. Master Chief, what do you mean by that? Could it be that Chu Feng's background is? At this moment, Elder Wang finally realized that something was wrong. There is no background, on the contrary, Chu Feng himself is somewhat remarkable. Amazing on his own? That Chu Feng is just a hairy boy, why didn't I see where he was outstanding? Oh, with spiritual power, isn't that enough? What, that kid actually? Hearing these words, Elder Wang's expression couldn't help but change greatly. He finally understood why even Elder Ouyang turned towards Chu Feng like that. Thank you, sir, for taking action today, otherwise, I'm afraid I will follow in Li Yi's footsteps. At this moment, Elder Wang was frightened for a while, and even his hands were trembling. Because he remembered a past event a few years ago, an elder from the inner sect had some unpleasantness with an inner sect disciple, and that inner sect elder was called Li Yi. It stands to reason that the inner disciples are still young, and it is not uncommon for people like Chu Feng to be young and energetic, and there are not a few people who are in conflict with the elders. But the disciple is a disciple after all, and if he offends the elder, he will most likely have to suffer. That disciple was not less suppressed by Elder Li Yi. At that time, everyone thought that the disciple was doomed. After all, he was still so young. Offending a high-ranking elder in the inner sect is not a good thing. However, it was not until that disciple became a blockbuster and became a core disciple for a period of time that people realized that this disciple was a rare martial arts genius. And the most shocking thing is that 1 year after that disciple became the core disciple, Elder Li Yi was cut off on his way home, and he died under the martial arts of the Azure Dragon sect. In this case, although the murderer has not been found so far, many people can actually guess who the murderer is. That is the disciple who clashed with Elder Li Yi at the beginning. He is called Lang Wugui, and now the core disciple is the strongest. One of them, but the only one with spiritual power. Haha, to tell you the truth, according to my observation, the current Chu Feng is much more powerful than Lang Wugui back then. This kid will become a great weapon in the future, and the most important thing is that this kid is ruthless. Elder Ouyang smiled. However, after hearing this, Elder Wang's face that had just improved suddenly turned pale. Without a trace of blood, he was speechless for a while, and fell into deep thought. Okay, this matter is over. I believe he won't embarrass you in the future, but it's hard to say if the sword is sealed. Elder Ouyang smiled slightly, then walked to the window, looked at the cultivation formation below, and said, "This practice formation is a good thing to hone your Shinqing and." The requirements for physical strength and perseverance are extremely strict. I don't know how long this Chu Feng can last. Master in charge, as far as I know, the best results of the core disciples seem to be 3 hours. And this Chu Feng's strength is still too weak. I guess it's not bad that he can last for half an hour. Seeing this, Elder Wang guessed. N. After thinking about it, Elder Ouyang did not refute it. He even felt that it was a miracle that Chu Feng's strength could last for half an hour. In the practice formation, it lasted for half an hour. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 69, Recreating the Myth. The core area of the Azure Dragon sect is where the core elders live with their disciples. This is the restricted area for inner sect elders and inner sect disciples, but there is a place here where even core elders and core disciples are prohibited from entering. This is a vast palace. Although it is magnificent, it is not luxurious. On the contrary, it reveals a simple atmosphere, and even has a sense of mystery. And here is the residence of the only world spiritist of the Azure Dragon sect, Elder Kuching Zhuge Luyun. Inside the hall, Zhuge Luyun sat on a simple stone chair, still wearing that white robe full of spells. The white robe covered everything, only a pair of deep eyes remained. In front of him, a man is kneeling on the ground. This is a core disciple, but he looks like a 10-year-old, but he has a calm and sophisticated body that does not belong to this age. This person is a core disciple. Among them, the only disciple with spiritual power, Lang Wugui. Innocent, how many years have you been with me? Elder Zhuge's deep voice came from inside the white robe. Returning to Master, to this day, the disciple has followed Master for exactly 3 years. Lang Wugui replied respectfully. It's been so long before I knew it, it's really time flies. You've worked for me in the past few years. I'm quite satisfied with your performance, and now I'll give you the last task. As long as it's done beautifully, I'll officially accept it. You are a disciple, teaching you the law of enchantment. Master, I don't know what the mission is. Even if we go through fire and water, the disciple will always be there. Lang Wugui was extremely overjoyed when he learned that Elder Zhuge would officially accept him as a disciple. Help me find someone. Elder Zhuge said. I don't know who Shurzuan is looking for? Long Wugui asked. A young man who is about 15 years old, but has mastered the 3 styles of my King Longzong Thunder. This young man has spiritual power just like you, and has had a relationship with me once, but I don't know his surname. I don't know if he is a disciple of my Azure Dragon sect. A young man with spiritual power? And he also mastered the Thunderbolt 3 forms of my Azure Dragon sect? At this moment, Lang Wugui's expression changed a little, and he couldn't help but say, there is absolutely no such person among the core disciples. That's why I asked you to investigate. Whether he is an inner disciple or not a disciple of my Azure Dragon sect, you must find him for me. As long as you find him, you can officially become my disciple. I believe it is not difficult for you. This trip to the cemetery, I fought against the Qianfeng sect master and suffered some trauma. I will be in retreat for a while from today. I hope you can find that young man on the day I leave. The disciple must do his best. Go back. As ordered. After a respectful answer, Lang Wugui got up and left the palace, but at the moment his face was a little ugly, even a little gloomy. Junior brother Lang, what is Elder Zhuge looking for from you? Yes, Junior brother Lang, but what other tasks are there? 2 core disciples outside the palace came over. They were a man and a woman. The man's name was Gao Lu and the woman's name was Lu Bing. Even though they were older than Lang Wugui, they entered earlier than Lang Wugui, but in fact it is the 2 confidants of Cold and Innocent. Go to the inner door to check, but there is a young man who has practiced the Thunder 3 styles. If he finds it, he will be secretly killed. Don't let anyone know that it was you who did it, even Zhuge Luyun can't know. Lang Wugui said coldly. Let's do it right now. Gao Lu Bing didn't hesitate. After answering, he quickly retreated. Lang Wugui turned his head and glanced at the palace where Zhuge Luyun was located. There were bursts of cold light in his slightly narrowed eyes. Old man, I've worked hard for you for 3 whole years. You actually want to accept other people as disciples at this time. If you're not kind to me, don't blame me for being unjust to you. If you want to accept others as your disciples, there's no way. As for the matter of the core area, no one from the inner door knows about it, but at this moment, there are more and more people gathered outside the martial arts pavilion, and people are attracted by the greenhouses on the high platform. Especially the elders of the martial arts pavilion, all with tense faces, staring at the training formation, because 3 hours had passed since Chu Feng entered the training formation. Master Chief, then Chu Feng won't have any accident. It's been 3 full hours. I'm afraid it's even you. Some elders began to feel worried for Chu Feng. No, if Chu Feng was in a coma in the cultivation array due to lack of physical strength, the cultivation array would stop working. But at this moment, the cultivation array is not only still in operation, but also with a stronger force, which means that Chu Feng is still persevering, at least he is still fine. Elder Ouyang shook his head, but his eyes also flickered with wonder. 3 hours, even if he, with his current cultivation base, enters the training formation, he can only last for 3 hours at most. After all, this is the practice arranged by the Elder Zhuge, who is only weaker than the suzerain. Array. However, Chu Feng, with his 7th level Lingbu cultivation, persisted in the training formation for 3 hours, exceeding the limit that this core disciple could endure, and still persisting. This really impressed Elder Ouyang. It's just that when Chu Feng endured 4 hours in the cultivation formation, this admiration turned into shock. Especially after Chu Feng walked out of the cultivation formation, people saw Chu Feng's incomparably relaxed face with a happy smile, and they began to doubt whether he really stayed in the cultivation formation for 4 hours. He doubted whether the cultivation formation really had the kind of unbearable pressure as in the legend. For this reason, after Chu Feng came out, someone resolutely walked into the cultivation formation and wanted to find out. But the result of that person's attempt made others know that this cultivation formation is definitely worthy of its name, because that good disciple just went in for a while, then fell into a coma, and was carried out by the elder guardian of the pavilion. My god, in this way, Chu Feng really stayed in the training formation for 4 hours without being affected at all? It's terrifying. Is that guy still human? It seems that there is a demon in my inner door. Looking at the disciple who was carried out by the elder, foaming at the mouth and turning up his eyes, people exclaimed in surprise. Of course, it was not for this disciple, but for Chu Feng, who walked out calmly earlier. After this incident, Chu Feng undoubtedly created another myth in the inner sect, but he didn't care about these Chu Fengs. The reason why he was happy was because he had already mastered the Imperial Air technique. Although it is only in the primary stage, Chu Feng is very satisfied with the wind-like speed. At least with this airborne technique, he can't defeat the powerhouses in the primordial martial realm, but he can escape safely. A trump card for escape. Time passed, and in a blink of an eye, it was time for the core disciple assessment, and the night before the assessment began, Susie, who had disappeared for several days, actually came to the door. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 70 Jealous. In the sky, a full moon hangs high, and on the ground, a man and a woman are alone. On the stone road in the dead of night, Chu Feng and Susie walked side by side. Taking advantage of the bright moonlight, Chu Feng would occasionally take a peek at Susie, who was beside him, and could not help but secretly marvel at how beautiful this girl was. Those slender eyelashes, those moist eyes, that tall nose, that pink mouth, that perfect curvature on the chest, and the snow-white skin, are really beautiful. It makes people's heart pounding, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it is a fairy descending to earth. Seeing the ecstasy, Chu Feng couldn't hold back. He stretched out his arms and stretched out a black hand towards Susie, so there was a scream, and it sounded again. Ah. Damn, don't you just hug me, girl, so you won't bite so hard. Chu Feng looked at the 2 rows of neat little teeth marks on his hand, and grinned in pain. Fortunately, his skin is thick and fleshy, comparable to steel and iron bones. If it weren't for Susie's bite, I'm afraid he would be able to bite off a large piece of his flesh, which shows that this girl really dares to bite. Who let you take advantage of me, you rascal? Susie glared at Chu Feng, and then said, I heard that you were in the cultivation formation for 4 hours, is this true? What's up? You are such a monster. Don't you know that the cultivation formation, even a core disciple, can only stay for 3 hours at most? Now you have become a freak in the inner section. Really? It can only be said that those guys are too useless. Chu Feng wasn't talking big. If he didn't feel that he had mastered the air control technique that day, he didn't need to waste time. Even if he stayed in the training formation for a few hours, it would be completely fine. It's not that they're too useless, it's that you're too perverted. Susie rolled her eyes, suddenly narrowed her eyes, and said with a smile, I'm going to meet all the members of the Yiming later. Are you nervous? Why are you nervous? Chu Feng disagreed. He originally thought that Susie came to him so late, there was something beautiful, but he didn't know it was a gathering of members of the Wings League. As for the reason for the gathering, it was naturally because of the core disciple assessment tomorrow. There are only 33 members of the Yiming, including Chu Feng, but at least 12 people participated in this year's core disciple assessment, and these 12 people can be said to be the strongest 12 members of the Yiming. This means that the Wing Alliance of the Inner Door will have a revolution, not only to elect a new alliance leader, but also to plan the assessment. Because this core disciple assessment, not only the Yiming Alliance has been gaining momentum for a long time, the Kendo Alliance and the Tianxia Alliance have also waited for a long time. This assessment will not be as simple as it seems, and it will most likely be a confrontation between the top disciples of the inner sect. I knew you were heartless, so you wouldn't be nervous because of them. Susie smiled sweetly, with a hint of appreciation in her eyes. Accompanied by Susie, Chu Feng came to a mansion. This is the residence of the leader of the Yiming Alliance, and it is also the gathering point of the Yiming. Right now, all the members of the Yiming are in this mansion. Entering the mansion, Chu Feng felt several gazes condensed and began to swipe back and forth on his body. There were surprises and surprises, but also disdain and doubts. However, the first thing Chu Feng felt was the powerful aura of these people. The Yiming was worthy of being an alliance of geniuses. It turned out that the Dragon Brothers and Tiger Brothers in this Yiming could only be regarded as the bottom of the group. Among the 31 figures in the hall, Chu Feng also found a few familiar people, such as Bai Long, Bai Hu, Yi Taozi, Zhang Tingzi, Bai Tong, and others, all of which Chu Feng had seen. "This is Brother Chu Feng. I am the leader of the Yiming Alliance, sit to you." A handsome man led many members of the Yiming Alliance and walked towards Chu Feng. This Sitayu is about the same age as Jianfengyi, and even his cultivation is at the 9th level of Lingguo, and his breath is even stronger than Jianfengyi. It's just that although he is polite to Chu Feng on the surface, Chu Feng can feel that this person does not seem to be as kind as he seems. "Hey. My eldest brother is talking to you, didn't you hear it?" Just as Chu Feng was stunned, a black-faced youth rushed out from behind Sitayu. The age of this young man should be similar to that of Chu Feng, even if he is only 2 years old, and he has the 8th level of martial arts cultivation, which is not bad at this age. However, his attitude at the moment was very bad. He pointed at Chu Feng with his nose and eyes and shouted loudly, looking like he was going to beat Chu Feng. "Small light." Seeing this, Sitayu pulled the black-faced boy back and immediately said to Chu Feng apologetically, "This is my younger brother, Situ Liang, who is a bit irritable, but his heart is not bad. I hope Brother Chu Feng will not mind." "Don't worry, I, Chu Feng, have always been very personable." Chu Feng waved his hand indifferently. "You?" That Situ Liang gnashed his teeth in anger at Chu Feng's contemptuous behavior, and his nose was almost smoking, but before he could do anything, he was stopped by Sitayu. After that, Sitayu introduced the members of the Yima to Chu Feng one by one. Although these people were polite on the surface, Chu Feng could feel that some people were obviously disgusted with him. As for the people who disliked Chu Feng, most of them are men. As for the reason, it is not difficult for Chu Feng to think of it. It must be because he has been very close to Sume recently. After all, these men don't look at Sume very well. Correct. However, except for a few male members, the female members are very kind to Chu Feng, but Chu Feng does not know that the reason why they are kind to Chu Feng is because Chu Feng's reputation in the inner sect is getting bigger and bigger recently. Children will have an inexplicable affection for good boys. Since the members of our Wing Alliance are here, let's talk about business. Please take your seats. After a short chat, Sitayu said solemnly. At this moment, the members of the Yiming also took their places, but Chu Feng suddenly had a problem. 31 of the 33 chairs in the hall were already seated, and there were 2 seats left. One was in power, next to Sitayu. At this moment, Sume was being led to the seat by Brother Sitayu and Situ Liang. And the remaining one is at the very end, which is nothing but a seat. However, Chu Feng has said that the ranking of this position has been said. Those sitting at the top are all experts, and those sitting at the end are the less powerful ones, such as the Dragon Brothers and Tiger Brothers. This shows that the Yiming is treating him as waste wood. "Junior brother Chu Feng, sit here." At this moment, a young girl next to the empty seat spoke up. This girl is not bad, with a fair face, big fox-like eyes, and a long head scattered over her shoulders. She is considered a top-notch beauty, especially her chest is very predictable, and the purple robe is bulging. It seems to be about to come out. The most important thing is that at this moment, this big-breasted beauty is winking at Chu Feng. This is obviously to seduce Chu Feng. Speaking of which, Chu Feng is a man. Although he is upright, it does not mean that he must reject the seduction of women, so he simply stopped caring about it, smiled slightly, and sat on the last seat. "Junior brother Chu Feng, I heard that you are so fierce. Some time ago, you stepped on Lu Ming by yourself." After Chu Feng was seated, the big-breasted beauty hugged Chu Feng's arm and pushed the 2 groups of people to the ground. Softly and sternly attached. Wow. This was Chu Feng's voice at the moment. Because he was so softly attached by the 2 groups, Chu Feng felt only 2 words, comfortable. This is the real big breasts, Sume's undeveloped, obviously can't compare with hers. "You, get up." But at this moment, a sharp shout suddenly sounded beside him. Looking up, Chu Feng, the big-breasted girl, and even the entire hall were shocked. I saw Sume pinching Shouman's waist with one hand, and pointing the other hand at the big-breasted beauty beside Chu Feng. She pouted her small mouth and stared at her eyes. On her sweet little face, there was actually a layer of layers hanging on it. Visible jealousy. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 71, Give Me Quiet. Xiaomei, you. The big-breasted beauty seemed to be very afraid of Su Mei, and was at a loss for a while. I'll ask you to stand up. Su Mei roared domineeringly. And this sound made the big-breasted beauty so frightened that her little face suddenly turned pale. She hurriedly stood up and stood aside, not even daring to say a word. Humph. Su Mei let out a cold snort. She glanced at Chu Feng full of resentment, then sat down where the big-breasted beauty was before, pointed to the seat next to Sitiyu, and said, "Sit over there." Yep. The big-breasted beauty didn't dare to neglect. She lowered her head and walked quickly to Sitiyu's side. She didn't raise her head, but sat down gloomily. This scene made people stunned. Anyone with eyes could see what was going on. Sume was jealous. Whose vinegar to eat? Eat Chu Feng's vinegar. Sume, the #1 beauty in the inner sect, who was pursued by countless people, but no one succeeded, is actually eating Chu Feng's vinegar. This is definitely a sensational thing. But thinking about it carefully, this is not accidental. After all, the two have been getting very close recently, and there are even rumors that Sume has a crush on Chu Feng. But even so, this is still unacceptable to many people, but Bai Tong and others are quite relieved, because they have seen Sume's more excited actions with their own eyes. But compared to Bai Tong and the others, that Sitiyu's expression was a little unnatural. Although he tried his best to cover it up, he still showed some displeasure. This guy was also jealous. You girl, you are really hot. Why are you treating others like that? Chu Feng said with a smile. I like it, do you care? Sume glared at Chu Feng, then turned her head away and ignored Chu Feng. After this small disturbance, the so-called meeting officially started. First, let me talk about the 12 people who participated in the core disciple assessment this time, including Chu Feng, Sume, and Sitiyu. The rest of the 9 people are also at the 8th level of Lingguo. It is not difficult for this kind of cultivation to pass the core disciple assessment, so it is basically determined that the Yiming will leave the 12 people. But for this situation, Sitiyu was already prepared, that is, his younger brother did not participate in this year's core disciple assessment, so Situ Liang had to stay in the inner sect and take his class as the leader of the Yimeng. There is another thing, that is, Sitiyu suggested that after becoming a core disciple, the Yiming should continue to retain it, not wanting everyone to go their separate ways. As for Sitiyu, he had proposed ideas to the senior brothers and sisters who were former members of the Yiming, but now they have become core disciples, asking them to lead the Yiming and create a world among the core disciples, but was rejected. So now there is a serious problem, that is, if you want to form a wing alliance in the core area, it can only be these people. Issues discussed. Brother Situ, is this still a discussion? Since the brothers and sisters in the past refused to lead us, the position of the leader of the alliance is naturally up to you. Yes, Brother Situ, in the current Yiming, who has this ability other than you? All the members unanimously elected Situyu to continue to be the leader of the alliance. Hey, you are all dragons among people. No one is willing to rely on others, so it's better to be fair. You don't have to recommend me like this, you can say your true thoughts. Sitiyu pretended to be evasive, but everyone could see that he was very happy, and that people were happy that he would continue to be the leader of the alliance. For this Sitiyu, Chu Feng only gave 3 words hypocrite, so he didn't bother to listen to what these people had to say. At this moment, all his attention was on Sume. This girl hadn't said a word to Chu Feng for a long time. She dragged her chin with her little hand, raised her head, and didn't know what she was looking at, but it was certain that she didn't care what Sitiyu and the others were discussing. Hey, girl, are you angry? Chu Feng leaned over and asked with a smile. Who is angry? Who is angry? Who deserves my anger? Susie cast a resentful glance at Chu Feng. What are you doing when you're not angry? Chu Feng questioned. I'm listening carefully to what big brother Sityu has to say. Susie quibble. Alright then, tell me what Sityu just said. Chu Feng smiled. He said. Susie was speechless, she didn't listen at all, how could she know what Sityu was talking about? But she turned her head and looked at Chu Feng's face filled with a wicked smile. She realized that she was saying Chu Feng's words again, and she was so angry that she wanted to bite Chu Feng. Okay, don't be angry, how about I tell you a story? Chu Feng coaxed. What story? Tell me if you want to. Susie curled her lips, but she still looked like she was listening. The 3 little white rabbits picked a mushroom. The 2 big ones let the little one get some wild vegetables to eat together. The big one said, no, don't worry, so the little white rabbit went, but it's been a long time, and the little white rabbit hasn't come back. We don't have to wait for the 2 big discussions. Let's eat. At this moment, the little white rabbit suddenly jumped out of the jungle next to him and said angrily, look, I knew you were going to eat my mushrooms, ha ha ha, could it be that the little white rabbit never left? Guess what? Huh, definitely, it's too cute, it's funny. Susie was amused by Chu Feng's laughter. The sweet laughter was very pleasant, but it sounded at this time, but it didn't seem to be the right time, and it had already attracted everyone's attention. Come on, I'll tell you one more thing. Seeing that Susie finally smiled, Chu Feng was also eager, showing his arms and rolling up his sleeves, ready to show off his skills again. But the actions of the 2 caused Sityu's dissatisfaction. Looking at his sweetheart and laughing in front of others, he didn't pay attention to what he was saying at all. His heart was filled with panic. Dang! At this moment, that Sityu suddenly slapped the table, stood up, pointed at Chu Feng and said, my eldest brother is talking, please be quiet for me. Hearing these words, Chu Feng's face did not change, but he slowly stood up and walked in front of Sityu without any rush. Suddenly, Chu Feng waved his big hand suddenly, only to hear a crisp slap and a loud slap on the face, which landed on Sityu's face. With a powerful force, Sityu was directly thrown to the ground. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood along with 3 front teeth. This scene frightened the people present. Chu Feng actually hit people directly, and he was also the future leader of the Yimeng, Sityu's younger brother. This was too bold. However, Chu Feng ignored everyone's surprised eyes at all. Instead, he pointed at Sityu on the ground and said viciously, when I'm talking, you fucking be quiet for me. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 72 Abuse, Sityu. I'm going to kill you. Sityu looked at the puddle of blood and the 3 front teeth on the ground. He was extremely furious, and instantly became mad. He exploded the strength of the 8th level of Lingwu, and the breath swept away like a whirlwind, and charged towards Chu Feng. However, just as Sityu swept in front of Chu Feng and was about to attack, Chu Feng raised his leg and kicked him away again. And this time, Chu Feng's force was obviously much stronger than before. The powerful impulse made the seat beside Sityu shattered, and after flying several meters, he slammed into the wall. This guy is so strong. At this moment, many members of the Yimeng who saw Chu Feng for the first time were all shocked. Even though they were only at the 7th level of Lingwu, they were able to crush Sityu, who was at the 8th level of Lingwu. This kind of strength really deterred everyone. Even those who wanted to take action against Chu Feng gave up the idea, especially when they thought of the recent rumors about Chu Feng. They realized for the first time that this guy was probably a tough character. Chu Feng, you are going too far. The members of the Yimeng are like a family. What do you mean by treating Sityu like this? Sityu scolded. His own younger brother, being so humiliated in front of him, his heart would have been burning with anger. If it wasn't because of his identity, he would have done something to Chu Feng long ago. Family, does he treat me as a family? Do you treat me as a family? I tell you, don't play this game in front of me. Don't say it's not a family. Even if it is a family, I, Chu Feng, can hit anyone I want. Chu Feng said coldly. Well, you can hit anyone you want. I'm going to see today how talented you are, and how dare you be so arrogant. Sityu was about to start as soon as he spoke, and Chu Feng was also eager to try. Stop. At this moment, Sume shouted loudly, walked up to the two of them, and said, What are you all doing? Are you fighting? Tomorrow is the day of the assessment, and you are fighting in the nest now. Are you going to take the assessment tomorrow with an injury? Xiaomei, you have seen everything before. It's not that I want to shoot him, it's really him. Sityu wanted to explain. I saw it all. Just now, it was Situ Liang who was wrong. However, what was unexpected was that Sume chose to favor Chu Feng without any hesitation, and she favored it so plainly. Hearing Sume say this, Sityu seemed to hear his heartbroken voice and finally couldn't control himself. He didn't say anything to Sume anymore, but pointed at Chu Feng and said, Chu Feng, if you're a man, don't stand behind a woman. Don't you like to fight? I'll fight with you today. Okay, do you think I'll be afraid of you? Chu Feng grabbed Sume's wrist and dragged Sume behind him. You two, stop me. Seeing this, Sume was a little furious, but she couldn't break free from Chu Feng's palm at all, and when a spiritual energy entered her body softened even more. Chu Feng, you. Sume was astonished when she felt the oppression that swept her body, because this kind of coercion no longer belonged to the spirit martial realm, and was comparable to a powerhouse in the Yuan martial realm. You can rest assured, Xiaomei, as the leader of the Yiming Alliance, I will focus on the overall situation. Today, I will learn from Chu Feng and will not use martial arts. Sityu vowed. Oh, are you trying to let me? Chu Feng smiled contemptuously. I'm not letting you, I just don't want to hurt you. After all, you are the one recommended by Elder Su Rou and Elder Ouyang. Even if I do, it's just to give Elder Su Rou and Elder Ouyang a face. Sityu said. Such a big tone, I want to see who is letting who. Wush Chu Feng was too lazy to talk nonsense. He shot directly, very fast, and came to Sityu in the blink of an eye, turned around, and pulled out his beautiful whip leg. Humph. However, in the face of Chu Feng's fierce attack, Sityu just snorted coldly, and did not take Chu Feng's attack seriously at all. He raised his right arm slightly, and with a random block, he wanted to use this to block Chu Feng's attack, but he paid a heavy price for it. Boom! As soon as he hit it, Sityu's right arm seemed to be under 10,000 force. When a pain came from his arm, a powerful impact was already pulling him up. Seeing this, he hurriedly used the profound art, but it was too late. The powerful impact made him fly up. However, this Sityu is a master of the 9th level of Lingwu after all, and is known as the strongest disciple of the inner sect, so naturally he has some means. I saw his body turn in the air early, and a beautiful rotation removed the momentum from his body. Finally, it landed firmly on the ground. But just as he raised his head, Chu Feng was already in front of him. This time, a huge fist slammed into his face. Put. Everything came so fast that Sityu couldn't dodge at all. He only felt a stinging pain in his cheeks, and the whole person flew out again, and this time, he fell to the ground ruthlessly, rolling twice in a row, just stabilized. My God, then Chu Feng will. Chu Feng's speed was too fast, and his shot was only between lightning and flint. Many people didn't even see what was going on. They found that Sityu was like a watermelon and rolled to the side. It was slightly swollen, and it seemed that the beating was not light. How could this be? How can this guy's speed and power be far above mine? He is obviously only at the 7th level of Lingwu. Could it be that he is really a monster? Sityu was astonished. He really underestimated Chu Feng. He never imagined that Chu Feng would be so strong that even he could not go through 2 rounds under Chu Feng's hands. the leader of the Wing Alliance, that's all." Chu Feng clapped his hands and laughed secretly in his heart. Comparing his body with him is simply courting death. "Chu Feng, Sho wants to be mad, you can beat me because I didn't use martial arts. If I use martial skills, just based on your current cultivation, you are far from my opponent," Sitayu said unwillingly. In front of his own members, in front of his sweetheart, he was defeated, and he was defeated so badly, which made him unbearable, so he had to find face. Moreover, he knew that Chu Feng had a short time to enter the inner door, so he felt that Chu Feng was strong, but only because of the nature of his physical body. If he used martial skills, he could completely suppress Chu Feng. "Oh, since you have said so, then I also want to see how amazing you are in using your martial skills." Chu Feng waved his hand at Sitayu, motioning for him to try again. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 73 Reminder. Satisfied with you. Seeing this, Sitayu didn't talk nonsense, but when he roared loudly, the entire hall couldn't help but tremble, and a majestic breath gushed out of his body. At this moment, his body actually underwent a qualitative change. His arms and thighs doubled in size in an instant, almost shattering the purple robe on his body. Through the clothes, he could clearly see the strong muscles next to each other. And his skin turned golden, even his silk became golden, his eyes were blood red, and his breathing became rough and powerful. At this moment, Sitayu, whereas the gentle and elegant Wing Alliance leader, is simply a golden monster, especially the breath emanating from him, which has a sense of oppression like a beast. Fourth rank, strengthens martial arts, transforms into a golden lion. I can't believe that the leader of the Alliance has transformed the golden lion into cultivation to such a level. It seems that this time, Chu Feng will definitely lose. That's right, the Golden Lion transformation is a 4-stage enhanced martial skill. If you cultivate it to the level of an Alliance leader, you can be invulnerable to swords and guns, injuring the leader of the Alliance in the slightest, only the share of beatings. Looking at Sitayu's changes at the moment, some of the male members of the Yiming thought that Chu Feng was destined to lose. He couldn't stand the intimacy between Chu Feng and Su Mei. As for the female members, although they all felt Chu Feng's strength, they were amazed by Chu Feng's strength. But when Sitayu performed this trick, they also felt that Chu Feng must be the worst. Only Su Mei, Bai Tong, Brother Long and Brother Hu were silent, because they knew that Chu Feng had stronger martial skills. "Chu Feng, if you admit defeat now, I can let you go. Otherwise, if I take action in this form, I can't guarantee that I won't hurt you." Sitayu opened his mouth. At this moment, his voice was strong and powerful, as if a fierce beast was roaring. It was no longer a human voice, and was somewhat terrifying. "Since you are so confident, then you can quickly let the horse come over. I would like to see how you hurt me." Chu Feng smiled indifferently. "Since you want to get hurt so much, if you don't do it once, won't you be disappointed?" Sitayu moved, and every time he took a step, a crack would be shaken at the place where he landed. He ran wildly, and the entire hall trembled like an earthquake. And looking at Sitayu, who was approaching from the front, Chu Feng smiled strangely, and with a stature, he used a thunderous strike, broke through the door, and ran out. "Humph, if you want to run, can you run away?" Seeing Chu Feng actually fleeing, Sitayu thought that Chu Feng was afraid of him, laughed proudly, and ran after him. As for Su Mei and the others, they followed closely and rushed out immediately. But just after stepping out of the mansion, the people couldn't help but be stunned, because Chu Feng did not flee, but stood in a wide area outside the mansion, stretched out his hands, and made a contemptuous gesture to Sitayu. Looking for death, Sitayu roared, like a ninth-order beast. With that terrifying might, he charged towards Chu Feng again. Z-la-la. But at this moment, I saw Chu Feng's thoughts move, and there was a trace of thunder in his eyes, followed by the sound of crackling, which began to explode on his body, and the whole person was actually enveloped by white lightning, as if turned into a thunder. Boom boom boom, then Chu Feng raised his arms high, and the lightning on his body shot out in all directions. That destructive force actually smashed the stone road under his feet into pieces, and several deep giant pits continued to emerge beside Chu Feng. What's the matter with this terrifying aura? How could he display such terrifying martial arts? At this moment, people exclaimed in amazement. It was the first time they had seen such a terrifying martial skill, both in terms of power and aura, had completely surpassed the golden lion transformation that Sityu performed. Shu, at this moment, Chu Feng pointed out his finger slightly, and a thunderbolt shot out. Almost as soon as people reacted, the thunderbolt landed on Sityu's chest. Boom! A scream rang out, and Sityu was knocked upside down by dozens of meters. When he fell, he had recovered his original appearance, but his face was full of pain. At the same time, the thunderbolt on Chu Feng's body also dissipated in an instant. Except for the damaged ditch marks on the ground, there was no trace left, as if the thunder and lightning on his body had never appeared at all. Chu Feng, you're crazy, you actually used this kind of martial arts to attack my elder brother. Are you trying to kill him? At this moment, Sityu Kong was frightened, and while cursing loudly, he ran to Sityu, and even tears welled up in the corners of his eyes. Because the power that Chu Feng had revealed before was really terrifying, at least in Lingwu territory, he had never seen such a strong coercion, such a domineering martial skill, so he was really worried that Sityu would be arrested. Chu Feng was killed with this blow. Xiao Kong, I'm fine. But at this moment, that Sityu stood up slowly. He first glanced at his chest, and then helplessly sighed, and then bowed his hands to Chu Feng with embarrassment. Brother Chu Feng, thank you for being merciful. My Sityu is not as good as others. I lost. Who? When Sityu said these words, people couldn't help but take a deep breath, because they could hear the meaning of his words. It was obvious that Chu Feng had left his hand earlier, otherwise, the current Sityu would never be so sound. You don't have to be polite to me. I'll save your life just to give Sume a face. Xiaomei, let's go, I'll take you back. Chu Feng gestured to Sume and walked away. Sume also hurried over, leaving only Yimeng and the others to wait. Looking at the backs of the two gradually leaving, the faces of the members of the Yimeng were all filled with complicated emotions, and their hearts couldn't stop surging. Today, Chu Feng really left a deep impression on them. They finally understood why Su Rou and Elder Ouyang would recommend Chu Feng to join the Yiming together, and finally understood why Chu Feng was so arrogant, because he did have this capital, and he was more evil than rumored. In the past, they all thought they were geniuses in martial arts, but after today, they knew that in front of Chu Feng, they really didn't deserve to be called geniuses. Chu Feng, you can't go on like this. Outside the mansion where Sume lived, Sume's face was solemn. What do you mean? Chu Feng was a little puzzled. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 74 Assessment. Even if you have mental power, you can't cultivate like this. Don't you know that the way to cultivate martial arts is to focus on cyclical and gradual progress? Your breakthrough will make it difficult for you to achieve great achievements in the future. If I wanted to, with my family's financial resources, I could break through to the 9th level of Lingwu before I was 12 years old. But do you know why I'm only 14 years old, but only at the 8th level of Lingwu? That's because continuous breakthroughs in the use of training resources are equivalent to breaking the rules of martial arts. While bringing strength, it will also burden the body and reduce future comprehension. Even if you can become a master of the 9th level of Lingwu in a short period of time, you will face the dilemma that you will not be able to break through to Yuanwu in your life. Do you know what I mean? Sume was a little excited, but it could be seen that she was really worried about Chu Feng. Seeing Sume like this, Chu Feng was both delighted and a little distressed. He naturally knew that the way of martial arts cultivation should be done gradually, and quick success should not be rushed, but this was limited to ordinary people, and Chu Feng obviously couldn't treat it with ordinary people. Therefore, Chu Feng knows his own body best, but his body did not cause any burden due to the rapid breakthrough, but instead became stronger and stronger. It's just that he can't tell the truth to Sume, because he doesn't know how to explain his body. He can't say that I not only have spiritual power, but also have a special system. I have a group of divine thunder hidden in my dantian, right? Chu Feng would not easily tell anyone this kind of secret. If he could, he would hide it for the rest of his life. Knowing the girl, I will pay attention. Not knowing how to explain, Chu Feng could only smile and perfunctory. You can do it yourself. I don't want you to have a bright future, but you ruined yourself because you are eager for quick success. Looking at the smiling Chu Feng, Sumei was a little angry, turned around and walked into her mansion. Seeing the back of Sumei leaving, Chu Feng felt a warm feeling in his heart. To have a girl who cares about him so much, I have to say that this is a happy thing. In the early morning of the next day, the sky just dawned, and Chu Feng had already woken up, because today was the day for the core disciple assessment. The core disciples, the key training targets of the Azure Dragon sect, are also the main combat power of the Azure Dragon sect. Their status is completely different from that of the inner disciples. First, the core disciples will enjoy the best cultivation resources of the Azure Dragon sect, and secondly, their family will also be protected by the Azure Dragon sect. If anyone dares to touch the family of the core disciples of the Azure Dragon sect, it will be the enemy of the Azure Dragon sect. Moreover, not all of the core disciples are like Zhou Jiyuan. In fact, many core disciples are very strong. Most of them have entered the Yuanwu realm. Compete with the core elders. Take Su Ro as an example. If it wasn't for her choosing to be the inner sect elder, she is now a core disciple, which means that among the core disciples, there might be a strong character like Su Ro. Therefore, compared to the inner door, the core area is the place Chu Feng wants to go most, and it is more challenging. He likes this kind of life that has to force himself to become stronger. The location of the core disciple assessment is also a huge underground palace, but the scale of this underground palace is much larger than that of the inner sect assessment, and the organs in it are also much more dangerous. The most important thing is that the internal sect assessment organization is the same, and the core disciple assessment organization changes almost every year, and there are many tricks. No one knows what the organization will be like this year. Of course, as long as you have absolute strength, no matter how difficult it is, you can still pass it. At this moment, the 12 members of the Wing Alliance finally entered this huge underground palace. Yo, this time, the Yimeng is really a big deal. There are so many people participating. There are only 12 people. Can this be considered a big deal? The Wing Alliance has only 33 members in total. It can be said that nearly half of them have been used this time. Isn't it a big deal? It's true what you said, ha ha ha. As soon as Chu Feng and other members of the Yimeng entered the main hall of the underground palace, they heard a voice full of irony. Looking around, there were two teams of people not far away. One was the Kendo Alliance, and the other was the World Alliance. Chu Feng, a member of the Kendo Alliance, had seen them before. They dispatched 30 people this time. Among them, in addition to Jian Fengwan, who was in the 9th level of Linggu, there were 3 others in the 8th level of Linggu. The rest were all 7th level of Linggu. There are also 30 members of the Underworld Alliance. One of them is at the 9th level of Linggu, 2 are at the 8th level of Linggu, and the rest are also at the 7th level of Linggu. As for the sturdy young man who possessed the 9th level strength of Linggu and previously satirized Yimeng with Jianfengyi, he was naturally the leader of the Tianxia Alliance. How did the Tianxia Alliance get together with the people from the Kendo Alliance? Seeing the harmonious appearance of the Tianxia Alliance and the Kendo Alliance, some members of the Wing Alliance felt that something was not right. Don't pay attention to them. This core disciple assessment is different from the inner sect assessment. It relies entirely on personal ability. Look at the entrance, it's not unified, but everyone can only enter one, that is to say, the levels here are to be completed individually. But I want to remind you of one thing. After leaving the underground palace, it does not mean that we passed the assessment. After leaving the underground palace, we will enter a garden. There are a lot of elixir in the garden. This is a reward for everyone through the underground palace, but how much reward you can get depends on your ability. And the most important thing is that the assessment time limit is 2 hours. That is to say, after entering the underground palace, we must leave the garden within 2 hours, otherwise the assessment will fail. Sitiyu ignored the people from the World Alliance and the Kendo Alliance, but instead told Chu Feng and the others what they should pay attention to about this core assessment. Although in terms of numbers, the Yiming was inferior to the World Alliance and the Kendo Alliance, but in terms of overall strength, the Yiming had an absolute advantage, especially with the monster Chu Feng around. They didn't have to worry about anything at all. So they are not afraid that the Kendo Alliance and the World Alliance will be bad for them. They only care about whether they can become core disciples. Because if the assessment fails, they will return to the inner sect to continue their cultivation. This is a shame for the people of the Yimeng, and they are determined not to live. Chu Feng, I heard from my sister that the garden was built by Taoist Qinglong, the founder of the sect, so it is called Qinglong Garden. There is a kind of flower in Qinglong Garden, called the colorful flower. The colorful flower has 7 colors and is very beautiful, but the colorful flower is very rare. It is more rare than the elixir. Not everyone has the opportunity to see it, but I really want to see it. Sumei said to Chu Feng, her eyes filled with yearning. Don't worry, I will definitely let you see it. Chu Feng said with a smile. Don't be silly, the Azure Dragon Garden is huge, and the colorful flowers are really rare. They are not so easy to find. You can only look at chance. Sumei did not believe Chu Feng's words. On the other hand, Chu Feng smiled slightly and didn't explain anything, but when he passed by Jianfengyi, he suddenly stopped and said to Jianfengyi, "Don't let me see you in Qinglong Garden, otherwise I will." Your mother didn't even know you. After saying those words, Chu Feng didn't give Jianfeng a chance to refute, and left quickly with Sumei, which made Jianfeng angrily. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 75, Similar Geniuses. Jianfengyi, who is that kid, dare to talk to you like that? Looking at Chu Feng's handsome back, the allied leader of the World Alliance was full of surprise. He basically knew all the masters of Yimeng, but Chu Feng was the only one who he had never met, and who dared to talk to Jianfengyi like this in Yimeng, only Sitiyu, so Chu Feng's actions made him surprised. A boy who is impatient, I will make him pay for it. Jianfengyi's tone was very cold, showing that he really hated Chu Feng. Haha, that's of course. Don't expect anyone from the Yima to pass the assessment this time. When you get to Qinglong Garden, you can teach that kid whatever you want. Oh, by the way, that girl Sumei, leave it to me to deal with it. Although I can't touch her, I can always take advantage of it. The World Alliance leader smiled shamelessly, and then leaned into Jianfengyi's ear and whispered, "Jianfengyi, are you sure that the cracking diagram you made is correct? Don't be wrong, it will hurt you. For my brothers. Don't worry, this is absolutely true. As long as you follow the method of the organ map, I guarantee that they can all pass the customs safely. You just need to instruct them and let them pass the customs quickly. This time, we must block all the members of the Yimeng in the Qinglong Garden. We must not let one person pass the assessment." Jianfengyi said confidently. It's natural, all the members of the Yimeng think they are geniuses. This time we will make them lose face. Just think about the members of the Yimeng. After the news of all failures in the assessment was passed back to the inner door, the impact caused, I'm so excited to die. The World Alliance leader laughed happily. Huh, genius? It's just a self-righteous idiot. The members of the Yimeng are so arrogant in the inner sect, and now in the core area, they are all defeated by that person. Jianfengyi said disdainfully. You mean the first disciple of my Qinglong school, Gong Luyun? Who else but him? Indeed, that Gong Luyun is really too powerful. It is said that he is about to step into the Xuanwu realm. I don't know if it is true or not. Mentioning that Gong Luyun, the face of the World Alliance leader also showed admiration. Yeah, it is said that after Zhang Tianyi, he is another genius in my Qinglong sect. Now he is only 20 years old. If he really steps into the Xuanwu realm, his achievements in the future are really limitless, and he must be the future sect master. It must be him. Jianfengyi also admired him. Sorry for keeping you all waiting. At this moment, a gentle and clear voice came, and Su-ro led a group of elders on stage. When Su-ro appeared, everyone in the three forces could not help but calm down, because they all knew that although Su-ro looked beautiful like a fox and was extremely gentle to people, her methods were feared by many people. At least in the inner sect, no one dared to offend her. After Su-ro appeared, she described the assessment rules in detail, which was almost the same as what Sityu said. After the rules were told, the doors of the entrances slowly opened, and Chu Feng and others rushed over immediately. Go in. TSK, is this for me to try out the sky art? At this moment, Chu Feng was filled with joy as he looked at the mechanism in front of him that was covered with black iron blades and where there were only a few places where he could fall. Suddenly, a gust of wind spun under his feet, his toes dripped lightly, and he heard a bang sound, and the whole person flew up like an arrow from the string, stepping on the black iron blade, and swept into the depths of the passage in an instant, disappear. As a 7th level martial skill, even if Chu Feng has only mastered the primary stage, his speed is far beyond people's imagination. If we only talk about the strength of his feet, I am afraid that the powerhouses in the Yuanwu realm cannot compare with Chu Feng. With the help of Yu Fengshu, Chu Feng shuttled through this underground palace like the wind. He did not crack these organs, but he passed all of them. In front of him, the so-called core disciple assessment was like a pediatrician. In just a short time, Chu Feng had already stepped out of the underground palace, and what appeared in front of him was the so-called Qinglong Garden. Underfoot is the emerald green grass, all kinds of exotic flowers and plants are in front of you, the brisk birdsong is constantly ringing in the ears, and occasionally a breeze blows, and there is a fragrant aroma, surrounded by birds and flowers. This place is definitely real. Xanadu. There are quite a lot of elixir here, but apart from the top-grade elixir, none of them mean much to me. The first thing Chu Feng did was to spread out his spiritual power and carefully sense the surrounding environment. He found that the Azure Dragon Garden was very large, and indeed a lot of elixir were planted. It's just that Chu Feng didn't pick it. Instead, he straightened his body and swept into the depths of the garden. He was not interested in other elixir except the spirit beads, and now he was looking for colorful flowers. Elder Su Mei, why didn't Chu Feng move? Could it be that he wants to give up this assessment? In the observation room of the underground palace, Su-ro and a group of elders gathered here. Here, although the internal situation of each passage cannot be seen, but the changes in the organs can be seen. The assessment has already begun, but the passage that Chu Feng stepped into, the organs have not been touched, which makes many people feel puzzled. Come on, let me have a look. Su-ro, who was very optimistic about Chu Feng, frowned slightly, pushed open the door, and walked out. As for the other elders, they hurried out. But when they opened the passage where Chu Feng was, people were shocked, because they found that although the mechanism of the passage was intact, Chu Feng was indeed gone. As for this phenomenon, almost everyone can guess one or two. After all, as long as the strength reaches a certain level and masters a high movement technique, it is indeed possible to directly pass through this underground palace without destroying the mechanism. But this kind of thing, at least someone in the Yuanwu realm can do it, but Chu Feng is only at the 7th level of Lingwu, so when this situation is born in Chu Feng, people are naturally surprised. This kid can be compared to him back then. Surprised, Su-ro slowly closed her eyes. She suddenly remembered the genius many years ago, the one who founded the Wing Alliance and swept the powerhouses in the core area. At the age of 16, he stepped into the Xuanwu realm and became the first disciple of the Azure Dragon sect. And the current Chu Feng is indeed very similar to the one back then. In Su-ro's eyes, only such a person can be called a true genius. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 76 Abolished, Received. Tap tap. A brisk footstep reverberated in the passage. Su-mei was swinging her body softly, dripping with crystal sweat, and running excitedly, because the gate leading to Qinglong Garden was already in front of her. As long as that door is opened, it means that she has passed the assessment and becomes a core disciple. The most important thing is that the colorful flowers she really wants to see are in the world behind that door. Squeak. With a dull sound, the heavy door was slowly pushed open by Sume, and a ray of sunlight poured down, causing Sume to close her eyes and feel the warm aura coming from her face. However, when he opened his eyes again and saw the picture in front of him, his originally smiling cheeks froze instantly, replaced by a strong look of horror. Not far from him, there was a person lying on his stomach. This person was full of blood. He was struggling to support his body and wanted to get up. This person turned out to be the leader of the Yiming, Sitayu. It's just that Sitayu hadn't stood up yet, when a powerful foot stepped on him, and the powerful force made him sink down, and blood spurted out from his mouth. The person who stepped on Sitayu was Jian Fingyi, the leader of the Kendo Alliance, and beside Jian Fingyi, there was another person, Luo Wu, the leader of the Tianxia Alliance. "What are you doing?" Seeing such a scene, Sume was shocked and angry at the same time. "Yo, isn't this the #1 beauty in my inner sect, junior sister Sume?" Looking at Sume, Luo Wu laughed excitedly. "Sume, run, they have joined forces to target our Wing Alliance." Sitayu shouted when he saw Sume. "Shut up for me." However, as soon as he finished speaking, Jianfei kicked again and again. This kick hit Sitayu's abdomen fiercely, and he curled up into a ball in pain, unable to speak. "You two bastards." Facing everything in front of her, how could Sume escape? She rushed over angrily. However, she is only the 8th level of Linggu. How could she be the opponent of Jianfei and Luo Wu? And was quickly subdued by the two, but they did not hurt Sume, just took out a special rope and tied Sume up. "What on earth are you trying to do?" Sume roared angrily. Although she and Sitayu were not as close as Chu Feng, they were also very good friends. Seeing Sitayu being abused by the two of them, she couldn't bear it. "Hey, junior sister Sume, don't get excited, we just want all the members of the Wing Alliance to be put here." If I say that and you still don't understand, I can tell you clearly that all members of the Yiming will fail in this year's assessment. Sitayu smiled. "Bastards, you are breaking the rules. After the assessment is over, I will tell my sister and I will make you pay the price." "Huh, Miss Sume, you think too highly of your sister. I admit that we are afraid of her in the inner sect, but when we become core disciples, will she still control us?" Luo Wu disagreed. "Okay, you said this, then we'll see," Sume said viciously. "You don't need to use your sister to scare us. We also know that you have many friends in the core area, but since we decided to do this, we are naturally not afraid of you and your sister," Jian Fingyi said disdainfully. After that, the disciples who had cleared the 6th level entered the Qinglong Garden, but all the disciples of the Yiming would be beaten by Jian Fingyi and Luo Wu. Later, 11 of the 12 people who participated in the assessment of the Yiming were all planted in the hands of the Tianxia Alliance and the Kendo Alliance. What surprised Sume and others most was that all the members of the World Alliance and the Kendo Alliance passed through the Underground Palace, and even the members of the 7th level of Linggu passed, and the clearance rate was astonishing. At this moment, the members of the World Alliance and the Kendo Alliance are taking turns insulting the members of the Wing League. Almost every member of the Wing League has bruises and bruises, but no one shouted, but gritted their teeth and endured it. The abuse of the other party. "Hey, it's strange, why hasn't that kid cleared the customs yet? Isn't it a failure?" Luo Wu was a little disappointed when he looked at the door that had not been opened so far. He had better fail, otherwise I'll make him the worst one. Jian Fingyi snorted coldly. "You'd better let us go now, and then kneel and kowtow to us, begging for mercy and admitting your mistake, otherwise, when Chu Feng arrives here, he will definitely not let you go," Sume said viciously. She was extremely angry at this moment. Seeing her partner being beaten so badly one by one, she really had the heart to kill. "Oh, so that kid is Chu Feng, junior sister Sume, you seem to be very competent in that Chu Feng, you two won't have a leg, right?" Seeing this, Luo Wu smiled and walked over to Sume. The two of them naturally have one leg. "That kid is Sume's sweetheart," Sitayu said beside him. "It's true, junior sister Sume, your vision is too bad. How can you look at such a weak boy? It's better to look at me," Hey. Luo Wu squatted down. He actually supported Sumei's chin with his hand. Go away. If you dare to touch me, I will tell my sister to kill you in the future. Really, looking at you now, I'm afraid I don't do anything to you, and you will speak ill of me to your sister, right? But don't be afraid, I just want to kiss you. Come on baby, let me taste your taste. Suwu first licked his lips, then pouted his lips, and those big lips, like a donkey, kissed Sumei's fair and sweet cheek. Looking for death. But before he could meet Sumei, an angry shout exploded like thunder, and Chu Feng appeared beside Luo Wu like a ghost when he saw a gust of wind passing by. Wu! Chu Feng's palm was like an eagle's claw, and it grabbed Luo Wu's neck fiercely, pressing him directly to the ground. Want to kiss, right? I'll let you kiss, and I'll let you fucking kiss. After pressing Luo Wu to the ground, Chu Feng raised his left hand, clenched his palm into a fist, and punched Luo Wu's mouth bang 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 several times in a row. After several punches, Luo Wu's mouth was full of blood. His teeth were broken, his jaw dropped, and he would vomit blood when he opened his mouth. Give me back. Seeing this, Chu Feng shouted angrily, and his big hand tightly pressed Luo Wu's mouth. No matter how much Luo Wu struggled, it was useless. In the end, he had to swallow all the blood and teeth in that mouthful. This guy. And looking at Chu Feng and Luo Wu not far away, this can frighten the people from the Tianxia Alliance and the Kendo Alliance, and even that Jian Fei's expression changed drastically. He knew very well what Luo Wu's strength was. He was at the 9th level of Lingwu, and possessed profound arts and 4th-stage martial arts. Otherwise, the two of them would not have been able to defeat Satuyu so easily. However, even such a tyrannical Luo Wu was completely powerless in front of Chu Feng. What does this mean? This mostly shows that Chu Feng's strength is far superior to Luo Wu. But just as people were stunned, Chu Feng suddenly stood up and looked at Luo Wu again. He was already foaming at the mouth, his eyes rolled up, and he passed out. At this moment, Chu Feng's face was icy cold, his eyes glowed with coldness, and there was a chill all over his body, which made people shudder and shiver just by looking at him. Xiaomei, what do you want to do with this group of people? Abandoned. Receive. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 77 Begging for mercy is useless. Chu Feng approached Jian Fei and the others step by step. His purple robe moved without wind, his eyes were cold, and his body was full of piercing killing intent, like a god of killing. In the face of Chu Feng like this, everyone from the Tianxia Alliance and the Kendo Alliance was so frightened that they retreated back and forth. What's more, they even fell to the ground with their legs soft, and they rolled and crawled to escape. Only that Jian Fei stood still and didn't flinch. It wasn't that he didn't want to run, he just couldn't run. As the leader of the Kendo Alliance, how could he do such a shameful thing in front of his hands? But the sense of oppression that Chu Feng brought him right now really made him feel uneasy, especially when he looked at the extremely miserable Luo Wu behind Chu Feng. Chu Feng, what do you want to do? Jian Fei said in a panic. Because of the meaning of the abolition of Sumei's sentence, it really made him shudder. Jian Fei, I told you, don't let me see you in this Qinglong garden, or I will beat your mother without knowing you. With a faint smile on his face, Chu Feng continued to approach Jian Fei, but looking at Jian Fei, Chu Feng's smile was so ruthless. If you want to abolish me, then you have to see if you have the strength. Seeing that he had no way out, Jian Fei simply roared, not only did not flinch, but took the initiative to attack, wanting to preempt the enemy. He pulled out the black iron sword behind him, and while the cold light flickered, he stabbed at Chu Feng for a while, and the sword chi formed by several auras flew out, piercing the sky like a meteor, making a whizzing sound, densely packed. Almost closed the road ahead for Chu Feng. This is not a simple swordsmanship, but a 4th-stage martial skill, and he was born with a sword from a family of swordsmen. As expected of the leader of the alliance, he has already used this meteor swordsmanship to such a degree. Seeing the sword energy that was like a meteor breaking through the sky, the disciples of the Kendo Alliance were overjoyed. At this moment, their fearful hearts seemed to see hope. Suddenly, they felt that maybe their alliance leader could defeat Chu, who was like a killing god. Maple. Humph. However, when the dense sword chi swept in front of Chu Feng's body was covered with a faint layer of lightning when he moved his mind. When the sword chi touched the lightning, it was like wood hitting iron. The walls were broken and shattered and dissipated. This. Not to mention other people in this scene, even Jianfeng was shocked. His meteor swordsmanship has already reached the end of his cultivation. Even a master of Yuan Wujing should not be careless when facing his move, otherwise he will be severely injured. It was resolved by Chu Feng's understatement, and even his footsteps could not be stopped. I don't believe it anymore. Jianfeng became ruthless, the sword's edge turned, and several strands of sword energy shot up again, but this time, it did not focus on Chu Feng alone, but aimed at Su Mei behind Chu Feng. Looking for death, seeing this, Chu Feng's sword brows stood upside down, and with a big hand, a thunderbolt shot out from his palm, like a thunderbolt whip, smashing all the sword energy, and then Chu Feng waved again, and the thunderbolt whip fiercely slashed towards him. A sword seal. Condensation? This guy actually masters the 5th stage of martial arts? Jianfeng was taken aback. He was able to condense spiritual energy out of the body. Most martial arts can do this. However, like Chu Feng, turning spiritual energy into substantial lightning is completely close to the main body in appearance and essence. But only rank 5 martial arts can do it. Damn, who is this guy? At this moment, he finally knew how powerful Chu Feng was, but facing the thunder and lightning whip that swept across, he didn't dare to think too much, and hurriedly put up the black iron sword in his hand to block Chu Feng's attack. Chuck-clack, however, when the thunder and lightning whip swept across, the black iron sword in Jianfeng's hand was swept into 2 pieces between the sparks, and at the same time, the whip was already slammed into Jianfeng's body. This whip directly pulled the sword seal several meters away, and when he landed, people saw a bloody wound on his waist, and even saw the bones. Clap clap, but at this moment, Chu Feng swung the thunder and lightning whip continuously again, and the sword Fei's body was slapped wildly. Not only was the sword Fei's blood blurred, but even his arm was ripped off alive. If it wasn't for Jianfeng still breathing, people would really suspect that he was already dead, but even if he didn't die, I'm afraid that such an injury would have to last at least 3 years and 5 years, otherwise he would never be able to recover. Senior brother Chu Feng, we were wrong, please forgive us. Suddenly, all the disciples of the Kendo League knelt down, and even their own leader was beaten like this. They could completely imagine what would happen to them, especially Chu Feng's ruthless attack. They were beaten to death. Master Chu Feng, please spare us a way to survive. We will never dare to be enemies with your Yiming in the future. At the same time, all the members of the Underworld Alliance knelt down and kept kowtowing to Chu Feng to admit their mistakes. They were really afraid. Facing such a Chu Feng, it would be strange if they were not afraid. If begging for mercy and admitting mistakes are useful, then all those who make mistakes can be exempted from punishment. Today, I just want to tell you what the price will be for those around me, Chu Feng. It's just that no matter how much everyone begged for mercy, Chu Feng's face was not moved at all. Suddenly, his pupils shrank, and the thunder and lightning whip in his hand roared again. For a time, there were constant screams in this Qinglong garden, and almost no one could withstand Chu Feng's whip, but Chu Feng would give everyone at least 10 strokes, even if the other party had already fainted, but Chu Feng would not at all. Chu Feng, that's enough. Finally, Su Mei spoke up and looked at the group of bloody people. Although she was angry before and hated them to the core, she couldn't hold any resentment at this moment. On the contrary, she still had a trace of sympathy. After Su Mei opened his mouth, Chu Feng naturally stopped. He had no friendship with Sitiyu and the others. The reason why he treated Jianfeng and others like this was that he wanted to help Su Mei vent his anger. However, compared to Su Mei, Sitiyu and the others were trembling with fear. He finally knew that Chu Feng had really given up on him that day, and he was also afraid of the provocation he had made to Chu Feng that day, because he was compared with this guy. No matter his strength or means, he seemed so unbearable. You guy, you have passed through the underground palace a long time ago, but why don't you wait for me here? Could it be that those elixir are so important to you? If you come one step later, I will. After being released from Chu Feng's bondage, Sume complained a little, because she felt that Chu Feng was probably picking the spirit grass in the Azure Dragon Garden. Hey, wait. As for Sume's complaint, Chu Feng did not refute. Instead, he smiled and jumped into a bush in the distance. However, when he appeared again, Sume's expression instantly froze. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 78, Talent Test. At this moment, Chu Feng had a bright smile on his face, very warm enough to melt people's hearts. But what attracted the most attention at the moment was Chu Feng's right hand, where he was holding a bouquet of flowers, which was very beautiful, because this flower had 7 petals, and each petal had a different color. Under the sunlight, it is very beautiful, as if covered with a layer of light colorful brilliance, surrounded by a few butterflies fluttering. You can see how fragrant this flower is. The colorful flowers are extremely rare, and the colorful flowers that can only be encountered by chance are now in Chu Feng's hands. Spiritual medicine is of course important to me, but these colorful flowers are even more important. Because you want to see them, I have to pick them for you. Chu Feng smiled and handed the large bouquet of colorful flowers to Sume. Sume took the colorful flowers, but she didn't know what to do. She only felt her heart beat faster, her heart was sour and warm, and her eyes were already moist. You're going to cry if you won't be moved. Seeing this, Chu Feng laughed. Fuck off, who's crying? Sume glared at Chu Feng, actually holding back her tears, then put her nose to the colorful flower, took a deep breath, feeling the fragrance of the nose, she smiled happily. The smile was very sweet and beautiful. It was really Aaron's smile, which was touching and fascinated everyone present, even Chu Feng was no exception. But few people know that the reason why Sume smiled so happily was not only because of the colorful flowers in her hand, but because of the person who was willing to pick flowers for her. Let's go quickly, we will all fail in the next 2 hours. In addition to being overjoyed, Sume reminded with a smile. Then what should they do? The injuries are so serious, if they don't get medical treatment in time, they won't die, right? Some people worry that although they were beaten not too lightly, most of them are only skin injuries, and those from the World Alliance and Kendo Alliance on the ground are worried. People just can't compare. Don't worry, my subordinates are serious, they won't die. Chu Feng explained. Well, don't worry about them. When the assessment time is up, my sister and the others will enter this Qinglong garden, and they will naturally heal when they see it. The other thing is that they were wrong in the first place, and my sister won't hold us accountable. The most important thing is to get out of this Qinglong garden as soon as possible. Sume said. I know where the exit is, come with me. Chu Feng smiled and led the way for everyone. This guy is also here for the first time, how do you know where the exit is? Sume followed, a little dubious. In order to help you pick these flowers, I have traveled all over the entire Qinglong garden. Now I am no longer familiar with this place. Don't say where the exit is. I also picked up all the elixir here. Chu Feng smiled and patted his Chenkuan bag. You guy. Hearing what Chu Feng said, Sume was both shocked and moved. She was shocked by how big Chu Feng was. The Azure Dragon Garden was so big that it might not be possible to finish it in just one day. After walking around, how fast is his speed? As for being moved, it was naturally because Chu Feng was so desperate to walk in the Qinglong garden to help her pick colorful flowers, so at this moment, Sume, an innocent girl, was obviously more moved than shocked. Sure enough, under the leadership of Chu Feng and others soon came to a magnificent palace, and this was the exit of the Azure Dragon Garden, the entrance to the core area. Entering the palace, what emerges in front of you is a large hall. In the center of the hall is a stone platform. On the stone platform is a triangular stone. The stone is 1 meter high and divided into green, yellow, and red from bottom to top. Color, very beautiful. The most important thing is that there are 6 old people sitting on both sides of the stone. Each of them is pale and wrinkled. Just at a glance, you can tell that they are nearly 100 years old. Despite the fact that the 6 old people are very old, the aura on their bodies is extremely strong. With Chu Feng's mental power, it is impossible to detect their strength. It can be seen that they are all extraordinary. At this moment, they were all closing their eyes and resting. After hearing the movement, they slowly opened their eyes, but when they saw Chu Feng and the others, there was a hint of surprise in their old eyes. After all, Satuyu and others, the scars on their bodies and faces are so obvious, they are definitely not caused by organs, but obviously man-made. But these old men did not ask any more questions. After all, they have seen too many fights between disciples. Those are colorful flowers. There are so many. Did you light all the colorful flowers in Qinglong Garden? It was an old woman who was very surprised when she saw the colorful flowers in Sumei's hands. As for the old woman's question, Sumei could only laugh back, because she didn't know how to answer, and she was full of happiness. Okay, come and test it. Another old man said. Seeing this, Chu Feng and the others did not hesitate, they stepped forward and came to the strange 3-color stone. In fact, the so-called test is to test a talent value of them. This talent value will be announced in the core area and will be known by all core elders and core disciples. The level of talent value is closely related to the future training. As for the test method, it is to instill a spiritual energy into the 3-colored stones. As long as the concentration of the spiritual energy is high enough, it will activate them and bloom with dazzling light. Green represents inferior talent, yellow represents medium talent, and red represents superior talent. Most of the core disciples are low-level talents. Only a few people can activate the yellow part and obtain medium talents. As for the high-level talents in the red part, only 2 people have activated it so far. One was the first disciple back then, Zhang Tianyi. The other is the current first disciple, Gong Luyun. I'll come first. As the leader of the Yiming, Situyu took the lead. He was very confident in his talent, so he felt that there should be no problem in activating the yellow part. After all, before Chu Feng, he was also the first among the inner disciples. People. Seeing Situyu put his hand on the test stone, the others also became nervous, even Sumei. After all, this test will represent their future achievements and affect their future. With the infusion of aura, the test stone produced energy fluctuations, followed by the green part at the bottom, which burst into green light. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 79, Amazing Discovery. Looking at the green light, Situyu was greatly disappointed. He never imagined that with his potential, he was only a mere inferior talent. As for this kind of achievement, although the elders were not overjoyed, they were not disappointed either. They were quite calm and said solemnly, lower talent, next. After that, several other members of the Wings Alliance went forward to test. Although they all activated the green light, the light was strong and weak, at least not as bright as that Situyu. For such a scene, Situyu secretly rejoiced. This at least shows that in terms of talent, he is always stronger than some people, but the expressions on the faces of those 6 elders became gloomy, and they were obviously dissatisfied. Lower talent, next. Finally, it was Sumei's turn. After the achievements of those in front of her, Sumei also lost her self-confidence at the moment. With an uneasy heart, she stretched out her pure white jade hand uneasy. If you look closely, you can even see that her hand is trembling slightly. In fact, before and after Sumei's meeting, the eyes of the 6 elders also became solemn. After all, Sumei was Suro's younger sister, and when Suro was a core disciple, she was also recognized as a genius, so these 6, the elders, are looking forward to Sumei very much. A ray of came in, and the yellow part burst into a dazzling light. At this moment, Sumei's nervous mood suddenly calmed down, replaced by incomparable joy. The smile on her face can clearly tell how happy she is. Yes, with medium aptitude and such a strong light, It seems that you are better than your sister's martial arts talent. After passing through so many people who were mediocre or even extremely poor in talent, Sumei's achievements were undoubtedly eye-catching. The 6 elders nodded their heads frequently, showing satisfied smiles for the first time on their faces. Even Sitayu and the others were amazed at Sumei's talent, but in addition to being amazed, Sumei and others all turned their attention to Chu Feng. They were all looking forward to what kind of talent this young man who had just entered the inner sect and came to participate in the core disciple assessment would have the same talent as Sumei, or would he be able to create a myth like Zhang Tianyi and Gong Luoyun again? As for Chu Feng, he was also full of self-confidence. He walked casually to the test stone, pressed his powerful palm on it, and with a thought, a wisp of spiritual energy entered it. When the spiritual power entered, everyone could feel that the test stone fluctuated, but after the fluctuation, the result that came out surprised people. There was no light, not to mention the red part and the yellow part, and even the green part didn't react at all. Chu Feng's spiritual energy actually failed to activate a ray of light. Facing this strange situation, Chu Feng frowned slightly, and poured in 2 spiritual qi in succession, but the result was still the same, that is, there was no trace of light in the 3 parts. Damn it, what's the situation? Chu Feng was very speechless. Could it be that his talent is so poor? Can't even activate the weakest green part? Not to mention Chu Feng, even Sumei, Sitayu, and the others who were full of confidence in Chu Feng were surprised because the strength shown by Chu Feng had already proved his talent in martial arts. This kind of strength, this kind of aptitude can also pass the assessment. It seems that you used a special method? The old woman looked at Chu Feng with contempt. What do you mean? Hearing those words, Chu Feng was also a little angry. Don't you know what I mean? The old woman snorted coldly. You? Chu Feng. Chu Feng wanted to refute, but was stopped by Sumei. These core elders were no better than the inner sect elders, and even she was more respectful, and it was not something that Chu Feng could offend at will. And Chu Feng is not a fool with a string. He can understand what Sumei means. Although he is extremely upset, he still endures it. After all, he can't even activate the test stone. In addition to his cultivation, it is indeed easy for him to let go. People doubt. Forget it, what you do with him depends on your strength wherever you are. If you don't have a certain strength, even if you become a core disciple, you will only be trampled by others, and it will be difficult to become a master. The other elders, looking at Chu Feng, were also full of contempt, and even had a touch of anger. It was obvious that they all believed that Chu Feng did not rely on his own strength to come here. Oldly, you should have seen the results of the test just now. These children will be handed over to you. The 6 elders got up and prepared to leave, but before leaving, they did not forget to instruct Sumei. Sumei, we are very optimistic about you. I hope you can be as good as your sister, but when making friends, you must keep your eyes open, otherwise you will be delayed. Seeing the backs of the 6 elders leaving, Chu Feng's inner anger surged, but in the end he managed to endure it, because he knew that he had to endure and challenge those he couldn't defeat. It was an irrational behavior. Chu Feng, it's fortunate that you didn't have fire just now. Those are the 6 elders of my Azure Dragon Sect's protector, and each of them is a master of the Xuanwu realm. After the 6 elders left, Sumei quietly reminded. Hey, a few friends, congratulations on becoming core disciples, come pick up some things with me. At this moment, an old voice came from the corner of the hall. At this time, Chu Feng and others noticed that there was actually an old man there. This old man, fluffy white, is very rare, has a tendency to be bald, and the wrinkles on his face are dense, coupled with his hunched back. He feels like a dying person, even a little scary. However, Chu Feng did not dare to underestimate the old man. He found that the old man's aura was no worse than the previous 6 elders. If those 6 were all experts in the Xuanwu realm, then the old man in front of him he may also be a master of the Xuanwu realm. Under the leadership of the old man, Chu Feng and others changed into the blue robes of the core disciples, and each received a token and a big flag. The token also represents the identity of the core disciple, and behind the token, there is the address where they live in the core area. As for the flag, they need to bring it back to the family. This banner is the symbol of the Qinglong sect. Only the forces protected by the Qinglong sect can obtain such a banner. People call this banner the Qinglong banner. After receiving the things from the core disciples, Chu Feng and others also walked out of the hall and went to the core area they had longed for a long time. It was the old man who was protected by the sixth elder of the sect, called Lao Li, and walked slowly to the test. Shiqian watched. Strange, looking at what that kid did in Qinglong Garden, he should be among the geniuses. How can he not even talk about inferior talents? The old man observed carefully, as if he wanted to find out some reasons, but he couldn't find anything wrong. When he turned his eyes to the top of the test stone, his eyes suddenly lit up, and then his face changed greatly. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 80 Peerless Wizards. The top of the test stone is originally red, but if you look closely, there is a black dot the size of a sesame at the top of the red part. The most weird thing is that at this moment, above this, there is a black light shining. Could it be that the kid just now activated the part of this legend? At this moment, the old man's eyes kept flickering, his breathing was extremely undulating, and even the body that seemed to fall apart at any moment was shaking violently. The complete test stone is originally 4 colors. The topmost one is not red, but black, but that black is simply a legend. It is said that in the entire Kyushu University 6, no one has been able to activate it. If it is said that the ability to activate the red part is a well-deserved martial arts genius, then the person who can activate the black part is simply a peerless genius who can create a legend. It is also because no one has ever been able to activate the black part, so people feel that the black part is useless, no one can activate it at all, or it is simply a lie, so gradually test stones, only 3 colors are left. Is this true? Is this true? Looking at the little black dot that was shining with strange light, the old man felt unbelievable and couldn't help rubbing his eyes, but when he opened it, the light was still there, but it was gradually fading, and finally returned to its original state. After realizing that everything before was true, the old man could not help but close his eyes to calm down the excitement at the moment. It was not until a long time later that he slowly opened his eyes, but in his old eyes, there was already an incomparable excited color. He looked in the direction where Chu Feng and the others were leaving, and said in a low voice, "It seems that God wants to prosper my Azure Dragon School, but this is no trivial matter, and it seems that we need to take a long-term view." Chu Feng and the others were completely ignorant of what was going on in the palace. At this moment, they had entered the core area. Looking at the magnificent palaces and the broad stone road in front of them, they finally knew that their new journey would begin here. Is this the core disciple of this year? Why are they all bruised and bruised? Maybe something happened, but looking at the signs on their chests, they should all be members of the Wing Alliance. No one from the World Alliance and Kendo Alliance participated in the assessment this year? That little girl looks pretty good. She passed the test at this age. Most of the time she is a goblin. I just don't know which senior brother will conquer this goblin. There are many core disciples gathered outside the square. They all know that today is the day of the core assessment, so they all want to see what the core disciples of this year look like, and they gathered here early. And Chu Feng looked at the people around him. Chu Feng also found that among the core disciples, they were really crouching tiger hidden dragon. Although most of the dozens of people watching at the moment were in the spirit martial realm, many of them had already entered the Yuan dynasty. Martial realm. As far as he knows, although the core disciples of the Azure Dragon sect are far less than the outer disciples and inner disciples, there are still about 2,000 people. The 2,000 people are all young and have extraordinary strength. It is no wonder it will be the key training object of King Longzong. Because the value of these 2,000 people is much higher than the hundreds of thousands of people in the inner and outer sects, no matter the elder or the future sect master, they must be selected from these 2,000 people. This breath. Suddenly, Chu Feng frowned slightly, and turned his sharp eyes to the street in the distance, because he felt a strong aura there, and was walking towards them at the moment. Sure enough, at the end of the street, more than a dozen figures soon appeared. These dozen people all looked like young people, both male and female, but all of them were majestic and extraordinary in appearance, not only handsome men and beauties, etc. Temperament is also very human. Although Chu Feng could feel the power of these people, he was unable to sense the strength of these people. It could be seen that they were not just simple Yuanwu realm, they were likely to have entered the late Yuanwu realm. Right now, what attracts Chu Feng the most is the young man Wei. In terms of appearance alone, this man is not that outstanding compared to the few people behind him, but the aura he exudes is far from comparable to other men. Zuanwujing, that core disciple, is already a master of Zuanwujing? Chu Feng was secretly amazed. Although he couldn't be sure, that kind of bottomless feeling was only experienced by the powerhouses of the profound martial realm, so Chu Feng felt that most of them had already stepped into the profound martial realm. Gong Luyun, the first disciple of my Qinglong sect. At this moment, Su Mei spoke. He is Gong Luyun? No wonder. Hearing Su Mei say this, Chu Feng was almost certain that this person was definitely in the Xuanwu realm. After all, he had also heard of Gong Luyun's name. It was not an exaggeration for the first disciple to possess such strength. It's not just Gong Luyun, my Yiming Senior is also among them. Did you see the woman who was talking to Gong Luyun? She is an elder of our Yiming, called Han Shui, and the 8th person in the Qinglong list is Mai Yi, one of the outstanding representatives of the League. Su Mei pointed to a glamorous woman beside Gong Luyun. Are you number 8 on the Azure Dragon ranking? Chu Feng was once again amazed. There is a Azure Dragon ranking in the core area. There are 10 rankings in total, and the people occupying these 10 rankings represent the strongest 8 among the 2,000 core disciples of the Azure Dragon sect, BIT. Therefore, when he learned that Han Shui was actually the 8th person on the Qinglong ranking, Chu Feng was somewhat surprised. After all, she was not very old, and she was able to achieve such an achievement, which showed that she was not easy. It's really Senior Sister Han Shui. Is she here to welcome us? Situ Yu and the others were equally excited when they saw Han Shui. Although they have infinite scenery in the inner door, they are only a group of existences at the bottom of the core area. In terms of potential, everyone here is no worse than them, but if they have a backer, it will naturally reduce a lot of trouble in the future, and this Han Shui is the backer they want to rely on. Senior Sister Han Shui. In addition to being excited, someone shouted loudly, and his shout really caught Han Shui's attention, and even that Gong Luyun cast his eyes. Junior Sister Han Shui, do you know those disciples? Gong Luyun asked. Well, they are members of the Yimeng, and they just became core disciples today. Han Shui replied with a smile. Yimeng? Didn't you tell them that it is forbidden to form alliances in this core area? After seeing the medals on the chests of Chu Feng and the others, Gong Luyun's eyes narrowed slightly, and a flash of displeasure flashed through his eyes. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 81 Humiliation. Senior Brother Gong, is it really not allowed to form alliances in this core area in the future? Han Shui asked in a low voice, seeming to be very afraid of Gong Luyun. Of course, I said that as a core disciple, you only need to be loyal to the Azure Dragon sect. You are not allowed to form gangs and form your own forces. I don't care about the inner sect, because there are all rabble there, and they can't play any role in my Azure Dragon sect, but in this core area, I, Gong Luyun, will never allow anyone to try to form an alliance. Junior Sister Han Shui, for your sake, I won't hold them accountable anymore. You go and tell them to take off the logo of the Yimeng. In addition, there will be no members of the Yimeng in the future. They only have one identity, then it's the core disciple. Gong Luyun's voice was a little cold. Understood, I'll go talk to them now. Han Shui didn't dare to be slighted, nodded in agreement, and walked towards Chu Feng and the others. Sister Han Shui, I miss you. After Han Shui approached, Su Mei threw herself into Han Shui's arms, and Han Shui was also smiling, showing that the two had a good relationship. Xiao Mei, do you really plan to continue forming the Wing Alliance in the core area? Han Shui laughed. Well, that's what we thought. Is there something wrong? The smart Susie heard the meaning of Han Shue's words. In the past, it was indeed possible, but Senior Brother Gong issued an order recently, that is, it is forbidden to form any alliances and forces in the core area. Now all alliances in the core area have been dissolved. Han Shui explained. Brother Gong? Is it Brother Gong Luyun? Hearing this, Sitiyu and the others couldn't help but turn their attention to Gong Luyun not far away, and a look of fear appeared in their eyes. Apart from him, who else has such strength, so? Senior Sister Han Shui, we understand what you mean, we will not form a wing alliance in this core area. Sitiyu decisively took off the medal on his chest. Upon seeing this, the other members of the Yiming also took off their medals one after another. On the other hand, Su Meilu frowned slightly and said, Senior Sister Han Shui, is there no need to discuss this matter? Xiaomei, I know that you have deep feelings for this wing alliance, so why not I, but the situation in this core area is different. Here it depends on personal strength, and the alliance's role is really not big. Besides, Senior Brother Gong has already spoken. Who dares not to obey? Han Shui persuaded bitterly. In the end, Gong Luyun is just a disciple, and even the elders don't object. How can he say such a thing? At this moment, Chu Feng said. He knew Susie fairly well. He knew very well that Susie wanted this wing alliance to continue to exist in the core area. Although he didn't know the specific reason, he could feel Susie's thoughts. This is also the reason why Chu Feng chose to stay in the Yimik after the Yiming was no longer of any use to him, because he left it for Susie. Who is this? Seeing Chu Feng speak, Han Shuelio raised her eyebrows lightly and cast a surprised look at him. Ayo, I forgot to introduce Sister Han Shui. His name is Chu Feng, and he is a new member of my Yiming. Su Mei hurriedly introduced. Looking at this appearance, junior brother Chu Feng should be young, and he is not deeply involved in the world. It is normal that he does not understand the seriousness of some things. Xiaomei, it's up to you to do his work. Remember that this wing alliance must be dissolved. After saying this, Han Shui turned around and wanted to leave. Actually, I'm very curious about how serious this so-called seriousness is. Chu Feng spoke again, because he couldn't stand the threat of others. Hearing this, Han Shui suddenly turned her head, as if she wanted to say something, but after seeing Su Mei, she calmed down and said to Su Mei, Xiaomei, don't say that the elder sister didn't remind you. In this core area, no one dares to defy Gong Luyun, so you should give up the Yiming. It's a good thing for you. Junior Sister Han Shui, are you in any trouble? At this moment, Gong Luyun's voice suddenly sounded, and the first disciple of the Azure Dragon sect came over. At this moment, the expressions of Sitiyu and the others changed drastically. Although they were all powerful in the inner sect, they were genuinely afraid of Gong Luyun. Senior Brother Gong, there's no trouble, just chat with the brothers and sisters. Han Shui said perfunctorily with a smile. Oh, I don't think it's that simple. Gong Luyun smiled slightly, walked up to Su Mei and Chu Feng, and said in an absolute tone. I think what should be said, Junior Sister Han Shui has already told you, I only give you one choice now. Take off the medal on my chest, and I will pretend that I have never given birth to anything. Hearing this, Su Mei hesitated, but she slowly raised her hand and was about to take off the medal, because she had clearly felt Gong Luyun's ill will. But at this moment, Chu Feng grabbed Su Mei's hand and said to Gong Luyun with a smile, Senior Brother Gong, our Yiming won't affect other people, so there's no need to dissolve it, right? But who would have thought that Gong Luyun raised his palm without saying a word, and slapped Chu Feng's cheek. Whoosh. At this moment, Chu Feng was startled, and hurriedly used the royal air technique, only to see the gust of wind blowing up under his feet, then disappeared, and appeared 10 meters away. This kid, it's so fast. Seeing this scene, all the core disciples were shocked, and being able to escape from Gong Luyun's hands was not something ordinary people could do. Humph. However, that Gong Luyun snorted coldly, and saw that his figure was vertical, and he appeared behind Chu Feng like a ghost, and a big hand grabbed it from behind. Damn. At this moment, Chu Feng could feel that a powerful force enveloped his body, and he almost lost the strength to escape. Facing the masters of the profound martial realm, he was still too weak. Bang! After grabbing Chu Feng's neck, Gong Liyun suddenly pressed down and pushed Chu Feng into the ground. With that powerful force, Chu Feng fell into the profound stone beneath him. And a large crack suddenly shook around. You remember it from me. In this core area, no one dares to refute me, Gong Liyun. Anyone who dares to refute me will have only one fate, and that is to lie on the ground like a dog like you. Damn. Chu Feng firmly supported the ground with both hands, and used his profound arts to exert all his strength. He wanted to hold up his body, but the palm behind his neck was pressing down on him like a mountain. Not to mention standing up, he even took a breath. It's also getting more and more useless. Senior Brother Gong, we disband the Wing Alliance. We will disband it. Please let him go. Looking at Chu Feng, who had fallen into the profound stone, Sume was so frightened that she cried. While taking off the metal on her chest, she ran to Gong Liyun and begged. This junior sister, begging for mercy, is useless. I want him to tell me personally. Gong Liyun dragged Chu Feng out of the profound stone while he spoke. Bah! But Chu Feng had just left the profound stone, turned around and took a mouthful of sticky phlegm, and flew towards that Gong Liyun. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 82 The Battle. Swish, the crystal clear and shiny big sticky phlegm, dragging its tail like a comet, flew towards Gong Liyun's face with lightning speed. Everything happened so suddenly, and at such a distance, when Gong Liyun reflected it, it was too late. He only heard a pop, and the sticky phlegm fell on his face. I'm going to kill you. Touching the sticky patch on his face, Gong Liyun was mad as if he just grasped the fist and slammed it towards Chu Feng's head. This punch was no trivial matter. Even the air was torn apart by it. A roaring wind sounded. Before it fell, Chu Feng was already unstoppable. If this fist hits, even if Chu Feng is copper skin and iron bones, he will definitely be smashed to pieces. Faced with such a scene, some people couldn't bear to watch anymore and closed their eyes, because they thought that Chu Feng was going to die here, but there was no way to do it, who made him anger Gong Liyun. The first disciple of the Azure Dragon sect had a very high status in the Azure Dragon sect. Everyone knew that he would be the future sect master. In front of the future sect master, what would be the fate of a small core disciple? Even if Chu Feng really if he was killed, Gong Liyun would not get any punishment, at most he was given a few words. But compared to those who couldn't bear to watch it again, more people watched all this with schadenfreude, and instead of showing the slightest sympathy on their faces, they were looking forward to it. They were looking forward to Chu Feng being killed, looking forward to the blood splattering, and looking forward to the bloody scene, because they felt that this was the right thing to do, and the fate of offending the first disciple should be like this. Snapped, but just when everyone thought that Chu Feng was dead, a palm withered like a skeleton suddenly appeared, grabbed Gong Liyun's wrist and stopped his falling fist. It's him? This change is surprising, but when people see the person who shot, they are even more surprised. The person who stopped Gong Liyun was a thin, hunched old man. The shape of this old man, just like a living dead, somewhat scary. As for the identity of this person, everyone knows that he is the elder who guards the Qinglong Garden and is responsible for receiving new disciples. No one knows his name, but everyone calls him Elderly. This Elderly's status in the core area is not high. At best, he is just an old man who is playing a watch. All the elders look down on him, and even all the disciples look down on him, so no one looks down on him. But right now, he actually took Gong Liyun's punch, which was naturally surprising, because people suddenly realized that this unremarkable old man was not a weak man, but a strong man. Step aside. Gong Liyun, who was in a fit of rage, didn't give this elderly any face at all. With a big wave of his Xian Gong, he wanted to throw this elder away. But it didn't matter what he did. He was shocked to find that he couldn't move at all. His wrist was firmly locked in the old man's hand, and he couldn't move at all. Gong Liyun, as the #1 disciple of my Qinglong school, you should protect your fellow disciples, so what's the point of doing this? Elderly spoke calmly, with a kind smile on his face, but a little bit of a smile. Fear. As the first disciple of the Azure Dragon sect, he has the right to control his fellow disciples. He said madly, and didn't take my words to heart. What's wrong with me punishing him? Although he was surprised by the strength of this elderly, Gong Luyan was still unwilling, because he felt that in this Azure Dragon sect, in addition to the sect master, there were only the 6 elders protecting the pavilion and the elder Zhuge who was worthy of him. Respect, other elders do not have this qualification. If it's just punishment, you've already done it before, so let's just forget about it. Elderly smiled coldly, and suddenly waved his hand. Gong Luyan was thrown out, and the powerful force made him back a few steps. This old man is amazing. At this moment, the onlookers were even more shocked. If he just took Gong Luyan's punch before, indicating that his cultivation was not weak, then his actions at this moment indicate that his strength is very strong, at least more than Gong Luyan is even stronger. Zuanwujing's elders, there are no more than 10 in the Azure Dragon sect, but each of them holds important positions, has a very high status, and is highly respected by the core disciples. But this elder, with such strength, why should he take on such a humble errand? This is really confusing to people, but in any case, from today onwards, all the disciples have a new understanding of this elderly. Are you trying to protect him? Being thrown away in public, Gong Luyan felt that there was no face left, and the chill on his face was extremely cold. It's not to protect him, I just don't want a good seedling to be strangled. Elderly smiled. Good seedling, you really look down on him. Gong Luyan sneered. Whether this son is a good seedling, I will know in the future, but you have relied on yourself to cultivate martial arts for many years, and bullying him to cultivate martial arts is somewhat immoral. Elderly said with a smile. I'm immoral? You're saying that I relied on my martial arts training time for a long time and bullied him for a short time training martial arts? Gong Luyan is even more annoyed. He considers himself a martial arts genius, and everyone around him thinks so. When would anyone dare to say such a thing to him? Saying that he has been relying on martial arts training for a long time and bullying newcomers who have just been training martial arts makes him unacceptable. Otherwise? Elderly sneered. Okay, I'll give him 10 years. If he still can't defeat me in 10 years, I want you two to kneel down and confess to me. Gong Luyan was really angry, and he pointed at an elder and said this kind of words. As for Gong Luyan like this, then Elderly smiled relievedly and did not answer, but looked at Chu Feng beside him and said, Little friend, what do you think? 10 years is too long, 1 year is enough. Chu Feng said with a smile. And as soon as he said this, not to mention others, even the elderly who spoke for him was taken aback. A year? Isn't this kid cheating on me? It doesn't matter if he loses, even I have to kneel down with him and admit my mistake. Thinking of this, Elderly hurriedly asked with a smile, Little friend, can you be sure of 1 year? 1 year is enough, because I, Chu Feng, always have revenge, and I don't like to delay for too long. Chu Feng replied firmly. Haha, what an arrogant boy. 1 year is only 1 year. Don't say that I bullied you. After 1 year, you don't need to defeat me. As long as you can block my 3 moves, I will consider you to win. Gong Luyan pointed at Chu Feng. Sneered. On the other hand, Chu Feng smiled indifferently and said, No, in a year, I will beat you to death. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 83, No one wants to bully me. Are you trying to decide between my life and death? Gong Luyan sneered. It's about life and death with you. Are you afraid? Chu Feng asked. Afraid? I'll be afraid of you? Haha. It's ridiculous. Gong Luyan laughed loudly as if he had heard the funniest thing in the world, and then said to everyone, Today, I have made a decision of life and death with this son. A year later, I will still be here to decide whether to stand up or down. If he can block my 3 moves, I, Gong Luyan, will kill myself here, and I will never complain. Gong Luyan's words are domineering and direct, and he is extremely arrogant. It can be seen that he is full of confidence in himself. The most strange thing is that people actually recognize his confidence. It seems that at this moment, people have seen the appearance of Chu Feng's tragic death here a year later. 1 year, what can you do in 1 year? Not to mention that Chu Feng is still in the spirit martial realm. Even if he is already in the Yuan martial realm, it is impossible for him to enter the profound martial realm within a year. What's more, Gong Luyan is now the recognized #1 genius of the Azure Dragon sect, and his strength is likely to increase a lot within this year, so people think that the chance of Chu Feng winning is almost 0. However, after a year, if you can't stop my 3 moves, I will slap you to death, and no one can save you. Gong Luyan pointed at Chu Feng and left these words viciously, snorted coldly and walked away quickly, and those who came here with him all sneered at Chu Feng before chasing after him. Chu Feng, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Sumei came to Chu Feng's side, looked at Chu Feng, whose face was covered in blood, and cried again in distress. It's alright, it's just a minor injury, don't cry. Chu Feng wiped the tears from Sumei's cheeks, then turned his eyes to Sitayu and the others not far away, and said with a smile, You don't have to be afraid, since we are no longer members of the Yimeng, we have nothing to do, I won't trouble you. Chu Feng, we. Hearing Chu Feng's words, the expressions of Sitayu and the others changed for a while. They really did not dare to approach Chu Feng anymore. They were indeed afraid that Chu Feng would involve them, and who would make Chu Feng offend the first disciple, Gong Luyan. Oh, you don't have to look at me so hypocritically. I, Chu Feng, don't owe you, and you don't owe me, Chu Feng. From now on, strangers. Chu Feng waved at Sitayu and the others. Although there was a smile on the corner of his mouth, his eyes were extremely indifferent. There was no need for such a hypocritical friend by his side. Seeing Chu Feng like this, Sitayu and the others didn't make any pretenses. They gave Chu Feng a meaningful look, and then they each left. Right now, they must clear their relationship with Chu Feng, otherwise, disaster will befall them. This little friend, in a year, how sure are you that you can win that Gong Luyan? At this moment, Elderly asked. To be honest with this elder, now I don't even have a 100% certainty. Chu Feng was also frank. What? If you don't have one, you dare to decide between life and death, aren't you cheating on my old man? Elderly immediately blew his beard and stared. Hey, I thank the elders for helping me just now, but although Chu Feng is not even 10% sure now, he will definitely be 100% sure in a year's time? Chu Feng said with a smile. You kid, where did you get so much confidence? Elderly squinted at Chu Feng. My self-confidence comes from pressure. After a year, if I don't win, I will die, so I must win. Chu Feng smiled again. Hey, young people now. Elderly didn't say anything, but took out a roll of paper from the Qiankuan bag, came to a notice wall in the square, opened the rolls of paper and pasted them on it. At this moment, many disciples gathered around, because they knew what it was. It was the test result of Chu Feng and others, and what they most wanted to know at this moment was what kind of talent Chu Feng was to dare to provoke Gong Luyan like this. However, when Chu Feng's information was posted on the announcement wall, everyone was dumbfounded, and his talent was unknown. What was the situation? After staying in the core area for so long, this is the first time I have seen someone whose talent is unknown. He failed to activate the test stone, so his talent is naturally unknown. Elderly explained with a smile, as if he knew everyone's doubts. What? Failed to activate the test stone? Doesn't that mean that he is not even a low-level talent? I rely on it, pretending to be like this. He is a waste after a long time? The people exclaimed in surprise, and looked at Chu Feng with even more contempt. Elderly did not comment on what the people said. After pasting the 12 rolls of paper, he waved his sleeves and walked into his ancient building. In the palace. This old man, it's really not easy. Chu Feng wanted to thank him again, but seeing that Elderly refused to even look at him, he did not go, because he knew that Elderly must have his own plans to save him, but he still did not know the reason. And no matter how much he said thanks, it was useless, because thanks should not be said with words, but should be done with actual actions. What Chu Feng has to do is to defeat Gong Luyun a year later. Only in this way is the best. Thanks for the way, at least let everyone know that this Elderly saved him today and did the right thing. In the voice of countless people, and under the eyes of countless people, Chu Feng took the core disciple token and went to his residence in the core area. And from the beginning to the end, Sume was by her side, ignoring the words of others that all, and just looked at Chu Feng distrustedly, which made Chu Feng's heart very warm. Chu Feng, it's all my fault, it's hurting you. Leave the Azure Dragon sect, go to my family will protect you, and don't fight with that Gong Luyun. After entering the palace, Sume hurriedly said, "What do you mean? You want me to be a tortoise?" Chu Feng was a little unhappy. Although he knew that Sume was for his own good, he was still very uncomfortable. You don't know Gong Luyun's background. His family's power is no worse than that of the Azure Dragon sect. The reason why he came to the Azure Dragon sect to cultivate is to become the sect master of the Azure Dragon sect and to occupy this place. Let's not say that you have little chance of winning him after a year. Even if you can win him, you can't kill him, because if you kill him, his family will definitely kill you. Anyway, you have almost no hope of winning this battle. He and his family will not give you this hope. Sume said solemnly. Oh, if that's the case, I won't just kill him, but his family. Sume, I know you're doing it for my own good, but I, Chu Feng, have never been afraid of things. Since I dare to make an appointment with him today, I will definitely go to the appointment in the future. Even if it is me who will die, I will admit it. I, Chu Feng, are not afraid of death, I am only afraid of living a lifeless life. Today, Gong Luyun humiliated me like this, and he will humiliate me 100 times in the future. Otherwise, what's the point of my life? Could it be that I live in this world and let others humiliate me? No, I, Chu Feng, are not born to be angry. No matter who the opponent is, they will never try to oppress me. I can endure the humiliation for a while, but I will not endure the humiliation for a lifetime. I will let all those who oppressed me. He paid the price. If Gong Luyun dares to bully me, I'll kill him Gong Luyun. If his family dares to bully me, I'll destroy his family. If the whole world dares to bully me, I'll slaughter everyone in the world. Unless I die, the whole world will be destroyed. No one wants to bully me, Chu Feng. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 84, Variety Bow. Hearing Chu Feng's words, Sume was stunned. She was deeply attracted by Chu Feng, attracted by the momentum, and she had a strange feeling, that is, she felt that what Chu Feng said was definitely not the case. Big talk, this teenager can do everything he says. Xiaomei, I know you won't be like Situ and the others, but it's true that I offended Gong Luyun, so I don't want to hurt you. Suddenly, Chu Feng said. Chu Feng, what do you mean? What happened today is because of me. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't be able to have such a thing happen. You have suffered so much grievance because of me. If I leave you go, then am I still human? Indeed, he, Gong Luyun, is very powerful in the core area, but I, Sume, are not afraid of him, not only in the Azure Dragon sect, but also outside the Azure Dragon sect. I'm also not afraid of him. Sume said firmly. Looking at Sume like this, Chu Feng didn't know what to do. Is Sume afraid of Gong Luyun? Of course I'm afraid. After all, in this core area now, it's Gong Luyun's world. Even her elder sister Su Ro may not be this Gong Luyun's opponent. But it was precisely because she was afraid, but she was able to say these words firmly, that Chu Feng couldn't bear to persuade her anymore, because he didn't want to disappoint Sume's heart. Okay, I really can't do anything about you, girl. In that case, you can accompany me to the martial arts pavilion. Okay, I'm just about to practice Dan martial arts. At this moment, Sume once again turned into that lively and cheerful girl, and she ran out with a jolt, and Chu Feng followed her all the way. The core area is very large, but there are only about 2,000 disciples, so after some things happened, they spread very quickly. For example, the battle between Chu Feng and Gong Luyun, it only took a short time to spread to the whole core zone. In addition, Chu Feng's appearance and name have been hung on the announcement wall, so most of them have an impression of Chu Feng. So when Chu Feng and Su Mei were on their way to Wuji Pavilion, almost everyone saw his people will always point and talk about him. Chu Feng had already anticipated this situation, so he ignored it, and Su Mei did the same. The two walked into the martial arts pavilion chatting and laughing, and began to choose their favorite martial arts. The martial skill pavilion in the core area is much smaller than the martial skill pavilion in the inner sect. It is only one floor, but it is very delicate. The worst martial skill here is also the 3rd rank martial skill, and the best one is the 5th rank martial skill. Of course, in addition to martial arts, there are also profound arts, but they are all primary profound arts, and for the two who have practiced the breathing technique, they are not very useful, so they mainly want to choose a martial arts. The 5-stage martial arts versatile bow, such a strange name. After turning around, Chu Feng was attracted by a book of martial arts called the Variety Bow, and couldn't help but read it, and Chu Feng liked it even more. This is a condensed martial skill, and it is very difficult to control the spiritual energy. It is to expel the spiritual energy from the body, condense it into a weapon for fighting, and it can be condensed into various forms according to one's own preferences. It can be swords, spears, swords, halberds, axes and forks, sticks and lances, whips, mace, and hammers, all of which can be condensed and equipped with attack routines for these weapons. But the most difficult thing to condense is a bow. If the bow is condensed, it can turn spiritual energy into an arrow and shoot it out 10 miles away, so fast that almost no one can hide. It is a very powerful means. Therefore, this variety bow is definitely considered to be an excellent martial skill in the 5th stage of martial arts. Of course, its training difficulty is also very high. That's it. After it was finalized, Chu Feng took this book of martial arts for registration. After Su Mei had selected a book of martial arts, the two walked out of the martial arts pavilion. It's just that there is a group of people gathered outside the martial arts pavilion at the moment, and the faces of this group of people are not good, and they have blocked the way of the two. What do you want? Su Mei Lu frowned slightly and asked loudly, looking at the 20 or so core disciples around her. She actually did it on purpose. After all, she was still at the entrance of the martial arts pavilion, so she wanted to lead out the elders who were guarding the pavilion in the martial arts pavilion, and wanted to ask the elders to help. But no matter what, the elder clearly heard Su Mei's call, but he ignored it at all. Instead, the disciples of the martial arts pavilion ran out and watched the excitement. This junior sister is senior sister Su Ro's own sister, Su Mei, right? A disciple stepped forward and asked. Is something wrong? Su Mei's face was cold. Hee, I heard that Su Mei is a middle-class talent, and this core area is rare, so it's really amazing. It seems that you will be able to see your name on the Azure Dragon list in the future. But junior sister Su Mei, with a genius like you, why do you want to stay with this kind of guy? It's not a good thing for you to be so close to him. Another man laughed. Who I like to be with is my business, not yours. Su Mei said coldly. Heck, junior sister Su Mei, I just wanted to persuade you. I didn't expect you to be so ungrateful. Since that's the case, I'll tell you the truth. This Chu Feng has offended senior brother Gong, and he can no longer stay in the core area. Today we are here to teach this arrogant boy a lesson for senior brother Gong. I hope you stay away from him, otherwise you will be hurt, so don't blame us. The man's face also turned gloomy. Do you want to teach me a lesson for Gong Luyun, or do you want to teach me a lesson so that Gong Luyun will treat you differently? Trash is really trash, and only you can think of using this method to flatter Gong Luyun, but your flattery probably won't work. At this moment, Chu Feng suddenly sneered, looking at everyone's eyes were full of contempt. The strength of these people is not weak, but they are not too strong. They are all the strengths of the 8th level Lingguo and the 9th level Lingguo. In this core area, they are the real bottom. Therefore, Chu Feng can also think that the reason why they came to trouble him was simply to attract Gong Lian's attention and gain some benefits, but Chu Feng really did not pay attention to their strength. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 85, Dangerous. I didn't expect to see a good show so soon. I think it's hard to say whether this Chu Feng can live to a year later. Yeah, if you offend Senior Brother Gong, how can you survive in this core area? Even if Senior Brother Gong doesn't take action, many people will take the initiative to trouble him. With his strength, it's really hard to get along. Looking at the scene in front of them, the onlookers sneered again and again, and felt that Chu Feng would be slapped madly today. After all, Chu Feng's strength is only at the 7th level of Lingwu, and coupled with that poor talent, in this core area, I am afraid that anyone can beat him to find his teeth all over the place. This is also the reason why those Gong Lian's bastards have not yet shot at Chu Feng, because they feel that Chu Feng is too weak, and they have disdained to shoot at Chu Feng. What, do you guys come one by one, or together? Chu Feng glanced at the crowd and said contemptuously. What an arrogant boy, he is obviously not even a low-level talent, and he dares to call us trash. If I don't teach you some lessons today, you really don't know what it means to be high. One of the core disciples was so angry that Chu Feng took a big step forward, and a big powerful hand grabbed Chu Feng, and this guy actually made a move. Pa! But when that big hand was about to touch Chu Feng's palm had already firmly grasped his wrist, and the powerful strength had already made it difficult for him to enter half an inch. This kid actually blocked that person's attack. The onlookers were surprised. Although the disciple who attacked Chu Feng was very weak, he was only at the 8th level of Lingwu, but it should be more than enough to deal with Chu Feng, the 7th level Lingwu. How could he be blocked so easily by Chu Feng? However, after the next scene, their surprise completely turned into shock. Chu Feng exerted a slight force on his wrist, and suddenly pulled downwards, only to hear a click. That core disciple's arm had been broken by Chu Feng. However, this was not over yet. Chu Feng raised his leg and went straight to the knee of the man's left leg. With a click again, the man's left leg was already broken, and he began to roll and howl. SHH. Just when people were surprised, Chu Feng swept up in front of a disciple like a ghost, punched out, and landed on the man's face, directly hitting the man's chin. This beast, give me the abolition of him. Looking at the two people who fell in the blink of an eye, this group of core disciples became completely angry, and they attacked in a group, and they all rushed towards Chu Feng together. It came just right. However, in the face of the group of people who attacked with all kinds of brilliant martial skills and all kinds of might, Chu Feng just sneered, a flash of lightning flashed in his eyes, and his body was instantly shrouded in thunder snakes. Zilala, the thunder was shining, like falling tomorrow. The dazzling light made the onlookers dare not open their eyes, and the powerful might made them retreat again and again. However, when they felt that the power receded, they couldn't help but open their eyes, and when they stared at it, their faces changed greatly, and they were dumbfounded. The 20 or so people who had besieged Chu Feng before turned out to be all lying down on the ground. Everyone was covered in jet black, and they were burned to a great extent. They were rolling over and screaming in pain. Looking at Chu Feng again, it turned out that the hair was not damaged, and there was no dust on his body. He was looking at the mourning people on the ground with contempt, and said, coldly, "If you want to teach me Chu Feng, you are not qualified." After those words fell, Chu Feng swept his cold gaze towards the crowd of onlookers, and those who saw Chu Feng's gaze were undoubtedly not shivering, and bursts of frost rose in their hearts. Even the powerhouses of the Yuan martial realm are no exception. Seeing these people who were gloating before, but now they were all nervous, a sneer appeared on the corner of Chu Feng's mouth, and he left with Sumei. My God, why is this kid so terrifying? Where is the aura on his body, just now a piece of trash in the spirit martial realm? Even people in the Yuan martial realm may not have it. Not only that, the martial skill he just displayed was not a simple 5th rank martial skill, it seemed to be. What is it? That kind of momentum should be Thunder 3. Thunderbolt 3, how is that possible? Thunderclap 3 is only a 4th rank martial skill, but the power just now is clearly a 5th rank martial skill. That's right, the Thunder 3 style is indeed a 4th grade martial skill, but you should all know that if the 3rd style of the Thunder 3 style is mastered, it is a 5th grade martial skill. What do you mean? At this moment, people simply dare not continue to think about it, because the 3 thunderbolts are, after all, a method that only the founder Qinglong Daoist has mastered so far. There were countless people who had cultivated, but no one could master it, but now it seems that Chu Feng has mastered this legendary martial skill. How can people not be shocked? TSK, it seems that this kid is not easy, no wonder he dares to provoke Gong Luyan like that. The martial skill just now is definitely the 3rd style of the Thunder 3 styles. I didn't expect him to have cultivated to such a level. It seems that the person Lang Wugui asked us to find is probably him. At this moment, somewhere outside the martial arts pavilion, a man and a woman appeared. They looked at the back of Chu Feng leaving, and a cold light flashed in their eyes. Look, aren't those 2 senior brother Gao Lu and senior sister Lu Bing? These 2 were strong men on the Qinglong list back then, but after they were defeated by Lang Wugui, they took the initiative to remove them from the Qinglong list. I haven't seen them for a long time, and I never thought they would appear here. I heard that since they were defeated by Lang Wugui, for whatever reason, they all chose to follow Lang Wugui, and now they are all doing things for Lang Wugui. Hey, that Lang Wugui is really terrifying. He is the only disciple of my Qinglong sect with spiritual power. Although his martial arts talent is not as good as Gong Luyan's, his spiritual power is also something that Gong Luyan does not possess. Yeah, I'm only 19 years old now, and already ranked 3rd on the Azure Dragon ranking. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is the 2nd genius of my Azure Dragon sect. I believe that the 2nd place on the Azure Dragon ranking will belong to him sooner or later. Speaking of Lang Wugui, all the disciples showed admiration on their faces. After all, that person was another recognized genius after Gong Luyan. After Chu Feng left the martial arts pavilion, he parted ways with Su Mei. He did not return to his residence, but left the Azure Dragon sect. He wanted to bring the good news that he had become a core disciple and personally bring back to the Chu family. The flag, personally planted in the back mountain town. It's just that Chu Feng didn't know that when he left the Azure Dragon sect, the 2 core disciples of Yuan Wujing had quietly followed him. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 86, Mysterious Master. In the core area, in the garden of a certain mansion, Lang Wugui was feeding a fierce beast. This is a 9th order vicious beast. It grows as big as an elephant and looks like an ape, but it has fierce fangs and sharp teeth. However, this vicious beast is unusually well behaved in front of Lang Wugui. It just obediently ate the food on the ground, and did not attack Lang Wugui at all, and even allowed Lang Wugui to touch its fur, but there was no response. It's not that this fierce beast has intelligence and changed its brutal nature, but that it was deeply suppressed by Lang Wugui's power. It is Lang Wugui's pet, a pet conquered by power. Junior brother Lang, we have already found the person you are looking for. Gao Lu and Lu Bing, standing behind Lang Wugui, said that they were very respectful to Lang Wugui, and even a little afraid. What's the background of that kid? Lang Wugui teased the beast and asked, without even turning his head. His name is Chu Feng. He is only 15 years old this year. He comes from the Chu family in the backing town. He has the 7th level of Lingguo. Today, he has entered the core area and has become a core disciple. But this son is rebellious. Not long ago, he contradicted Gong Luyan in public and was taught by Gong Luyan. If it wasn't for the elderly who guarded the Qinglong garden, I'm afraid he would have died. Gao Lu said. Elderly, the youngest? He actually made a move. Hearing that elderly, Lang Wugui's eyes flickered. Yes, as you said, then elderly has indeed hidden his strength, at least he is a master of the Xuanwu realm. Lu Bing hurriedly said. Of course, he can hide it from others, but he can't escape my induction. My mental power has long revealed that he is not simple, but why did he save that Chu Feng? Could it be that they have something to do with them? Long Wugui lost in thought. Probably not. Then Chu Feng's background is very ordinary, not to mention the agreement with Gong Luyan for life and death in a year. Even if we don't deal with him, Gong Luyan will kill him after a year. Gao Lu continued. Oh. He really is an arrogant boy, but he must be dealt with as soon as possible. This matter cannot be delayed. Lang Wugui reminded solemnly. Don't worry, this kid has left the Azure Dragon sect and returned to the Chu family. He should want to personally send the Qinglong banner back to the family. After all, the Chu family is only a small force, and the Qinglong banner will be of great help to him. And we have already sent the Zhao brothers to assassinate him. Although that kid has some means, but after all, the Zhao brothers are all third-level Yuan Wu, and the two of them cooperate tacitly, and it is definitely more than enough to solve the kid. Lu Bing explained. Bastard and heard this, Long Wugui was not happy and instead angry, stood up suddenly, pointed at the two and reprimanded, Don't you understand what is called Ji Changmeng? Or, I will teach you this. If you are too lazy to do the little things, do you have to let me do it myself? Seeing such a cold and innocent face, Gao Lu and Lu Bing's faces also changed drastically. They were so frightened that they backed away, and then said in unison, We'll deal with him now. Gao Lu and Lu Bing hurriedly left the Qinglong sect. The two were riding fast horses and were running towards the Chu family, while Lu Bing was holding a triangle-shaped yellow talisman. This talisman was flickering with a faint light, and as the two moved forward, the light became brighter and brighter, and seeing this situation, Lu Bing frowned slightly, and suddenly grabbed the fast horse. Said nervously, It's not right. What's wrong? Seeing this, Gao Lu also became nervous. This is the locator on the Zhao brothers. They should follow that Chu Feng and start again after leaving the Azure Dragon sect, but at the moment the locator shows the location, they are nearby. Lu Bing explained. What? Don't tell me? Hearing this, Gao Lu frowned and became uneasy. Shuhu, the two jumped off the fast horse and began to search nearby according to the instructions of the locator. Soon they entered a jungle, and the light on the locator became brighter and brighter. No longer it flickers every now and then, but always shines brightly. When the two of them traveled 2 kilometers in the forest, they were shocked to find that there were 2 figures lying in the grass not far in front of them. No, the Zhao brothers. It's just that the two of them at this moment have long since lost their breath, but the most strange thing is that there is no scar on the surface of the two of them. Gao Lu leaned down and put his hand on the chest of the two of them. After groping for a while, he frowned and said solemnly, All the internal organs have been shattered, and they were shaken to death by coercion. How is it possible? Then Chu Feng is only at the 7th level of Lingwu. How can he possess such a powerful coercion? Hearing these words, Lu Bing's face also turned pale. Using coercion to shock the opponent to death would be at least 3 levels higher than the opponent's cultivation level, and this was something that Chu Feng couldn't do. It seems that Lang Wugui guessed it right. We underestimated that Chu Feng. Gao Lu sighed helplessly. What should I do? Then Chu Feng has a master hidden by his side, and the weakest cultivation base is also the 6th level of Yuan Wu, but it is very likely to be stronger. If that person has the strength of the 9th level of Yuan Wu, even if the two of us join forces, it may not be possible. Can handle him. Lu Bing has no idea. After all, he and Gao Lu are both Yuan Wu 8 layers now. Facing such an unknown enemy, they also have no competence. If you go back like this, you will be punished by Lang Wugui. You know his methods. We are just his puppets. He will not be soft on us. You should not want to taste it again. Bar? No, of course not. Hearing the word poison, Lu Bing's face suddenly turned ashen, and his eyes were full of fear. So, this Chu Feng must be killed, otherwise Lang Wugui will not continue to give us the antidote. Just think about that feeling. I would rather be killed. Gao Lu said firmly, and Lu Bing also, instead of hesitating, he nodded. Chu Feng didn't know anything about Lang Wugui's intention to assassinate him, so he naturally didn't know that there were 2 people who wanted to assassinate him, but they had already been secretly solved. At this moment, he was in a good mood. because after a few days of traveling, he had returned to the back mountain town. As long as he thought of telling Chu Yu on the news that he had become a core disciple, Chu Feng looked so happy, Chu Feng couldn't help laughing. Sound. This breath is uncle. But suddenly, Chu Feng's expression changed drastically, because he sensed that not far away, there were several auras intertwined. Obviously someone was fighting, and one of them was his uncle. Chu Rennie. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 87, The Chu family is in trouble. On the road to Kushan town, Chu Rennie and the Chu family were being besieged by a group of people. At this moment, most of the Chu family members were lying on both sides of the road with serious injuries, and even a few of them were killed. Only Chu Rennie, who was at the 8th level of Lingwu, was still struggling to support him. But facing the 6th level Lingwu and several 7th level Lingwu enemies in front of him, Chu Rennie was obviously invincible. His body was already covered in scars, and he was breathing heavily, his powerlessness permeating his eyes. Chu Rennie, can't think of it. We've been waiting for you here for a long time. No one can save your Chu family today. How many people will die as many of your Chu family come back? Wei said a man fiercely. Mahjong, my Chu family has no grievances or enmity with your Ma family. Why do you want to unite with the Su family? It's not good for my Chu family. Chu Rennie asked loudly. Haha, Chu Rennie, why did we join forces to deal with your Chu family? You know it yourself. Do you think this matter can be hidden from others? Mahjong sneered and surrounded Chu Rennie with murderous intent. Jointly deal with my Chu family. It depends on whether you have the ability. But at this moment, a loud voice suddenly exploded like thunder. The sudden voice startled everyone in the Ma family, and hurriedly turned around to watch, but it didn't matter. Everyone was shocked. I saw a young man riding a tall horse, walking slowly in their direction, and this one was naturally Chu Feng. This is the boy from the Chu family, Chu Feng. Why did he come back? No, look at his clothes. That's the clothes of the core disciples of the Azure Dragon sect. At the Chu family meeting, these people had seen Chu Feng, so they recognized Chu Feng at a glance, but when they saw the clothes of Chu Feng's core disciples, they were shocked. It was less than a month away from the Chu family meeting, but Chu Feng, who was obviously only an inner disciple at the time, became a core disciple in such a short period of time, which is unimaginable. Even if people knew that Chu Feng's talent was so great, it would become a great asset in the future, but they never imagined that his talent would be so great. It was beyond imagination. Chu Feng, run quickly. Suddenly, Chu Rennie shouted. Encircle him, don't let him run away. Seeing this, Mahjong also reflected, and hurriedly instructed everyone to surround Chu Feng. As for Chu Feng, he didn't take this group of people in his eyes at all. He just rode a high horse and stood there, looking contemptuously at the nervous group of people who blocked him from retreating. You brat is amazing. You have become the core disciple of the Azure Dragon sect at such a young age. If you are allowed to grow up, that's fine. Seeing that Chu Feng was blocked from retreating, Mahjong laughed in relief. That's right, the Chu family must be wiped out today, otherwise there will be endless troubles. And the others also agreed. After all, Chu Feng's talent was so terrifying that it made them feel afraid. If Chu Feng was not beheaded, they would be in too much trouble in the future. Bastard, I want to kill my Chu family, you are dreaming. At this moment, Chu Rennie rushed over like a madman. Today, the Chu family is on the verge of disaster, and almost the entire backing town is about to perish. The hope of the Chu family is placed on the younger generation, and it is obvious that Chu Feng is the biggest hope among the younger generation. Although he didn't like Chu Feng himself, as a Chu family member, he had to keep Chu Feng. I couldn't take care of myself, and I wanted to save others, so I killed them all. Mahjong snorted coldly, took the black iron sword, and slashed at Chu Rennie. At the same time, the others killed all of them at Chu Feng. Swish Mahjong is also the 8th level of Lingwu, but he is in his prime, and Chu Rennie has been seriously injured, so his broadsword is extremely powerful. But at this moment, screams began to sound behind him. At first, Ma Zhong didn't take it seriously, thinking that it was his own subordinates who were abusing Chu Feng. But the more he listened, the more wrong it became. The voice seemed to be from his subordinates, and when he saw the surprised but joyful expressions of the Chu family not far away, he finally realized that things might not be as smooth as he imagined. Chu, it didn't feel right. Ma Zhong made a false move, and then stepped aside. He looked sideways and was suddenly shocked. He saw that his Ma family was waiting, and they were all on the ground and lost their breath. Looking at Chu Feng again, his body was covered in blood, but he was not damaged. He was stepping on the corpse of a Ma family member, wiping the blood on that person's clothes. A wicked smile appeared. At this moment, Ma Zhong was so frightened that his face turned pale. He took a few steps back, and even dropped the black iron saber in his hand on the ground. Because he never imagined that so many masters of the Ma family would be slaughtered by Chu Feng in the blink of an eye, and the methods would be so cruel that each of them had their heads cut off. The man in front of him was still an indifferent young man. He was simply a ruthless devil who would kill without blinking an eye. Especially after Chu Feng cast his gaze, the murderous aura reflected on him was so oppressive that he was about to suffocate. Chu Feng ignored Ma Zhong's reaction, but walked towards him step by step, picked up the black iron sword that Ma Zhong had dropped on the ground, looked at it, and said, "Good sword." Shu, just after he finished speaking, a cold light flashed past, and he saw fresh blood spraying out like a note. Ma Zhong's head fell to the ground before he could even let out a miserable cry. And looking at such a scene, even Chu Rini and the people of the Chu family were so frightened that their bodies trembled, and drops of cold sweat appeared on their foreheads. Because this fact is too incredible, let's not say why Chu Feng's strength is so powerful that killing someone at the 8th level of Lingwu is easier than cutting a chicken. How could he be so ruthless at his age, not to mention that Chu Feng is still a 15-year-old boy? Even adults like them might not be able to do such a thing. "Uncle, what happened?" Chu Feng threw the black iron sword aside, and hurriedly asked, because he could see that the Chu family seemed to be in big trouble. "Fenger, the Chu family is in serious trouble." After Chu Feng's questioning, Chu Rini reacted from his shock, and excitedly told Chu Feng what happened. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 88, Death. It turned out that during the time when Chu Feng and others were away, the Chu family had a big event. In the mining area that was backed by the mountain, a rare mysterious iron ore was dug up, and after detection, there were many sources of mine. This mysterious iron ore is the best raw material for making weapons. Its value is higher than that of gold mines. It is simply a treasure that can increase the profits of the Chu family by hundreds of times. Therefore, when the mysterious iron ore was discovered, the Chu family was delighted and at the same time began to mine it secretly, and took strict security measures. But in the world, there is no airtight wall. I don't know who spread the news of the Xian iron mine, and when the news was leaked, it quickly attracted the jealousy of all forces in the town. Under the leadership of the Chu family's old rival, the Su family united with the two strongest families in the backing area, the Ma family and the Wang family, to attack the Chu family together and wanted to divide the mysterious iron mine. Chu Rini was originally dealing with business outside the town, and he rushed back as soon as he heard the news, but he never wanted to be ambushed by the Ma family. If Chu Feng hadn't arrived in time, he would have been beheaded. Good Su family, he's really tired of living. After hearing what happened, Chu Feng gritted his teeth angrily, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He didn't even get on a horse, and immediately ran towards the Chu family. "Fenger, don't go. It's too dangerous." Seeing this, Chu Rini hurriedly spoke to stop him. But Naiha Chu Feng's speed was too fast. He only saw a gust of wind passing by, and Chu Feng had disappeared. At this moment, Chu Rini, who wanted to say something, had to swallow the following words. After a long time, he regained his senses, and said with great surprise, "Fenger's speed, could it be that his strength has already left the spirit martial realm?" And hearing Chu Rini's words, the people of the Chu family, who were seriously injured, also opened their mouths in shock. What is the concept of such a powerful force coming out of the spiritual martial realm? It was almost out of their reach. Backing Mountain Town is the foundation of the Chu family. The order here is maintained by the Chu family, and the people here are also protected by the Chu family. It is not an exaggeration to say that this town is a small country. And because of the recent matter of the Xian iron mine, the Chu family has long been in the town of Kushan and has arranged layers of defenses to prevent anyone from harming the Chu family. But now, with the cooperation of the three families of King Suma, all the defenses of Kushan town have been broken, and the people in the town have almost been slaughtered. Only the Chu family is still doing the final struggle. However, in the face of the alliance of the three forces, no matter how strong the Chu family is, they are still invincible. All the people of the Chu family, except the old, weak, sick and disabled, are both dead and injured, and the losses are extremely heavy. Right now, the only people who can still fight are Chu Yuanba, the head of the Chu family, and Chu Yuan and other Chu family masters. They are guarding the last line of defense of the Chu family, protecting the old, weak, sick, and the Chu family. Foundation. However, no matter how powerful Chu Yuanba is, facing the alliance of the three patriarchs of Sumaong, he is naturally invincible. At this moment, his face is as pale as paper, his body is stained with blood, and he is half kneeling on the ground, panting and coughing violently. Father. Seeing that Chu Yuanba was powerless to fight anymore, Chu Yuan hurriedly came to Chu Yuanba's side and swept his guarded eyes around, fearing that someone would kill his father. After Chu Yuanba was defeated, the four forces also stopped fighting, and this bloody battle finally ushered in a brief period of peace. Chu Yuanba, I think you're a person. I'll give you a decent way to die. You can kill yourself. One of the chubby, short-statured black-bearded old men was the head of the Su family. Looking at the three old men in front of him, and then at the Chu family who had suffered heavy casualties, Chu Yuanba said with sadness on his face, I, Chu Yuanba, can commit suicide, but please let my Chu family go. I promise, my Chu family will leave this backer from now on and never return. Haha, are you an idiot, or do you treat us as idiots and let your Chu family go? Do you want us to return the tiger to the mountains and leave us with trouble? Chu Yuanba, I can only blame you for not knowing the current affairs. If you promised to share the mysterious iron ore with my three families, why would today's affairs come about? You can only say that your Chu family will fall to the point where you are today. Harmful. No one from your Chu family will leave alive today. You should all commit suicide. We will leave you with a corpse. The head of the Su family's voice was cold and unfeeling. He had been against the Chu family for so many years, and he hated the Chu family for a long time. How could he give the Chu family another chance to breathe? But at this moment, there was a sudden burst of screams from outside the Chu family, and the voices were connected one after another, even several in unison, and the continuous stream was extremely terrifying. At this moment, the faces of everyone in the Chu family's courtyard changed drastically, especially the Su family, the Wang family, and the Ma family, who instantly became uneasy. Because now the people of the Chu family have all been forced into the Chu family, and all the people outside the Chu family at the moment are their men. However, that miserable cry only lasted for a moment, and soon fell into silence, but this silence is even more disturbing. Tap-ta-ta patriarch, help! Suddenly, a master from the Su family ran in from the gate of the Chu family with a panic-stricken face. While running, he shouted for help. Swish, but before he could take 3 steps, a cold wind swept past him, and a large black iron sword was already galloping toward him. With a poochie, the head of the Su family flew to the sky under the gaze of countless eyes, and finally fell to the ground like a watermelon, while his body was still standing in the same place, maintaining the running action. At this moment, both the Su family members and the Wang family members were all astonished, and their faces turned pale, because the Su family member who was beheaded was a master of the 8th level of Linggu. The 8th level of Linggu was so easily beheaded, and he was still in front of the 3 patriarchs. It is conceivable how powerful the person who took the shot was. And just when everyone's nerves were tense, a crisp footstep sounded suddenly outside the Chu house, breaking the silence at the moment. But the unhurried footsteps sounded at this time, but they were so disturbing and even frightening that almost every time they landed, people's hearts would twitch violently. Finally, under the gazes of everyone, a figure appeared in their sight, and it was actually a young man. A young man wearing a blue robe and holding a big flag. The flag is very special. It is engraved with a blue dragon, with 3 characters written in the middle. It is the symbol of the Qinglong sect, the Qinglong banner. But compared to this domineering Qinglong banner, that young man was obviously more frightening. His tender face was covered in blood, and his whole body was filled with the smell of blood and murderous aura. Boom! As suddenly, the banner in the boy's hand suddenly fell, and with a bang, he inserted the banner into the slate, shaking out the cracks. Whoever comes to offend my Chu family today, die. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 89, it's your turn. Whoever comes to offend my Chu family today, die. Chu Feng's voice was sonorous and powerful, and every word and sentence was captivating. Almost everyone who heard this sentence couldn't help but tremble, and a cool breeze rose up their backs. Even the Chu family was no exception. Because the young man in front of him was so terrifying, the blood all over his body and his murderous aura made people dare not think of him as a young man, but involuntarily regarded him as a devil who would kill without blinking an eye. Who are you? The head of the Su family shouted first. And everyone is eager to know the answer. Although it can be seen from the clothes that Chu Feng is the core disciple of the Azure Dragon sect, even though it can be seen from the Azure Dragon banner that Chu Feng is the core disciple of the Azure Dragon sect. But at this moment, Chu Feng was covered in blood, and he couldn't even see his face clearly. People didn't know who he was at all, and he just claimed to be the Chu family, which naturally made people overwhelmed. Because they don't know when the Chu family has such a young man, when the Chu family has a core disciple, and even the Chu family themselves don't know. Chu family, Chu Feng. Chu Feng replied coldly. What? Chu Feng? It's Fenger? However, as soon as Chu Feng said these words, it caused an uproar among the crowd. The name Chu Feng has been heard within 100 li of the backer many days ago, and it can be said that no one knows anyone. But as far as everyone knows, Chu Feng is only 15 years old, and he was only at the 6th level of Linggu at the beginning. How could he become a core disciple? How could he kill a master of the 8th level of Linggu so easily? Although they couldn't believe it, after looking at it carefully, people were shocked to find that both the figure and the outline were very similar to Chu Feng. Especially the most important point, Chu Feng is indeed a disciple of the Azure Dragon sect, and if there is a core disciple in the Chu family, only Chu Feng has the most hope. It was you kid, who broke the waist of my grandson Su Tianyi? The head of the Su family asked fiercely. It's because his skills are not as good as others, so breaking his waist is kind. Chu Feng disagreed. You. The head of the Su family was so angry that he was about to take action as he spoke. But before he could make a move, he was stopped by the Wang family and the Ma family next to him, and said solemnly, "Didn't you see what he was holding in his hand? That's the Blue Dragon banner." "What about Qinglong banner?" "My grandson who this son killed is bedridden. He still can't get out of bed and walk. Maybe he won't be able to practice martial arts in the future. I will kill him today." The head of the Su family growled angrily. "Are you crazy? The Qinglong banner is the symbol of the Qinglong sect. Owning the Qinglong banner is equivalent to being protected by the Qinglong sect. If you dare to touch that Chu Feng, don't say it's you in the future, even the 2 of us will be in disaster." The 2 patriarchs are really afraid. They are not afraid of the Chu family, but they have to be afraid of the Qinglong section. Although the Qinglong sect is in Qingzhou, it is only a second-class sect, but to them it is a real behemoth. Needless to say, the Azure Dragon sect dispatched a large army. As long as a few inner sect elders were dispatched at will, they could easily destroy their clan, which they did not dare to provoke, let alone offend. You guys are crazy. Do we still have a way back now? Don't you look at what the Chu family has already been like to us? Now we have no way out. If we kill Chu Feng, we will also offend the Azure Dragon sect. If we don't kill it, the Azure Dragon sect will not let us go either. But if we kill this Chu Feng now, the Azure Dragon sect will not receive the news so quickly. we can still pack up and leave. If we don't kill him, the Azure Dragon sect will soon send troops to kill us. Stay. The head of the Su family said solemnly. When they heard this, the two patriarchs fell into silence because they suddenly felt that the Su family patriarch was right. Now they have forced the Chu family into this kind of field. We'll let them go. They are indeed on a dead end right now, and there is still a glimmer of hope to kill them to the end, but if they stop at this time, it will be a dead end. Fenger, run quickly and leave us alone. Feeling that the situation was not good, Chu Yuan shouted loudly. Fenger, hurry up, only by saving your life can you avenge my Chu family. At the same time, Chu Yuanba, the head of the Chu family, also shouted. Seeing this, the three forces of King Su and Ma were all prepared to prevent Chu Feng from escaping, especially the three patriarchs, who even dissipated the aura of the Yuan martial realm and were ready to attack Chu Feng. But at that moment, Chu Feng not only did not retreat, but instead took a step forward. A confident smile appeared on his blood-stained face, and said, I said, the person who came to offend my Chu family today, die. Shoo! As soon as he finished speaking, a gust of wind blew up, and Chu Feng had already disappeared. And almost at the same time as Chu Feng disappeared, several screams suddenly came from the courtyard, and they watched, only to see that several Chu family members were in different places and were beheaded by Chu Feng. But when people realized the situation, Chu Feng had disappeared again, followed by several other Ma family members who died. Bastard, let's do it together and kill him. At this moment, the patriarch of the Su family roared and rushed towards Chu Feng, followed by the patriarchs of the Wang family and the Vest, who also followed. At this moment, Chu Yuanba, Chu Yuan, and other members of the Chu family were all nervous, and they broke into a cold sweat for Chu Feng, because no one thought that Chu Feng, who was only at the 7th level of Linggu, would be able to perform in the 3-level Yuan dynasty. Escape from the hands of the martial arts master. Although there is only one word difference between Linggu and Yuanwu, the realm between the two can be said to be the distance between heaven and earth, which is simply an insurmountable gulf that cannot be compared at all. Swish. Swish, however, what is surprising is that although the three patriarchs are like a rainbow, their speed is extremely fast, and their strength is even stronger, but they can't keep up with Chu Feng's speed at all, and every time they take a step slower. They could only watch their own people die tragically one by one in Chu Feng's hands, but they couldn't do anything, because Chu Feng's speed was too fast, and it was almost beyond common sense, so it was impossible to catch them. In this case, it was only a moment of effort. In the entire courtyard, apart from the Chu family, there were only 3 people from the Su family, the Wang family, and the Ma family. Those were the 3 masters. As for the others, everyone was killed, and they were all killed by beheading. Bastard, I have to tear you into pieces. Looking at the corpses all over the floor, looking at the relatives who died like this, the 3 patriarchs were extremely angry. Treading, but at this moment, Chu Feng suddenly stopped walking, stood in front of Chu Yuanba and Chu Yuan, cast his icy gaze on the 3 patriarchs, and said coldly, It's your turn. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 90 Linggu vs Yuanwu. At this moment, Chu Feng seemed to have become a bloody man. His body was covered in blood, but not a single drop of blood belonged to him. It was all the blood of the enemy. The bloody Chu Feng stood here, looking somewhat terrifying, especially those sharp eyes, which seemed to have been stained with blood. They really turned red. What an arrogant boy. If I don't strip you alive today, I will be the head of the Su family in vain. Although Chu Feng at this moment has already shown his shocking strength, the Su family's patriarch, who has already been furious to the point of losing his mind, can't care so much. The air around him has long been distorted, and layers of Yuan force continue to overflow from his body. The powerful pressure turned into an invisible hurricane, sweeping everything around him. If it wasn't for Chu Feng's resistance, I'm afraid everyone in the Chu family would be affected by its power. Pressure hits. As for the 2 patriarchs of the Wang family and the Ma family, the same is true. They watched their relatives die one by one in the hands of Chu Feng, and one by one fell in front of them. Their hearts were extremely painful. Especially, their family members were all beheaded to death, and they didn't even leave the whole body behind. How could they bear it? Chu Feng, give me your life. The patriarch of the Wang family took the lead, grabbed the void with his big hand, and his Yuanli burst out, turning into a giant 2-meter-high transparent hand, and grabbed Chu Feng fiercely. This palm is no trivial matter. Although it is only a 3-stage martial skill, it was displayed by this master of the Yuanwu realm and reconstructed by Yuanli, and its power has been multiplied by dozens of times. Humph. However, even with such a terrifying attack, Chu Feng did not change his expression and was not afraid at all. He turned his Shin Gong and raised his hand with an illusory palm, which actually shattered the martial skills of the Wang family. Ta-ta-da. However, Chu Feng still underestimated the master of the Yuan martial realm. Even though he blocked the martial skills of the Wang family patriarch, the tyrannical Yuan force ripples still shook Chu Feng back a few steps. Boy, see if you can handle it, my chaotic stone fist. Seeing Chu Feng retreating, the 3 patriarchs were all overjoyed. Patriarch Ma hurriedly shot and punched out several punches. The fists condensed by Dao and Dao's energy were like boulders, overwhelming the sky and covering the earth. And the direction he attacked was not just Chu Feng alone, but also the entire Chu family behind Chu Feng. He wanted to kill them all. Chu Feng did not say a word, his legs moved slightly in a horse-like stance, and then the robes on his body began to move without wind, and 2 thunder lights suddenly appeared in his eyes. Zi-la-la. Countless sturdy thunderbolts, like galloping thunder snakes, emerged from Chu Feng's body. Down. Drink. After blocking the attack, Chu Feng shouted angrily again, and the thunder snake abandoned its defense and attacked, like a furious thunder and lightning dragon, with its piercing roar and dazzling thunder, slamming towards the 3 patriarchs, respectively. This kind of power, this form, is a rank 5 martial skill. That kid actually knows a 5th rank martial skill. The expressions of the 3 patriarchs changed drastically, because they could never have imagined that Chu Feng had already mastered the 5th rank martial skill. If they could only yearn for the 4th rank martial skill, then the 5th rank martial skill could only be hoped for. After all, rank 4 martial arts can only be practiced by core disciples, and even if rank 5 martial arts can be practiced, they must have absolute comprehension. Even if they are now in the Yuan martial realm, if they were given a copy of rank 5 martial arts, they might not be able to master it so skillfully, not to mention that they have no chance to practice rank 5 martial arts at all. So at this moment, when they saw Chu Feng's 3 thunderbolts, they were both shocked and angry. They were shocked that Chu Feng was able to master the 5th stage of martial arts at such an age, and anger was a kind of jealousy. They have lived for half their lives, but they have not even had the opportunity to practice rank 4 martial arts. But at such an age, Chu Feng has already practiced rank 5 martial arts, which makes them feel very unfair. But in the world, how can there be fairness? This is the world where the fittest survive, and the era of cannibalism. Drink. In addition to being surprised, the 3 patriarchs did not neglect, and each displayed their own martial skills to fight against Chu Feng's attack. Although they were far less powerful than Chu Feng's 5th rank martial skills, their background, their Yuanli, made up for it all. Boom boom boom, there were bursts of roaring sounds, setting off energy ripples. The Yuan force carried thunder and lightning, sweeping through the courtyard. Stone chips on the ground were flying, and the surrounding buildings were smashed. Even the Chu family members who had retreated were also shocked again and again. Back. It's amazing, Feng'er was able to stand alone against 3 masters of the 1st level of Yuanwu with her cultivation of the 7th level of Lingwu. At this moment, Chu Yuanba seemed to have forgotten his injuries, and stared intently at the battle between Chu Feng and the 3 patriarchs, because this kind of battle was completely different, but he could remain invincible. He had never heard of anything he had never seen. Chu Feng is amazing. Apart from Chu Yuanba, the other Chu family members were also watching all this, but looking at the shocking scene in front of them, the devastating attack, in addition to being shocked, they also had mixed emotions. Because in the entire Chu family, including Chu Yuanba and Chu Yuan, no one ever thought that when the Chu family was in danger, this young man would stand in front of them. This young man was looked down upon by them, insulted, bullied and discriminated against by them since he was a child. But no matter how unimaginable it was, the one who stood in front of them was this young man. He abandoned people's prejudice against him and the humiliation he had suffered. At this moment, he was protecting the entire family with his own life. When the survival of a family is in the hands of one person, it doesn't matter, because there is always one person in every family who is the sole support of everyone. But when the survival of a family is in the hands of a young man who has been spurned by countless people, this is a truly shocking scene, a scene that is enough to shock people deep down. Chu Feng, come on. Whether people like it or not, but at this moment, this sentence is what every Chu family is shouting in their hearts, because right now, the survival of their Chu family is indeed in the hands of Chu Feng. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 91 Unification. Boom boom, the battle continued. Chu Feng fought alone against the three powerhouses in the primordial martial realm. Although he did not gain the upper hand, he was still invincible. This kind of unheard of miracle was actually being staged in front of everyone. The Chu family desperately hoped that Chu Feng would win, because it not only meant that they could survive the disaster, but also meant that the Chu family might reach a new peak. With this young man who can create miracles, they know that the Chu family will no longer be ordinary, at least not always curl up in this small backing town. Zilalat suddenly, several thunder snakes were superimposed and swept past, like a long whip of lightning, knocking out all the martial arts of the three patriarchs, and causing the three of them to retreat again and again. Boy, don't be mad. With one move, the three patriarchs counterattacked at the same time, condensing a more powerful Yuan force, displaying even stronger martial skills, which impacted Chu Feng. However, no matter how strong the attacks of the three patriarchs were, they would be in vain in front of Chu Feng's thunder, and they would not be able to hurt Chu Feng at all. This kid is still not human, isn't the spiritual energy in his body endless? Don't worry, since this kid has mastered the 5th rank martial arts, he must have also practiced profound arts. It is normal for him to have strong spiritual energy in his body, but the 5th rank martial arts consumes a lot of spiritual energy, and with his cultivation, he will not be able to sustain it for long. That's right, no matter how strong his spiritual energy is, there will always be a time when he will be exhausted. He will not be able to consume ours. If this continues, he will undoubtedly lose. The three patriarchs communicated in a low voice. Because the quality of Yuanli and spiritual qi can be said to be very different, although Chu Feng can temporarily compete with them with the power of the 5th stage martial arts, they feel that Chu Feng's spiritual qi will be exhausted sooner or later, and at that time, they can naturally defeat Chu Feng. But at this moment, a gust of wind rose from Chu Feng's feet, and it disappeared in an instant. When Chu Feng appeared here, he was already behind the patriarch of the Ma family, and that knife-like palm was already in front of him. Neck slashed away. Poochie. Everything came too fast and too suddenly. I saw Chu Feng's palm full of thunder and lightning slashed like a sickle, and a stream of blood sprayed out. The head fell to the ground, with a smug smile on his face. Old guys, don't be careless when you fight with me. With one blow, the patriarch of the Ma family was killed, and a wicked smile appeared on the corner of Chu Feng's mouth. Then he stepped forward, and it turned into a gust of wind again and disappeared. This kid is too fast, handle it with care. Seeing this, the remaining two patriarchs, Brao's Jinzhou, did not dare to be careless anymore. SHH. At this moment, Chu Feng suddenly appeared, his arm swayed slightly, and the thunder and lightning absorbed on his hands suddenly overflowed, turned into a sharp sword of thunder, and slashed towards the backs of the two of them. Boy, don't underestimate the two of us. The two patriarchs simultaneously used tyrannical means to resist Chu Feng's attack. Chu Feng could only see a slight smile. Before the sharp sword of thunder could fall, it turned around and disappeared again, and swept behind the head of the Wang family. Be careful. The head of the Su family was the first to react, and hurriedly shouted loudly. But it was too late. Chu Feng had already made his move, and the thunder swept past, only to hear a Poochie, the head of the Wang family, also flew up and died. Looking at the two people who were beheaded by Chu Feng in the blink of an eye, the anger on the face of the Su family's patriarch was gone, replaced by fear. Facing the threat of death, he finally felt fear. At this moment, he had an idea, that is, when they fought against Chu Feng, there was never any hope of winning, because this young man seemed to have not fought against them seriously from the very beginning, more like he was playing tricks on them. I fought with you. Knowing that his life was about to end, the head of the Su family had no choice but to give it a go and do his best to attack Chu Feng with the most violent attack. However, from Chu Feng's point of view, no matter how strong an attack is, it is useless to him, because in front of his air mastery, in front of that absolute degree, only the strength of the first level of Yuan Wu is really not enough. Chu Feng's figure turned upside down and came behind him like a ghost. With a big wave of his hand, he easily killed the head of the Su family. Since then, the three masters of the Yuan martial realm have all died in the hands of Chu Feng, and their heads have been beheaded just like their subordinates and their families. At this moment, everyone in the Chu family couldn't help but take a deep breath, because Chu Feng's performance was too unexpected, and it was so strong that it was indescribable. At this moment, there were no cheers or applause, and there was only silence, so silent that apart from breathing, you could only hear the heartbeat, the excited heartbeat of people. A young man who only has the 7th level of Lingwu, but can kill 3 people of the 1st level of Yuan Wu. A young man who is only 15 years old, but has become the core disciple of the Azure Dragon sect and has mastered the 5th rank of martial arts. Such a young man will be called a genius no matter where he is, but such a genius belongs to the Chu family. All the Chu family know that their Chu family is not only saved, but also destined to rise, as long as the young man is willing. When the war ended, the people of the Chu family began to clean up the corpses scattered all over the town of Kushan. Both the Chu family and the townspeople were given a decent burial. However, the heads of the Wang family, Su family, and Ma family were all hung on the city wall of Kushan town. This can be said to be killing chickens and warning monkeys, but it is actually a show of force. The meeting hall of the Chu family, this place where Chu Feng was not qualified to step into, all the backbones of the Chu family are here, and Chu Feng is sitting on the seat. Fenger, according to what you said, invitation letters have been sent to all the forces in the Backer territory. Chu Yuanba's injury has been dealt with, but now the backbone of the Chu family is reporting something to Chu Feng, and his attitude is very humble. Chu Feng nodded and didn't say much. He didn't even look at Chu Yuanba, but continued to flip through the books in his hand. For Chu Feng, with such an attitude, Chu Yuanba could only laugh dryly. As for the other backbones of the Chu family, he did not dare to say much, because now in the Chu family, it is not Chu Yuan, nor Chu Yuanba, but Chu Feng. This has nothing to do with seniority, it has nothing to do with seniority, because Chu Feng has this strength, after all, without him, all of them would have died. Fenger, I don't know why you invited these forces? Finally, Chu Yuan spoke up, because now he was the only adoptive father who dared to speak to Chu Feng like this. After hearing Chu Yuan's opening, Chu Feng merged the books in his hand, raised his head and said with a slight smile, I just think it's time to unify the many forces in this Backer's territory. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 92, Chu Feng's life experience. After the Chu family meeting ended, Chu Feng and Chu Yuan returned to where they used to live. Father, I have something I want to ask you. The father and son were alone in a room, and Chu Feng asked. Fenger, there is something wrong, but it doesn't matter. Chu Yuan looked at Chu Feng, his eyes full of doting and pride. Chu Feng's performance surprised him time and time again, and now he has saved the Chu family, which has long been the greatest pride in his heart. Seeing this, Chu Feng did not delay, but smiled and said the question he had always wanted to ask, Father, who are my biological parents, and why did they abandon me? This. As soon as Chu Feng said these words, Chu Yuan, who was full of joy before, suddenly stiffened, and there were obvious changes. Father, is there something unspeakable? Chu Feng saw that something was wrong. No, there's nothing to hide, it's just that Fenger, I don't know anything about your parents. Chu Yuan explained with a dry smile. You don't understand either? Could it be that I was picked up by you? Chu Feng was a little panicked. Ever since he met that unfathomable, yet mad beggar in the ancient town of Wilderness, Chu Feng felt that his background was not simple, so he couldn't wait to ask Chu Yuan this question. But if Chu Yuan really picked him up by himself, then it means that all clues are cut off, and he can't get any information about his parents from Chu Yuan. No, that's not the case. In fact, I take care of Fenger because I am entrusted by others. Chu Yuan explained, but from his expression, it seemed that things were not that simple. Entrusted by someone? Who is it entrusted to? How does my father know that that person is definitely not my parents? Chu Feng asked eagerly. Looking at Chu Feng's eager appearance, Chu Yuan's face kept changing, as if he was struggling with some kind of psychological struggle, and finally sighed and said, "Hey, since you want to know so much, I'll tell you. This matter should start from 15 years ago. In that year, I took the Chu family with my buddies and went out for a long trip. On the way, I passed a mountain forest. In the forest, I met a man who was holding a child and asked me, but his surname was Chu. Because I was escorting the goods at the time, and the man's attire was really suspicious, so I didn't answer his question directly. But whoever thought that the man didn't even move, and two of my subordinates exploded and died, turning into a pool of blood. At that time, we were all terrified. We wanted to turn around and run away, but an invisible breath imprisoned us all and couldn't move at all." "Your surname is Chu?" The man asked me again, and at that moment I realized that it was probably this man who killed my Chu family and imprisoned me. But the first time I met such a strong man, I was already full of fear at that time. How could I notice his words? I just stared at him blankly. And at this moment, I was shocked to find that two flames suddenly appeared in his eyes, and at the same time, all the goods I was carrying were burned by a flame, even the carriage and horse, but it was instantly destroyed. Turned to ashes. At this time, he has already shown impatience. I can clearly feel the murderous intent he exudes. It is the most terrifying murderous intent I have ever felt in my life, as if he came from hell. At that time, I thought that I was already certain to die, but he didn't do anything to me, but said again, "I'll ask you one last time, is your surname Chu?" This time, I didn't dare to hesitate any longer. I quickly answered his question and revealed my family background and where the Chu family lived. Speaking of which, Chu Yuan's face was full of guilt. Chu Feng could guess why he felt guilty. Naturally, it was because he was greedy for life and fear of death at the time, and he confessed everything about the Chu family and felt guilty. After all, if that person had a grudge against the Chu family, Chu Yuan's words would have completely betrayed the Chu family, and everyone in the Chu family would die. Has another purpose. Father, what about later? Chu Feng eagerly wanted to know the result. Later, he killed all the guys who accompanied me, left me alone, and entrusted the child to me, and that child is you. After I took you over, that person told me that you must be raised well and treated as if you were your own. However, your name cannot be determined by me, it must be called Chu Feng. At this moment, Chu Feng was shocked. Although he had guessed from the beginning that the child might be him, he was still in shock at this moment, because he could never have imagined that his name was not originally from Chu Yuan, but it was picked up early in the morning. Especially when he thought about that man again and again, he asked Chu Yuan's question again and again, and it was not difficult for Chu Feng to think that his biological father was probably also surnamed Chu, and entrusting him to Chu Yuan probably just didn't want Chu Feng just a name change. At that time, I didn't dare to refuse, so I naturally agreed. It's just that he made a few more demands, that is, he must not tell you where you came from, nor can you say that you are my own, and must tell you from the beginning that you are my adopted son. The thing is, you can't do things that hurt you, you must grow up healthy. And no matter which requirement is violated, the result is the same, that is, he will destroy the entire Chu family without leaving any room for it. Chu Yuan told the truth, and Chu Feng finally knew why he didn't ask. Chu Yuan never talked about Chu Feng's background, and when Chu Feng asked about his own background, Chu Yuan would be so uneasy, even afraid. It turned out that someone had been threatening him. Father, do you know what that man's name is? And is there any special mark on his body? Chu Feng asked solemnly, because he vaguely already had the answer in his heart. He didn't say what his name was, but there was indeed a strange birthmark on his forehead, like a flame, very strange. Chu Yuan replied. At this moment, Chu Feng seemed quite calm, because this was similar to the answer he guessed, and his background was indeed related to the beggar that day. Father, did he say anything after that? Did he mention my parents? No, he didn't mention your parents to me. Then why do you say that he can't be my father? Hearing this, Chu Yuan closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and then slowly said, because when he handed you over to me, he felt relieved, as if he had gotten rid of a heavy burden, and he quickly changed into a person, shouting like crazy. I still deeply remember the crazy words he said at the time. What did he say? Chu Feng was impatient. He shouted to the sky, you see, I have done what you said, can you let me go? I beg you to let me go. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 93 Gifts. Chu Yuan, vividly describing the original scene, still had a startling look on his face, as if the original scene had once again appeared in front of his eyes. And Chu Feng can also see that the events of that day did have a great impact on Chu Yuan, at least in the depths of his heart, leaving an indelible shadow. Looking at Chu Yuan like this, Chu Feng also fell into deep thought. He knew that what Chu Yuan said was right, that crazy man should not be his father, otherwise he would not have said those strange crazy words. But anyone who is a little wise in everything can tell from it that the madman who handed Chu Feng to Chu Yuan should have been entrusted by others, or even forced by others, and he was very afraid of the man who was coercing him. People, and that person is likely to be Chu Feng's family. However, that man is already terrifyingly powerful, so what kind of power can he be who can coerce him and make him so fearful? Where do I come from? Who are my parents? Why do they entrust me to others? This was the biggest question in Chu Feng's heart at this moment, because the more he understood, the more he realized that his background was so special. And there must be something hidden behind it. Father, what happened later? Did that person say anything to you? Chu Feng asked eagerly. Then he disappeared. I didn't see how he left. If it wasn't for you still in my arms, I would really doubt that he never showed up. But the facts tell me that it's all true. And I took you back to the Chu house. Because the goods were burned and all my men died, I couldn't tell the truth, so I could only lie and say that I found you on the road. But after learning what happened, my family didn't agree with me for adopting you, thinking you were unlucky. But to this day, I believe that no one will think that you are unlucky, because you saved the entire Chu family, but now I tell you the truth, I don't know if that person will. Said here, the worried look on Chu Yuan's face became more intense. After all, that person's strength is too terrifying. Chu Yuan doesn't even know, when he said this, whether that person can hear, always feels that he is in danger, that person may appear at any time, but faced with Chu Feng's questioning, he still can't bear to tell the truth, can't bear to hide from Chu Feng. Because now that he knew the truth, he knew very well that Chu Feng's terrifying talent was definitely born with it. After all, his background was already full of legends. Father, don't worry. I think that person has lost his mind. I'm afraid he has forgotten what he entrusted to you and won't bother you again. What's more, even if he comes back and I'm still here, since he entrusted me to you, he will definitely not be detrimental to me. Chu Feng couldn't help but think of the scene in the ancient town of the wilderness. He really felt that that person had gone insane. Because of this, Chu Feng became more and more curious. What had he experienced? Who drove him crazy? Could it be his own parents? In short, at this moment, all kinds of questions were lingering in Chu Feng's heart, which made him a little unclear, but these questions made Chu Feng want to know the truth of the matter more and more. Where did you come from? Who are the parents? Most importantly, why did the parents entrust him to others? What happened back then? This is the answer that Chu Feng most wants to know. Oh, I hope, but Fenger, no matter what happens in the future, you are my pride. Although I know that such an excellent you has nothing to do with me, and your excellence is entirely inherited from your parents, but in my heart, Chu Yuan, you are my son." Suddenly, Chu Yuan's face was relieved, and he seemed to have underestimated life and death. For him, it was enough to have the son of Chu Feng in this life. "Father, don't say that. Without you, I might have starved to death long ago. How could I be today? No matter what others think, but in my heart, Chu Feng, you are my father, a qualified father." Chu Feng was telling the truth. If it wasn't for Chu Yuan, who adopted him back then, someone else might not have done his best. Even if he followed that crazy man, he might have been impulsive and beat him to death. Therefore, Chu Feng is grateful to Chu Yuan, and he also has real feelings, although now he has a longing for his biological parents. But over the past 10 years, Chu Feng felt that Chu Yuan was his biological father, because so far, it was Chu Yuan who made him experience family affection and fatherly love. However, Chu Feng no longer blamed his biological parents, because he felt that most of them had something to hide, otherwise they would not ask someone to take care of him, or even threaten. At this moment, Chu Yuan was so excited that he was speechless for a long time. There were a few tears in his eyes. He was indeed moved by what Chu Feng said. Because he felt that, as a father, he had not done his duty these years. He had indeed caused Chu Feng to suffer a lot of grievances. Furthermore, if it weren't for the threat of the crazy man back then, perhaps he would not have brought up Chu Feng. "Father, I have a gift for you." Chu Feng took out a handful of spirit beads from the Chengkuan bag and handed it to Chu Yuan. There were nearly 100 of them. "Fenger, this is too precious, I can't ask for it." Looking at the golden glittering spirit bead, Chu Yuan was greatly surprised and stunned. Although he had already found Chu Feng's Chengkuan bag, he could not have imagined that there were so many spirit beads in Chu Feng's Chengkuan bag. You must know that so many spirit beads are considered a great asset to the entire Chu family, and Chu Feng wants to give them all, which naturally makes him unacceptable. "Fenger, you are now in a critical period of martial cultivation. With your talent, these spirit orbs can completely help you break through to the primordial martial realm. You should keep it for yourself." Chu Yuan began to shirk with all his might. On the other hand, Chu Feng smiled slightly. "Father, I still have the Lingzhu, you can accept these. In 2 days, all the forces in the Backer territory will be invited, and there must be a storm at that time. Now that Grandpa is seriously injured, all the burdens must be placed on your head, so you must break through to the primordial martial realm within 2 days, otherwise it will be difficult for those forces to surrender." In 2 days, breakthrough to Yuanwu? Chu Yuan's heart tightened. Although he shied away, his heart was still very eager to enter Yuanwu. It can really make him succeed. "Take it." And at Chu Feng's repeated request, Chu Yuan had to accept it, and with Chu Feng's help, he began to refine these spiritual beads, hoping to rely on this huge spiritual energy to break through that dreamed for primordial martial realm in one fell swoop. At the same time, in the core area of the Azure Dragon sect, another scene is taking place. Lang Wugui stood in a dim underground palace, with a very ugly face, while in front of him, Lu Bing stood there with a look of panic on his face. Looking at Lu Bing like this, Lang Wugui frowned slightly and asked solemnly, "You mean that someone is protecting Chu Feng secretly, and at least he is a master of the Xuanwu realm?" Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 94, Hida Hining. It's definitely in the Xuanwu realm. Otherwise, with Yao Li's cultivation, it's impossible to be killed instantly, and it's still under the condition of only using coercion. Lu Bing said tremblingly, his face was full of panic. On that day, after she and Gao Lu were at odds, in order to avoid Lang Wugui's punishment, she chose to continue chasing and killing Chu Feng. When the two were resting on the way, Gao Lu went to relieve him, but just after leaving, Lu Bing felt a very strong feeling. The energy fluctuates, and that direction is the direction of Gao Li's release. Lu Bing heard the sound, but found that Gao Lu was dead. Like the Zhao brothers, there was no scar on the surface, but his internal organs were all crushed, apparently being crushed to death by coercion. Therefore, Lu Bing did not dare to continue chasing, but instead fled back immediately and explained everything to Lang Wugui, because the current opponent was no longer her ability to deal with. It seems that I underestimated that Chu Feng. Lang Wugui fell into contemplation, while Lu Bing stood there, looking at Lang Wugui with those fearful eyes, not daring to say any more. It could be seen that he was really afraid of Lang Wugui. "Senior sister Lu Bing, I will handle this matter personally, you should have a good rest." Suddenly, Lang Wugui took out a small bottle of white jade from the Qianquan bag and handed it to Lu Bing. "Thank you, junior brother Lang." When he saw this white jade bottle, Lu Bing was overjoyed, and hurriedly took it. He opened the bottle cap without thinking, and drank the liquid in the bottle. "Senior sister Lu Bing, what's the difference in the taste of the antidote this time?" Lang Wugui stood with his hands behind his back, staring at Lu Bing with his strange eyes, with a cold smile on the corner of his mouth. "The taste this time seems to be a little sweet." Lu Bing wiped the corners of his mouth, but suddenly his face changed drastically, and he pointed at Lang Wugui and shouted, You. No soon, Lu Bing was speechless. His face changed from white to blue, from blue to purple, his body began to emit white heat, and he stuffed his hand into his throat, as if he wanted to pull out the liquid just now. But in vain. "It's not good to do things, what's the use of keeping you?" Looking at Lu Bing, who was suffering, there was no trace of sympathy on his cold and innocent face, until Lu Bing fell to the ground and lost his breath, and then a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Did she deliberately let her come back to tip her off so that I could retreat in spite of difficulties? It's interesting, but I would like to see who is playing this trick with me, and whether you can save that Chu Feng. Thinking of this, Lang Wugui walked to the table, took out the rice paper and started writing with a pen, and at the beginning of the letter was written, "Father, I am in trouble in the Azure Dragon sect. Can I ask my Lung family ancestor to come forward and relieve the siege?" Time passed, and 2 days had passed in the blink of an eye. It was the day when the Chu family invited backers and many forces. Outside the town of Kushan, the heads of Su, Ma, and Wang's family were still hanging, which was terrifying at first glance. In the town of Kushan, the martial arts field was filled with banquets, welcoming guests from all walks of life. Although on the surface, there were laughter, and everyone was chatting with each other, the atmosphere was vaguely wrong. After all, the fact that the Chu family had dug out the mysterious iron ore had already caused a stir in the entire backing area, and the battle between the Chu family and the Su family's Wang family's Ma family had also been rumored. The Chu family was able to fight the three families without defeat, and beheaded the three masters of the Yuanwu realm. It can be seen that the strength of the Chu family is the first in the entire backing territory. At this time, the Chu family entertained various forces, and anyone with a discerning eye can figure out what the Chu family's intentions are, so don't look at these people's smiles on the surface, but in fact they are reluctant. He will come, entirely because he is afraid of the Chu family. Why didn't I see Chu Yuanba? Shouldn't Chu Yuanba preside over such an important day? Chu Yuanba is really powerful. He was able to beat the 3 with 1 enemy and 3, but since he didn't show up today, I think he was also seriously injured, so it's not good to show his face. You're right, I guess it's the same, but it's just Chu Yuan's words. Can he shock the scene? After all, among the characters present now, there is still the existence of Yuan Wujing. I believe that when necessary, Chu Yuanba will still come forward. There is no certainty, and the Chu family will not invite everyone here. It's just who that young man is, and he can sit in such an important position. When there was a lot of discussion, someone pointed their finger at Chu Feng beside Chu Yuan. Although Chu Feng's name was already well known, there were indeed some people who had never seen Chu Feng. That's the genius of the Chu family, Chu Feng. Looking at that appearance, he should have become a core disciple. It's really amazing. So, that Qinglong flag is real? No wonder the Chu family would make such a big move. With the protection of the Qinglongzong, no one dares to touch the Chu family in this mountain area. That's not necessarily true. Although the Wang family, Su family's Ma family's vitality has been severely damaged, there are also Li family and Zhao family in the backing, and their strength is not much weaker than the original Su family. Now the 2 masters of Yuan Wujing. They've all been there. If the Chu family is just pure power and let me wait for the idea of not playing the mysterious iron ore, that's fine. But if the Chu family wants to be the dominant family and unify this backer territory from now on, I am afraid that many forces will not agree. If I wait to join forces, I believe the Chu family will also have a headache. People are speculating about the purpose of the Chu family's banquet, and many forces have already passed through the wind in secret. If the Chu family really wants to unify this backer territory, then they will join forces to resist. Father, it's almost time to start. Chu Feng winked at Chu Yuan. Yes. Chu Yuan stood up and said in a loud voice, "First of all, thank you for being able to support my Chu family and attend this banquet. Everyone must know that my Chu family suffered a catastrophe 2 days ago. The 3 great families besieged my Chu family and wanted to rob me of the assets of my Chu family, but unfortunately, they paid the price for their viciousness. In this battle, although my Chu family won, many townspeople were killed, and many family members suffered misfortune, which made me fall into reflection. The many forces in my backer who share the resources of the backer should be like a family. Why? Can you kill each other?" In the end, I came up with a solution. The so-called no rules can't make a square. After that, Chu Yuan said some so-called rules, but in fact it was to constrain the development of all forces and provide the Chu family with the greatest benefits. Boom. Suddenly, a wine table was smashed into pieces. A man with a dark skin and a beard stood up 9 feet tall, pointed at Chu Yuan and shouted, "Chu Yuan, just because you want to leave me, what kind of virtue are you?" Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 95, I will cut them all. The bearded man was the head of an aristocratic family. He was about the same age as Chu Yuan and possessed the 9th level of Lingguo, so he naturally refused to accept Chu Yuan. Regarding the big man's actions, Chu Yuan did not change his expression, but walked slowly towards the big man. At the same time, Chu Feng and the Chu family also followed closely behind. I have to say that this move of the Chu family has indeed brought a very strong momentum. They walked all the way, making many people around them tremble, because the many heads hanging outside the back mountain town have proved that the Chu family is ruthless. But compared to others, the big bearded man was not afraid, but stared at Chu Yuan, who walked in front of him and shouted, "Chu Yuan, if your Chu family wants to dominate the mountain realm, you have to find a decent person to speak to. You should let Chu Yuanba come out, otherwise it's really unworthy of you to rule us." Pa. But as soon as the big man's voice fell, Chu Yuan suddenly shot a loud slap on the face of the big man. The powerful impulse of bang knocked the big man several dozen meters away and flew all the way. The tables and chairs were all broken, and many people onlookers were severely injured by him. However, this is still the result of Chu Yuan's keeping his hand. Otherwise, this slap from Chu Yuan could completely smash his head into pieces. The big man came to his senses. His face was full of surprise. He covered his face and roared in panic, You entered the Yuanwu realm? Yuanwujing, could it be said that Chu Yuan stepped into Yuanwujing? As soon as Dehan said this, the onlookers were equally astonished. Only then did they realize that the aura that Chu Yuan dissipated just now was indeed very wrong. It was not spiritual energy, but Chu Yuan really stepped into the Yuanwu realm. However, Chu Yuan didn't answer the big man's question, but walked up to him again, raised his leg with 1 foot, and only heard a click, and broke the big man's left leg. The big man screamed and started to hug his legs and mourn. Looking at the big man with pain on his face, Chu Yuan didn't have a trace of sympathy on his face, but sneered, "This time, am I still worthy?" Looking at this scene, people couldn't help but take a deep breath, because this time, Chu Yuan had unabashedly released his own breath, and there was no doubt that he was at the first level of Yuanwujing. Chu Yuan really stepped into the Yuanwu realm. It turns out that the Chu family already has 2 masters of the Yuanwu realm. No wonder even the Su family, the Wang family, the Ma family, and the 3 families joining forces are not the opponents of the Chu family. The strength of the Chu family is too strong. At this moment, many people who wanted to resist the Chu family gave up the idea, because they suddenly realized that they underestimated the Chu family, and the strength that the Chu family has now is not something they can compete with. It's not that I look down on you, it's just that if Yuan Wu is the first class, you really don't deserve it. At this moment, an old voice suddenly sounded somewhere, and when he looked around, he saw an old man who was as thin as a wood, but nearly 10 feet tall, stood up. The old man was too thin and too tall. He stood there like a dry uncle, giving people a feeling of being shaky, but his eyes were so bright that people didn't dare to peep. It's the head of the Li family, and he really came. When they saw this old man, many people exclaimed in surprise, because this person in the backer's territory is as loud as Chu Yuanba, and he is also a Yuan Wu. A heavy powerhouse. Old Li, don't speak so directly. No matter what, you have to save some face for the younger generation. At this moment, another old man stood up. The old man was also very thin, but very short, and looked like a monkey. But don't look at this old man's ugly appearance, but his aura is extraordinary, and he also has the first level of Yuan Wu cultivation. Sure enough, they came prepared. Chu Yuan frowned slightly, because the old man who looked like a monkey was the head of the Zhao family. These two people can be said to be in the current backing territory. Except for Chu Yuanba, the old one, the strongest too in the generation. The strength of the Zhao family and the Li family is actually not inferior to that of the Su family, but they have always been low-key and belong to the kind of masters who make a lot of money. Obviously to work together to fight against the Chu family. Chu Yuan, go and call your father out. You and our brothers are not equal. The Zhao family's patriarch waved at Chu Yuan, but he had never looked at Chu Yuan in the face. Chu Yuan put it in his eyes. Right or not, it depends on your strength. Chu Yuan snorted coldly and rushed towards those two. Now he is the first level Yuan Wu, his competence has increased, and coupled with his youth and strength, he has not put these two old antiques in his eyes. Hey, it's a pity to finally enter the Yuan Wu realm. The Zhao family patriarch sighed first, then stepped forward and swept back towards Chu Yuan, and soon the two were fighting together. The two of them unleashed their Yuan Li, and the power was no small matter. Many people were severely injured by them, and the surrounding wine tables were even shattered by the shock, leaving a mess under their feet. However, after some tricks, he quickly confirmed a truth, that is, Jiang is still old and hot, although Chu Yuan is also the first level of Yuan Wu, but his control of Yuan Li is obviously not as good as that of the Zhao family's patriarch, and he soon falls into downwind. The Chu family is so outspoken that they want to unify us. He really doesn't take me seriously. Today, I will let the Chu family see that we are not so easy to bully. Let's join forces and take over the Chu family. Suddenly, many places in the martial arts field exploded. It was from the Zhao family and the Li family. They had already attacked the Chu family without any hesitation. That's right, if you want to be our boss, it depends on whether his Chu family has the strength. Everyone joined forces to destroy his Chu family. Seeing the momentum of the Chu family, they were actually suppressed. Many forces also joined the battle circle and began to attack the people of the Chu family. At this moment, the entire martial arts field was in chaos, but the most eye-catching battle circle was still the position of Chu Yuan and the Zhao family's patriarch, but at this moment, Chu Yuan was obviously unsupported and was on the verge of defeat. Chu Yuan, your life is over today. Suddenly, another figure joined the battle circle, and it was actually the head of the Li family. The patriarch of the Li family, the shot is a palm, the palm emits green light and emits strange gas, it is a very sinister martial skill, the 5 poisonous hands. At this moment, all the people of the Chu family were secretly screaming badly, and Chu Yuan, who had already fallen into the disadvantaged position, was even more difficult to deal with the head of the Zhao family. If you get hit, you will be disabled even if you don't die. Shoo, but just when the elderly was about to succeed, a figure appeared behind the head of the Li family like a ghost, and lightning flashed in his hand, like a sharp blade, piercing the neck of the head of the Li family. Then he waved his big hand, and saw a splash of blood, the head of the Li family's head flew up, and the body fell to the ground. However, this is not the end. The figure actually shot again, going straight to the Zhao family head, and using the same method, after beheading the Zhao family head, it landed steadily on the ground. Everything was born too fast, and people basically didn't know who the shot was. The two masters of Yuan Wujing were already in different places, and the one who died was called simply. And when everything was over, after people set their eyes on the person who shot, they were all shocked, because they were shocked to find that the person who shot was actually a young man, the genius of the Chu family, Chu Feng. Chu Feng ignored the shocked expressions of everyone, and instead swept his gaze to the surrounding crowd, and said coldly, "Today, my Chu family will unify this backing area, and I will kill anyone who dares to oppose, no matter who it is." Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 96, Purple Gold Token. Who, as soon as Chu Feng said these words, the crowd exclaimed. The performance field, which was originally a mess, became quiet because of Chu Feng's words. Everyone stopped fighting, but looked at Chu Feng blankly. Maple. At this moment, people learned the most shocking truth. It turned out that the Chu family was able to defeat the three great families, not because of Chu Yuanba nor Chu Yuan, but because of this 15-year-old boy. After all, no matter how powerful Chu Yuanba is, according to people's understanding, he is only similar to the heads of several major families. As for Chu Yuan, they have seen the strength just now, and it is not as good as Chu Yuanba. However, they had seen Chu Feng's strength with their own eyes. It was so strong that they couldn't accept it. At this moment, most of the people were dumbfounded and at a loss, because they could not accept that Chu Feng had such a terrifying strength. A 15-year-old boy can easily kill a strong person in the first layer of Yuanwu. This kind of thing is like a fantasy, but when everything is born like this, people have to accept this fact. The time to do is not to express shock, but to make a choice. My Tian family agrees with the Chu family's point of view. From now on, I am willing to abide by the rules set by the Chu family and listen to the orders of the Chu family. Someone took the lead in expressing their position. This is a force that has been friendly with the Chu family before. My Chiao family is also willing to submit to the Chu family. After that, all the forces that remained neutral began to surrender to the Chu family. In the end, even those forces who had previously opposed the Chu family and attacked the people of the Chu family chose to join the Chu family. Because no one knows how strong Chu Feng is, but it is an indisputable fact that he killed two masters of the first level of Yuanwu with ease. It is also an indisputable fact that he is a disciple of the Azure Dragon sect. Therefore, everyone knows that as long as the Chu family has Chu Feng, there will be no one who can resist the Chu family in this backer territory, because this young man is really too scary. Even if they have heard of the name of genius, but they have never seen a real genius with their own eyes, but today they have opened their eyes and know what a real genius is. But it can also easily kill a senior who is a level higher than himself. When almost everyone in the entire martial arts field expressed their obedience to the Chu family, Chu Feng slowly stepped onto the high platform and glanced at everyone and said, "Since all of you have expressed your views, then I will not go around in circles. From today on, everything in the entire Kushan town will be decided by my Chu family. All I want is 2 words, obey. What I want is your convincing, not oral. To show sincerity, please kneel down." What? What does this mean? When Chu Feng said these words, everyone was shocked and felt at a loss. Am I not clear enough? Then I'll stress it again. I want you all to kneel down for me. Suddenly, Chu Feng's face turned cold, and a strong murderous aura permeated the entire performance field. Shu, at this moment, everyone was so frightened that their bodies trembled, and they didn't dare to hesitate any longer. All of them knelt on the ground. In almost the entire martial arts field, the only people who were still standing were members of the Chu family. Everyone surrendered, whether they were courting the Chu family before, or remained neutral, or even attacked the Chu family, and even the Zhao and Li family, whose masters had already been beheaded by the Chu family, all knelt down. Those people are not without dignity, but in the face of the threat of death, they have to let go of their dignity. Looking around, the people of the Chu family were amazed by the crowd of people who were all kneeling on the ground. In particular, many of them were fighting against them before, wanting to kill them, but in the blink of an eye, they actually knelt in front of them, which made the Chu family feel unbelievable. Especially that Chu Yuan, he was standing beside Chu Feng, looking at his 15-year-old son. His heart was extremely complicated, because he felt that Chu Feng was more like a family head than himself. No, it can't be said to be the head of the family, because the bearing that Chu Feng shows is by no means comparable to that of a small family head. This is the style of a real king. The Chu family is really powerful. Don't think that this backing is really your Chu family's world. You guys are really worthless. You kneel down to a little brat who doesn't even grow his hair. Do you still have dignity? But at this moment, a loud voice suddenly sounded, and when he looked around, he saw a group of people slowly entering the martial arts arena. The one who spoke was a capable old man. This group of people, everyone present knows, is a group of forces in the backer's territory, called the Tiger Escort Bureau, and the capable old man is the shopkeeper of this escort office, known as Shopkeeper Lin. This shopkeeper Lin is an outsider, relying on his strength of the 9th level of Lingwu, with a vote of his own people, to help various families escort the goods, but also won a place in this backer. It's just that the Tiger Escort Bureau is still a notch lower than a noble family like the Chu family. Usually, he doesn't have time to respect the Chu family, but it's really puzzling that he dares to say this today. Bastard, a country bumpkin from outside, dare to talk like this. I think you are really impatient. That's right, if he dares to disobey the Chu family, he is courting death. At this moment, without waiting for the Chu family's words, a few of the forces who had surrendered to the Chu family took the lead in blowing up the pot, and charged aggressively towards the people from the Tiger Escort Bureau. They naturally wanted to win the favor of the Chu family. After all, it was a foregone conclusion for the Chu family to unify their backing. As long as Chu Feng was there, the Chu family's future achievements could be said to be limitless. The best time to flatter at home. It was just that in the face of a large number of people who were full of murderous aura and were forcing him, the shopkeeper Lin was not afraid, but took out a token from his arms, raised it high, and said loudly, "I have Zijin with the token in hand, who dares to touch me?" What? Purple gold token. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. The murderous people also hurriedly stopped their steps and focused their eyes on the token. And it doesn't matter at this sight, people's faces suddenly turned blue, and an invisible fear flooded their hearts, not to mention that the past is not good for Tiger Escort. Some people have already started to retreat. 500 kilometers away from the backing mountain, there is a city called Zijin City. The Forbidden City is very powerful, and it controls the land for thousands of miles. It is the true ruler of the backing mountain. It's just that because the backer is too remote and the resources are not abundant, the Forbidden City did not manage the backer, which caused many families to jointly occupy the backer. And that Zijin token is a token that can only be possessed by the confidant of Zijin City's city lord. Seeing the token is like seeing the city lord, everyone must bow down. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 97, The Army is Coming. Purple gold token, that's actually a purple gold token. How could this old man Lin have such a thing? Everyone's expressions changed, because the meaning of this purple gold token was no trivial matter. It was even more deterrent than the blue dragon flag that Chu Feng brought back. After all, no matter how powerful the Azure Dragon sect is, it is only a section. He can intimidate all forces, but he cannot command all forces. However, this purple gold city is different. Although it is not as good as the Azure Dragon School in terms of background and strength, it is the overlord of this side. The so-called strong dragon can hardly suppress the local snake, that is what it means. And there is a chain relationship between cities. Zijin City is a second-class city. He commands his own land, but above him, there is a first-class city, which is not inferior to Qinglongzong in terms of strength. City. On top of the first-class city, there is the palace. The strength of the palace is very powerful, not even weaker than the first sect in Qingzhou, Lingyun sect. But the most important thing is that behind the palace, there is a behemoth, that is the Jiang family imperial city, the overlord of the entire Kyushu continent. That is to say, although the Jiang dynasty does not restrict the development of various forces and does not directly manage the Kyushu region, in fact, he has established a complete management system in Kyushu University, and everything in Kyushu University is under the control of the Jiang dynasty. This also created a situation. No matter how strong the sect was, it was always one side's power, and even if all the cities were weak, there was a dynasty behind him. The sect can take action against other sects, but there are very few sects who dare to provoke any city, because they cannot afford to provoke them. Therefore, for many aristocratic families within the jurisdiction of Zijin City, the name of this Zijin City is more intimidating than that of the Azure Dragon sect, and the deterrent power of the purple gold token is far greater than that of the Azure Dragon banner. Seeing the Zijin token, I don't want to kneel down quickly. Seeing people showing fear, Manager Lin became even more arrogant. He even pointed at everyone and shouted loudly. And when he said this, he really startled everyone, and many people actually knelt down with a thud, especially the Zhao and Li family. It was as if they saw a life-saving straw, and they buckled their heads at the shopkeeper Lin. Come. In response to such a scene, Chu Feng frowned slightly, looking at everything in his eyes. He suddenly understood a sentence. He knew what it means. The grass falls with the wind, because at this moment, there are such a group of people in front of him. Why don't you kneel down? Don't you dare to put this Zijin token in your eyes? Dare you to put the Lord City Lord in your eyes? Seeing that many people didn't kneel, Manager Lin shouted. I see who dares to kneel for him. Seeing this, Chu Feng also shouted. After hearing Chu Feng's words, those who wanted to kneel did become entangled and fell into a dilemma. Although Zijin City is very powerful, after all, the Emperor's luck in the mountains is high. With only one token, he can only just act as a deterrent. Right now, Chu Feng is the most powerful person here. If they angered Chu Feng, they might kill them all with Chu Feng's temperament. Chu Feng, you are so bold, you dare to disobey the rules of Zijin City. Not only do you not kneel when you see the Zijin token, but you dare to intimidate others. Are you trying to fight against Zijin City and the Jiang dynasty? Shopkeeper Lin pointed at Chu Feng and yelled. What about the opposite? Believe it or not, I will kill you now. Chu Feng said coldly. Fenger, don't mess around, his Zijin token is real. You must not shoot at him, otherwise Zijin Cheng will not let you go. Seeing that Chu Feng really had murderous intentions, Chu Yuan was frightened, and hurriedly grabbed Chu Feng's sleeve tightly, fearing that Chu Feng would take action against Manager Na Lin. Ha ha ha, Chu Yuan, you are considered to be acquainted. Seeing Chu Yuan's cowardly appearance, Manager Lin laughed wildly, and then said loudly, to tell you the truth, now the city lord of Zijin City already knows about the mysterious iron ore in the backer's territory. Right now, the city lord is leading a large team to this place, and I believe it will be there soon. So, from now on, Zijin City will personally manage this backer territory, and I am the city lord, personally appointed administrator. The Chu family has now made great achievements in the mysterious iron ore. In the future, the mining of the mysterious iron ore is still up to you. It's just that all the ore's mined must be handed over to Zijin Cheng. No corruption is allowed, otherwise they will all be killed. Manager Lin's remarks have already explained everything. Now that the army of Zijin City is rushing here, this is to tell Chu Feng and others not to mess with him, otherwise the Chu family will not escape death. As for the purpose of Zijin Cheng's coming here, it is for the mysterious iron ore, and if you want to ask how Zijin Cheng knew about the mysterious iron ore, it is not difficult to understand. No. It must be this old man who told the news to the Forbidden City, and the Zijin City Lord felt that he had done a good job in reporting the information, so he rewarded him. This is immortal. At this moment, Chu Feng, although his expression did not change, the fists in his sleeves were clenched tightly. He really never imagined that there would be such a sinister old thing in this backer territory. But anger turned into anger. Chu Feng was still rational. What he could do right now was not to take action against this shopkeeper Lin, but to wait quietly and wait for the army of Zijin City to arrive before making a decision. In fact, just as shopkeeper Nalin said, dozens of miles away from Kushan town, a group of men and horses dressed in armor, armed with swords, and lined up neatly, were approaching. This is a large group of people. There are more than 1,000 people. Their strength is not to be underestimated. The weakest is the 5th level of Lingwu, and those who ride on war horses are all masters of the Yuanwu realm. Especially for the sake of that one, the strength is even more extraordinary. This is a middle-aged man. He is not wearing armor, but a loose robe. The robe is purple, with dragons and phoenixes tattooed on it, and it is also carved in gold, which is very ornate. Don't look at what he wears is not simple. His face is also not simple. He exudes a unique temperament. This temperament is not found in the people around him. The most important thing is his strength. He is actually the master of Yuanwu. Jiuzhong is only one step away from entering Xuanwu, and he is the city owner of Zijin City, Chen Hui. Recently, the resources of Zijin City are in short supply, and Chen Hui was worried about the tribute tax to the top. At this time, he got information. He heard that there was a mysterious iron ore in the backer. The card even brought the people and horses personally, came to the back mountain town to see what happened. At this moment, he was humming a little tune while talking to his subordinates, but suddenly he saw a person in front of the road, blocking their way. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 98, Pressing People with Power. At this moment, Chen Hui and many soldiers were all bright, because the one who stood in the middle of the road and blocked their way was a graceful and beautiful woman. It's really beautiful, so beautiful that people can't help but feel their heart beat faster just by looking at it. That fair skin, that sweet face, and that proud figure are simply the stunners that all men yearn for. It's just that although this woman is beautiful enough, her temperament is not simple, especially if she dares to stand alone, in front of this army of thousands. It is enough to show her courage and the unkindness of the visitors. This girl, I don't know your surname, you are waiting for us here, but something? After all, Chen Hui was the city owner of Fangfang, and his experience made him feel that the beautiful woman in front of him was probably a bad visitor, so he simply stopped and asked. My name is Su Rou. I am the elder of the inner door of the Azure Dragon sect. I am waiting for City Lord Chen here. There is indeed something I want City Lord Chen to help with. Su Rou smiled charmingly. I didn't expect the girl to be the elder of the Qinglong sect at such a young age. Chen really admires it. If you have anything to do, you can speak bluntly. Chen Hui responded with a smile. I know that City Lord Chen's trip is for the Xian Iron Mine in the backing town, but the Chu family in the backing town of the Xian Iron Mine is now also in charge of the Chu family, and I have some connections with the Chu family, so I hope Chen the City Lord can give me a face. Don't interfere with that mysterious iron ore. Su Rou replied with a smile. Her tone was polite. But when he heard this, Chen Hui's expression didn't change. He was unusually calm. He smiled calmly. Miss Su Rou is wrong. Since this backer is within my jurisdiction, then the backer in the backer is not right. People should be under my control, and the things in the mountains should also be under my control. Let's not talk about that mysterious iron ore. It is a huge wealth. I can't hand it over to others. I just say that I don't know the girl at all, so there is no need to sell you face, because this is the internal affairs of my Zijin city, not to mention you. Even if you are the sect master of the Azure Dragon sect, you have no right to interfere. City Lord Chen is really a big voice. You said that my Azure Dragon sect has no right to interfere with your Zijin city, and I, Su Rou, want to intervene once today. Go over here. Suddenly, Su Rou stretched out her finger and pointed at the road ahead, and an invisible energy burst out, poking a deep hole in the road ahead. Boom! Then Su Rou waved her arm, and the dust was rising, and a deep ditch appeared on the road, dividing the road. What an arrogant girl! I want to see how you stopped me from waiting. Seeing Su Rou's actions, all the soldiers in Zijin City were extremely furious. They rode the war horses under their crotch, released layers of Yuan force, and charged towards Su Rou aggressively. Rumble rumble he rode the horse galloping, Yuan Li lingering, under the trampling of the iron hoof and Yuan Li. The ground under his feet made a harsh roar, and began to vibrate violently. The power was really terrifying. However, Suro didn't change her expression when it came to the actions of the officers and men in Zijin City. She just smiled and watched all this. Only when the army was about to step into that boundary, Suro's face changed slightly. I saw his long snow-white dress fluttering, and layers of gas visible to the naked eye emanated from his weak body. The gas was extremely powerful, and it swept through. Those soldiers in the Yuanwu realm were all turned on their backs and blown back abruptly. Xuanwu realm. At this moment, Chen Hui's eyes lit up, because he had already felt that the aura that Suro was exuding was not Yuanli, but profound strength. The young beautiful woman in front of her was actually a strong practitioner of the Xuanwu realm. The Xuanwu realm is only a line away from him, but the power is a world apart. If Suro's strength is strong enough, even if they attack together with an army of thousands, they may not be Suro's opponent. This is the Xuanwu realm. Greatness. Once, there was a powerhouse at the peak of the Xuanwu realm who killed a second-class sect alone. You must know that the second-class sect not only had hundreds of thousands of disciples, but also the powerhouse of the Xuanwu realm. In front of him, he was still vulnerable. Therefore, when Chen Hui discovered that Suro was actually a master of the Xuanwu realm, a worried look finally appeared on his calm face, and he said solemnly, "I didn't expect Miss Suro to be so powerful. A powerhouse in the Xuanwu realm can indeed stop me from waiting. It's just that, as the elder of the sect, you should know the rules of the section. If you obstruct me like this, are you not afraid of causing trouble for the Azure Dragon sect in the future?" Trouble? Do you really not take the Azure Dragon sect in your eyes, or do you not take me in your eyes? Although in Kyushu University, there is a rule that sects are not allowed to interfere in the city, but this does not mean that my Azure Dragon sect is afraid of you. I politely asked you for help before. Not only did you not know what to do, but you dared to threaten me with your identity. Well, I've changed my mind now. I'm not asking you for help, but ordering you to do things for me." Suro walked slowly, but she took the initiative to cross the line and walked towards Chen Hui. "What do you want to do? If you dare to harm me, you will cause great trouble for the Azure Dragon sect. You can't bear this responsibility." At this moment, Chen Hui was completely panicked. Facing a strong Xuanwu realm, he also am out of luck. "Dare to speak to me like this, can you bear this responsibility?" Suro's smile became colder. What do you mean?" Looking at Suro's tough aura, Chen Hui was driving the warhorse under him and kept retreating. He subconsciously thought of a bad situation, that is, the beauty in front of him is definitely not as simple as the surface, otherwise he would absolutely not say such a thing. "I want to say that if you want to talk about status with me, you are far from unworthy." Suro turned her wrist, and a token appeared, and after seeing this token, Chen Hui and the generals behind him all changed their faces, and an indescribable fear flooded their faces. Suddenly, Chen Hui jumped off the horse and knelt down in front of Suro with a thud, and pleaded in that terrified voice, "My subordinates don't know that the second lady is here. I have offended many people before, so I ask the second lady to convict me." And at this moment, whether it was the soldiers on the warhorse or the soldiers behind them, they all knelt down in unison, and began to admit their mistakes to Suro and beg for mercy. Because Suro's token also comes from a city, and this city is a first-class city, and Suro's identity is the second daughter of the city owner of Suzaku City. But this is not the key. The key point is that this purple gold city happens to be managed by Suzaku City, and Suro happens to be Chen Hui's direct superior. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 99 Rewards and Punishments. In the Chu family's martial arts arena, there was silence, and the tense atmosphere reached its peak. Because people can already see, the dust is flying in the distance, and you can hear the roar of the war horses in the distance, and the army of Zijin City is coming. "Quick, come with me to meet the lord of the city." Manager Na Lin shouted and walked quickly towards the town entrance, as if he had regarded himself as the manager of this backer's territory. Seeing this, everyone in the martial arts field did not dare to neglect, but hurriedly followed. If they had any doubts about the shopkeeper Lin before, then when they saw the army of Zhijiancheng, their doubts had vanished. Completely believe what this guy said before. Looking at the surging crowd, although Chu Feng was reluctant in his heart, he had no choice but to follow the crowd to the town entrance and greet the city lord of Zijin City together. Although in his heart, he did not put a purple gold city in his eyes, but before he had no absolute strength, he had to give in temporarily, at least he couldn't defend others for no reason. Chu Feng, the people of your Chu family didn't kneel when they saw the Zijin token. I will report this matter to the lord of the city. At the entrance of the town, Manager Lin said to Chu Feng coldly, "Whatever you want." Chu Feng cast a glance at him, not bothering to talk too much with this arrogant villain. You will suffer later." And the shopkeeper Lin also snorted coldly, and the sneer at the corner of his mouth became more intense. Rumble under the gaze of countless people, the roaring sound was getting closer and closer, and people soon saw the figure of the Zijin City army in the dust. Looking at the armored and orderly Zhijiancheng army, almost everyone was shocked by the momentum. At this moment, those who had a holiday with the Chu family were secretly delighted. They felt that most of the people in the Chu family were about to face disaster. Just think about the arrogant appearance of Chu Feng before, and then think about the situation that Chu Feng will face. They were not too excited. Under the locked eyes of everyone, the army of Zijin City, led by Chen Hui, had already arrived at the entrance of the village of Kushan Town in a mighty manner. "I'm waiting to see the lord of the city." Seeing this, Manager Lin hurriedly knelt down. At the same time, many people present knelt down, even everyone in the Chu family knelt down. They didn't dare to show any slights towards the supreme controller of Zijin City. But only Chu Feng was still standing on the ground. "Bold Chu Feng, when you see the lord of the city, please kneel down quickly." Manager Lin pointed at Chu Feng and shouted, "The man has gold under his knees. Apart from my parents and benefactors, I, Chu Feng, don't even kneel in the sky, so how can I kneel and worship others?" Chu Feng said these words when he looked at Chen Hui. There was no fear in his eyes, but he was very magnanimous. Because this is what he said in his heart, except for his parents and benefactors, even if he is killed, he will not kneel and worship others. This is a matter of dignity. Human, there is a bottom line even if you give in, and Chu Feng's bottom line is that you can beat and scold him, but he won't kneel to others if he is beaten to death. As soon as Chu Feng said these words, Chu Yuan and the others were frightened, and they all felt that Chu Feng would anger Chen Hui. As for Manager Lin and the others, they were overjoyed. Although they knew that Chu Feng was bold, they didn't expect to be so bold. This was simply provoking Chen Hui in front of everyone and hitting Chen Hui in the face. But just as everyone was waiting for a good show and wanted to see how Chen Hui would deal with Chu Feng, Chen Hui smiled slightly, jumped off the horse, and walked towards Chu Feng. At the same time, several generals behind him also jumped off their horses, followed behind Chen Hui, and walked towards Chu Feng. "You are Chu Feng?" Chen Hui looked at Chu Feng with a smile, and there was a hint of admiration in his eyes. "It's me." Chu Feng was neither humble nor arrogant. Sure enough, a hero is a young boy. It's really rare to have such an aura at such a young age. Chen Hui didn't get angry but laughed at Chu Feng's attitude, and then glanced at the Chu family around him and said, "Which one is Chu Feng's?" "Father?" "Lord City Lord, Chu Yuan is Chu Feng's father. The child is still young, so he may be too straight. I hope Lord City Lord will bear with me." Chu Yuan thought that Chen Hui was going to be unfavorable to Chu Feng, so he quickly interceded for Chu Feng. "Hey, what did the Chu family master say? You are blessed to have such a son, and it is also the blessing of my Zijin city. This son must be cultivated well. Your Chu family now has meritorious achievements in the mysterious iron ore, so I will reward your son Chu Feng with 1,000 spirit beads, so that his cultivation can go further and win glory for my purple gold city in the Azure Dragon sect. As for the mysterious iron ore, your Chu family is responsible for mining. The mining proceeds do not need to be handed over to my Zijin city. All of them belong to your Chu family. Besides, from now on, your Chu family will manage the territory of this backer. Anyone who dares to disobey your Chu family's orders will be disobeying me, Chen Hui. I will deal with it according to the law and will never show mercy. Chen Hui's voice was extremely loud, and with the silence around him at the moment, all his words were clearly imprinted on everyone's ears. At this moment, except for the people in Zijincheng, almost everyone was stunned and surprised, not to mention the people in Manager Lin who wanted to see the Chu family make a fool of themselves. Even Chu Yuan and other Chu family members felt inexplicable. Overwhelmed. What's happening here? The city lord of Zijin City not only did not punish the Chu family because of Chu Feng's attitude, but instead rewarded Chu Feng with 1,000 spirit orbs. 1,000 spirit orbs. This is not enough, and the mysterious iron ore will be handed over to the Chu family for disposal. The value of the mysterious iron ore is far more than 1,000 spirit beads. If all of them are mined, the absolute value of tens of thousands of spirit beads is incalculable. Property. The most important thing is that the Chu family is even allowed to take charge of this backer territory. What is going on? If the Chu family is in charge of this place, then what does the shopkeeper Lin count as? Lord City Lord. Didn't you say before that the territory of the backing mountain is handed over to my tiger escort to manage it? Sure enough, at this moment, the shopkeeper Lin could no longer kneel down. He suddenly stood up, walked tremblingly in front of Chen Hui, and asked in a timid tone. Seeing this, Chen Hui's expression changed slightly, and he looked at shopkeeper Lin with indifference, and said, "You have bad conduct, you are not worthy of serving me, come here, take back this person's purple gold token, pull it down and behead it." Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 100, Extermination. Chen Hui gave an order, and the two generals rushed over aggressively, dragged Manager Lin up, and dragged him to start walking out of the crowd. "Lord City Lord, please spare your life. Lord City Lord, please spare your life." This made Manager Lin terrified, but no matter how much he begged for mercy, neither Chen Hui nor the two generals had any expressions on their faces. Until the two generals dragged him to the open space, one of them pulled out the treasured saber from his waist, and with a click sound, Manager Lin's head was already on the ground. This scene really frightened everyone. Almost everyone was shocked, confused, and felt at a loss. Lord City Lord. After beheading shopkeeper Lin, one of the generals handed shopkeeper Lin's purple gold token to Chen Hui. Chen Hui took the token and said to Chu Feng with a smile, "Chu Feng, have you heard of Suzaku City?" And Chu Feng couldn't help but be taken aback. He had limited experience and had never heard of Vermilion Bird City. Seeing this, Chen Hui smiled slightly and explained patiently, "Chu Feng, I believe you should know that my Kyushu dynasty is ruled by the Jiang dynasty. In order to better rule the Kyushu, the Jiang dynasty divided the Kyushu into different parts. It will be handed over to the 9 palaces, and the one that rules our Qingzhou is the Qilin Palace. Kirin Palace, in order to better manage the order of Qingzhou, 8 first-class cities and 160 second-class cities were selected in various parts of Qingzhou, covering the entire Qingzhou with the situation of casting nets, and these cities, they all have the authority to govern each territory. My Zijin City is a second-class city, and the one responsible for managing my Forbidden City is not the Qilin Palace, but the first-class city Suzaku City." Hearing Chen Hui's words, Chu Feng did have a brand new concept for the various forces in Qingzhou. Chu Feng had always felt that the Jiang dynasty was the overlord of the 9 provinces, and all the sects ruled all regions. He thought that Qingzhou's first sect, Lingyan sect, had decided, but now it seems that it is obviously not the case. It can be said that the Jiang dynasty's methods are very clever, and it has implemented a hierarchical management system. Although it does not interfere with the exhibitions of various sects, it actually firmly controls the Kyushu University in its own hands. If Qingzhou is divided into 8 directions, then the top manager of our region is Suzaku City. 10 days later, Suzaku City will hold a rookie meeting. This so-called rookie conference is a competition between the juniors, but the age limit must be within 18 years old. Although little friend Chu Feng is still young, he is considered outstanding among the younger generation in my Forbidden City, so I want little friend Chu Feng to represent my Zijin City to participate in this year's rookie conference. Chen Hui continued. Sermon. Is there any benefit for me to participate in this rookie conference? Chu Feng asked. If you just participate, there is really no benefit, but if you can get the first place in this rookie conference, there will be a reward of 5,000 spirit beads. Chen Hui explained. Alright, I will participate. Chu Feng nodded. 5,000 spirit beads were very attractive to him. Then this matter is settled, this Zijin token will be given to little friend Chu Feng. With him, you can freely enter and leave my Zijin City. Come to me in Zijin City in 5 days, and I will send someone to take you to Suzaku City. Chen Hui, after handing the purple gold token to Chu Feng, he led an army of 1,000 people and left, leaving only a group of people who had not recovered from the previous shock. Looking at the purple gold token in his left hand, and the 1,000 spirit beads in the tray in his right hand, Chu Feng frowned slightly. He always felt that there was something strange about this matter, but he couldn't find the reason. After thinking for a while, Chu Feng didn't get an answer, and Chu Feng simply stopped thinking about it. Instead, he raised the capital token in his hand and said to the crowd, "Now, who still refuses to accept my Chu family? I am willing to follow the Chu family and swear allegiance to the death." As soon as Chu Feng finished speaking, the surrounding people all knelt down in unison and swore an oath with that thunderous voice. If it is said, they surrendered to Chu Feng because of Chu Feng's strength. At this moment, they were forced to submit to Chu Feng because of Chu Feng's background. With Chu Feng, who was the backer of the city master of the Forbidden City, they really did not dare to offend Chu Feng again. Very good, but Chu Feng, said that I don't want you to take it orally, but I want you to be convinced. Chu Feng, will never keep unfaithful people by my side. So anyone who is willing to devote allegiance to my Chu family now needs to help my Chu family to do one thing. I killed everyone from the Tiger Escort, the Su family, the Ma family, the Wang family, the Zhao family, and the Li family. Who? When Chu Feng said these words, the people present were shocked, and even the people of the Chu family were also shocked, because they never imagined that Chu Feng would kill them all after the Zhao family and the Li family surrendered. This kind of method can be said to be cruel. It is something that many adults cannot do, but Chu Feng, who is only 15 years old at this moment, actually said it. However, this kind of surprise only lasted for a while, and soon someone attacked the Zhao family, the Li family, and the people from the Tiger Escort Bureau. In order to show their allegiance, they had to do it. Under the leadership of Chu Feng, despite the resistance of the Tigers, the Zhao family and the Li family, they were soon killed. These forces, all the people who came to Kushan town today were killed, and no one survived. However, this is not the end. After solving these people, Chu Feng gathered the people present and rushed to the Tiger's Escort, the Su family, the Wang family, the Ma family, the Zhao family, and the Li family's old nest, and wanted them to be on the back of the mountain. Completely eradicated. While Chu Feng was directing a massacre, Chen Hui was also leading his army back to the Forbidden City. Lord City Lord, do you really want to hand over all the mysterious iron or to the Chu family? Then what will we do with the tribute tax to Suzaku City this year? A general asked worriedly. Otherwise, what can I do? How dare I disobey the identity of that person? This year, I won't be able to pay the tribute tax to Suzaku City, and I will be punished at most. But if I offend that person and she speaks ill of her father, maybe I will. Heads are not guaranteed. Mentioning this matter, Chen Hui also had a helpless expression on his face. Thinking of the previous scene, I still feel scared for a while. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 101, The Visitor is Not Good. I really don't know where that boy Chu Feng got his blessings. He has a relationship with Miss Su Ro, and she can let Miss Su Ro help him secretly, and he doesn't even let me reveal that she is helping. A look of envy appeared on that general's face. Thinking about Su Ro's sweet face, perfect figure, extraordinary talent, and terrifying background, she is simply the goddess that countless people want to be in a relationship with. They are both in the Azure Dragon sect, so it's normal for them to have a relationship. Don't look at that Chu Feng is still young, but his calm demeanor is not something ordinary people have. Most of this son is a talent, Chen Hui explained. Even if he is a talent, but after all, he is too young. I used to observe his aura, but it is only a 7th level Lingwu cultivation. Just giving him a place in the rookie conference will definitely hold me back in Zijiancheng. The general indignant. Why don't you say these words in front of Miss Su Ro? You have seen Miss Su Ro's identity token with your own eyes, and she is indeed the daughter of the city lord. Could it be that she asked me to give Chu Feng a place in the rookie conference? Give it? Chen Hui was a little displeased. Sir City Lord. I just think, Miss Su Ro said that if you give Chu Feng a place, maybe he can help me win the first place in Zijin City. This really looks down on that Chu Feng too much. After all, there are rookies from all over the city. With Chu Feng's cultivation, it's really too weak, the general said. I've also thought about this question. Maybe Miss Su Ro is reminding me that she wants me to take this rookie conference seriously in Zijiancheng. Because I heard before that this year's rookie conference is very special. The city that wins this championship can be exempted from tribute tax. Although it is only hearsay, what Miss Su Ro said may be true. Chen Hui thought deeply. Sir City Lord, don't you really want to pin this hope on that Chu Feng? The general was a little worried. Of course not. Although Chu Feng is a talented person, as you said, his current strength is still too weak. If he wants to win the championship of this rookie conference, it seems that he has to call back that pity girl. Chen Hui said. There was a look of longing in his eyes. Miss? The eldest is indeed a rare genius. Now she has become the core disciple of Lingyun's sect. If she can come back, she will definitely win the championship of this rookie conference. It's just, the eldest lady left in anger back then. She never came back to the rookie convention in previous years. Will she come back this year? The general was a little worried. This time is different from the past. Unless she can bear to watch my father fall into a critical situation and ignore it, he will definitely come back this time. Speaking of this, Chen Hui couldn't help but close his eyes, and the memory of that year reverberated in his mind. As passed. In just one day, Chu Feng led many forces and wiped out the former enemy who supported him. This is not only to eliminate hidden dangers, but to establish a prestige, let everyone know the consequences of being an enemy of the Chu family. After this incident, everyone in the entire backing territory had a new view of Chu Feng. Not only was this child talented, but also his skills were extraordinary. People admired and feared at the same time. The achievements in the future are simply limitless. After finishing everything, the Chu family began to rebuild the town of Kushan. Chu Feng did not return to the Azure Dragon sect, but prepared for the rookie meeting in a few days. 5,000 spirit orbs are infinitely attractive to Chu Feng, especially when he thinks of the one-year appointment. The countdown is starting, and Chu Feng's stronger sex becomes even stronger. A year later, he must win, so he must become stronger within this year, and even if he cannot reach the Xuanwu realm, he must be able to defeat the Xuanwu realm. But now he is only in the spirit martial realm. He who has not even reached the Yuan martial realm will face very severe difficulties. However, Chu Feng regards this as a test, as a kind of motivation. The reason why he dared to say one more year is because he still has some certainty. Because of his special system, as long as he has enough spirit orbs, his realm is not a problem. Therefore, for Chu Feng, what he lacks the most is only spirit orbs, so he has to frantically obtain spirit orbs and not let them go. Any chance to get the spirit orb. At this moment, among the backers behind Backer Town, Chu Feng is cultivating. His breath became much thicker. He made a breakthrough. Using the 1,000 spirit orbs that Chen Hui gave him, he finally broke through to the 8th level of spirit martial arts. According to Chu Feng's estimation, if he could win the 5,000 spirit orbs from the rookie tournament, entering the 9th level of Lingwu should not be a problem. However, in this rookie conference, there will be talented people carefully selected from various cities, and Chu Feng is not 100% sure that he will be able to win the championship. Although in the Azure Dragon sect, those under the age of 18, Chu Feng is considered to be outstanding, but he is not sure whether he is the strongest in the area controlled by the Vermilion Bird City. In order to ensure that he can win, he must become stronger, so now Chu Feng is cultivating the Variety Bow. This is the only way Chu Feng can use at the moment to become stronger. Swish right now, in Chu Feng's hands, he was holding a golden long spear. The light of this long spear was lingering, as if black iron could easily pierce through it. And in Chu Feng's hands, this long spear is even more domineering, like a dragon python, sweeping in all directions, with an imposing force like a rainbow. With a single shot, the strong wind alone can pierce a big tree from a distance. The Variety Bow has been completely mastered by Chu Feng in just 3 days, and this is what makes Chu Feng terrifying. Who is it? Suddenly, Chu Feng noticed that a person was approaching faintly. That person was deliberately hiding his aura, but he was still captured by Chu Feng's spiritual power. Sure enough, you have mental power and are very sensitive. It's no wonder that the old guy likes you. At this moment, a strange laughter suddenly sounded in the forest, and along with those words, a figure slowly entered Chu Feng's line of sight. This person is not very old, not a few years older than Chu Feng. He is very handsome and has a faint smile on his face. Although he seems to be easygoing, Chu Feng can feel a killing intent in this person's eyes. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 102. Each has a helper. Who are you? Chu Feng was careful about the man in front of him. Don't be so nervous. Speaking of my identity, you should also call me senior brother. As for my name, Lang Wugui. Lang Wugui smiled. Are you Lang Wugui? There seems to be no festival between us. Do you want to stand up for that Gong Luyan? Chu Feng had naturally heard the name of Lang Wugui. Among his core disciples, he was the only one with spiritual power. People. Aya, as expected of your spiritual power, have you seen my motives for looking for you? But I'm not standing up for Gong Luyan. Then Gong Luyan doesn't have the qualifications to allow me to do things for him. I'm just removing obstacles for myself. Lang Wugui smiled and approached slowly Chu Feng. How do you know that I have the mental power to remove obstacles? You and I meet. How can I become an obstacle for you? You don't need to know this anymore. In addition, I advise you to give up the idea of running away, because in front of me, you can't escape at all. Lang Wugui was full of confidence. That's not necessarily true. Seeing that his own thoughts had been seen through, Chu Feng did not delay any longer. At the same time as the profound art was in operation, the air controlling technique was also displayed, and the spiritual energy penetrated the meridians under his feet, and gusts of wind rose from the soles of his feet. With a whoosh sound, Chu Feng floated past like the wind, and hurriedly fled to the depths of the forest. There are some means, but unfortunately the realm is too low. Lang Wugui smiled coldly, and stepped forward. It turned into a gust of wind, chasing after Chu Feng. To be able to have such a degree, he is not a special martial art, but simply relying on his own cultivation. This 19-year-old Qinglong sect's second genius is actually the cultivation of the 9th level of Yuanwu. Only one step away from stepping into Xuanwu and sitting on an equal footing with Gong Luyan. This guy is so powerful. Chu Feng has already used his air skills to the extreme, but not only can he not get rid of Lang Wugui, but the opponent is still approaching. The pressure of the 9th level of Yuanwu has already begun to suppress his speed. Give it up. Just with your current cultivation, no matter how talented you are, you won't be able to escape from me. Lang Wugui pointed a finger at Chu Feng, and a ray of light burst out. It was so powerful that it pierced through several big trees in the blink of an eye, locking Chu Feng's position in advance. It's not that easy to kill me. Chu Feng gritted his teeth, and the pace of his feet changed, and the white gust of wind disappeared instantly, replaced by thunder and lightning. These thunderbolts are obviously different from the Thunderbolt 3 moves by Chu Feng. They are dark blue in color, and they move very fast, like a few small thunder snakes surrounding Chu Feng's feet, trying to push him away. The soles of the feet are separated from the ground. Suddenly, Chu Feng's toes suddenly touched the ground, and he swept away dozens of meters in an instant. Step by step, the speed was unbelievable. Not only did he successfully evade Lang Wugui's attack, but he began to use this kind of attack. The terrifying speed hurried to the distance and fled away, throwing Lang Wugui away. What a mysterious movement. This is definitely not the martial skill of my Azure Dragon sect. Where did this kid get it? Lang Wugui's eyes flashed, revealing a hint of surprise. Afterwards, the pace of his feet changed, and a mysterious pace evolved. The speed increased several times in an instant, and he caught up with Chu Feng again, and the speed of catching up this time was even faster. Damn, you still can't get rid of it. Chu Feng was a little unwilling. He had already successfully displayed it. He was at the intermediate stage of Yukongshu, but he still seemed powerless in the face of Yuanwu, 9th layer's cold innocence. His body and martial skills can still catch up with Chu Feng. Chu Feng, you don't want to escape today. Lang Wugui pointed his fingers together, and several beams of light burst out, flying towards Chu Feng like raindrops, almost unavoidable. This is a rank 5 martial skill, especially when Lang Wugui used it. Its power was not something that Chu Feng could resist. This aura? But at this moment, Chu Feng was suddenly overjoyed, because he felt a familiar aura that was approaching. As expected, just when Chu Feng felt this breath, a white shadow appeared behind Chu Feng, like a ghost. That was Su Ro. Bang bang bang, Su Ro waved her sleeve robe, and a strand of profound energy condensed out, forming a mirror, before getting up. Lang Wugui's attack hit the mirror, but it was rebounded abruptly, and the attack speed increased, which doubled in an instant. Seeing this, Lang Wugui didn't panic, but stepped forward, swam around, and avoided the attacks that bounced back one by one. Elder Su Ro. At this moment, Chu Feng was overjoyed. He had seen Su Ro's strength before, and it was very strong. Especially after the breath she had just released, Chu Feng realized that Su Ro was no longer in the primordial martial realm. Entered the Xuanwu realm. Although he didn't know why Su Ro appeared here, Chu Feng knew that most of the crisis he was facing could be resolved. I didn't expect that the one who secretly protected this kid turned out to be senior sister, Su Ro. Lang Wugui smiled and looked at Su Ro, but he was a little surprised. Although I knew that someone would be detrimental to Chu Feng, I didn't expect that it would be you. Aren't you and Gong Luyun at odds? Why do you want to help him? Su Ro smiled charmingly, but she didn't look like she was treating an enemy. Oh, it's interesting. Why do you all think that when I take action against Chu Feng, it must be to help Gong Luyun? Can't it be because of personal grievances? But having said that, senior sister Su Ro, I really admire your methods. Brother Gao Lu and the Zhao clan are the core disciples of the Azure Dragon sect, especially that Gao Lu, who's an old acquaintance with you. Have the heart to kill him? Lang Wugui asked with a smile. I've played against Gao Lu? I don't understand what you mean. Su Ro's face changed after hearing this, her face full of puzzlement. Yo, it's really like you are pretending. You are a vicious woman. It seems that you can't be kept. A cold smile appeared on the corner of Lang Wugui's mouth. What a big tone, just relying on you, the 9th level of Yuanwu, dare to say such a thing to me. Although I don't know why you want to attack Chu Feng, but you are also a disciple of the Azure Dragon sect, and you actually do this to your younger brother. As an elder of the Azure Dragon sect, you must teach you some lessons. Su Ro's expression turned cold, and she said time to start. But at this moment, a majestic coercion suddenly enveloped the forest, and at the same time, an old voice sounded. If you want to teach sinners a lesson, you have to pass this old man first. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 103, The Art of Enchantment. The majestic coercion swept down, and even the towering trees swayed with it, and the flowers and plants under his feet were even more messy, and the area was no longer peaceful. Xuanwu realm. Both Chu Feng and Su Ro were surprised, because they could all sense from this aura that this was a master of the profound martial realm, and even that kind of aura was stronger than Su Ro's. Under this pressure, an old man slowly walked out of the forest and came to Lang Wugui's side. The old man was dressed in black and was less than 5 feet tall. He was not very good-looking, but his wrinkled old face exuded a fierceness. This old man was really old enough. He was shaking when he walked, as if he would fall down at any time, and then he just fell to his death. His lifespan had come to an end, but neither Chu Feng nor Su Ro dared to peep at him, because the breath that enveloped them right now really came from this old man. When the old ancestor saw this, Lang Wugui gave him a respectful salute. "The ancestor of the Lung family, I didn't expect that even you would come out. It seems that the Lung family is really determined to deal with Chu Feng this time. It's just that I'm curious, how exactly did Chu Feng offend you and make you have to put him to death?" Su Ro seemed to know the ancestor of the Lung family. "My sinner is the hope of my Lung family. My Lung family will spare no effort to eradicate all those who stand in his way. Even if Miss Su Ro has a special status, my Lung family will never show mercy." The Lung family ancestor smiled and said. But his smile was terrifying. "What do you mean? Do you want to get rid of me, Su Ro, too?" Su Ro asked coldly. "Miss Su Ro, why do you ask that?" The ancestor of the Long family laughed sinisterly. "Humph, that also depends on you, whether you have the ability or not." Su Ro grabbed Chu Feng's arm and turned to run away. However, before he could leave, the coercion that enveloped this area was greatly strengthened, and it was like an invisible cage, which firmly sealed the two of them here. Secondary level of Xuanwu. Su Ro was greatly surprised. Every time a level of Xuanwu was different, it was an insurmountable gap. Don't look at this ancestor of the Lung family, who is only 2 times higher than Su Ro, but Su Ro is unable to resist, and even loses the ability to escape in front of him. And this is the terrifying part of the Xuanwu realm. The first layer is higher than the first layer, and each layer is extremely difficult to break through. This is why there are many strong Xuanwu realm in Qingzhou, but none of them can enter the Tianwu realm. The reason. The way to cultivate martial arts is to use the breath of heaven and earth to open up the limits of the body. The level of physical fitness and the strength of one's own understanding determine the length of the way to cultivate martial arts. But the only thing that is certain is that the more you practice backwards, the more difficult it is to control the breath, and the mystery of the body is also difficult to open, but the power obtained is also more powerful. Miss Su Ro, you can only blame yourself. You can only blame yourself for meddling with your own business and taking your own life. The ancestor of the Long family began to approach step by step, looking at Su Ro and Chu Feng, who had been coerced by him and blocked his movements. The more intense the smile on his face, it was like looking at 2 ants in his palms. As long as he moved a little fingers, you can easily crush the 2 to death. "Old man Lang, if you dare to attack me, if my father finds out, it will definitely destroy your Long family." Seeing this, Su Ro was also panicked. As for Chu Feng, he doesn't even have the ability to break free. This ancestor of the Long family is too strong. If it wasn't for the fact that Su Ro was protecting Chu Feng with her breath at this moment, I'm afraid that the pressure of the ancestor of the Long family would be enough to make a difference. Maple suffocated. "I don't need you to tell me. When your father finds out about this, what kind of situation will my Long family face? But unfortunately, he will never know that you were killed by me." The ancestor of the Long family slowly lifted up. He opened his palm, and a terrifying energy gathered with profound energy was condensing in his palm. How can you know that Su Ro's father won't know about this? But at this moment, another voice sounded in the forest. This voice is very strange. It does not come from one point, but from all directions. It is obviously not very loud, but it is shocking, as if this voice came from the bottom of my heart. Who is it? This voice frightened the ancestors of the Long family and Lang Wugui, because just by hearing this voice, they could tell that the old man was definitely a martial arts master. Didn't feel right. Lang Wugui hurriedly spread out his mental power, trying to detect that person's position. Ugh. But just as he used his mental power, he screamed in agony, hugged his head with both hands, and knelt down with a pop. Sinner, what's wrong with you? Seeing this strange scene, the ancestor of the Lang family was frightened, and he came to Lang Wuxing's side and helped him up. And at this moment, Lang Wugui was already pale, his eyes were wide open, and his eyes were full of fear. With those trembling lips, he whispered, "Is a world spiritist." What? Hearing those words, the expression of the ancestor of the Long family also changed greatly. World spiritist? Those are all very remarkable characters, how could they appear here? Ancestor, run quickly. But at this moment, Lang Wugui suddenly thought of a person and hurriedly shouted loudly. And seeing Lang Wugui's terrified appearance, the ancestor of the Long family had no time to think about it, and grabbed Lang Wugui and wanted to escape. Boom, wow. But just 2 steps away, the ancestor of the Long family screamed miserably and bounced back, as if he had hit the wall. At this moment, Chu Feng and the others were also shocked to find that a translucent wall actually appeared where the ancestor of the Lang family was bounced back, and the wall was spreading, and soon the 2 of the Lang family were sealed in it. Drink! The ancestor of the Lang family stood up, raised his hand and punched, and blasted at the translucent wall. The power of this punch is not trivial. It not only condenses profound energy, but also a martial skill. However, it is such an attack. After hitting the wall that seemed as brittle as thin ice, there was only a loud noise, but it didn't make a sound. He was able to shake the wall by half an inch, without even hitting a crack. Instead, looking at the fist of the ancestor of the Lang family, blood was flowing and he was severely injured. What the hell is this? The ancestor of the Lang family was in a hurry. The translucent wall had already blocked the 2 of them from head to foot in all directions, and was shrinking at the moment. If this continued, the 2 of them would definitely be crushed alive. Thinking of this, the ancestors of the Lang family once again displayed more powerful martial skills, hitting the mysterious wall again and again. The powerful force caused the earth under his feet to shake constantly, and even cracks appeared under Chu Feng's feet. However, even such an attack that interferes with the outside world is unable to shake the mysterious wall, or even change it at all. The wall shrinks towards the 2 of them. Compared to the desperate resistance of the ancestors of the Lang family, Lang Wugui was already ashen-faced, standing there dumbfounded, his body trembling, and he said, "Ancestor. This is the technique of enchantment. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you." Chapter 104, Test. The Art of Enchantment? As soon as Lang Wugui said these words, not to mention the ancestor of the Lang family, even Chu Feng was greatly surprised. The technique of enchantment is the method of a world spiritist. If the strange wall at the moment is really a technique of enchantment, it means that there is a world spiritist helping them at this moment. Suddenly, Lang Wugui knelt on the ground and started to kowtow continuously. While kowtowing forcefully, he begged for mercy. "Master, I know I'm wrong. Please give me a chance. I won't dare again next time." Lang Wugui's actions made people feel overwhelmed, and at this moment, the old voice sounded again, "You know you shouldn't do it, but you do it. You don't take me seriously at all." A figure appeared outside the enchantment like a ghost, really silent, as if he had been standing there from the beginning, but he was not noticed. After seeing this person, Chu Feng and the others were shocked, because they all knew this person, whether it was Chu Feng, Su Ro, or Lang Wugui. The white robe was engraved with spells, covering the whole body, only a pair of deep eyes could be seen. This is the elder Keqing of the Qinglong school, Zhuge Luyun. Elder Zhuge. Su Ro spoke first. "What? Is he Elder Zhuge?" And Chu Feng was even more secretly startled, because he had already recognized this one, the world spiritist who was in the old man's cemetery in Yukong. But Chu Feng could never have imagined that this world spiritist would be the world spiritist of the Azure Dragon sect, that Elder Zhuge, who even the sect master would not dare to offend. "Master, I really knew I was wrong. Please give me a chance." Lang Wugue was still begging for mercy, his face was full of fear, and his head was cut out and bloodied. Because he really knew this old man too well, this man's means were several times more cruel than him. "I gave you the opportunity, but you didn't grasp it. If you do as I said, I will officially accept you as a disciple today and teach you the technique of enchantment. But unfortunately, you still failed my test in the end and chose the path I didn't want you to take. Actually, I have already given you enough warnings to tell you not to take action against this Chu Feng, but you are stupid. Until I showed up, you never imagined that the person who secretly protected Chu Feng would actually be I." Speaking of this, Elder Zhuge held his palm slightly, and the enchantment that blocked Lang Wugue quickened the speed of contraction. Faced with this situation, the ancestors of the Lang family began to attack desperately, but they were still ineffective. Seeing that Zhuge Liang insisted on taking his own life, Lang Wugue stopped begging for mercy, but stood up, pointed at Zhuge Liang, and began to curse loudly. "Zhuge Liang, I've been following you for 3 whole years, Lang Wugue, and I've worked for you faithfully and without complaint. Now you actually want to kill me for such a kid. Do you still have any heart? You are not as good as a pig and a dog, you are a cold-blooded monster." However, no matter how much Lang Wugue scolded him, Zhuge Liang was not moved at all. It wasn't until the barrier that squeezed the two into 2 streaks of blood before he waved his sleeves and called the barrier filled with blood to his front. At this moment, a strange scene happened. The enchantment that wrapped the bodies of Lang Wugue and the ancestors of the Lang family actually merged into Zhuge Liang's body. This scene shocked Chu Feng, because it was the flesh and blood of 2 people. How could it be swallowed by Zhuge Liang like this, and not leave a trace? Could it be that there is really not a person under the white robe, but as Lang Wugue said, it is not a monster? Not to mention Chu Feng, Suro also frowned, and there was a sense of horror in her heart. Not to mention Zhuge Liang's bizarre method, just because he was able to kill Lang Wugue, who had been loyal to him for 3 years, shows that Zhuge Liang is a decisive and cruel person. "Elder Su Ro, please avoid me. I have something I want to talk to little friend Chu Feng alone." Zhuge Liang said in a very gentle tone, his emotions were not affected at all, as if he swallowed Lang Wugue and just did a very ordinary thing. "As ordered." At this moment, Suro hesitated, but after thinking about it, she left. Although this Zhuge Liang was very dangerous, since he was able to do this for Chu Feng, he would most likely not embarrass Chu Feng. In addition, considering the particularity of Chu Feng, she could also think of why Zhuge Liang was looking for Chu Feng. "Elder Zhuge, the disciples didn't know your identity that day, and if they were offended, I hope that Elder Zhuge will forgive me." Chu Feng hurriedly admitted that he was wrong. "Haha, little friend Chu Feng, you don't have to worry about what happened that day. If I wanted to pursue it, you wouldn't be alive today. Actually, I came to see you today because I wanted to accept you as a disciple." Zhuge Liang laughed and said it directly. "What you said is true." At this moment, Chu Feng opened his mouth wide in surprise, feeling so unbelievable. World Spiritist, Chu Feng now has some understanding, and is a group of people with special abilities. Just like the technique of enchantment, it is known as the strongest defense method, especially after he has seen the power of the enchantment with his own eyes. He wants to master such a method. The most important thing is that the World Spiritist is regarded as a guest by various forces and will be invited with high remuneration. As long as he becomes a World Spiritist, it means that Chu Feng no longer has to worry about cultivation resources. However, right now, this World Spiritist wanted to accept himself as a disciple. The happiness came so suddenly, it really gave Chu Feng the illusion that a pie fell from the sky, and he was stunned. "Don't be too happy. If you want to be my Zhuge Liang's disciple, you have to pass my test." Zhuge Liang laughed. "Master is on top, no matter what the test is, the disciple is willing to accept it." Chu Feng knelt on the ground and resolutely bowed to the teacher. Seeing such a clever Chu Feng, Zhuge Liang nodded in satisfaction, took out a simple book from the Qiankuan bag, and handed it to Chu Feng. This is the cultivation method of the spirit formation technique. If you can initially master the spirit formation power within a month, I will accept you as a disciple. Thank you, Master. Seeing this, Chu Feng was even more overjoyed, and hurriedly took over the simple book. Don't be too happy. In a month, if I don't guide you, you can understand 1/10 of it, which is not bad. Remember, if you can't comprehend the 10th after a month, not only will I not accept you as a disciple, but I will kill you. Haha. After saying this, Elder Zhuge disappeared in the strange laughter. On the other hand, Chu Feng's heart was full of anger and chills, because he could hear that what Zhuge Liang said did not sound like a joke. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 105 Gong Family Background. At this moment, Su Ro is walking alone in the forest, her eyebrows are slightly wrinkled, thinking about something. Chu Feng was targeted by Zhuge Liang, and she didn't know whether it was a good thing or a bad thing. Elder Su Ro, there is something I want to talk to you about. But suddenly, Zhuge Liang appeared in front of Su Ro silently. At this moment, Su Ro was somewhat nervous, she was somewhat afraid of Zhuge Liang. Although this person's strength is also in the Xuanwu realm, it is hidden very deeply. At least she can't see through this person's true cultivation level, what level it is. But it is undeniable that this person's strength is higher than that of the 6 elders of the Azure Dragon sect, and he is recognized as the second master of the Azure Dragon sect. Elder Zhuge, if you have anything to say, you can say it directly. Su Ro sorted out her thoughts and said respectfully, I don't want to know, what is your purpose for helping Chu Feng, but from now on, you can no longer follow him. I want him to face the difficulties alone. Only in this way can he grow faster. You understand, people, and I think you understand what I mean. Zhuge Liang said solemnly, and there was a hint of threat in his words. I understand. Su Ro did not dare to refute. Well, you go and say goodbye to that kid, and then do whatever you want. Zhuge Liang waved his sleeves and disappeared in place, but his tone was cold, and his attitude towards Chu Feng was simply worlds apart. For such Zhuge Liang, Su Roliu frowned slightly and was furious. She wanted to say something, but considering this person's ability, she swallowed the words in her heart. At this moment, Chu Feng was sitting in the same place, flipping through the book of spirit formation. He suddenly turned around and said with a smile, Elder Su Ro, thank you for your help just now. You guys with mental powers are really scary, you just have eyes behind you. Su Ro smiled charmingly, with all kinds of style, very charming. She walked in front of Chu Feng and said with a smile, you don't need to thank me, kid, Su Mei entrusted me to take care of you. Speaking of which, you are really bold, you dare to provoke Gong Liang like that, and make such a bet. I really don't know whether to praise you for your courage, or to call you stupid. Chu Feng just scratched his head and smirked, not knowing how to answer. Well? What are you looking at? Looking at Chu Feng, who was smirking, Su Ro was also quite helpless, and could not help but cast her eyes on the book in Chu Feng's hand. Hey, this is amazing. With it, you can become a world spiritist. Chu Feng opened the book and displayed the 4 characters of spirit formation in front of Su Ro. Elder Zhuge accepted you as a disciple? Su Ro was astonished, her beautiful little face suddenly changed color. Even though she had a hunch, she never imagined that Zhuge Liang would teach Chu Feng the technique of enchantment so quickly. You must know that Ling is innocent, but he worked hard for Zhuge Liang for 3 years, but he achieved nothing, and finally ended up being swallowed by Zhuge Liang. But Chu Feng, it was only the first time he met Zhuge Liang, and he actually obtained the cultivation method of the spirit formation technique. This gap is too big. It's not that easy. He wants me to master the primary enchantment power within a month, but this book is really difficult. It seems that this is not a small challenge. Chu Feng pretended to be bitter. He did not say that if he failed the test within a month, Zhuge Liang would take his life. Not to mention, he just watched for a while, and he already saw some ways. If it wasn't for Suro's presence, he would definitely try it. The blessing of your boy is really cultivated in a previous life. If you can become a disciple of Zhuge Luyun, you should be able to save your life in the battle a year later. Suro is really happy for Chu Feng. If Chu Feng can really become a world spiritist, then it will be a big happy event for her family. After all, the reason why she helped Chu Feng so much was because she saw Chu Feng's spiritual power, because her family needed someone like Chu Feng. No, a year later, instead of saving my life, I want to kill him, Chu Feng said solemnly, his eyes full of determination. Seeing Chu Feng's serious expression, Suro was startled. For some reason, she had a strange thought, as if after a year, Chu Feng could really do it. Especially when she saw with her own eyes that after Chu Feng led the Chu family to slaughter those enemies, her view of Chu Feng had completely changed. Her evaluation is that Chu Feng is too powerful. Although he is only 15 years old, his temperament is far from that of his peers, and he is not even worse than her. The most important thing is that his methods are ruthless. If she continued to grow, she would not be able to estimate her achievements in the future. She even felt that, not to mention the Azure Dragon sect, even in this Qingzhou territory, Chu Feng might not be able to stay there. Chu Feng, don't underestimate Gong Luyun, his family occupies a first-class city. And that first-class city is ranked in the top 3 in the entire Qingzhou. Its strength is not weaker than the King Longzong, or even surpassed. The most important thing is that Gong Luyun's grandfather has a very close relationship with the Qiling Palace. If something happens to his Gong family, the Qiling Palace will not stand by. So, in the duel 1 year from now, you can win that Gong Luyun, but you must not kill him, otherwise even Zhuge Luyun won't be able to keep you. The more she felt that Chu Feng had value, the more Suro didn't want Chu Feng to have an accident. Hearing these words, Chu Feng also fell into contemplation. He was not an irrational person. Although he really wanted to kill that Gong Luyun, after learning that Gong Luyun had a strong background behind him, he had to think carefully. If not, even if he can escape and walk away, the people around him may not be able to escape. He doesn't want his relatives to bear the consequences after he gets into trouble. Afterwards, Suro chatted with Chu Feng for a while, mostly to persuade Chu Feng not to be too impulsive, that it is not too late for a gentleman to take revenge for 10 years, etc. She also asked Chu Feng to concentrate on her cultivation, without putting too much pressure on her. When necessary, her family would also contribute to at least save Chu Feng's life. After hearing this, Chu Feng also vaguely heard that Suro's family should also occupy a first-class city, and their strength is also very strong. So he has already guessed that why Zijin Cheng's attitude is so abnormal, it must be Suro's efforts, but Suro didn't mention it, and he didn't ask more. After Suro left, Chu Feng returned to the Chu family. After he closed the door, he began to seriously study the technique of enchantment, the thing that changed his destiny. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 106 World Spirit Space. The power of enchantment, the reason why only world spiritists can use it, is because ordinary people can't touch it at all. The power of enchantment is not the power of this world, but comes from the spiritual world, a mysterious world. World spiritists use themselves as conductors to communicate with the spiritual world, introduce the power of enchantment into their bodies, and then display them. And if you want to communicate with the spiritual world, you must use your own spiritual power to build a spiritual space in your own spiritual world. As long as the world spirit space is constructed, the door to the spirit world can be opened, and the power of the spirit world can be used. So what Chu Feng has to do is to condense his own spiritual power to build this world spirit space. This is a very high-level method. It is a difficult task to have sufficient control over mental power and consume a lot of mental power. Just like building a house, spiritual power is the raw material, and the strength of spiritual power determines the quality of the house. However, when Chu Feng just mastered this method, entered his own spiritual world, and wanted to build his own world spirit space. But to his astonishment, he discovered that in his spiritual world, there was a world spirit space long ago. What's going on? At this moment, Chu Feng had already entered his spiritual world. This is a vast and boundless world, like being in a starry sky, but the surrounding light is not stars, but wisps of floating gas. Chu Feng can walk in the air, roam freely in this world, and he can reach any corner he wants. Everything is under his control. Right now, not far from Chu Feng, there is a huge palace, very beautiful, colorful and shining, as if it was made of crystal. The shape is also very strange and indescribable, but it is extremely spectacular. It is located in this vast spiritual world, and it stretches up to no end, as if it leads to another world. Chu Feng believed that this must be the legendary world spirit space, but he couldn't figure it out. How could there be such a magnificent world spirit space in his spiritual world? Such a world spirit space, how much mental power it takes to build it, how much perfect control it takes to create it, at least he can't do it at all. Hey, what are you thinking? Come in quickly, you bastard. How long do I have to wait? And just as Chu Feng was stunned, a sweet voice suddenly sounded in that world spirit space. It was very pleasant, and it was the best sound Chu Feng had ever heard. However, after this voice sounded, Chu Feng was shocked again, because Chu Feng had heard this voice before, in the world he once thought was a dream. Could it be that everything is true? Chu Feng felt incredible, but he still jumped into the world spirit space. The world spirit space looks like a palace, but it is better to say that it is a tower that reaches the sky. There is no door, but Chu Feng can pass through the wall and step into it. After Chu Feng entered, he quickly lost the ability to walk freely and roam the sky, and landed firmly on the ground. And the scene displayed in front of Chu Feng at the moment, Chu Feng has seen before, the crystal-like wall, extending up to no end. On a certain wall, there is a strange gate, with layers of chains on the gate, and a terrifying aura inside the gate. The most important thing is that there is a black giant egg not far away. At this moment, it is like a tuber yelling at Chu Feng. Isn't all of this the dream that Chu Feng saw that day? But now Chu Feng knows that this is not a dream, but his world spirit space. Aya, Chu Feng, you idiot, you finally came in again. It's so stupid, so stupid. Do you know how long I've been waiting for you? It's been 15 years. Damn it, bastard, your understanding is too bad, it's just too bad. The beautiful voice continued to sound from the black dome, and the words were messy, but it was very pleasant, like a troubled child. But the most important thing is that not only did she know Chu Feng's name, but she also said that she had waited for Chu Feng for 15 years, which surprised Chu Feng. What exactly are you? How do you know my name? Chu Feng asked. He looked at the black egg from a distance and did not approach. What are you? You want to call me her Lady Queen. Does her Lady Queen know? I am in your spiritual world and can share vision and hearing with you. I have experienced everything you have experienced over the years. How can I not know what you are called? I know everything you have done. There was a displeased voice in the black egg. In my spiritual world? You mean you stayed in my spiritual world for 15 years? Why did you enter my spiritual world? Chu Feng was surprised. How do I know that when this queen wakes up, she is in your kid's spiritual world, and is blocked by this hateful barrier, so she can't even move? I think it's probably because of your goddamn parents. Black Egg continued to yell. Then, do you know who my parents are? What are their names? Where did they come from, and where are they now? Chu Feng asked eagerly. I also want to ask you, it's better not to let me know who they are, otherwise I will make them pay the price, and dare to seal this queen in the spiritual world of you stinky brat, it's too hateful. Although the voice was very nice, Chu Feng could hear that the black egg, who called herself her Lady Queen, was very angry at the moment. He could even hear the black egg grinding his teeth. Could it be that this world spirit space was built for me by my parents? After hearing what the black egg said, Chu Feng also fell into deep thought. Nonsense, someone didn't build it for you, or you couldn't build it yourself. Can you build such a powerful world spirit space? Haydn said with a blow. In this way, the person who helped me build this world spirit space should be very powerful? He is also a world spiritist, right? Chu Feng asked. It's natural to be able to build such a world spirit space. No, what do you mean? Are you trying to say that this queen is weak? Let me tell you, if this queen was not injured, no one would be able to seal this queen, no matter how powerful the person who helped you. As long as you let this queen know who he is, he will definitely make him pay the price. Egg, I didn't look down on you at all, I was just curious. What are you curious about? What is there to be curious about? Wait, Eggy. You are Eggy, you are Egg, Dog Dan, bastard, you want to call me Lady Queen. Okay Dandan, then can you tell me, what's your name? Where do you come from? Fuck you, if you want to take the bottom of the queen, there is no door. Chu Feng originally wanted to find out something from this black egg, but later found out that this guy also asked 3 questions. Moreover, her mouth was very strict, and she never revealed her identity, but Chu Feng felt that if someone deliberately sealed her in a spiritual world, there must be some metaphor. At least that person will not harm him, otherwise, with that person's means, he can completely obliterate himself in the first place. Why do you need to help it build a world spirit space, and seal another one in its world spirit space, something that can harm you? This is too laborious. Therefore, Chu Feng concluded that that person would not harm him, but was helping him, and he felt that it was probably his family's actions. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 107 Unlock the Seal. After learning all of this, Chu Feng felt an inexplicable warmth in his heart because he knew that his family did not ignore him, but had already laid a solid foundation for him. He felt that there must be some reason why his family abandoned him, and he needed to know the reason, to find his family, to find his parents, and to know what happened. Hey, what are you thinking about? Why don't you release this queen soon? Seeing that Chu Feng was lost in thought, the black egg yelled loudly. I said, are you underestimating my IQ, or overestimating yours? You are so resentful, I will let you out, am I courting death? Chu Feng gave it a ruthless look, and ignored it. Instead, he sat down and began to organize the thoughts in his mind, trying to communicate the power of the enchantment. Hey, Chu Feng, you stinky brat, how dare you ignore this queen? Bastard, want to communicate the power of enchantment, this queen can teach you. Do you still want to win that Gong Luyan? This queen can help you. Hey Dan began to shake violently, as if he was afraid that Chu Feng would ignore her. Can you really help me communicate the power of enchantment? Chu Feng looked at it suspiciously. It wasn't that he wanted to be opportunistic, but he just tried it, and only then did he know that it was difficult to communicate the power of the enchantment even if he built a barrier space. Of course you can, you're a no-brainer when you're the queen. Now the power of the enchantment is within this enchantment space, it's just not used by you. If you use mental power to communicate, you need to explore little by little and understand little by little. It will take you at least a few days to communicate with a little bit of enchantment power. But I have a spell. As long as you use this spell, you can make the power of enchantment work for you. Of course, how much enchantment power you can use depends on your own strength, because the strength of enchantment power is equal to the strength of your mental power, Haydn explained. Spell? It's not a spell to let me unlock the seal, right? Chu Feng didn't believe what the black egg said. Hey, what are you afraid of? This is your spiritual world, everything is under your control, I can't hurt you at all, okay? Besides, I told you that I was sealed. Not only was my body bound by this hateful thing, but my cultivation was also bound. My current strength is far inferior to yours. Otherwise, why would I ask you to help me unlock the seal? I've already smashed this broken thing. Haydn was a little annoyed. Chu Feng thought about what Haydn said, and felt that it didn't make sense. Then he asked, tell me the spell. I'll try if it works. Bah, you're trying to be a white wolf with empty gloves. A disdainful voice came from the black egg. Then what do you want to tell me that spell? It's very simple, help this queen to open this seal. There are no doors. Hey. You're still not a man, why are you so timid? This queen said that my cultivation base was sealed, and I couldn't hurt you at all, not to mention that this is your spiritual world. Don't fool me, this world's spirit space is very strange, and it is not under my control at all. Otherwise, why can't I use the power of enchantment? Do you need to communicate? Idiot, idiot, this queen swears to God that I will never harm you. I'm actually very kind. I only heard someone say, just now, that it's best not to let her know who sealed her here, or else the person will have to pay the price. I want to make him pay the price, but not take his life, okay? If it were you, you were locked in a place for 15 years, without food or drink, and there was no one to talk to you, would you? No resentment? In the past 15 years, although you have been angry and wronged a lot by the Chu family, at least there are still people who can be angry with you. What about me? I can't find it if I look for popularity. I've been waiting for you here with all my heart, but you finally came in, and you didn't want to let me out. You're just an invincible bastard. Speaking of which, among the black eggs, there was a rumor that here comes the sound of crying. Such a sweet voice, and crying so sadly, is really unbearable, especially after hearing her words. Chu Feng's heart could not help softening. After careful consideration, Chu Feng felt that what she said was reasonable, so he asked, "How can I help you unlock the seal?" "You can't break the seal in my body, but you can help me break this thing, and at least let me be free in your spiritual world. As for the way to open it, it's very simple, just use your strength and punch hard." It's really that simple? Chu Feng was a little suspicious. It's as simple as that. If you don't believe me, try it. A coquettish voice came from among the black eggs. Okay, then, step back so that I don't hurt you with a punch. Chu Feng walked to the black egg and used his mental power to investigate it. He found that the black egg was very strange, and he still couldn't penetrate it. Gritting his teeth, Chu Feng suddenly threw out a fist, only to hear a bang. A concave fist mark appeared on the black egg, and countless tiny cracks emerged and began to spread outward. Ka-ka-ka-ka-ka. The cracks spread rapidly, and the sound of clear and crisp sounds continued. This strange black egg was really broken by Chu Feng's punch, and it began to shatter and fall off. At the end, the huge black egg was split into two halves and scattered, and at the same time, a beautiful shadow appeared in front of Chu Feng's eyes. This is a young girl whose fair skin is like winter snow, but the inside of her skin is rosy and lustrous. People can see how smooth the skin is just by looking at it, and people can't help but want to touch it. But right now, what attracted Chu Feng the most was this woman's face. On the goose egg face of the symbol, there were a pair of big watery eyes. In the black pupils, it seemed as if a galaxy was entrenched in it, deep and attractive. Under the beautiful eyes is a delicate Chong nose, and under the Chong nose is a small pink mouth with slightly raised lips, beautiful and attractive, extremely sexy. A black head scattered on the snow-white fragrant shoulders is very attractive. This woman's figure is also perfect, with bumps and convex, very plump. She also wears a very distinctive dress. It is made of black feathers. I don't know what kind of feathers it is, but it's beautiful. Especially this black skirt, which is very short, with snow-white fragrant shoulders on the top, and snow-white legs on the bottom, alternates between black and white, like an elf, so beautiful that it makes people suffocate. May, really beautiful, she was the most beautiful woman Chu Feng had ever seen in his life. If it is said that the two sisters, Su Ro and Su Mei, can be called the allure of the country, then the beauty of this girl can definitely confuse all beings. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 108, Two Monsters. What are you looking at? You're so lustful at a young age, but it's still good when you grow up. The girl's beautiful eyes blinked, casting a look of contempt. You're wrong, it's not called sex, but appreciation. Chu Feng wiped his mouth, only to realize that he was actually drooling. Cut, there are quite a few reasons. The girl cast another glance at Chu Feng, and then the corners of her mouth were slightly upturned, revealing that incomparably sweet smile. Wow, it still feels good to be free. The girl was very happy. First, she opened her arms and turned around in a circle, and then she started running around in this world spirit space. Like a playful child, but in fact, more like a free bird. I don't know what to call this girl. Chu Feng asked. What girl? Call me Lady Queen, the girl corrected. My Lady Queen? It's obviously a little girl. Tell me what your name is, or I'll call you Eggy. Chu Feng said with a wicked smile. Fuck off, you are Dandan, your whole family is Dandan. The girl actually stuck out her little tongue at Chu Feng and made a face. This is called a naughty. If it weren't for the fact that she had been in her spiritual world for 15 years, and she had mature wisdom 15 years ago, Chu Feng really doubted that she was just a little brat. Hey, Eggy, you have to be honest. Should you tell me the spell that condenses the power of enchantment? I'm not a human being. Can I be dishonest? You... Chu Feng was speechless. He had seen shameless people, but he had rarely seen someone more shameless than him. He never expected to lose to a girl today. Okay, although I'm not a human being, I'm very honest. Well, as long as you promise me, call me Lady Queen in the future, and I'll tell you the spell. My Lady Queen. Chu Feng shouted decisively. I'm going, you are really unscrupulous. The girl cast a glance at Chu Feng, and then read a sentence that Chu Feng could not understand at all. And as soon as she finished speaking, Chu Feng could feel that in this world spirit space, countless strange transparent gases appeared and began to revolve around the girl. Go! Suddenly, the girl pointed her finger at Chu Feng, and the gas poured into Chu Feng's body. The power of enchantment? At this moment, Chu Feng realized that these strange transparent gases were the power of enchantment. This spell will only work if I recite it, but as long as I am here, the power of the spirit formation here will be used by you. After introducing the power of the spirit formation into Chu Feng's body, the girl smiled proudly. My Lady Queen is really amazing. You said earlier that you can help me defeat that Gong Luyan. I don't know how you plan to help me? Chu Feng asked with a smile. Of course I can help you. As long as you become a qualified world spiritist, you will be treated as a guest wherever you go, and countless people will benefit you. Although I don't know what the hell is in your dantian, but that thing can indeed help you refine the elixir quickly. With it, your cultivation speed will be very fast. But, if you want people to treat you as a guest, you have to do things for them, so what you have to do is to become a qualified world spiritist, the girl explained. A qualified world spiritist? How can you be considered a qualified world spiritist? Chu Feng asked. For most people, as long as they can use the power of enchantment, set up an enchantment formation, and defend a large formation, they are considered world spiritists, but in fact they are not world spiritists at all. A qualified world spiritist must master not only the strongest defensive means, but also the strongest attacking means, the barrier for defense, and the world spirit for attack. This is the real world spiritist. After hearing the girl's words, Chu Feng was very excited. He finally knew the role of this girl. This was simply a mentor who taught him how to become a world spiritist. I know about the enchantment. What exactly is that world spirit? Chu Feng asked excitedly. The power of enchantment is the energy from the spiritual world, just like the spiritual energy, primordial force, and profound energy that come from the human world. As for the world spirits, they are creatures from the spiritual world. They have strong power and can possess your body. That is to say, if there is a world spirit of the Xuanwu realm that is willing to serve you, even if you are at the 8th level of the spiritual realm, when it is attached to your back, you are a master of the Xuanwu realm. The girl explained. It's so powerful, then how can I communicate with the world spirit? Are the world spirits also in this world spirit space? Chu Feng began to look around, trying to find the figure of the world spirit. Of course not, the world spirit lives in the spiritual world, and with your current spiritual power, you can't communicate with it at all. Don't say it's you, even that bullshit Elder Zhuge, I'm afraid he can't make the world spirit work for him at all. In fact, he is not even a real world spiritist. The girl said contemptuously. What? Even Elder Zhuge can't do it? Chu Feng was speechless. Elder Zhuge's mental power was definitely far stronger than him. If Elder Zhuge couldn't do it, then his hope was even slimmer. Don't be discouraged, someone has prepared a big gift for you, captured at least 2 world spirits, and imprisoned them in your enchantment space. The girl suddenly laughed. Really, where is the world spirit? Chu Feng understood what the girl meant, and it must be his family who prepared the world spirit for him. For the time being, there are 2 world spirits, one is very powerful and the other is weak. But no matter which one is, it will not serve you in vain, so I want to know, which one are you interested in now? The girl looked at it with a smile. With Chu Feng. Let's talk about the weak one first. Chu Feng thought about it and felt that it would be more appropriate to control the weak one first. The weak one is behind the gate. The girl pointed her finger at the gate with a terrifying aura. So it turns out that the world spirits are being held there? Chu Feng couldn't help swallowing. Although he had never seen the so-called world spirits, he also knew that the world spirits inside were definitely terrifying. Yes, otherwise, what do you think it's locked there? That world spirit is very irritable and will never work for you. And to say that it is weak, it is only relative to you. If you release him, your mental power will not be able to restrain it at all. It will occupy your body and use your body as a medium to survive in the human world, and with its temper, I'm afraid you, the Kyushu 6, will be destroyed by it. It's so powerful? My body actually holds such a terrifying monster. Chu Feng was surprised, but the more he felt, his family was amazing. Not only did he force the unfathomable madman to be half mad, half stupid, unconscious, but he also put a monster in his body that could destroy the Kyushu continent, which was too powerful. However, at this moment, Chu Feng suddenly remembered that the monster that the girl said could destroy the 9 provinces continent was only a weak one. In other words, there was an even more terrifying monster. Thinking of this, Chu Feng couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. He was horrified, and he began to inquire nervously, but he found that there was no place where monsters could be imprisoned except for the gate. Where's the other one? Where is the other powerful one? Chu Feng asked nervously. Seeing Chu Feng ask this, the girl gave a weird smile, then pointed at herself and said, that powerful one has already been released by you. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 109, I'm really awesome. It's you? Chu Feng was shocked, and with a show, he jumped back several meters. After distanced himself from the girl, Chu Feng used his mental power to observe the girl's cultivation again, but found that the girl's aura was ordinary, not like a person who cultivated martial arts. But he still didn't dare to be careless. Even though this girl had a beautiful face and looked harmless to humans and animals, she was not a human being, but a world spirit who could stay in Chu Feng's spiritual world for 15 years. A monster that won't die without eating or drinking, God knows what kind of means she has. Haha, am I that scary? Seeing Chu Feng's terrified appearance, the young girl covered her mouth with her hands, and was amused. Are you playing with me? Looking at the smiling girl, who leaned forward and backward, Chu Feng's forehead was covered with black lines, and he felt that he might have been fooled. What are you doing? I'm not as powerful as I am. Tell you, it's best not to mess with this queen, or her lady queen will eat you. Shoo! Suddenly, Chu Feng's body turned upside down, and he came behind the girl like lightning. His hands suddenly stretched out, grabbed the girl's wrists respectively, put the girl's hands behind his back, and pressed the girl to the ground with one hand. Oh, what do you want? Let go of me. The girl was in a hurry, screaming and struggling, but her strength was insignificant to Chu Feng and had no effect at all. You rotten bastard, you are really lying to me. Seeing that the girl really had no cultivation, Chu Feng's nervous mood finally calmed down. Bastard, let me go, or this queen won't be able to spare you. Yoha, you still dare to resist and don't teach you a lesson, you really don't know who is the master here. Chu Feng raised his hand and patted the girl's plump buttocks on a whim. However, as soon as Chu Feng's hand fell, there was an earth-shattering scream. Originally, Chu Feng just wanted to teach the girl a lesson and slapped her on her buttocks, but one was not well controlled, and the slap turned into a grab. It doesn't matter if you grab it, the hand feels good. Even though the black feather skirt is separated, Chu Feng still feels as if he has touched the girl's smooth skin, which is soft and elastic, and soft in the elasticity. The softness in the middle is simply scorching the fire, and it is impossible to stop. Chu Feng can't bear to let go. Bastard, how dare you take advantage of this queen, I'm going to kill you. The girl was completely angry, her snow-white cheeks were as red as a ripe apple, and the anger in her eyes was surging, and she was about to spray. Came out. A mistake, definitely a mistake, I didn't do it on purpose. After all, Chu Feng was still a young child. When a girl looked at him like this, he felt a little embarrassed. He blushed and let go of his hand. I killed you. However, just as she let go, the girl suddenly turned around, fluttered her teeth, and danced her claws, and rushed towards Chu Feng with murderous intent. Seeing this, Chu Feng was also a little panicked. The moment he met the girl's eyes, he felt a dangerous aura. He subconsciously took action, grabbed the girl's wrist again, pressed the girl down again, and used force. Too violent, like a hungry tiger rushing towards its food, the whole person is pressed up. Ah, you rascal, what do you want to do to me? At this moment, the girl burst into tears. Because she was pressed directly under Chu Feng, she felt a mighty foreign object pressing against her. She immediately thought of what it was, and was deeply afraid of what Chu Feng would do to her. What a bad thing, I have to display the pitiful and weak trick. I'm sorry, I reacted naturally. Chu Feng also reacted, knowing that he had done a shameless thing unintentionally, and hurriedly moved away from the girl's body, but he still pressed his hands firmly on the girl, fearing that she would come back again. Bastard, no one has ever dared to treat this queen like this, you are doomed. As soon as Chu Feng moved away, the girl roared angrily, showing that Chu Feng really touched her bottom line. Oh, you rotten bastard, you are really bullying the soft and afraid of the hard. You dare to threaten me as soon as you give you a good face. Believe it or not, if you dare to threaten me again, I will take you down now. Chu Feng threatened with malicious words. In fact, at this moment, Chu Feng did not dare to look directly at the girl, because after being manipulated just now, Chu Feng really burned his body and lost control. If it wasn't for worry, the other party was not a human, and if he did something between a man and a woman, it would have a bad effect on him. Maybe Chu Feng would really be able to put this girl under his body and feel the wonderful taste of a woman. You dare, if you dare to do that kind of thing to me, I will explode myself and die with you. The girl gritted her teeth, her beautiful eyes filled with firm determination. I'm joking, you should know me, I, Chu Feng, are not that kind of person. Seeing this, Chu Feng also felt guilty. Although the girl did not have any cultivation, he felt that the girl's words were not like a joke, so he had to let go of the girl with a smile. AMU, at this moment, the girl actually grabbed Chu Feng's arm and bit it in one bite. Seeing this scene, Chu Feng wanted to shout, because he would definitely bite off a piece of his flesh when he saw the girl's posture, but when the girl took a bite, Chu Feng was completely relieved. The girl did not have a cultivation base, but Chu Feng could say that Lai Shou was also at the 8th level of Linggu, and because Shenlei stayed in his dantian, his aura was extremely strong and penetrated through his whole body, making his body turn into steel and iron bones. It really doesn't hurt, it doesn't feel itchy. Ah, you bastard, your arm is made of iron. As expected, after one bite, the girl covered her red lips and burst into tears, because not only did she not bite Chu Feng, but her teeth were painful. For some reason, seeing the sparkling tears welling up from the corner of the girl's eyes, Chu Feng's heart felt sour and hurt like a needle stick. This was the first time that a girl felt this way. Okay, Eggy, isn't it true that I was wrong? Who told you to lie to me just now? Although he didn't know where this feeling came from, Chu Feng didn't want to make this girl cry, so he hurriedly admitted his mistake and apologized, coaxing the girl like a child. And it is strange to say that although the girl calls herself a queen, she does seem to be deeply involved in the world, but her temperament is really like a child. Chu Feng said a few soft words, and it is good to take it seriously. You bastard, how can I lie to you? I'm really good, it's just that my cultivation has been sealed. The girl's face was full of grievances, and it seemed that she really didn't want Chu Feng not to believe her. Then do you know how to unlock your seal? Chu Feng frowned, a little worried. I don't know. The girl shook her head. That's good. Chu Feng breathed a sigh of relief. You bastard. The girl roared and rushed towards Chu Feng again. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 110, The Psychic Contract. After some physical contact, Chu Feng determined that the girl did not pose any threat to him. Instead, it was a girl who was in danger. After all, she was so beautiful, and she was imprisoned in the spiritual world, unable to escape. Most importantly, in this spiritual world, Chu Feng could touch her. On Nima, this is like imprisoning an unparalleled beauty in her own body, and she is soft-voiced, soft, and easy to push down. Fortunately, Chu Feng is not that kind of person, otherwise... Hey, bastard, what are you thinking? Looking at Chu Feng, who was staring at him with a wicked smile on his lips, the girl shouted loudly. I said Dandan, you said before that, as long as you and I are one, you can help me win against Gong Luyan, is that true? Chu Feng said with a smile. His smile was very evil. Go to hell, the ghosts want to be one with you. The girl gritted her teeth, her 7 apertures were smoking, and her beautiful eyes were round and round, but she was cute and rare. This is true, when a person is beautiful to a certain level, even if he makes an unbearable expression, it is still a kind of beauty. Look, isn't it what you said, as long as... It's possession, not fit, you stinky bastard. Possession? How? Chu Feng was very curious. As long as you sign a psychic contract with me, I can share the spiritual world with you, and as long as you want, you can enter your body from your spiritual world and impart my power to you. It's just that my current cultivation base has been completely sealed, and I don't know how to crack it. The only way is to practice again. So if you want me to help you, you must help me cultivate, as long as you help me cultivate to Xuan Wu within a year. If you are in this situation, you will naturally be able to compete with that Gong Luyan. The girl explained. What help you in your cultivation? When I helped you cultivate to the profound martial realm, I might already be in the heaven martial realm. Chu Feng was very depressed. Can you cultivate to the heavenly martial realm within a year? It is difficult for you to cultivate even to the profound martial realm, but if you are willing to help me, within a year, I will definitely be able to cultivate to the profound martial realm. Besides, my cultivation does not delay your cultivation. On the contrary, if you help me in cultivation, you can also improve your spirit formation skills. The girl pouted. Really? Chu Feng was suspicious. Of course. The girl was very confident. Then tell me, how can I help you? Chu Feng asked. There is no free lunch in the world, and world spirits will never serve you humans in vain. The reason why world spiritists can obtain the power of world spirits is because they need to provide the source for world spirits. Original, what is that? In your world, all martial arts practitioners have a source, no matter whether they are living or dead. As long as the body is not destroyed, the source will not be destroyed. This source has no effect on you, but it has a huge temptation for world spirits like me, because it can help us to improve our cultivation quickly. For example, as long as you can find a cultivator in the Xuanwu realm and let me absorb all his origins, I can reach the so-called Yuanwu realm. How about it? It's much faster than your cultivation, right? Rode with a smile. A cultivator in the profound martial realm? Don't you say it's so easy, okay? If I can catch a cultivator in the profound martial realm and let you absorb the source, do I still need your help? Chu Feng was extremely depressed. Idiot, you didn't understand me, okay? I said, no matter whether it is life or death, as long as the body is not destroyed, there is a source to absorb. You can't catch the living, and can't you find the dead? Don't forget that you are a world spiritist. The girl was also a little depressed. It's okay to die? Chu Feng was shocked. Of course you can, otherwise, why would that bullshit Elder Zhuge swallow up Lang Wugui and that stinky old man? Also, didn't you discover that when you entered the tomb of the old man Yukong, you didn't find the body of the old man Yukong? The girl shares vision and hearing with Chu Feng. She knows everything that Chu Feng has experienced since childhood. When you say this, I understand, but didn't you say that Elder Zhuge doesn't have the ability to make world spirits work for him? Then how did he devour the source? He really doesn't have the ability to make world spirits work for him, but he must have communicated with a world spirit and is now enshrining that world spirit, but that world spirit has not yet concluded a psychic contract with him. However, your boy is very lucky. This queen is willing to conclude a psychic contract with you, but the condition is that you must help me obtain enough origin. Speaking of which, the girl's hands crossed each other, making a strange handprint. At the same time, her skirt danced, and her slender body radiated a strange light. The reason why this light is strange is because it is actually a black light. The black quilt represents darkness, and the darkness is just the opposite of the light. Right now, this extremely dark black is emitting light, which is naturally extremely strange. But the most strange thing is that the black body of light actually slipped down along the girl's jade body, forming a strange pattern on the ground. This pattern seems to be the face of a monster. It is hideous and terrifying, and it is constantly wriggling. Just one glance will make the hair stand on end, and the heart will tremble. What are you thinking? Why don't you come in quickly? The girl opened her mouth. At this moment, she was haunted by a strange black light, but not only did her beautiful face not change, but it became even more beautiful, as if this was the real her. No way, you asked me to stand on that monster's face? Chu Feng was a little frightened. He felt that the face was a living thing, as if it could devour everything. Bastard, this is this queen's psychic barrier. I think how many top world spiritists wanted to make a contract with this queen, but they were ignored by this queen. Now this queen has signed a contract with you, but you are not willing? The girl lay upside down, a little angry. Seeing this, Chu Feng gritted his teeth and stepped in one step at a time, but just as he stepped in, Chu Feng felt a force of devouring swallowing him up, and his mind went blank in an instant, and then he lost consciousness. Well, I don't know how long it took before Chu Feng slowly opened his eyes. Only then did he realize that he was in the Chu family's room, and he maintained the action of sinking his consciousness into the spiritual world. Well, it's actually fine. Chu Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Previously, he thought that he was going to have a big disaster and was caught in the girl's trick, but now it seems that he is not. After all, he is still alive and well. Hey, stinky Chu Feng, why don't you hurry up and find the source for this queen? But at this moment, the girl's voice suddenly sounded in Chu Feng's ear. Dandan. You came out, where are you? Chu Feng was taken aback, looked around, but did not see the girl's figure. Idiot, I'm still in your spiritual world. The girl's voice sounded again. Hearing these words, Chu Feng was overjoyed and whispered, so, we succeeded? Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 111 Wanwanpeng. After Chu Feng and Eggy were psychic, the two were able to converse with their minds, and outsiders could not notice. Under Dandan's guidance, Chu Feng not only quickly mastered the power of enchantment, but he was also able to set up simple enchantments and perform the most basic enchantment techniques. He was already half a world spiritist. On this day, Chu Feng came to Zijin City. After all, it was close to the so-called Rookie Conference, and today happened to be the day when Shen Hui let Chu Feng come to Zijin City. Zijin City is worthy of being a second-class city. The wide streets are full of traffic, and the shops along the road are dazzling. The people who live here are either rich or expensive. The prosperity of this city is by no means comparable to that of a wilderness ancient city. After all, Wilderness Ancient City is just an ordinary city, while Zijin City is a second-class city with management rights and a city protected by the Jiang dynasty. From the perspective of status, there is a world of difference. Chu Feng was dressed in the clothes of the core disciples of the Azure Dragon sect. Walking in the purple gold city, he also won the admiration of many people. After all, Chu Feng was really young. Such achievements at such a young age would always make people look at him. Bright. However, this kind of admiring gaze can only appear in the eyes of ordinary people. When Chu Feng came to the gate of the city lord's mansion, he met two people who looked down on Chu Feng. Yo, look, isn't that a disciple of the second-class sect Qinglong sect? It's ridiculous, the 8th level of Lingguo is actually a core disciple. Hey, I think our brothers are both of the 9th level of Lingguo, but in Lingyun sect, they are only inner disciples. Hey, it's only a second-class section. How can you compare with our Lingyun sect? Our core disciples are all dragons and phoenixes, and their core disciples are far inferior to our inner disciples. The two young men stepped off a luxurious carriage and spoke coldly after seeing Chu Feng, and their eyes were full of contempt. They were not a few years older than Chu Feng, and the costumes were indeed the costumes of the Lingyun sect. They must also be the people who represented Zijin City and participated in the Rookie Conference this time. However, Chu Feng ignored the cynicism of the two and walked straight to the city lord's mansion, only to be stopped by the guards at the gate just as he reached the gate. I was invited by Qin Hui to represent Zijincheng at the Rookie Conference, Chu Feng said. Hearing this, the guards frowned slightly, and their faces became quite displeased. After all, calling the city lord by his name was a taboo. But after looking at Chu Feng carefully, they didn't feel angry, but said badly, "Please show the invitation letter." Invitation letter? Chu Feng was taken aback that Qin Hui had not given him any invitation letter. I don't even have an invitation letter. Are you here to fill up the money? At this moment, the two disciples of the Lingyun sect actually walked over. While smiling at Chu Feng, they each took out a letter and handed it to the guard. "Two young masters, please come with me." After confirming that the invitation letter was correct, the guard was very polite to the two Lingyun sect disciples. "This little brother, don't you know that those who participate in the Rookie Conference are all the elites of Zijin City? Let's not talk about your cultivation. Just because you are a disciple of the Azure Dragon sect, you are not worthy of participating in the Rookie Conference." That's right, the mere second-class sect also wants to represent my Zijin City to participate in the Rookie Convention? What a wishful thinking. However, the two Lingyun sect disciples did not follow the guards in, but instead made fun of Chu Feng. "Hey, let's go." The participants of the Rookie Convention are all carefully selected and invited by the city owner. If you don't receive the invitation letter, you are not qualified enough. Even the guards chased away Chu Feng, obviously thinking that Chu Feng was a spontaneous recommendation, not an invitation from the city lord. "You think I'm pretending?" Chu Feng asked indifferently without changing his expression. "This is the city lord's mansion, you'd better not mess around, otherwise you will be beautiful." The guard's face turned cold, and he was already a little impatient. "Humph, open your dog's eyes and give me a good look." Seeing this, Chu Feng didn't talk nonsense. After taking out the purple gold token, he directly threw it in the face of the guard. Snapped after receiving the token, the guard wanted to fly, but when he saw the token, his face changed greatly, because it was a purple gold token, which is equivalent to the identity of the city owner, only the person closest to the city owner can enjoy. At this moment, the guard knew that he had made a big mistake. No matter who Chu Feng was, as long as he had the Zijin token, he would definitely be someone he couldn't afford to offend. Small sins deserve 10,000 deaths, I don't know your identity, ... Thinking of this, the guard actually fell to his knees with a pop, begging Chu Feng for mercy, and even his body was shaking, which showed that he was really scared. At the same time, all the surrounding guards all knelt down. Seeing the token is like seeing the city lord, they must bow down. However, compared to the group of guards, the two disciples of Lingyun sect were even more ugly. They could never have imagined that this second-class sect disciple actually had a purple gold token. None of them. Fortunately, they had a special status, and they were the disciples of the first sect of Qingzhou, Lingyun sect. Otherwise, even if they had to kneel to Chu Feng, it would be a shame. And Chu Feng didn't bother to pay attention to them either. Instead, he entered the palace under the guidance of the guards and came to a great hall. In this hall, there are already 5 young boys and girls gathered. Looking at their appearance, they are all under 18 years old. Each of them is outstanding in appearance and extraordinary, and they are all disciples from first-class sections. For these people, even the guards of Zijin City did not dare to neglect them, because they were all extremely talented, and their achievements in the future would be limitless. As for the origins of these people, it is natural that they will represent Zijin City this time. See the candidates for the rookie meeting. If you count Chu Feng, there are just 8 people here. When Chu Feng and the 2 Lingyun sect disciples walked in, everyone's eyes lit up, but the astonishing eyes were all looking at the 2 behind Chu Feng. As for the gaze that looked at Chu Feng, there was something wrong with it. After all, as a disciple of the first-class sect, from the bottom of his heart, he looked down on the disciples of the second-class sect, even if they were core disciples. As for Chu Feng, he is too lazy to get close to them. After all, these people are only at the 9th level of Lingguo. Although they are higher in realm than Chu Feng, in terms of means, if Chu Feng wants to kill them, it is like squeezing ants to death. Generally easy. Look, it's Wan Wenpeng. But at this moment, several people in the hall suddenly stood up and looked outside the hall in surprise. Seeing this, Chu Feng also turned his attention to the past. Now surrounded by a group of guards, a handsome young man was slowly approaching. This one is also a disciple of the first-class sect, but he is not an inner disciple, but a core disciple of the first-class section. Finally, there is one, which makes sense. Seeing this, Chu Feng also smiled slightly, because this young man's cultivation was indeed much stronger than the others, and he was in the primordial martial realm. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 112 Competition Facade. Brother Wan, I can't believe that you have become the core disciple of Tingfeng sect. You are really the first person in my Zijincheng, Jr. Brother Wan, he stepped into the Yuanwu realm at the age of 18, making the little sister envious. Brother Wan goes out, this time I Zijincheng will definitely win the first place in the rookie conference. After Wan Wenpeng appeared on the stage, the rest of the boys and girls in the hall all stood up and approached Wan Wenpeng. It seemed that they were all old acquaintances. Everyone really thinks highly of me, Wan Wenpeng. Not to mention that there are many talents in other cities. Just talking about this Zijin city, I, Wan Wenpeng, wouldn't dare to claim the first place. Wan Wenpeng shook his head modestly, but it could be seen from his smile that he liked people to praise him like this. Oh, could it be that among the younger generation in my Zijin city, there are people who are stronger than Brother Wan? People expressed surprise. Don't you know that I, the eldest lady of the city lord's mansion in Zijin City, Chen Weishi, stepped into the Yuanwu realm as early as a year ago, and now she is the core disciple of Lingyun sect? Wan Wenpeng said with a smile. Brother Wan's news is really well informed. We just learned about this matter not long ago. We didn't expect Brother Wan to know about it. The 2 teenagers who had ridiculed Chu Feng before spoke up. As inner disciples of Lingyun sect, they naturally know about Lingyun Zone. So, this is true? At this moment, the others were shocked. The Lingyun sect was the first sect in Qingzhou, and being able to become the core disciple of the Lingyun sect was equivalent to becoming a section. The pride of heaven, the status and status, are definitely not comparable to them. Even that Wan Wenpeng is the core disciple of the first-class sect, but compared with the core disciple of Lingyun sect, he is still a little worse. Chen Shangxi is really powerful, but I heard that she left many years ago because of her mother's death, and she has not returned to Zijin City for several years. I am afraid that she will not come back at this year's rookie conference, because in her eyes, the honor and disgrace of Zijin City has nothing to do with her. Someone sighed. Who said I won't come back? But at this moment, a sharp voice suddenly sounded outside the hall, and everyone was shocked when they watched. I saw a young girl standing outside the hall, staring coldly at the people in the hall, and behind her, Chen Hui and all the generals were standing there. You don't need to think too much to know that the girl is what people call Chen Wenxi. Seeing Chen Wenxi, the young man who had spoken before had a pale face and did not dare to speak again. I'm sorry, little sister, is that you? Do you still recognize me, Wan Wenpeng? Seeing this, Wan Wenpeng tidied up his robes and leaned over with a smile. When Chen Weixin left Zijin City, she was still a little girl, but now she has grown into a slim girl. Although her face has changed a lot, but that kind of unique cool temperament is still there. Chen Hui, it's a long way to Suzaku City, so let's go out earlier. However, what was surprising was that Chen Weishi didn't even look at Wan Wenpeng, and even called his father's name. In response to this situation, Chen Hui just laughed dryly and arranged for a carriage to take Chu Feng and others to Suzaku City. As for Wan Wenpeng, his face was ugly and he stood there blankly, not knowing what to do. Because he could never have imagined that Chen Regret would treat him like this. TSK, this girl is arrogant, but she has some arrogance. For this scene, Chu Feng, who was a bystander, smiled slightly, because he had already seen that Chen Weishi had a second-level cultivation of Yuanwo, and his strength at such an age was indeed very extraordinary, at least in his Qinglong Zong and I, very rare. After that, Chen Hui called in 10 carriages, each of which was very luxurious. There were various delicacies in the carriage, and there were maids serving them. It could be seen that Chen Hui still attached great importance to Chu Feng and the others. But it's normal to think about it carefully. After all, these 10 people are the best juniors within 1,000 miles. Each of them is extremely talented, and their future achievements are limitless. Maybe whoever will become a big man in Qingzhou in the future. At that time, let alone Zijincheng, even Suzaku City will not be looked down upon at all. For such a character, even if Chen Huigui was the city owner, he would not dare to offend him, he could only flatter and even please him. So, under the escort of the army of the Forbidden City, 10 luxurious carriages advanced into Suzaku City, and finally reached their destination 5 days later. Suzaku City is built on a mountain. It is not as luxurious as expected, but a quaint city full of ancient and mysterious atmosphere. In terms of strength, Suzaku City is similar to the second-class sect Qinglong sect, but in terms of status, it is not inferior to the first-class section. As for the reason, it is naturally because of the protection of the Jiang dynasty. Therefore, even if the talents from all sides are all disciples of the first-class sect, in the territory of Suzaku City, they dare not be disrespectful at all. On the contrary, they all want to have some relationship with the Suzaku City. Of course, in this world where strength is respected, what they fear is definitely not Suzaku City, but the Jiang dynasty behind Suzaku City, the behemoth that rules Kyushu. At this moment, in Suzaku City, on a magnificent giant square, 20 teams of people stood neatly in it, and the 20 second-class cities under the jurisdiction of Suzaku City had all arrived. 20 city lords, with their carefully invited young talents, stepped down from the carriage. Disciples from various sects, dressed in distinctive costumes, gathered in the center of the square. Yo, isn't this Chen Hui? A group of people came to Chen Hui and the others because of a fat man with a fat head and big ears, who was the city lord of a second-class city. He had some festivals with Chen Hui, so the two never got along. And behind Fatty, there were also a group of boys and girls, all of them were arrogant, wishing to raise their faces to the sky. Is something wrong? Chen Hui frowned slightly, looking at the 10 boys and girls behind Fatty. All of them were from Lingyun's sect, and one of the boys was actually a core disciple. He knew that Fatty was here to demonstrate. Look at what you said. You and I have known each other for a long time. Can't we just say hello when it's alright? Fatty smiled slightly, narrowed his eyes slightly, and looked at Chu Feng and the others behind Chen Hui, but when he saw Chen Wenxin, he couldn't help but frown slightly, and there was a flash of displeasure in his eyes. I thought that this time, I had invited so many powerful talents to overwhelm Chen Hui in terms of momentum, and took the opportunity to humiliate, but I didn't expect Chen Hui to find the core disciple of Ling Yunzong, which made it was difficult for him to speak. However, when he turned his gaze to Chu Feng, he was overjoyed, and immediately said, Chen Hui, is there no one in your Zijing city? How come even the disciples of the Azure Dragon sect have come to fill it up? If Zijincheng really can't find a decent junior, you can tell me, brother, I'll lend you two. Haha. He said these words very loudly, and deliberately let the people around him hear them. As expected, when he said these words, people in all the cities turned their attention to Chu Feng, and after seeing Chu Feng, they all raised a trace of contempt on the corners of their mouths. Radian. For this kind of scene, the disciples of the second-class sects really can't do it. Chen Hui didn't know how to refute this situation. In fact, if it wasn't for Su Ro's request, he wouldn't want to invite Chu Feng here. Only in Zijincheng, he found a second-class disciple of the section. From the appearance, it was a little ugly. Are you someone who looks down on the Azure Dragon sect? But at this moment, a woman's voice suddenly sounded, and they watched. Everyone couldn't help but be stunned, only to see a pair of beautiful sisters slowly coming, and on their bodies, they were all wearing clothes. The costumes of the second-class sect, King Longzong. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 113 Cheating. This pair of sisters' flowers all have the appearance of the country and the city. The big one is charming and sexy, the small one is sweet and pleasant, and each has its own style and taste. When these two appeared, the beauties present instantly paled. Only Chen Wenxi's unique coolness could compete with the two. Everyone present was attracted by this pair of sisters. Apart from their beauty, the identity of the two was also amazing, because behind them, there were many strong people in Suzaka City, and each one's cultivation realm was no weaker than the city lord present. They are all at the peak of Yuanwu. The most important thing is that these powerhouses treat the two beauties with respect, just like their subordinates. This makes people very curious. If the powerhouses in Suzaku City can treat them like this, who are these two sisters? These two are the two daughters of the city lord of Vermilion Bird City, Su Ro and Su Mei. But there were also sharp-eyed people who recognized the identities of the sisters and shouted loudly. And when that person opened his mouth, people were even more shocked. How could such a pair of beauties, with special status, belong to the Qinglong school? With their identities, even entering the Lingyun sect is completely possible, right? Why enter a second-class sect? All kinds of questions kept popping up in the hearts of everyone, but the one who was most depressed at the moment was the fat man, because at this moment, Su Ro and Su Mei were leading the strong forces of Suzaku City, and they came towards them aggressively. You just said that the disciples of my Azure Dragon sect are here to make up their minds. Is this not taking my Azure Dragon sect in their eyes? Su Ro smiled, but her eyes were like knives, and the fat man trembled for a while. I don't know how to explain it as well. At this moment, the fat man is almost regretful. He regretted that he should not use Chu Feng as the subject to humiliate Chen Hui, because he would never have imagined that the two daughters of Suzaku City were actually from the Azure Dragon sect, and one of them is also an elder. I'm asking you something. Seeing that the fat man didn't answer, Su Ro suddenly shouted loudly, and unexpectedly unleashed the pressure of the first level of Xuanwu, which frightened the fat man back a few steps, and sat on the ground with a thud. Secondary level of Xuanwu. You are the first level of Xuanwu at such an age? At this moment, everyone was shocked. Even the expressionless, always cold Chen Weishi was a bright spot, because Su Ro was only a young woman in her early 20s, and she stepped into the Xuanwu realm at such an age. Such talent is unimaginable. You all listen carefully. Don't think that being a disciple of a first-class sect means you look down on people from a second-class section. When my Qinglong sect was brilliant, no one in the entire Kyushu University dared to look down on it. Su Ro watched quartet, said proudly. At this moment, in the vast square, there was no sound. No one dared to refute Su Ro's words. In fact, what Su Ro said was indeed true. Even now in Qingzhou, the most beautiful Lingyun sect is only in Qingzhou. If he is placed in the entire Great Six, compared with the first sect of his 8 states, it is actually only the last string. But King Longzong is different. Don't look at it as a second-class sect now, but under the leadership of Qinglong Daoist, King Longzong was a sect that could compete with the Jiang dynasty. The Qinglong Daoist at that time was even known as the top 6 in Kyushu. Its strength is so strong that it is simply frightening to hear. The brilliance of the Azure Dragon sect is unrepeatable and unprecedented. Although the current Azure Dragon sect has indeed declined, no one can deny the splendor it once had. Roar, what are you doing? But at this moment, a strong and powerful voice suddenly exploded in the sky, like a thunderbolt falling, slamming into everyone's ears. Looking at it, everyone's faces changed greatly, and the 20 city lords knelt on the ground in unison, and said in unison, "Meet the city lord Su Hen." The city lord of Suzaku City, Su Ro, and Su Mei's father, Su Hen, appeared on the stage. He was 2 meters tall and 3 in height. He was sturdy and majestic. Wearing golden armor, he appeared like a god of war. Every time he took a step, the earth trembled slightly. Seeing this, even those pretentious first-class sect disciples had tense expressions on their faces, and did not dare to show any disrespect, because this Su Hen was considered the #1 person in the entire Qingzhou. His strength is unfathomable, and his status is higher than that of the sect master of the second-class section. Even the sect master of the first-class sect would not dare to neglect him when he saw him, let alone these disciples. You don't need to be too polite. Su Hen smiled, very easygoing, walked up to Su Ro and said, "You girl, how can you talk to your elders like this?" "Father, you can't blame elder sister for this, they look down on it." Seeing this, Su Mei hurriedly helped Su Ro. "Hey, this matter has just passed by, so don't mention it again." Su Hen waved his hand, and then apologetically, he said a few words to the fatty city lord. In fact, this is a slap in the face to a sweet jujube. Su Ro has just done it, and he has seen it with his own eyes. It was only at this time that he came out to speak, because he wanted Su Ro to suppress the fatty city lord for him. After all, it was his intention to send Su Ro and Su Mei into the Azure Dragon sect. From the bottom of his heart, he didn't like when others said that the Azure Dragon sect was not, because that would be to deny his decision, but this kind of thing, as the city owner, it's hard to say. After all, because of this kind of thing, it's really unreasonable to come to train one's subordinates. At this moment, the city lords also led the talents from their respective regions to gather together, and they chatted politely into a group. At this time, Su Mei dragged Chu Feng aside. "Chu Feng, at this Riki conference, you will enter the Ghost Horn Forest. The Ghost Horn Forest is a cursed place, and there lives a group of brutal beasts, that is, the Ghost Horn Beasts. Ghost-horned beasts are born with the first level of Lingwu, and as their bodies grow, their strength will be extremely strong. An adult ghost-horned beast will grow a purple horn on its forehead, and those with horns will grow. Ghost-horned beasts, their strength will reach the 9th level of Lingwu. Your mission this time is to hunt down adult ghost-horned beasts. Based on the ghost horns, the top 10 hunters with the most ghost-horned beasts will be hunted for 1 day, and return to this place for a competition. The city where the winner is located, you will be exempted from the tribute tax this year, and you will receive 5,000 spiritual beads as a training reward." Sume Mino whispered in Chu Feng's ear. By winning the first place, not only will you get 5,000 spirit orbs, but you can also get rid of the tribute tax. It turns out that old Gai Chenhui has more benefits than me. Chu Feng, secretly stunned. "What are you thinking? Put this away quickly." Su Mei shoved a scroll into Chu Feng's hand. "This is..." Chu Feng opened his hand and looked at it, and it could be seen that this small scroll should be a map. This is the map of the Ghost Horned Forest. The black part is where the adult ghost horned beasts gather. The larger the black area, the more adult ghost horned beasts will be, which will help you hunt down adult ghost horned beasts. But remember, you must not go to the red part. There is often a strange red mist there. Once the mist appears, you will definitely die. It's as terrifying as the Blue Dragon Sect's 10,000 Bones graveyard. Su Mei whispered. At this moment, Chu Feng finally understood Su Mei's intention. After putting the scroll in his Chenkoan bag, he brought it close to Su Mei's ear and said with a smile, "Does this count as cheating?" Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 114, Ancient Burial. Of course it's not cheating, Su Mei hurriedly explained. Then what is this? Chu Feng was very curious. Well, it's at most a little help I gave you out of friendship. Su Mei smiled sweetly, then pointed to the crowd not far away, and said in a low voice, "Don't be careless. These are not the disciples of the Qinglong sect, but the disciples of the first-class section. In some respects, what they have learned is indeed better than ours. However, I am optimistic about you. Although they are indeed higher in cultivation than you now, they are older than you. I believe that when you are 18 years old, you will definitely be stronger than them." After saying this, Su Mei walked to Su Ro's side with her little hands behind her back. The two sisters waved to Chu Feng together and left together. Looking at the pair of sisters, Chu Feng had various complexities in his heart. Although he had guessed before that Su Ro and Su Mei had special identities, he didn't expect them to be so powerful. At this moment, Chu Feng was suddenly a little confused. He felt that his previous guess was wrong. This pair of sisters spent their time in the Azure Dragon School, not to win over potential people, because with the strength of his family, there would be many powerful people. People who are willing to work for them are what they need to win over. What is your purpose? Why do you want to draw me in like this? Chu Feng was very uneasy in his heart. Although Su Ro and Su Mei are very good to him now, he will not forget that the two sisters first contacted him for a purpose. That little girl named Su Mei is probably in love with you, boy. Don't let others down. Suddenly, a sweet voice sounded, and Dandan in the spiritual world spoke up. "Oh, how do you know?" Chu Feng asked with a smile. "This is a woman's intuition, but you'd better not have bad thoughts about her. That girl is still young, so don't mess up others. I suggest you start with that sister first." "I'll go. What are you thinking about?" Chu Feng naturally understood the meaning of Dandan's words, but he never thought that this girl could say it so straightforwardly. "Don't be serious. Dare you say that you don't want to attack this pair of sisters?" Eggy said contemptuously. "I want to attack you the most right now." Chu Feng smiled evilly. "You dare?" Eggy was a little cowardly, and quickly changed the subject. "This time, you kid, maybe you will have luck." "What do you mean?" Chu Feng was puzzled. "Then the red mist that Su Mei mentioned, there is probably an ancient burial underneath." "Ancient burial? What is that?" "I told you that you don't understand. When the time comes, you will enter the Ghost Horn Forest and go to the Red Land to explore. If it is really an ancient burial, you will definitely get some benefits." Eggy sold off, and Chu Feng didn't ask any more questions, because she knew that Eggy would not harm her. After all, the two had now entered into a psychic contract. If something really happened to Chu Feng's life, then what would happen to him? The spiritual world will also collapse. At that time, with Dandan's current cultivation level, most of them will die. After that, Su Hen, the city lord of Suzaku City, announced the competition method of this rookie conference. As Su Mei said, it is limited to 1 day, and the top 10 hunters, with the most ghost horns, can win the competition. The qualifications for the competition, and the final winner is naturally the champion of the rookie conference. In addition, Su Hen also showed a map of Ghost Horn Forest to each of the 200 rookies, and drew a red field on it, clearly telling everyone that they should not step into the red field, or they would be conceded. Su Hen didn't say the specific reason, but only said that it was very dangerous, and this map of Ghost Horn Forest only drew a red area, but there was no black area, as Su Mei said. After explaining the rules, Su Hen took Chu Feng and the others out of Suzaku City, entered the Suzaku Mountains, and came to the so-called Ghost Horn Forest. The Black Mountain Forest stretches as far as the eye can see, and the wood is like iron, leaves like needles. Where there are still trees, it is simply a weapon. The most important thing is that in this forest, there is no animal chirping, and the silence is a bit strange. Boy, don't drag us back, otherwise you will be good looking. In the forest, several people from Zijin City looked at Chu Feng with menacing eyes, and then swept to the depths. For their contempt, Chu Feng smiled slightly. Like them, Chu Feng was really too lazy to take care of them. If he hit them, he would get his hands dirty. Seeing that, one after another silhouette, with various gorgeous movements, swept towards the depths of the ghost horn forest, Chu Feng was not in a hurry, stuffed the map in his hand into the Chengkuan bag, and took out the one that Sume gave him. Map. After careful consideration, Chu Feng chose a peculiar route. He interspersed several places. The place where ghost-horned beasts gathered the most, and the end point of the route was that Su Mei and Su Hen, which were clearly forbidden to enter. Area. Chu Feng used the skyfighting technique and was invincible. He hurried through the forest, and soon found the so-called ghost-horned beast. The body is like a horse, it is as big as a giant elephant, its body is dark, as if covered with black armor, and its temperament is irritable. In addition to the same kind, when it sees other creatures, it will attack fiercely, just like other beasts. However, a vicious beast is a vicious beast after all. In front of Chu Feng, it is completely vulnerable. Even an adult ghost-horned beast with purple tentacles is not a match for Chu Feng at all. Chu Feng walked all the way, and he would not let go of all the ghostly beasts he met. After beheading, he would use the method of psychic to use the power of Dandan's world spirit to devour the origin of these guys, although their cultivation was the origin. It is also very weak, and it is of little help to Eggy, but Chu Feng will not waste it. And when Chu Feng killed 200 ghost-horned beasts, he finally came to the so-called Red Realm, but it was only relatively quiet here, and he did not see the so-called Red Fog. Are you sure you can get benefits here? Chu Feng was quite disappointed. He observed with his mental power, but he didn't find it at all. He found nothing unusual here. Don't use your mental power to show shame. If the ancient burial can be seen through by your mental power, then it is not an ancient burial. Eggy said contemptuously. Then what should we do? Take out your world spirit compass and use it to probe. Hearing Eggy's words, Chu Feng suddenly realized that he hurriedly took out the world spirit compass. After taking out the world spirit compass, there was indeed a strange instructing map, but Chu Feng couldn't see why, but Eggy did. Doorway. According to Eggy's instructions, Chu Feng began to set up a formation in a special area. Because Chu Feng's technique was blunt and his mental strength was insufficient, it consumed a lot of Chu Feng's time, and it was only late at night. Finish. And when the formation was opened, the formation disappeared, and was replaced by a bottomless deep hole, pitch black, with no bottom visible, but there were bursts of strange sounds coming from the hole. If you listen carefully, you will see that it is very similar to the cry of a woman. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 115 Graveyard Level. At night, the sky is full of stars, and it is dim. Only a full moon, bright and bright. But it was constantly obscured by the floating dark clouds, and the faint moonlight shone down from time to time. On the ground, iron trees are lined up and erected among them. Like a mace, it rose from the ground. The surroundings of Chu Feng were quiet, and there was not even the slightest sound of wind blowing, but this special stillness made the sound in the cave even more eerie. I'm rubbing. Are you sure you want me to go down here? What is it that is screaming? Isn't it a ghost? Chu Feng was a little uneasy. It was the first time he heard such a miserable voice, and it was still coming from a bottomless pit. It was like a ghost from hell, telling his grievances, very infiltrating. What are you afraid of? Don't forget that you are a world spiritist, and you are destined to deal with ghosts, otherwise how can you help me absorb its origin? Eggy reprimanded. No way. After a long time, a world spiritist is born to rob a tomb? Chu Feng was speechless. Otherwise, what do you think? World spiritists and world spirits are able to capture things that ordinary people can't capture, and the cemetery of the martial arts masters contains a lot of treasures, which is simply the best shortcut to martial arts. The way to cultivate martial arts is so difficult, only a fool would not take this shortcut. Eggy said contemptuously. Then if you say so, then the thing howling below could really be a ghost? Chu Feng's heart tensed. Demons, ghosts, and monsters are all legends. However, as he broadened his horizons, there are monsters and monsters in the world. If they don't practice martial arts properly, they will also become demons and slaughter the world. They are regarded as demons. If this is inferred, the so-called ghost may really exist. What's so scary about ghosts? Haven't you seen them before? Eggy said. When have I seen a ghost? Chu Feng thought about it carefully, but he never remembered that he had seen a so-called ghost. Isn't that the old man you saw in the 10,000 Bones tomb? Eggy reminded. What? That one turned out to be a ghost? How is it possible? He is so powerful. Chu Feng was greatly surprised, because the old man he saw that night left a deep impression on him. Although he did not give off any breath, Chu Feng still felt that he was so powerful that it was indescribable, so he never imagined it. That will be the ghost. When you cultivate martial arts to a certain level, your spiritual consciousness will become very powerful. After death, your spiritual consciousness will not be destroyed, and will float around. This is what you call ghosts. But the spiritual power of the world spiritist is very strong. After death, the spiritual power and the consciousness can be integrated into one, and they can control the every move of the consciousness and continue to live in another form. Although it's not as strong as before, but it also has anti-sky methods. The old man you saw that day was such a strong man, and your mental power was blocked, and it was the one who inspired you. Eggy told one by one, although Chu Feng passed out that day, but Eggy didn't, so she saw what the old man did to Chu Feng. After hearing her words, Chu Feng also suddenly realized that he had already possessed spiritual power, but he was unable to stimulate it due to special reasons. That is to say, his spiritual power was also born with it. Any place with such a strong sense of consciousness, there is an ancient burial underground, but there are so many bones in the 10,000 Bones tomb, and the old man's unspeakable concealment, so most of the place will not be a simple ancient burial. The burial is likely to be a murderous burial. Eggy continued. What is the murderous burial? Chu Feng was very puzzled, but he could hear the power of it. You idiot, you really don't understand anything, forget it. In order to make you a qualified world spiritist, I will tell you something, so as not to go out and be shamed in the future. Remember, ordinary people's cemeteries are called tombs. Although the tombs will also have some organs and secret treasures, they can be deciphered by ordinary people. Only low-level world spiritists will spy on the tombs. An empty old man's cemetery is a tomb. And those cemeteries that are pregnant with spiritual consciousness are ancient burials. Ancient burials are not how long they have been buried, but a name for measuring the level of cemeteries. Ancient burials are very dangerous and have traps that ordinary people cannot perceive. Even in a strange situation, only a world spiritist can perceive and decipher it, so the ancient burial is the place where the value of the world spiritist is reflected. As for the murderous burial, the burial is not a simple martial arts master, it is very likely to be a great murderous thing. It is impossible to determine what this thing is. It may be a human being, it may be a beast, it may be alive, or it may be dead. Most of them are strong enough to cause harm to the world after death, or monsters that are not dead at all are sealed somewhere. This kind of cemetery is very dangerous, and when you enter it, most of them have no return, and may even be released into the sky. Monsters, to bring disaster to the world. So this kind of cemetery is called a murderous burial. Unless it is a world spiritist with the ability to reach the sky, basically no one dares to open it, and it will cause a catastrophe. There is such a thing, no wonder Elder Zhuge is interested in the 10,000 Bones graveyard. Chu Feng suddenly realized, and finally realized, that the value of the world spiritist is reflected in the cemetery. The 10,000 Bones tombs are very powerful, most of them are murderous burials, and dangers are dangerous, but they definitely contain huge treasures. Let's not talk about other things. If I can absorb the source of the old man's body, my strength will also increase greatly. It's just a pity, now you absolutely can't touch the 10,000 Bones tomb, otherwise 10,000 you will not be enough to die. But the old man seems to have something to help you, so he left the map on you, but there is a mystery in the map. You can't open the ancient tomb until you reach a certain level of strength. But if you open the 10,000 Bones tomb to enter it in the future, the old man will definitely wish you a helping hand, at least give you a certain benefit. Of course, as long as there is a benefit, you must pay a certain price. And the murderous burial is too dangerous for you. Even if you have a map in hand, you cannot open it. So now, you should not think about the murderous burial, but should explore this ancient burial. Dandan looked a little excited when she said this. After all, most of the intact ancient burials contain the remains of martial arts masters. That powerful source was what she yearned for most. Well, since everyone is here, we can't leave empty-handed. Chufeng nodded, but did not jump down, but when he jumped into the black hole, he hurriedly displayed the versatile bow, condensed 2 daggers in his hands, and inserted the daggers into the rock wall of the black hole. Using this, go down little by little. At first, Chufeng's speed was very slow, but he quickly became proficient in this movement and began to dive in a hurry. The more he dived, the clearer the woman's cry became. Chufeng, who had always been daring, couldn't help but feel his back. Wind and chills. Don't be afraid, this is mostly a wandering soul. You may be a master in your lifetime, but you will not be your opponent after death. Your spirit formation technique can restrain it. As if feeling the panic in Chufeng's heart, Dandan reminded solemnly. Road. N. Chufeng nodded, calmed his mind, continued to dive, and finally stabilized his feet and came to the bottom. This is a huge cave. Although it is pitch dark, one can feel its emptiness. Chufeng took out the world spirit compass and poured a ray of spiritual power into it. Immediately, the dark cave was illuminated with bright lights. This is... However, when the vision became clear, Chufeng's face changed greatly, and he was stunned by the scene in front of him. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 116, Su Ro's biological mother? On the uneven rock wall, there are strange patterns carved, which seem to be spells, but not spells, giving people an indescribable feeling. In short, it makes people feel uncomfortable. Not far from Chufeng, there were still piles of white bones. Although they were not as large as the sea of bones, the number in front of them was really surprising. Wow, there are so many origins, hurry up, help me absorb them all. Eggy was ecstatic, as if a treasure had been discovered. Wait, that ghost is watching us. Chufeng's heart tightened, and a figure appeared behind the pile of bones. That was a beautiful woman, wearing a long silk dress with a long dress on the back of her head, well-dressed, with an air of makeup. At this moment, she was staring at Chufeng on alert, and sobbing was constantly coming out of her mouth. This is the so-called ghost. To be precise, it is a divine consciousness transformed after death, because her body is almost transparent, with a faint glow, and it is definitely not a physical body. However, after looking at it carefully, Chufeng was surprised. She felt a sense of familiarity from this beautiful woman's face. This beautiful woman looked a bit like Sister Su Ro. Who are you? Thinking of an astonishing possibility, Chufeng hurriedly asked. But Chufeng just opened his mouth, but that sense of consciousness had a look of fear on his face. He turned around and left floating at a very fast speed, and it disappeared in the blink of an eye. That divine consciousness has no intelligence, but only instinct. If you ask her anything, she won't answer, because she has no memory at all. In addition, she should have been dead for a long time, and her consciousness will soon dissipate. Now her strength is very weak, and it can't hurt you at all, so don't worry about her. Now, please help me devour these origins. The complete remains of so many martial practitioners, of which the origin is very strong, will definitely make my cultivation soar, and maybe I will be able to enter the peak of Linggu. Egi reminded that it was very terrifying for her to devour the source for cultivation. Chu Feng had let her devour the source before, and the source of the 200 adult ghost-horned beasts had already given this girl with no cultivation base a possession that would not lose to Chu Feng. Feng's power has now reached the 8th level of Lingguo. If he swallows the source of these bones, he can indeed break through to the peak of Lingguo. Yep. Chu Feng nodded without talking nonsense and began to devour the origin of these corpses. The invisible suction spread, and an invisible gas emerged from the mountain-like bones. This is the origin, which cannot be seen by the naked eye, only spiritual power to be noticed. The sources poured into Chu Feng's body layer by layer, and they were all swallowed up by Egi. In the spiritual world, this girl sat cross-legged, like cultivating, refining these sources, and her cultivation began to advance by leaps and bounds. Hurry up, go and help me find the body of that divine consciousness. Those who can condense the divine consciousness must have at least cultivated in the Xuanwu realm before her death. If she refines her origin, I will definitely be able to step into the Yuanwu realm. After swallowing all the bones here, Egi really entered the 9th level of Lingguo, and she seemed more and more excited because she felt more and more that this was an ancient burial, and she could get great benefits here. You girl, you are too perverted. Chu Feng was extremely speechless. Logically speaking, his cultivation level was sky-high, but compared to this girl, it was simply not worth mentioning. In half a day, he went from having no cultivation base to entering the 9th level of Lingguo. It's really too scary. Excited and amazed, Xingju did not hesitate at his feet. Holding the world spirit compass in his hand, he began to sweep into the depths of the cave, following the cry to search for the woman's body. During the search, Chu Feng couldn't help but ask curiously, "Where did those white bones come from? It looks like it should have been dead for a long time, right? Why don't you ask, whether intentionally or not, those are the victims who broke into the ancient burial?" Egi explained. After hearing these words, Chu Feng was secretly shocked. Although those people had become bones, Chu Feng could also feel from the power of the source that those people should have been in the Yuan Wujing before their lives, and so many Yuan Wujing died like this. At least it shows that this ancient burial is very dangerous. However, with the world spirit compass in hand at this moment, all dangers can be predicted, so Chu Feng is not too worried. His thoughts are still on the beautiful woman just now. He has a hunch that the woman is likely to be with Sue. The Soft sisters are related. Could it be the mother of those two girls? So, this is the cemetery of the city housewife? But after thinking about it, Chu Feng felt wrong again. If that beautiful woman was really Sister Su Ro's mother, Su Hen's wife, how could she be buried here, not even a tombstone, and why did she cry? And cry so miserably? With all kinds of questions, Chu Feng was walking in this cave, and under the guidance of the world spirit compass, he finally heard the miserable cry again, and when Chu Feng approached again, he was shocked to find that next to the beautiful woman, indeed there are corpses. This body has long since been decomposed into bones, but the clothes on the body are still there. Although it is a little tattered, it can still be seen that it is the silk dress that the beautiful woman is wearing. Obviously, this is the body of the beautiful woman. That's great, it really is the corpse of the Xuanwu realm. Although it's only the first layer, it's okay. As long as I refine it, I can definitely break through the Yuanwu realm. Egi's joyful voice resounded in his mind. No, the origin of this woman cannot be refined by you. Chu Feng stopped. Although he was not sure, he felt that this beautiful woman was probably the biological mother of Sister Su Ro. Chu Feng still doesn't want to destroy the remains. Are you stupid? It's just sucking the source, and it won't destroy her body. Besides, she's already dead, and the current consciousness doesn't have spiritual wisdom. Now it's getting weaker and weaker, and it will soon dissipate. Her origin, if I refine it, I can reach the primordial martial realm, which will be of great benefit to you and me. Now that you are at the 8th level of Lingguo, you can defeat the powerhouse in the primordial martial realm. But if I possess your body and lend my power to you, you will be able to reach the Yuanwu realm. At that time, even a master of the 3rd level of Yuanwu may not be your opponent. Do you want to miss such a good opportunity? Hearing Egyi's words, Chu Feng was also moved. Yuan Wujing, if it was as Dandan said, he could borrow her strength to him and let his strength reach Yuan Wujing, this would be very important to Chu Feng. There is a huge temptation indeed. Because according to Chu Feng's current strength, if he can reach the Yuanwu realm, let alone the 3rd level of Yuanwu, I am afraid that even the 4th level of Yuanwu can fight. How could Chu Feng not desire such a powerful combat power, especially it was the time when the countdown had already begun in that year. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 117, The Fierce Burial. It really won't damage the body itself? Chu Feng asked solemnly. In fact, he had absorbed the origin of the bones before, and he already knew that absorbing the origin would not damage the bones, but he was still a little worried. In fact, in the bottom of his heart, he always felt that it was disrespectful to absorb the origin of others in this way. For others, Chu Feng would not have any self-blame, but felt that it was reasonable, because if he didn't take it, other world spiritists would take it, but this one was Su Ro and Su Mei's biological mother, so Chu Feng would naturally be a little hesitant. It will never damage her body. Seemingly knowing that Chu Feng had a burden in his heart, Dandan and his solemn assured Che, and immediately added, this is definitely not her cemetery, it seems that she probably broke into this place without a doubt and was caught by other things. Kill. As long as you let me absorb her origin, I may be able to help you find out the cause of her death. I think you, as a friend of the sisters, would like to know how their mother died, right? Egyi was very smart. Not only Chu Feng saw that this beautiful woman might be the biological mother of Sister Su Ro, she had already seen the clue. Well, that's what you said. Chu Feng nodded. This place is too mysterious. It is very likely that, as Dandan said, there will be huge treasures here. If the body of a Tianwu realm powerhouse is buried here and the source is absorbed by Dandan, Dandan will be able to reach the basalt realm. For Chu Feng, it was a big happy event, because it meant that he would have the ability to defeat Gong Luyan. Although it was not his own cultivation, it was at least his own means. Wow, but just as Chu Feng was about to approach the corpse, the beautiful woman rushed towards Chu Feng with her teeth and claws, and she let out a roar like a ghost, which was very terrifying. And that kind of momentum is very special and strange, but what is certain is that the pressure is as strong as that of a master of the 5th level of Yuanwu, which is definitely not something that Chu Feng can deal with. SHHH. Feeling wrong, Chu Feng subconsciously used the air defense technique, and the lightning surged back several meters. Boom! The blow smashed into the air, and the beautiful woman slammed into the ground. Although the rock on the surface was very hard, it was still shaken by the rubble, and a large pit half a meter deep appeared, showing the strength of this beautiful woman. How tyrannical! Wu missed the blow, and the beautiful woman attacked again, and this time it was even faster, almost in the blink of an eye. Don't panic, use the technique of enchantment. Egyi's voice sounded, and at the same time, a scorching feeling came from within Chu Feng's body. An extremely powerful spiritual energy began to emerge from within the body, filling the whole body in an instant. Chu Feng's cultivation level actually reached the level of Lingguo. 9. Chu Feng had long anticipated this change. He knew that it was not his own cultivation that became stronger, but Dandan lent her cultivation to Chu Feng. Chu Feng can communicate with the enchantment with a thought, and the power of the enchantment surged out of his mind and appeared in front of him silently, forming an invisible wall that blocked him. Boom! The beautiful woman collided with the barrier, and there was a loud noise, and cracks appeared on the barrier, but at the same time, she also roared and flew back. When it landed, Chu Feng was shocked to discover that the place where she had previously collided with the barrier was emitting a lot of heat, and her face was even more filled with fear. Amazing! Chu Feng was shocked. The defensive power of this spirit formation technique is really impressive. Now he has only mastered the primary means, and can resist the enemy with the 5th level of Yuanwu. Invisibility will become his strongest defense. at the moment, block her with a barrier. Although she is not wise, she will also subconsciously protect her body. However, the technique of barrier restrains consciousness. Even if she has the power to break your barrier, she will not dare to get close, Egi reminded. And Chu Feng did not hesitate, his thoughts turned, and the layers of formations continued to condense. At first, the inner 3 layers and the outer 3 layers locked the beautiful woman in it. It was not until Chu Feng felt that his spiritual power was about to be exhausted, he would stop. Spiritual power is equal to the power of enchantment. As an enchantress, no matter how strong the spirit is, you can use as much enchantment power. Therefore, when the enchantment is arranged, the mental power is also being consumed. With Chu Feng's current spirit strength, so many enchantments are arranged, it is his limit. Quick, absorb its source. Egi cheered excitedly. At the same time, Chu Feng also came to his body and began to help Egi absorb its source. This time, because Egi had given Chu Feng his power, when Chu Feng absorbed the source, he could clearly feel that his breath soared. Soon, the aura in his body changed qualitatively. It was no longer spiritual energy, but yuan force. After consuming the source, Dandan actually stepped into the Yuanwu realm. It's a success. Egi was ecstatic, jumping in Chu Feng's spiritual world, not to mention how beautiful. But at this moment, Chu Feng realized that the beautiful woman who had been imprisoned in the barrier by him was extremely dissipating, and soon became invisible. Damn it. You girl, you actually lied to me. Chu Feng suddenly realized that he was deceived, and absorbing the source of others would indeed not cause harm to the body, but it would completely dissipate his consciousness. Isn't it just a sense of consciousness? Even if I don't absorb her origin, she will dissipate quickly. Are you turning your face on her and me? It's me who can help you now, not her. Egi did not admit her mistake. On the contrary, he seemed very aggrieved. Forget it, the matter has already happened. I don't want to argue with you too much, but I don't want to have this kind of thing happen a second time. Also, remember that I, Chu Feng, really need your strength now, but it's not impossible without you. Chu Feng was really angry. After all, that was most likely Su Ro and Su Mei's biological mother. Regardless of whether she was wise or not, Chu Feng would always feel a little guilty when she completely dissipated because of herself. Okay, I know you're amazing, why don't I lie to you next time? Let me tell you a secret. Egi smiled mischievously. What secret? I'm sure that Sister Flower's mother was killed by others, because in her identity, it is impossible for her to have no treasures on her body, but you look at her, although she is well dressed, but the only thing you can't see is the Qianquan bag and her sternum fragmentation, apparently caused by external force. Of course I can see this, but the question is, who do you think killed her? Who took her Qianquan bag? Chu Feng asked. He really wanted to help Su Ro and Su Mei to find out who killed her. The culprit of their mother. In addition, Chu Feng also wanted to get the treasure here, because he not only found out the beautiful woman's Qianquan bag was gone, and they had absorbed the piles of bones from the source before, and they did not leave any treasures. This mostly means that the treasures on their bodies have been taken away by others first, so Chu Feng really wants to know who that person is, and most importantly, he wants to know if that person is still alive. How do I know? I haven't seen it with my own eyes, but it must be man-made. You bastard girl. Chu Feng was quite annoyed, and felt like he was being played by Dandan again. Hey, you don't need to get excited. If I guessed correctly, most of the people who killed Sister Hua's mother are already dead, because there are more terrifying things here. Most of them are not an ancient burial, but a burial. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 118 Infinite Treasure. The murderous burial? Chu Feng was shocked. He had already learned the level of the cemetery. Although he did not know what the murderous burial represented, he also knew that it was a place of great murder. That's right, the spell on this rock wall is a spell to restrain evil spirits, Egi said. Evil spirit? What is that? Chu Feng asked. Evil spirits are actually world spirits, but when a world spirit is freed from the shackles of a world spiritist and lives in the world of beings in its own form, it is called an evil spirit. Evil spirits are the representatives of evil. In order to seek power, they will slaughter all living beings and absorb their origins, so they are called evil spirits. The most important thing is that only after the world spirit and the world spiritist have concluded a contract can they enter the spiritual world of the world spiritist, and then use the world spiritist's body as a medium to display their own power. Bound. However, when the world spirit is strong to a certain extent, it can break the contract, break through the bondage of the world spiritist, and step into the world of living beings with one's own will. If you want to break this contract, you need at least the cultivation level of Tianwu. Otherwise, it simply cannot be done. Heavenly Martial Realm? Chu Feng was taken aback once again. That was the realm that only the most peak powerhouses of the Kyushu continent could reach. So, each evil spirit is very strong, at least has the cultivation base of Tianwu realm, and the exit here is full of magic spells, indicating that evil spirits are bound to be imprisoned here. Think about it, will the place where this evil spirit be imprisoned still be a simple ancient burial? Will the person who can imprison the evil spirit be a simple person? Speaking of which, I really underestimate this big six in Kyushu. At least in the territory of Qingzhou, there should be a guy who has gone through a lot, catching evil spirits to guard his cemetery, which proves the means of the owner of this tomb. Egg exclaimed. It's so powerful, then do we have to go deeper? Hearing Dandan's words being so terrifying, Chu Feng lost his confidence. For him, the heavenly martial realm is simply a legendary realm. There are evil spirits with strength in the heavenly martial realm. I am afraid that if someone breathes a sigh of relief, they can blow themselves to pieces. If they see it, most of them will be lost. Little life. Don't be afraid, the magic spell can bind the evil spirits, so as long as there is a place where the magic spell is available, you are safe, at least the evil spirits can't hurt you. In the murderous burial, there are bound to be endless treasures. You can continue to explore. Even if you only get the tip of the iceberg, you will be able to step up and gain huge benefits. Maybe you will get enough training resources to enter the Xuanwu realm. Egg said. Hearing Dandan's words, Chu Feng suddenly gained motivation and began to continue his exploration. This cave world is getting wider and wider, and the so-called magic spell is getting denser and denser, although it can no longer be seen. The surrounding rock walls, but at least there are more and more magic spells underfoot. According to Dandan, the evil spirits imprisoned here must be very fierce, otherwise it would be impossible to arrange such a powerful magic spell. Such a magic spell is not something that ordinary world spiritists can arrange. And the deeper he went, the more shocked Chu Feng became. This place was so huge, it was like an underground world. To the roaring sound of the water. What a beautiful lake. Continuing to move forward, what appeared in front of Chu Feng was actually a vast lake. The lake water was monstrous, constantly slapping the waterfront, making rumbling sounds, and on the lake surface, there were countless fireflies, emitting a faint green light. It was their light that made Chu Feng recognize that it was a vast lake. But after a closer look, Chu Feng realized that it couldn't be a firefly, it was much bigger than a firefly, and he couldn't tell what object it was, but it did have a faint green light, which was very strange. The distance is too far, Chu Feng's mental power cannot touch it, and it is impossible to distinguish what it is and whether it is dangerous. He continued to move forward, and his field of vision finally became wider. He could see that there were countless white bones on the shore of the water, densely covering the shore and extending into the lake. It's terrible, I don't know how many people died, at least tens of thousands, and these bones are different from the outside, most of them are smashed to pieces, and they were killed by external forces, and what I see now is only the number on the shore. I don't know how many bones are left. What happened here, and why so many people died? Chu Feng was shocked, and when he approached cautiously, he found that under the bones, different kinds of glimmering lights flickered. It's the Lingju, not just the Lingju, but also the Yuanju. My god, there really are endless treasures here. With such a distance, Chu Feng's mental power finally came into play, and he was able to detect that in the Sea of Bones, there were endless spiritual orbs and yuan orbs buried. Don't go over. But Chu Feng was about to step in, but was stopped by Eggy's voice. What's wrong? Chu Feng was puzzled. The surface in front is covered with white bones, and it is impossible to see whether there is any magic spell, but what is certain is that there is no source in these bones, and the source has been sucked dry. That range is the range that evil spirits can attack. Anyone who enters will die. This is a trap that lures people into stepping into it. Eggy reminded solemnly. So, there are really evil spirits guarding? Then, is there a way to escape his induction and let me enter? There are not only spirit beads, but also yuan beads in the bones, and many, if I can get them, you will definitely be able to cultivate and make great progress. For Chu Feng, who is in urgent need of cultivation resources, the treasure in the bones is too tempting. Not to mention getting all of them, as long as he gets a part of it, Chu Feng's cultivation will also increase greatly, and he will definitely be able to step into the Yuan dynasty, martial realm, and even have the opportunity to step into the Xuanwu realm. If you miss, go there. Don't be blinded by interests. Among those tens of thousands of bones, everyone's cultivation level before life must be higher than yours, and now not all of them die tragically. This murderous burial can only be explored here. As long as there is no world spiritist in the heavenly martial realm here, the treasures here will be yours sooner or later. You can retrieve them later when you are successful in your cultivation, but you must not be unsure about it. Rush in. Chu Feng is not an unwise person. He naturally knew that what Dandan said was right, so after looking at him reluctantly, he had no choice but to wipe the saliva from his mouth, then turned around and retreated. Woo, but at this moment, a piercing roar suddenly exploded in the lake. The sound was so terrifying, it seemed to come from the evil spirits under the 9 serenities, which captured the soul. At the same time, the Kamubo was even more billowing, and the faint green light spots on the lake also screamed strangely, and flew towards Chu Feng like lightning. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 119, A Worthwhile Trip. Buzzing, several lines of dim light broke through the wind, densely packed, like a group of dim green meteors, swiftly flying by, and making strange noises at the same time. It turned out that those were not fireflies at all, but a group of green monsters that looked like mosquitoes. They flew in the sky with a pair of wings. They were all about the size of a person. The strength of each of these monsters is not trivial, at least comparable to the human masters of the Yuanwu realm. When tens of thousands of them gather together, the power is even more terrifying. It is like an army of tens of thousands of masters of the Yuanwu realm facing Chu Feng. Oppressed. Run! Eggy exclaimed, and lent her strength to Chu Feng again to improve Chu Feng's cultivation. And Chu Feng didn't dare to be neglected. The Yuan force in his body was running, and he used the royal air technique to escape in a hurry. But at this moment, a dazzling brilliance bloomed under Chu Feng's feet. The magic spell engraved on the rock wall actually emitted a red light. The light reflected and filled the cave world. Puff puff. At the same time, the faint green ray of light had already entered the red body, but as soon as it entered, it exploded, and there was not even a residue left, and it completely disappeared. This magic spell is so powerful. Chu Feng was shocked. If it wasn't for the magic spell to stop him, I'm afraid he really wouldn't be able to escape. Don't stop, run. Just as Chu Feng stopped to watch, Dandan exclaimed. Long, long, long. At this moment, Chu Feng was shocked to realize that there were already monstrous waves in the lake. The huge waves that were several meters high were surging in its direction like a ferocious beast. The most important thing is that in the azure blue waves, there were 2 faint green rays of light, which were actually a pair of eyes, very big, too big to describe. Just one glance made Chu Feng's body tremble violently, and a touch of indescribable fear was born from his heart. There was no oppression or deterrence. Just this gaze was enough to make one feel fearful. Don't think too much, Chu Feng already knows what it is, and it is likely to be the evil spirit mentioned by Dandan, and what Chu Feng can't imagine is that with such a pair of eyes, how huge its body will be. Feeling that something was not right, Chu Feng began to flee desperately, but even though the speed of airborne art was already terrifying, he was still no match for the surging waves. The monstrous waves rumbled, and they were already pouring into the area where the red light filled the magic spell. Maybe the thrust was too strong, and its speed was not proportional to its size, and it was rushing towards Chu Feng. What's going on? Is the magic spell not working? The magic spell did not stop the huge waves, which made Chu Feng a little scared. If the evil spirit caught up, it would definitely die. Giant waves aren't evil spirits, so how can the curse be blocked? Don't worry, the evil spirits dare not approach the curse, as long as you don't get sucked into the lake by the waves, Egi reminded. At this moment, the huge wave was already approaching, and a powerful wave was already slamming down towards Chu Feng. Hugh, don't underestimate me. This wave could no longer be avoided. Seeing that he was about to be submerged, Chu Feng was on his toes, and he actually walked against the wave. With the help of the power of the giant wave, he pushed forward, and the crisis of the giant wave was resolved. Whoa. At this moment, Chu Feng was able to hear the terrifying roar. The sound was deafening. Fortunately, the distance was far away. If the roar sounded in front of him, Chu Feng felt that he might be shocked to death by the roar. It's terrifying. Is this an evil spirit? Because the evil spirit did not dare to step into the area where the curse was cast down, the huge waves it stirred up also began to subside. Seeing the subsided waves, Chu Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. That evil spirit is too terrifying. If he hadn't obeyed Egi's words and didn't leave the area of the curse, he would definitely be beheaded by it, even his source would be absorbed, and he would die extremely thoroughly. Evil spirits aren't scary, it's just that you're too weak. Look carefully. The huge waves just now were very turbulent. It's very likely that some bones in the lake will be impacted. Maybe there will be something you need. Egi reminded. You're really right. After stepping on the wet rocky ground, with the help of the light of the world spirit compass, after searching, Chu Feng was overjoyed. Sure enough, as Egi said, under the impact of the huge waves, many bones were washed out, not only the bones, but also the spirit beads. There were several spirit beads in front of me, scattered everywhere, in the shallow water, scattered with crystals of light. The impact of the huge wave just now was great, and there are spirit orbs in front of you. If you search carefully, you may find how many spirit orbs you can find, and maybe even Yuanju. You can quickly look for them. Egi is also very happy for Chu Feng. Although this spirit orb is of no use to her, it is of great use to Chu Feng. Now that she has benefited greatly from this murderous burial, she naturally does not want Chu Feng to return empty-handed. Yep. And Chu Feng didn't take it lightly, and began to carefully search this area. After about 2 hours of searching, Chu Feng found more than 3,000 spirit orbs and 7 yuan orbs. One primordial orb is equivalent to 1,000 spirit orbs, that is to say, Chu Feng has obtained more than 10,000 spirit orbs in this trip. If he can win the championship at the rookie tournament and obtain another 5,000 spirit orbs, perhaps Chu Feng is expected to make an impact. Yuan Wujing, this kind of harvest is not bad, at least it is worthwhile. Knowing that it was impossible to pass in front of him, Chu Feng started to return, and when he climbed out of the dark cave, he was shocked to find that it was noon with the bright sun. Damn it, it's too bad. You won't miss the rookie meeting, will you? Chu Feng was quite speechless. In the murderous burial, he was too cautious, but he ignored the issue of time. He never imagined that he had stayed in the murderous burial for so long, and now the day has passed, so hurry up. Is likely to miss this rookie conference. Although it was said that during the murderous burial, Chu Feng had already obtained more than 10,000 spirit orbs, but for him who was in urgent need of cultivation resources, the 5,000 spirit orbs awarded by the rookie tournament were also a must. Thinking of this, Chu Feng hurriedly lifted the barrier. After the barrier was lifted, the black hole leading to the murderous burial disappeared and was replaced by a green lawn, and ordinary people couldn't see the clue. After doing this, Chu Feng also began to rush to Suzaku City desperately. In fact, this rookie conference has indeed come to an end. In Suzaku City, in that square, all the rookies who participated in the rookie conference have begun to return with their trophies. And in the square, there are 5 more competition platforms. I think it was set up for the champions behind. Outside the square, it was crowded with people. All the celebrities in Suzaku City came and wanted to take a look at all the parties. What kind of style will the rookie of the city have? Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 120, Sumei's fiancé. What's the matter? Why doesn't that guy Chu Feng come back? Somewhere in the square, Sumei Lu frowned, her beautiful eyes swept around, looking for Chu Feng's figure. Don't worry, with his cultivation level, as long as he doesn't step into that area, he won't be able to encounter any trouble in the Ghost Horn Forest. He must be too greedy. In order to get better results, he is still hunting Ghost Horn. Beast. Suro stood beside Sumei, with a white dress on her body. She was slender, every frown and a smile could seduce people's souls, and it was extremely attractive. No matter where they went, this pair of sisters would become the focus of people's attention and let men do it. Moved and made women jealous. Sister Suro, Mayor, long time no see. A magnetic voice sounded, and a handsome young man came over. He held a folding fan in front of his chest. He was really graceful, and made countless women present to him sideways and exclaimed. The reason why he attracts attention is not only because of his handsome looks, but also because of the clothes he wears, which are the clothes of the core disciples of Lingyun's sect. The cultivation base has already stepped into the 8th level of Yuanwu. It turned out to be Shangguanya. Could it be that why did you come back to the rookie conference? After seeing this, Suro narrowed her eyes and smiled kindly at him. The Shangguan family is very important in Suzaku City. Although the current Suzaku City is dominated by the Su family, the power of the Shangguan family is not much weaker than that of the Su family. He is already the default heir to the Shangguan family. What's so good about this rookie conference? It's just a group of wine bags and rice bags selected by a second-class city. If I let the talented people from Suzaku City participate, let alone the top 10, they won't even be able to enter the top 100, and all the places will definitely be occupied by my people from Suzaku City. Full. This is the rookie conference. You are 19 years old now. Even if you are allowed to participate, you are not qualified. Sumei cast a glance at her, obviously disliking the Shangguanya. For Sumei's words, Shangguan you did not get angry, but smiled slightly. Meyer, how can you say that to your future husband? Fart, you're not my fiancé at all. I've never admitted this marriage, so you better pay attention to what you say, and don't call me Mayor, I'm disgusting. Sumei glared at him, then he walked away quickly, as if he didn't want to stand with this man. Sister Suro, Mayor's temper is too strong, but she is my fiancé, after all. I don't mind if she talks to me like this, but it is really a joke for outsiders. Shangguanya was full of grievances and complained to Suro. Get up and suffer. Huh. Suro first smiled charmingly at his words, and then said, since you know that she has a strong temper, don't say these words to her again. After all, she is still young, it's normal to be self-willed, you should be considerate. Horror. Although the two of you have a marriage contract, it's better for you to impress her with your sincerity. Otherwise, even if you get her person, you won't get her heart. It's not good for you or her. As my sister, although I won't go against my father's wishes. But I won't let Xiaomei marry someone she doesn't love. So even if you have a marriage contract, you have to make her truly fall in love with you, otherwise even if it were me, I wouldn't agree to her marrying you. After saying this, Suro chased after Sumei. The smile on the corner of Shangguanya's mouth suddenly subsided, a cold light appeared in his eyes, and he said coldly, what I want, I will get it sooner or later, and no one wants to stop it. During this period, almost all the rookies who participated in the rookie conference this time returned. The host of the rookie conference selected the top 10 according to the person who hunted the most ghost horns. These 10 people are all disciples from first-class sects, and all of them are core disciples. Wanpeng in Zijin City is ranked 10th, and Chen Weishi, a disciple of Lingyun sect, ranks 2nd. As for the first place, it is a young man from Fengyun City. This Fengyun City can be said to be the strongest city in the second-class city. The first place in the annual rookie conference is won by the rookies of this Fengyun City. And this year, the young man from Wind and Cloud City is also very good. He is also a disciple of Lingyun sect. Although his cultivation is also at the second level of Yuanwu and Wu, he is equal to Chen Wenxi. But the aura of the whole person is completely different. He can't say what's wrong, but I always feel that he seems to be stronger than Chen Wenxi. Because of this time, Chen Wenxi killed 203 ghost-horned beasts, but this young man killed 415, which is more than double that of Chen Weixin. It's almost time, all the rookies come on stage. The host said. Wait. But at this moment, Su Mei came over. Miss San, what's the matter? The host was very respectful to Su Mei. There is still one person who hasn't handed in the prey. How can it start like this? Su Mei's attitude was very dissatisfied. Is there another person? The host turned his attention to the guard who counted the results. Seeing this, the guard hurriedly flipped through the booklet in his hand, looked at it carefully for a while, and said loudly, "There is indeed one person who hasn't handed in their prey." Who is it? The host asked. My name is Chu Feng, from Zijin City. He is the core disciple of the second-class sect Qinglong sect, and has the 8th level of Lingwu. The guard said loudly. Phew. As soon as these words came out, there was an uproar inside and outside the square. A second-class sect disciple didn't say it, but it was only the 8th level of Lingwu. This is simply the worst among all the rookies, with the worst identity and cultivation. There is no need for such a person to wait. Miss San, even if this person turns in the prey, I'm afraid he won't be able to rank in the top 10. I don't think there's any need to wait, right? Seeing people's reactions, the host seemed very embarrassed. How do you know that he can't be ranked in the top 10? Su Mei pouted and her attitude became sharp. The host's face was ashen, and he was speechless. He really didn't dare to offend the third young lady. It's better to follow the rules. You have to wait before the time is up. If he doesn't come when the time is up, it's not too late to start again. Su Ro walked over. Just listen to the second lady. Upon seeing this, the host nodded. Compared with Su Mei's arrogance and willfulness, Su Ro still had some dignity in Suzaka City. And it doesn't matter if you wait, the people on and off the court are all dissatisfied, and they all feel that there is no need to wait for such a person, but since the time is almost up, they still choose to wait. As for the 10 people who were already ranked in the top 10, they looked more relaxed and content. Their thoughts were completely on each other, and they didn't put Chu Feng in their eyes at all. They felt that waiting for Chu Feng was just a waste of time. I'm sorry everyone, I'm late. And just as the crowd was raging, a thin figure squeezed out of the crowd and entered the center of the square. Chu Feng finally appeared. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 121, Just One Move. This is that Chu Feng. He doesn't look very old. After Chu Feng appeared, he became the center of attention of the audience. After all, everyone was waiting for him to appear, but Chu Feng's tender face surprised everyone. Although this rookie conference is limited to those under the age of 18, in order to obtain better results, each city will select 18-year-old juniors to participate. After all, if they are both geniuses, the longer they practice martial arts, the more natural their strength will be. The stronger. But Chu Feng's age is obviously far less than 18 years old. He is a young boy. Although he is so old and cultivated, he is really extraordinary, but compared to the core disciples of the first-class sect, Chu Feng still looks a little bit weak. The reason why people are puzzled is why Zijincheng chooses a young boy like Chu Feng as a representative. Even if he has potential, his current cultivation base is still too weak. Where did you go? Why is it so slow? Sume ran over angrily, with worry still on her face. Hey, I was a little tired yesterday, so I slept. Chu Feng scratched his head and smiled very embarrassedly. You guy, everyone is desperately hunting ghost-horned beasts, yet you still have the time to sleep. Have you been concentrating on hunting ghost-horned beasts? You won't even be able to enter the top 10, right? You are too underestimated. Seeing Chu Feng like this, Sume pouted angrily, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Although I didn't concentrate on hunting ghost-horned beasts, it shouldn't be a problem to enter the top 10. Chu Feng was very confident. Seeing this scene, the onlookers suddenly realized. After all, anyone with a discerning eye could see that the relationship between Su Mei, the third young lady of the Su family, and Chu Feng did not seem to be simple. Presumably, Chu Feng was able to come here to participate in the rookie conference. Thanks, Su Mei. It took me a long time to do something with the third lady of the Su family. No wonder I was able to get the purple gold token from the city owner. What's the use of having a relationship? This rookie conference is all about strength. Now that the top 10 have been selected just based on his cultivation, is it possible to squeeze one out of those 10? Several rookies in Zijin City have always held grudges against Chu Feng, and felt that Chu Feng's strength should not have come to participate in the rookie conference. But after a brief conversation with Su Mei, Chu Feng also came to the guard who counted the results, and in front of everyone's eyes, threw the purple horns of the more than 200 ghost-horned beasts in front of the guard. My god, he actually hunted down so many ghost-horned beasts? How could it be possible, with his cultivation, how could it be possible to hunt down so many ghost-horned beasts? The number should be at least 200. And looking at the large purple sharp corners, there was an uproar inside and outside the square. No one would have imagined that with such a cultivation level as Chu Feng, he would be able to hunt down so many ghostly horned beasts. Such a number would be comparable to Chen Wenxi's achievements. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible, he must be cheating, he is cheating. Compared with others, Wan Wenpeng was even more depressed. He ranked 10th in this ranking, but at this moment, Chu Feng's score was far higher than him, and he was destined to be kicked out of the top 10. If it were someone who was far superior to him and kicked him out, he would still be able to accept it, but for a kid like Chu Feng, who he deeply despised, to kick him out, it was unacceptable to him. In fact, not only Wan Wenpeng thought so, but many people present thought so. When they thought of the relationship between Chu Feng and Su Mei, they all felt that Chu Feng obtained so many ghost horns, purple horns, through improper means. It wasn't that he killed it himself. It's just that no matter how much people guessed in their hearts, they didn't dare to say it. After all, no one has ever offended the third young lady of the Su family because of such a thing. In this way, Chu Feng won the championship spot because of his excellent results, while Wan Wenpeng was squeezed out of the top 10 and was eliminated early. Looking at Chu Feng, who replaced him and boarded the competition platform, Wan Wenpeng was very angry and his face was very ugly. Brother Wan, why do you have to fight with such a villain? With his cultivation, it will only be shameful to go to the stage of competition. That's right, let's see how he is beaten down in a while. The rookies from Zijin City persuaded him. The one who is on the same stage with Chu Feng is the core disciple of the Feng sect I listen to. I know his strength very well. Naturally, it is only shameful for Chu Feng to fight against him. It's just that he not only lost his own people, but also my people from Zijincheng. He can be shameless, but I, who are people of Zijincheng, don't want to lose this person. Wan Wenpeng was full of resentment, but said to be selfless and plausible. Hearing what he said, the rookies in Zijin City felt that what Wan Wenpeng said was right, and could not help but deepen their hatred for Chu Feng. I originally wanted to slap that Wan Wenpeng, but I didn't think that if it was you, I could beat him harder, but I really don't have a sense of accomplishment when I beat you. Hand. The disciple of the Listening Wind sect looked at Chu Feng contemptuously, completely ignoring Chu Feng. Of course you won't have a sense of accomplishment if you beat me, because you can't beat me at all, but you will have a sense of accomplishment if you lose to me, because not everyone is qualified to lose in my hands. Chu Feng smiled and looked at the disciple of the Tingfeng sect. He was not simply contemptuous, nor did he ignore it, but he completely looked down on the other party. You don't cry without seeing the coffin. I only need one move to deal with a guy like you. Hearing Fengzong's disciple seemed to be provoked by Chu Feng, he snorted coldly, stepped forward, and displayed a set of brilliant martial skills. His figure instantly turned into a number of lines, disappearing and appearing from time to time. He was elusive on the stage, and his speed was getting faster and faster, so fast that his eyes were dazzled. At this moment, in all directions of Chu Feng, there were all the figures of that person. The display of such gorgeous martial arts made countless people amazed, especially those ignorant girls, who even screamed in admiration. This is the 4-stage martial skill of Fengzong, which is called Fascinating Shadows, and the one who has practiced this martial skill for 3 years has already mastered the essence of it and can use it to the fullest. Not to mention that Chu Feng, even if it is me, I have to deal with it carefully, otherwise I will suffer a big loss. Wang Wenping told the crowd. Then that means Chu Feng is not defeated? It's not that it's lost, it's that it's a terrible defeat. Wang Wenping was full of self-confidence. This move was the strongest trump card of that person. Even he was very afraid. Chu Feng was naturally certain to lose. As a matter of fact, as Wang Wenping said, this fascination is a high level of physical and martial arts, and ordinary people will indeed be confused by its gorgeous methods. But in front of Chu Feng, he had long since revealed his true form. From the very beginning, he could see which one was his real body. Suddenly, the man moved to attack, and several figures rushed towards Chu Feng. The power was simply magnificent. At this moment, those who were waiting to see Chu Feng's jokes, the corners of their mouths could not help but raise a slightly upward arc, and the moment when they felt that Chu Feng was ashamed has come. However, Chu Feng obviously wanted to disappoint those people. Chu Feng did not dodge or dodge, but instead punched one of the figures directly. There was no fancy way, it was just a simple punch, but it was as fast as lightning, and the position was tricky, only to hear a bang, and it actually slammed into the face of the figure. Wow, a fist fell, only to hear a scream, and all the figures in the sky around Chu Feng dissipated. The disciple of the Tingfeng sect fell to the ground in embarrassment, covering his cheeks, rolled over, and screamed. Looking at the person on the ground, Chu Feng smiled slightly, and said, "You are right, I really only need one move to deal with a person like you." Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 122, The Real Genius. I wipe, what's going on? My God, what's the situation? Compared with the scene on the stage, people were already devastated. Because of the densely crowded figures, many people did not see Chu Feng take action at all. They only saw that the figure suddenly dissipated, and the one who listened to Fengzong became the way it is now. What a fierce attack. However, compared to the confusion of most people, the city owner of Suzaka City, Su Hen, was bright. Father, I've said it before, this Chu Feng has mental power, and this kind of blindfolding type martial skill is useless to him. At this moment, Su Ro was standing behind Su Hen in a well-behaved manner. It's not just a matter of mental power, even if you have mental power, but you have only practiced primary profound arts, it is impossible to defeat a person of the 1st level of Yuanwu so easily with the 8th level of Lingguo. Strength. In Qingzhou, those who practice martial arts a little faster are regarded as geniuses, but in fact, they are only qualified to cultivate martial arts. A true genius should be like this Chu Feng, doing what others can't do. Su Hen stared at Chu Feng with admiration in his eyes, and then said to Su Ro, "Ruer, your sisters did not see the wrong person this time, this Chu Feng must be drawn carefully, maybe I will be Su Ro in the future. Home, we have to rely on him." It's amazing that Qin Wei is worthy of being the core disciple of Lingyun's sect, but he defeated his opponent with just one move. At this moment, there was a sudden exclamation from outside the arena, because on the other stage, Chen Weishi also defeated her opponent with a thunderous momentum, and also used only one move. Moreover, her move is not as vague as Chu Feng's, but a move in front of everyone, so that everyone can see with their own eyes how she defeated the enemy's might with one move. It's a pity that sister is too powerful. It seems that this time I have a chance to win the championship in Zhijiancheng. It's more than a hope, it's almost certain to be able to capture it. Today, there are only 2 masters of the second level of Yuanwu on this stage. It's a pity that my sister has already defeated the opponent with one move. In entanglement with his opponent is obviously only the first level of Yuanwu, and his cultivation level is a whole lower than him. It's true that you say that. Although this guy is also very strong, he is indeed much worse than Sister Regina. He doesn't seem to have the power of the second level of Yuanwu. It's strange, how could someone like him be hunting ghost-horned beasts? In the link, it's so much better than Sister Regret. Maybe it's the same as that Chu Feng, playing something tricky. The rookies of Zhijiancheng turned their attention to another core disciple of the Lingyun sect. This young man was the most eye-catching focus of the audience at the moment. No one. Because in the previous link of hunting ghost beasts, his results were really outstanding, but the current battle has disappointed people. As the representative of Fengyan City, the champion for several consecutive times, as a core disciple of Lingyun's sect, and as a master of the second level of Yuanwu, facing the opponent of Yuanwu first level, he even played indistinguishably, and it was difficult to tell the winner. Whether it is speed or strength, they are similar to the opponent, and even the martial arts are mediocre, so people can't find any bright spots. Suddenly, the young man from the first level of Yuanwu became powerful. A heavy punch entrained a 10,000 force. This fist threw a huge tremor even compared to a fighting platform. This is a 4th stage martial skill, but in the hands of the young man, the power has been fully reflected, and this strike is no trivial matter. In the face of the opponent's attack, the young man from Wind and Cloud City was neither in a hurry nor slow, neither panic nor dry, and the same punch was thrown, which was actually a rank 4 martial skill. Logically speaking, based on his cultivation, he is a 4th rank martial skill, and his power should be much stronger than his opponent, but at the moment it is not there. Boom! Finally, the two fought each other, their fists were facing each other, and the layers of elemental energy continued to overflow, and the energy ripples that swept out were even smaller than the fighting platform. Drink! The Fengyan City youth shouted loudly, and with a sudden force, he shook that person's heavy fist away, and the whole person was knocked away, and finally fell to the ground. He won, and in the end it was the one from Fengyan City who won, but compared to Chen Wenxi's one move to cut off his opponent, it was too difficult for him to win. Hidden strength? It's interesting. At this moment, Chu Feng had already won, and before the next battle began, he also focused his eyes on the Fengyan City youth, and at a glance, he could see that this person was deliberately hiding his strength. After the young man from Wind and Cloud City won, the first round of the test ended, and Chen Wenxi, who had the best results in the first round, could take a break. Chu Feng stepped onto the competition platform again, and the person standing opposite him at the moment was much stronger than the previous opponent, because this person was also the core disciple of Lingyun's sect. For tyranny. I know you are messing with that fatty city lord. Chu Feng said with a smile. It's useless to speak up, I'll beat you to shut up. This one was very indifferent. The one just now had a similar tone to yours, but he was the one who fell to the ground. Chu Feng really didn't take him in his eyes. As early as the 7th stage of Lingguo, Chu Feng was able to defeat the 1st stage of Yuanwu. Now, even in the 8th stage of Lingguo, even the 2nd stage of Yuanwu is not Chu Feng's opponent. In Chu Feng's eyes, he was also vulnerable. Do you think I will be as incompetent as him? Then you underestimate my disciple of Lingyun's sect. This man made a sudden move, his profound art was in operation, his martial art was released, and golden light shone from his entire body, as dazzling as tomorrow. At the same time, his body turned into the color of gold and bronze. This is no longer a simple body, it is stronger than black iron, but cutting a black iron sword with one hand and breaking a black iron bell is a highly enhanced martial skill. The golden light pierced the eyes, making the opponent unable to observe its movements. This time, Chu Feng is dead. This one's attack is several times stronger than that of the Tingfeng sex. Domineering is not just bluffing. Chu Feng simply cannot find it cheap. That's right, just now, for some unknown reason, the disciple of the Tingfeng sect lost, but facing this man's steel and iron bones, Chu Feng has no chance of winning, and he has no luck at all. On the platform where Chu Feng was standing, the golden light was shining everywhere. No matter how good people's eyesight was, they couldn't see the two people on the platform clearly. But what people can feel is the power emanating from the disciples of Lingyun's sect. They feel that it is difficult for Chu Feng to find a bargain this time. After all, in the face of enhanced martial arts, without absolute strength, it is simply impossible to overcome. But at this moment, there was a sudden scream, and the golden light on the stage began to subside, and when the golden light dissipated, people were stunned and surprised. They were stunned to find that Chu Feng was still standing on the spot, without the slightest injury, and then looked at the disciple of Lingyun's sect, who was lying on the ground, foaming at the mouth, rolling his eyes, and passed out. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 123, Enjoy the Process. At this moment, people were completely confused. Compared to the scene on the stage, people were really overwhelmed. Even the indifferent Qin Wenqin couldn't help but turn his head and turned his attention to Chu Feng. Could it be that Chu Feng is really that strong? Strong enough to be comparable to Chen Wenzi, can he easily defeat Yuan Wu first level with the cultivation of Lingwu 8th level? Although there is no shortage of talented people in the world who can overcome the weak with the strong, they are all big names after all. Could it be that this unremarkable young man is also such a genius? All kinds of unbelievable thoughts began to emerge. For the first time, people thought that they might have underestimated Chu Feng. Perhaps from the beginning, Chu Feng had not cheated, and he had come here by his own strength. Sir City Lord, this. The guards of Zijin City were full of surprise. They had always looked down on Chu Feng before, and felt that Chu Feng came here through Su Ro's relationship and threw them into his Zijin City. Especially after Chu Feng replaced Wan Wenpeng, he hated Chu Feng to the extreme, but at this moment, he began to doubt whether his previous view of Chu Feng was correct, and he couldn't help but reflect. Maybe what Miss Su Ro said is right, this Chu Feng may be able to bring us a surprise. Chen Hui's face was filled with a reassuring smile. In fact, he used to feel that Chu Feng was a burden, just like the guard beside him. But now, it seems that Chu Feng is not only not a burden, but a bargaining chip for his long face in Zijin City. How is it possible that this guy has such a strong strength? Wouldn't it be because the opponent received any benefits and deliberately released water? But compared to others, those rookies in Zijin City were unwilling to accept this fact. After all, they looked down on Chu Feng from the bottom of their hearts, and wished that Chu Feng would make a fool of himself. But at the moment, Chu Feng not only did not make a fool of himself, but he was also in the limelight. In this comparison, it was no longer that Chu Feng was unbearable, but that they were unbearable. After all, they didn't even enter the top 10, but Chu Feng defeated 2 core disciples of the first-class sect, and one of them was the core disciple of the first sect Lingyun sect. Too strong, at least they can't do it all, even Wan Wenpeng can't do it. Under the shocked gazes of countless people, Chu Feng slowly walked down the stage with a smile on his face, and his gaze had changed from the previous blank eyes to exclamation. And when Chu Feng ended the battle with lightning speed, the young man from Wind and Cloud City once again became the only focus of attention of the audience. And this time, the young man from Wind and Cloud City, as before, barely won the victory after fighting for a long time, making people wonder if he was deliberately hiding his strength, or if his opponent was too strong. There's no need to come down. I've lost my patience in this rookie conference, so let's make a quick break. Just as the youth in Fengyan City was about to step down from the competition platform, Chen Wanqi danced her skirt and jumped onto the competition platform, and even took the initiative to ask to fight against the youth in Fengyan City. Ding Cho, please give me more advice. Regarding Chen Wenxi's actions, the young man in Fengyan City just smiled indifferently and bowed his hands to Chen Wenxi politely. It seemed that he did not have any psychological burden because of Chen Wenxi's previous strength. Humph. Chen Wanqi snorted coldly, and it was a palm in the air. It was not a gorgeous martial skill, but it contained a powerful yuan force. The opponents just now were all beaten by her palm in the air. Heh. However, in the face of Chen Weixi's attack, that Ding Cho did not dodge or dodge. With a wave of his hand, a layer of yuan force spread from his palm, and he easily resolved Chen Weixi's attack. You really hid your strength, is that interesting? Chen Wenxi was not too surprised, on the contrary, there was a trace of anger in his eyes. Oh, I just like to enjoy the battle, what's wrong with that? You and I both like to fight, it's just that you pursue the result, and I enjoy the process, because the result is not important to me, and it's me who wins anyway. Ding Chu's face always had that calm smile on his face, but looking at it now it is not calm but confidence. Such a big tone, but I want to see how you can win me. Chen Wenxi shot again, several palms shot continuously across the void, each time a palm was hit, the air would tremble, and a golden palm print was also condensed. Under her extreme hands, the entire competition platform was covered with dense golden palm prints, like several golden meteor showers, bombarding Ding Cho. It's a pity that Miss is so powerful. Although it's only a 4th-rank martial skill, it has been displayed flawlessly. It can be compared to a 5th-rank martial skill. The guards of Zijin City exclaimed. It's a pity that this girl is a real martial arts genius. From the point of view of martial arts talent, she has indeed surpassed me. And Chen Hui, who is Chen Weixi's father, is even more triumphant and smiles incompatible. Close your mouth. Meteor palm technique, the use of it is quite good, but unfortunately, it still lacks some heat. That Ding Cho narrowed his eyes slightly, his breath moved, and then he counted several palms together, and he actually displayed the same martial arts as Chen Weishi, and in terms of power, he was even stronger than Chen Weishi. Boom boom boom, the golden palm shadows continued to explode on the platform, and the layers of yuan force continued to spread. Those powers that even people outside the square could feel. This is the strength of the two masters of Yuan Wujing. At this moment, people also know that Ding Cho is indeed hiding his strength. Now that he thinks about his previous fights, it is not because his strength is too weak, but because he did it deliberately. On the line. Amazing, Ding Cho deserves to be the representative of Fengyan City. In terms of strength, he is stronger than Chen Weishi. It seems that the champion of this year's rookie conference is Fengyan City again. Su Hen judged. Father, it's too early to say this. Even if Chen Wei lost to Ding Cho, the evildoer of my Azure Dragon sect hasn't appeared yet. Su Ro stood behind Su Hen and smiled sweetly. Xu Feng is indeed a genius, there is no doubt about that, but this Ding Cho is also not a mediocre talent. Haven't you noticed that he hasn't used all his strength up to now? He hasn't even used profound arts, and the martial skills he has displayed are not the same. The strongest, I estimate that if he uses his full strength, I am afraid that his strength is comparable to the 3-level Yuan Wu. Although Xu Feng has great combat power, he is still only at the 8th level of Lingwu after all. Even if he has the 1st level of Yuan Wu, he still has a chance to defeat Ding Cho, but as long as he is in the spiritual realm, even if he is at the 9th level of Lingwu, it will definitely not be Ding Chu's opponent. Su Hen shook his head. Father, you still don't know Xu Feng well enough. You know that Ding Cho didn't use his full strength. Could it be that Xu Feng used his full strength? Su Ro did not agree with Su Hen's opinion. You girl is very competent in Xu Feng. Do you want to take a bet with me? Su Hen said with a strange smile. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 124 Stepping Stones. What are you betting on? Su Ro asked with a smile. That Chen Wenxi is by no means Ding Chu's opponent. It's only a matter of time before she loses. So when Chu Feng will be able to confront Ding Chou naturally, I will bet that Chu Feng will lose to Ding Chou. If I win, then your marriage will be decided by me, Su Hen said. Father, why did you bring up my marriage again? I've already said it, I'm in charge of my marriage. Hearing this, Su Ro seemed very reluctant. I don't dare to forget it. Su Hen smiled indifferently. If you don't dare, just gamble. If I win, the marriage between Xiaomei and that Sheng Wanya will be annulled. What do you think? Su Ro said seriously. This. At this moment, Su Hen frowned slightly, looking rather embarrassed. Why, don't you dare? Su Ro narrowed her eyes into two crescent moons and smiled at her father, as if she liked the way her father was stumped by her. Joke, what do I dare not? Just as you said, if Chu Feng can win Ding Chou and win the championship of this rookie conference, I will go to Sheng Wan's family to repent of the marriage, of course. The premise is small, the United States agrees. Su Hen vowed. Hey, my father, don't worry, Xiaomei, I wish you regretted your marriage. Su Ro smiled very happily, from her heart. She first looked at Su Mei, who was not far away, then turned her eyes to Chu Feng, and said in a low voice, Chu Feng, Xiaomei's happiness depends entirely on you. No one heard the conversation between the father and daughter, because at this moment, everyone's eyes were all focused on the battle between Ding Chou and Chen Weishi, and the battle between the two had reached a fever pitch. Chen Wanqi kept attacking violently and used all kinds of powerful martial arts one by one, but the most surprising thing was that Ding Chou actually mastered all the martial skills Chen Wanqi knew. And what kind of martial skills Chen Wanqi used? He used what kind of martial arts? Every time they fight, they will slightly overwhelm Chen Wenxi. Right now, everyone could see that this Ding Chou was too powerful. After playing for a long time, he didn't fight Chen Weishi seriously at all, he was just playing around with Chen Weishi. In front of Ding Chou, Chen regretted that he had no momentum to treat other opponents at all. At this moment, his cold and arrogant cheeks were covered with crystal beads of sweat, and he was gasping for breath. He was about to be forced by Ding Chou. Dead end. It's a pity, you must persevere. Chen Hui's fists in his sleeves were already clenched, and he broke into a cold sweat for Chen Weishi. They must win this rookie meeting in Zijiancheng, otherwise they will face the situation of being unable to pay tribute. Not to mention, if you fail to pay tribute, you will be punished by Suzaku City, and it will become the laughingstock of other cities. No matter what you do in the future, you will be inferior to others, and it will be difficult to raise your head. Miss Regret, you must win. Come on, miss. Compared with Chen Hui's silent cheer, Zijiancheng's guards shouted loudly, cheering for Chen Weishi openly and aboveboard, because the honor and disgrace of their Zijiancheng are all on Chen Weishi's body, and they can only win but not lose. However, the truth is often cruel. After Chen Wenxi was almost exhausted, Na Ding Chou finally fought back. The fierce attack was beyond everyone's expectations. Although it was only the simplest means of attack, and even martial arts had not been used before, the power was amazing. In front of him, any attack by Chen Weishi was ineffective, and he could only watch Ding Chou, step by step, approaching. At this moment, people finally know how strong this unremarkable young man is. Although Chen Weishi is already the best among his peers, in front of Ding Chou, he is obviously still far behind. This junior sister, you are defeated. Finally, Ding Chou came to Chen Weishi's body, and that delicate palm like a woman was already pressed on Chen Weishi's shoulder. Although it seemed weak, the power of this palm forced Chen Weishi. Kneeling down, unable to stand up. This bastard. Seeing that his daughter was kneeling on the platform by Ding Chou, Chen Hui stood up abruptly, a rage that was visible to the naked eye was already covering his face, but he still endured it, because in such a scene, he must endure. It was defeated, Chen Hui was defeated, and the defeat was completely. This kind of ending was beyond people's expectations. No one thought that Ding Chou was hiding so deeply, that he was so strong, that he was invincible in the same cultivation. At this moment, there were bursts of cheers inside and outside the square. No matter what the outcome was, Ding Chou and Chen Weishi presented them with a feast of fighting, and Ding Chu's title of champion was well deserved. Everyone in Fengyan City was elated, especially the city lord of Fengyan City, who smiled very proudly. He once again won the championship of the rookie tournament, and once again held the position of the boss of the 20 cities. Compared with the people in Fengyan City, the people in Zijin City bowed their heads in despair. They thought they were already champions with Chen Wenxi's strength, but unexpectedly they still lost to Ding Chou. If they were in the previous rookie conference, they would also lose if they lost. At most, it would be a pity, but this time is different. They cannot lose in this rookie conference. There is no way. Chen Wenxi has already stepped off the stage. Her glamorous cheeks are still the same, but there are a few tears in her eyes, which shows that she is also frustrated by her failure. As for that Ding Chou, he smiled at Chen Wenxi's retreating back, with a smug smile on the corner of his mouth, and began to slowly walk down the stage. The rookie conference isn't over yet. Where are you in a hurry to go? But at this moment, a loud voice suddenly sounded behind Ding Chou. Looking back, Ding Chu's calm face couldn't help but show waves, because he was shocked to find that there was an extra young man on the platform. The most important thing was that he didn't even notice it. I don't know when the other party came to the battle platform. In fact, at this moment, everyone on and off the field was attracted by this scene, because almost everyone did not realize when this young man appeared on the stage, and this one was naturally Chu Feng. Chu Feng, how did he get up there? Could it be that he is going to find death? The people in Zijin City were full of anger. Even Chen Wenxi was defeated by Ding Chou. They didn't realize that Chu Feng was able to win, but they all felt that Chu Feng was throwing them away. Are you trying to challenge me? Ding Chou said with a slight smile after looking at Chu Feng. Challenge? Can't talk about it. I'm just interested in the Rookie Conference Championship. As for you, it's just a stepping stone for me to win the championship. Chu Feng had a faint smile on his face, but his eyes were full of laziness. After the previous battle between Ding Chou and Chen Wenxi, Chu Feng still did not take this Ding Chou in his eyes. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 125, Peak Duel. You are very courageous. You dared to speak to me like this after I showed my strength. You are the first. The smile on Ding Chu's face did not change. He seemed to be very kind, but people already knew that he was not a person who was indifferent to the world. On the contrary, he was still an extremely conceited person, but his conceit was hidden very deeply. That can only show that your previous opponents were all pustules, or in other words, your Lingyun sect didn't have any masters. Chu Feng smiled sarcastically. In Qingzhou, if you dare to say that my Lingyun sect is not a master, you are also the first. Ding Chu's eyebrows were raised, and there was a trace of coldness in his eyes. Just tell the truth. Chu Feng shrugged his shoulders, looking very indifferent. Since that's the case, you can take action. As long as you win against me, the championship will be yours, but let me tell you, I will make you lose more than Chen Weixin. Ding Chou hooked Chu Feng and motioned to Chu Feng. Bring it on. As you wish. Whoosh! Chu Feng made his move. His profound art was in motion. His aura was like a rainbow. His figure leaned forward slightly, and he swept in front of Ding Chou like the wind. The speed was so fast that everyone was shocked. Chu Feng danced with his arms, opened and closed, every move was exquisite. His moves were like lightning, his strikes were like mountain peaks, his fists were like iron, his legs were like whips, and his fists were woven, forming a storm like a storm. The offensive surrounded Ding Chou. How can this kid have such a strong power? He actually used the cultivation of the spiritual martial realm to exert a power that is not weaker than that of the Yuanwu realm. And Chu Feng's move made the people present even more astonished. People's eyes were all attracted by Chu Feng's boxing technique. Even the city lords of all parties frowned, and their eyes lit up. Although they had guessed that Chu Feng was a talent before, they never thought that he would be so strong. Twice. In the face of Chu Feng's powerful attack, Ding Cho was unable to deal with it easily. He was forced to retreat again, and even gradually lost his strength to fight. Because Chu Feng's body is unusually hard, as long as he collides with Chu Feng's body, he will feel a tingling sensation, which makes him not dare to use his body to resist Chu Feng's attack, because he simply cannot resist live. Shoo! Suddenly, Chu Feng threw out another fierce punch, and the fist wind rose and went straight to the front door. That Ding Cho had nowhere to hide. Humph! Seeing this, Ding Cho gritted his teeth and snorted coldly. The surrounding air went straight in an instant, and then a layer of invisible power exploded from within his body. The power formed an invisible hurricane, and Chu Feng was forced to retreat. At the same time that Chu Feng was knocked back, Ding Cho moved forward, swung his arms, and blasted out random fists. With Chu Feng's previous offensive, he counterattacked against Chu Feng. Have you finally used my profound arts? Looking at Chu Feng, who had fallen from an advantage to a disadvantage in a blink of an eye, Suro frowned slightly. He knew that Ding Cho was serious. Ding Cho, who was running Shandgong, had a strength comparable to the 3rd level of Yuan Wu, and Chu Feng was indeed facing enormous pressure. Hey, Ruer, I said, Chu Feng won't be Ding Chu's opponent, but with the 8th level of Ling Wu's cultivation to achieve this step, he is already against the sky. If the two of them are in the same realm, Chu Feng will definitely be able to completely defeat Ding Cho, but unfortunately, the cultivation of the two of them is not the same. Su Hen rubbed the dry beards on his chin and laughed. A triumph. Che, father, the outcome is uncertain, don't talk too early. Su Ro curled her lips and continued to look at the two on the platform. Well, I would also like to see how far Chu Feng can persevere. If he can persevere longer than that Chen Wenxi, then this child is really powerful, and he must try his best to win over him. Su Hen also looked at it seriously. Although he felt that Chu Feng could not win, the talent that Chu Feng showed had already been favored by him. Regardless of the outcome, he would win over Chu Feng. Hell, this is called treating the body of the other person in the way of the other person. When Ding Cho used his profound art, the strength of his Yuanli instantly increased several times. His whole body, his hands and feet were raised, and he could arouse the Yuanli around him, deeply suppressing Chu Feng. You're serious? I haven't. Chu Feng smiled strangely, and suddenly stopped the step back, and waved his fist at Ding Cho with one hand, and several palms emerged, as if countless big hands extended out, facing Ding Cho from the front. Photographed. Martial skills. Ding Cho was taken aback by the sudden change, because Chu Feng's illusory palms were all real, and it was difficult to distinguish between true and false, and it was impossible to break them. It's just a mere rank 3 martial arts, and you dare to show it off in front of me. But Ding Cho was shocked, but Ding Cho didn't panic. He suddenly shouted, the vitality in the body circulated in a specific meridian, and the body actually radiated dazzling golden light, and a sense of indestructibility also radiated. At this moment, his radiance shooting in all directions, imposing manner, whereas the body of flesh and blood, it is simply a gold and bronze god of war. That's right, Ding Cho displayed the unique martial arts of Ling Yunzong. The 4-stage enhanced martial arts golden armor and steel body had been used by the disciples of Ling Yunzong who faced off against Chu Feng before, but this time Ding Cho displayed that kind of power. A world apart, this is the real pinnacle. Blazing, watch me break it with a golden armor and steel body. Ding Cho threw out several fists, forcibly smashing Chu Feng's illusory afterimage, and finally punched, intertwined with Chu Feng's illusory palm. Together. Bang fists faced each other, and there was a loud noise like steel intertwined, and the powerful energy even rippled, causing the two of them to take a few steps back. At this moment, everyone thought that Chu Feng had been severely injured. After all, using Chu Feng's 3rd-stage martial skill to confront other people's 4th-stage martial skill was tantamount to courting death. But just when people thought that the palm of Chu Feng that was punched together with Ding Chu's heavy fist had been abolished, Chu Feng's body, like a cheetah, suddenly rushed forward, unexpectedly attacking Ding Cho again. Jumped up. It's a good golden armor and steel body, but I, Chu Feng, want to see who broke who. At this moment, Chu Feng's body has changed. Light thunder snakes are densely covered in his body. Powerful thunder and lightning are radiating in all directions. There are constantly harsh roars and dazzling sparks. The momentum is very terrifying. This kind of power is a rank 5 martial skill? No, it's a 4th rank martial skill, but it displayed the power of a 5th rank martial skill. Ding Chu's face changed greatly. He never imagined that Chu Feng would have such a powerful means, a 5th rank martial skill, which is not a means that ordinary people can master. Okay. Here is our sharing for today. If you like Susie channel, you are welcome to click, subscribe, follow, share, forward our channel. Your support is our driving force. See you next time.